Jai Hind, when it comes to the calculus and the hope, I would say that very serious questions have been raised by the Honorable LOP, Shri Rahul Gandhi, yesterday, asked of the Election Commission basis facts. And I think it is high time that the Election Commission answers those questions to do away with all the aspersions being cast upon a malfunctioning electoral machinery. As far as the hope is concerned, Rahul, I would say we are very hopeful because we have fought a very ardent fight. We have fought fervently for the people of Delhi that have been duped of their very fundamental rights over the past 10 years because it's been a hand-in-glove situation of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen how they have both turned the NCR to the national crime region, actually. We have seen riots happen in Delhi. We have seen pollution raised to intolerable levels.
So why didn't you think of, Mahimaji, why didn't the Congress party think of all of this 6 months ago when you fought with the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha elections? Suddenly you call it the national crime region. Was it not the same case 6 months ago? This is the problem. The voter sees through this.
It was very much so, but as we have been always pointing out, that federal structure of this nation, the federal fabric of our democracy is at the heart of our politics. And when we were fighting for the Lok Sabha elections, we were fighting against a regime that continuously sabotages the constitutional values of this country that keep our democracy alive. And so when Aam Aadmi Party approached the India bloc to be a part of the whole fight together, we stood with them. We stood with them when they were subjected to wrongdoings at the hands of the BJP at that point in time. So I think when we are fighting for the state, keeping in mind that federalism, keeping in mind the issues that Delhi has been subjected to, keeping in mind the GNCTD Act that the BJP imposed on Delhi and the Aam Aadmi Party let it happen, we have decided to go individual.
Just keep it also in mind as we do this Panditri, that Delhi will count faster than Maharashtra or Bihar or Madhya Pradesh. It's a smaller state. As of now, 14 leads for the BJP, up 12 from the last time. The Aam Aadmi Party at 9 down 13. It's very early days, but this is power play in the Delhi political league and the BJP is off to a flying start.
And one of the areas where the BJP in these very early trends is doing well is outer Delhi. You see, the BJP expected that the turn in Delhi will take place in outer Delhi. These are areas with large Jat populations, Gujar populations, much more rural in some parts. The BJP is leading in 7 out of the 11 at the moment.
These are also the areas which have the unauthorized colonies. And Amit Shah, in one of the last meetings, said very clearly that we are going to give you property rights in these unauthorized colonies if we win the elections.
Yes, Preeti.
For example, the outer belt is where the Aam Aadmi Party, and we can take that question to Preeti, has written off some of the seats right from the beginning.
Why?
Kailash Gehlot switched from the Aam Aadmi Party to the BJP. Kailash Gehlot represented a lot of the Jat community in Najafgarh. Though it's interesting because there was a fair amount of anti-incumbency against him, so he switched seats to Bijwasan. But having said that, Uttam Nagar, Najafgarh, Nangloi Jat are a couple of the seats where the Aam Aadmi Party has written them away. They even stopped the campaign, the tokenism that there is involved. But they understand that they are not going to do well in the outer Delhi areas. What's interesting, is Nangloi Jat is one constituency where actually the Congress is very hopeful. Badli, Nangloi Jat, outer Delhi again, where the Congress is hopeful, maybe not winning, but making a sizable dent.
Let's kickstart the election intelligence dashboard. This is the most powerful analytics tool in news television. We'll give you a sense of where these initial leads are coming from. I'd look at the AAP's gains and losses at this moment. The AAP is 3 seats down in New Delhi in comparison with its tally from the last time in Northwest Delhi. These are the 7 Lok Sabha seats of Delhi. They're down 5 seats in South Delhi, they're down 1 in West Delhi, they're down 1 in Chandni Chowk. So there, except for Northeast Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party losing seats just in terms of initial trends on all the seats. If you look at the gains for the BJP, at this moment, the BJP is picking up seats majorly in Northwest Delhi. They're picking up 1 seat in South Delhi, 1 in West Delhi, 3 in New Delhi, 2 in East Delhi and 1 seat in Chandni Chowk. So apart from Northeast Delhi, they're in the positive on all the other 6 seats of the national capital. Rajdeep?
Interesting, Northeast Delhi, remember, is where the riots took place in 2020. So it's interesting. And remember, the BJP, 3 of their 7 candidates that they had won last time were from, 8 candidates were from Northeast Delhi. They will expect to do well in Northeast Delhi and East Delhi.
A lot of, a major wave for the BJP always would have started from the Eastern Delhi, all the Purvanchali belt,
my take on this,
Gandhinagar.
One by one, yes.
Yeah, my take on this is different. You see, last time out of the 8 seats that you won, 6 came from East Delhi and Northeast Delhi and
Yes.
Badarpur, of course. Now, these were all outskirt seats. Where BJP has been losing are in its strongholds of the New Delhi.
New Delhi and South Delhi.
middle
New
class.
Delhi, not New Delhi and Chandni Chowk. South Delhi is today outskirt Delhi. New Delhi and Chandni Chowk. West Delhi, these are the areas, and 34 seats. As I mentioned last time also, 34 Bania Punjabi
In
seats.
Chandni Chowk at the moment, it's the AAP which is ahead. In Chandni Chowk at the moment. So the AAP is holding on.
Chandni Chowk, you mean the assembly constituency?
The Lok Sabha constituency, you then make it into assembly constituency. The fact is, if the AAP is not being wiped out in these early trends. That's very clear.
So
there are parts of Delhi where the AAP is holding its own.
Yeah, so if in these areas, if AAP is holding its own, these are the Punjabi Bania areas. Punjabi Bania are the votes which shift from Lok Sabha to Vidhan Sabha to Aam Aadmi Party. If they are going to stay with BJP, BJP is
But
going
in
to
New
see.
Delhi at the moment, it is BJP leading in 4, AAP in 1. So New Delhi, which is of course where you would have a lot of government employees, you would perhaps have less JJ clusters. Those are the areas where at the moment in the middle class bastion, the BJP is making some kind of a comeback.
so-
that explains the early lead of the BJP.
We can look at the urban-rural breakup in the national capital. We have leads currently for 25 urban seats in Delhi. Urban seats are defined as those seats where more than 60% of the total voters live in urban clusters. Here you've got the BJP currently leading on 13, the Aam Aadmi Party on 11. The AAP is down 13 seats from the last time. The BJP is up a whopping 12 seats. The Congress up 1 from the last time. This is as far as urban seats are concerned. If you look at the rural seats, there are 8 seats in Delhi which are classified as rural seats where more than 60% of the population lives in rural areas. The BJP is leading on 4 of those, the Aam Aadmi Party on 2. It's not looking good from the Aam Aadmi Party's perspective. 17 seats down from the last time. But the problem is, Rajdeep, when you start with 62, it's never going to look good. It'll always be a slippery slope because of your high starting point. And if the BJP starts at 8, no matter where it goes, it's always going to look good because it's the base effect.
Sure it is, but there is obviously what is very clear is this is very different to 2015 and 20. We can say that very safely. Those were landslide elections. Whatever happens today, at the end of the day for the Aam Aadmi Party, they are not replicating 2015 and 20. That's very clear.
Well, they'd be happy, Rajdeep. There's a sense right now in the Aam Aadmi Party as well that if they win this election, if there is an outside chance that the Aam Aadmi Party wins this election, it is it's enough for them. Because it's not about getting 50 or over 50. Now the mood in the Aam Aadmi Party is very clear that they need to win this election, and that would be enough.
No, but the mood has also changed. For a very long time, Rajat, AAP and its acolytes were convinced that they're getting 50 plus.
Exactly.
50 par, 55 par, aa rahi hain ji, jeet rahe hain ji. For a long time, they believed their own rhetoric. It's only towards the end, when they realized that the ground was slipping from underneath their feet.
Well, it's been
Otherwise,
only in the last 10 days, Delhi public took such a sharp U-turn in their choice of, who's going to lead.
To that, in the war room of Aam Aadmi Party, when about 15 days back, 18 days back, it was being said that we are winning, 50 seat jeet rahi ho. At that point of time, Arvind Kejriwal had cautioned his people and said that BJP last 10 days में अपने चुनाव को उठाती है. हरियाणा में देखता है, they factored it in, and as expectedly, BJP ने अपने last 10 days week.
But क्या factor in किया? What have they factored in? See, they made blunders and blunders in their strategy. They couldn't even hold their MLA. See, every MLA, even if they didn't get the tickets, still had a sway over 2,000, 3,000 votes. They allowed them to walk away.
There are a lot of mistakes, Rajat, that the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign made, but they did factor in that in the final lap, in the last 6 days, something will come, right? Now, you have to give it to Arvind Kejriwal, even though it was theatrics with what many would suggest, but he came out and he appealed to the middle class.
So he said, I met a Kattar BJP Samarthak. The typical style.
Where he appealed to the middle class.
This enough.
So they factored in that the budget
an important lead at the moment. Important lead. Kapil Mishra leading from Karawal Nagar. Remember, Kapil Mishra, controversial, contentious, was once an Aam Aadmi Party leader.
From Karawal Karaval Nagar.
Yeah, so I know.
2015 won on a ticket
and
from
Karaval
Aam Aadmi
Nagar is
Party.
also part of the areas where, remember, you had in 2020 the rioting that took place. The AIMIM has also put up a candidate who's in jail at the moment in Tahir Hussain. So Karaval Nagar to be looked at closely. Also, Maninder Singh Sirsa is leading at the moment in Rajouri Garden. Among all the leaders, does the BJP want to play the Sikh card in Delhi if they win big this time? Because you want to send a message to Punjab. At the moment, all the heavyweights, local candidates of the BJP are doing well. All the heavyweight candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party are not doing well. Despite that, the AAP is at 15 and the BJP at 19. So it's a lot of the local level candidates of AAP who seem to be doing reasonably well, even if their top leaders are losing.
That BJP doesn't have enough number of leaders who have done groundwork
Rajat, you tell me something. Before, of course, with what you said, that sharp turnaround that came in with the Delhi voter, with what you assume, was the BJP confident on even putting up a fight on more than 50 seats? Because I thought, while there is an understanding within the Aam Aadmi Party that they were strong on, say, this time only on, say, 20 odd seats. But the BJP, I would reckon, came from a point of view that they didn't have candidates more than 50 seats.
Okay, there are 20 seats that the BJP has never won in 25 years. That's a factor. Two important leaders of AAP who are leading at the moment, Satyendra Jain leading from Shakur Basti and Saurabh Bhardwaj leading from Greater Kailash. That's where I vote, Greater Kailash. Saurabh Bhardwaj is leading there at the moment.
So we have the retain ratio I can show our viewers, which gives you a sense of where these leads are coming from and where these parties are trailing. So out of the 62 seats the AAP won in the last election, we currently have leads for 33. AAP is leading on 15 of those and trailing on 18, which means 55% seats which AAP won in the last election, they are currently trailing on. That's terrible. If it's as bad as that, it's very difficult to come up where more than 50% of the seats which you won last time, you're now trailing on. Let's look at the retain ratio for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They had 8 seats last time. We've got leads from 2. They're currently leading on both those seats. After this, let's take a look at the strike rate of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. The AAP has a strike rate currently of 49%, so clearly not batting in T20 style. The BJP too has a strike rate at this moment of only 49%. The Congress's strike rate is just 3%. So that's really the way it's looking. And as far as direct fights are concerned, it's really more between the BJP and the AAP. The Congress really... and the role of the Congress, Rajdeep, is about how much of a spoiler can they be. They're not in this battle. And remember, in the 2009 Lok Sabha elections, the Congress had 57% vote share. Would you believe that? 2009, 57% vote share. From there, now to 4.65, that's the base. And just in a matter of 15 years, from 57 to 4.5.
Rahul, the Congress will be a factor in this election only if they enter double digits in vote share. Anything below that, at best, they may nibble away in a few constituencies, Okhla here, Mustafabad there, Balli Maran. 3 or 4 constituencies where they have Badli was mentioned. There are about half a dozen constituencies. But you see, it's not going to... I don't think it's going to change this election unless it becomes seat by seat.
But Rajdeep, look at this. Even 8%, if Congress gets, some exit polls are saying, you add that potentially with an Aam Aadmi Party at 42.
No, but they will cut into BJP votes also.
I do agree.
They will cut into BJP votes also.
You see,
that's the thing.
They cut into BJP votes also. It is not that, black and white.
So who... Pick
what
any
is actually
example.
what is worrying for BJP right now?
I'll give you Nangloi Jar, Badli.
What is worrying for BJP right now is the Shakur Basti seat, which Satyendra Jain is leading despite being in jail for 2 years. It has 57% Punjabi Vanya votes. 57% Punjabi Vanya votes. And if on this seat, the Mandir Prakosht in charge of BJP, the Mandir Prakosht in charge of BJP, Karnail Singh, who is contesting on BJP ticket, if he is trailing, it's it's not a very good news for the BJP.
Okay, Neoma Gupta joins us from the Bharatiya Janata Party. 27 years of political exile. Do you think the BJP's exile in the national capital, Neoma, is finally about to come to a close? The BJP is leading in the initial votes that have been counted, but the AAP is snapping at its heels.
Good morning. It's looking good, and I think the double exile is definitely going to end because it's... Can you hear?
I hear you well, Neoma. Go on.
Double exile is definitely going to end because because I think this time people of Delhi were frustrated with the basic infrastructure collapsing. There were lack of amenities. In fact, everybody on all the channels are talking about different sections of society. For me, I think it's more of a generic view because there was bad air, there was bad water, the roads were in deplorable conditions. So this time people have not voted for change, but they've actually voted to sustain the fact that we are staying in the national capital of the country, and the condition is absolutely pathetic. So seeing that, so far the trends are showing literally BJP ahead, but this time people of Delhi have definitely voted for a positive outcome to restore Delhi back to its lost glory and make it a city noteworthy.
You know, and that really was a factor experienced during this election. A lot of people, particularly different sections of the middle class, were remembering Sheila Dikshit, the slightly older people, that, you know, we were proud of the fact that we used to live in Delhi. Look at the kind of infrastructure we got. You know, he's turned it into a giant urban slum. So there was that element as well. It doesn't mean that they'll vote for the Congress, but the fact that they were longing for the good old days of what Delhi used to be when it had a certain privilege in terms of infrastructure during the Commonwealth Games, all that got built up. So there was that clamoring for what's happening now in Mumbai, your city. Look at the kind of roads that are being built. In a few years, if Fadnavis keeps doing what he's doing, and if Kejriwal wins again, Mumbai and Delhi will be similar in terms of urban infrastructure.
There is little doubt that the multiplicity of authorities in Delhi make Delhi very difficult to govern unless you have clarity as to who is in charge of what. You're right, the Sheila Dikshit years, I think Sheila Dikshit's big achievement was she was able to work with the centre. But don't forget, the first 6 years of her rule, she had Atal Bihari Vajpayee, someone who by nature was a consensual leader. Because of the past acrimony between Narendra Modi ji and Arvind Kejriwal, it was never going to work. And that was, unfortunately, something that Delhi people may regret. The politics of negativism, as they call it, on both sides. Both sides just didn't want to work with each other.
But does the voter care? The voter wants his life to get better. Kejriwal can't get along with the PM. It's really Kejriwal's problem.
My point is he did give Kejriwal, therefore, even a renewed mandate in 2020. But a point has been reached where it's, I think there's anger over garbage collection, over sewage. I thought it was very interesting. One of the exit polls said, issue number 1 or 2 was garbage collection. So you've got issues on the ground that have piled up literally over the years.
But Rajdeep, what I said earlier, this stems from the fact that the MCD is not performing, and MCD has been the Achilles heel for the Aam Aadmi Party in this election.
The biggest issue with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, if you look at the data of past several years, in last 5 years, 74 days of Vidhan Sabha. Just 20 bills passed. 20 bills with 10 bills are of their increment of salary of the MLAs. What work you are doing for Delhi? Look at his attendance at Players Building, where Sheila would be visiting every day and attending to files, meeting officers and everybody.
But
he never did
all of
that. He
no,
never attended
the last 5 years hasn't been easy for the Aam Aadmi Party. You've had COVID, you've had most of their leadership in jail.
But COVID was an opportunity for them. COVID was an opportunity for them to rise, take up the challenge and deliver on that.
No, but COVID was not for the Aam Aadmi Party alone. COVID was for the whole world. What a sloppy, lazy excuse for misgovernance. The laziest, sloppiest excuse for misgovernance. COVID was as much for Yogi Adityanath as it is for Madhya Pradesh. Not showing up because there was COVID is just the most ridiculous excuse. It's the most ridiculous excuse for the Aam Aadmi Party and its supporters to blame COVID for misgovernance. It's just pathetic. It's just pathetic, completely pathetic.
It's not about COVID. You're misconstruing it. It's about attendance. It is about attendance.
Attendance is true for everyone. It's not just for one.
Let's lower the voice so everybody gets a chance.
You know, throughout the election, they were saying that we have laid down 6,000 kilometers of pipes.
Where are they?
Where are they? 6,000 kilometers. आप पूरा भारत का नक्शा 3 बार नाप सकते हो उसमें. Where are the 6? And on top of that, they said 10,000 kilometers of road.
Itni road ही नहीं है दिल्ली में. Rajat, the Aam Aadmi Party went into this election on the first term.
अरे भाई data तो सही बोलो.
They did not do any work in the second term for whatever reasons.
6,000 kilometers. You are rubbing into the face of the people. You are saying 6,000 kilometers लोगों का नाला में पैर गिर रहा है आके.
The BJP should send a thank you note to the Aam Aadmi Party for winning MCD.
Fine.
That's what should happen.
There are MCD, if you look at the map of MCD, for a moment, for our viewers to understand, it was a very close run thing. There are a large number of BJP MCD councillors, there are a large number of Aam Aadmi Party. It's not as if it is as one-sided as the assembly was. Obviously, councillors have failed, and they have huge question marks over their ability to govern. I think this is a Delhi elections are increasingly this time localized. And that's why the BJP has a chance, because the BJP has focused on local non-performance. I don't think the Aam Aadmi Party can claim in the last 3 years in particular that they've done substantial work on governance, because they've spent most of their time firefighting. Arvind Kejriwal, I make the point, Rahul.
No, but I don't agree.
No, please.
Rajdeep,
1 minute.
Yes.
Arvind Kejriwal went to jail. Satyendra Jain went to jail. Manish Sisodia went to jail. Amanatullah Khan also has spent, I think, a period in jail.
Vijay Nair, who was one of their troubleshooters.
You see, if my top leadership is in and out of prison,
Hemant Soren also went to the jail.
No, 1 minute.
He went back, came back as a chief minister.
He went to jail at the end of his term for the last 2.5 years.
Was right at that time.
What have you heard in the headlines? Delhi liquor scam, alleged Delhi liquor scam. That has taken a huge toll, I think, on the Aam Aadmi Party. You're absolutely right. They have serious questions to answer on governance in the last few years. Now, they can't. The voter is not interested whether you got, what are the reasons for your...
It's a loser's lament. You keep crying, we don't have the MCD, हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते, कुछ कर नहीं सकते. ये लो भाई MCD चला लो, अब हमसे चल नहीं रही है. Now there's anti-incumbency building up. That's a ridiculous situation. No, but that's a ridiculous. You can't say, give me an opportunity to bat. I'm the best batsman. I'm the greatest batsman. I'm greater than Modi. You get an opportunity to bat. You're not interested in batting.
He used to go to Ghazipur. Kejriwal used to stand on that, that huge dump pile of. He has stopped going there now. Why do you make claims that you can't solve?
No, because the rhetoric of opposition is much tougher than the reality of governance. The rhetoric of opposition is much tougher than the reality of governance, and that's the reality. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
The Aam Aadmi Party would have been very happy if it was Sheesh Mahal and corruption. The Aam Aadmi did not want the issue of garbage, issue of sewage, issue of water to actually be spoken of.
No, but AAP can't decide what the issue of the elections will be.
But
AAP can't decide what the issue of the elections will be. Voters decide that. Yeah, Rajdeep.
What I'm saying is that the BJP picked the right word by fighting the election on these topics.
You raised the issue of governance, and I think it's a valid issue. My only limited point is, we have now created a situation in Delhi where there are so many friction points, where you've got the LG battling every day with the chief minister, where you've got bureaucrats through law, but
Rajdeep,
bureaucrats through law don't have to necessarily listen to the chief.
Sit out, fight other
but Rajdeep, I only look, Rajdeep,
don't contest Delhi election because we people suffer. Common people suffer.
But I disagree. Why is it only about Delhi? Even in Punjab, where you have a full government, the police is with you.
Now
look at the mess the government is. But it's the same. It's about the interest and aptitude to govern.
Something very interesting.
You are excellent at rhetoric and street fighting and agitational politics. How good are you at governance? Prove it in Punjab.
See, Punjab is a different story. Delhi, I believe, is a story where we are going to, at some stage, Delhi is going to have to decide who is the big boss of Delhi. Is it the LG? Is it the Home Ministry? Is it the Chief Minister? Otherwise, do not even ensure we don't need a Chief Minister of Delhi. Why do you need a Chief Minister?
Big boss of Delhi are the people of Delhi. In Okla, the BJP candidate is leading. And BJP candidate is leading because his wife is a local councillor.
And he's a former congressman. Manish is a former congressman.
And his wife is a councillor, and she has done a lot of hard work in the area.
But remember also Okla is a classic constituency where spoilers can come in. AIMIM has a strong candidate there. Congress has a candidate there.
Despite all that, Okla में BJP का candidate lead करेगा, ये तो बहुत it's a very
but it shows that the Muslim vote there could well be getting badly split. There is every indication of that.
Vote is getting split in that constituency. That means they are getting split in all the 12.
That we don't know. We don't know that. So, at the moment, certainly in Okla, that's happening. If the BJP is leading, the Muslim vote is being badly split between Congress, AIMIM, and the Aam Aadmi Party. That's very clear. If the BJP wins, and Manish has a good reputation also.
There is councillor.
There is some merit in looking at the strength scanner data, because as you're seeing this, BJP supporters would be dancing on the streets of Delhi. They've hit that magic figure. For 2.5 decades, ladies and gentlemen, the Bharatiya Janata Party has eyed that number 35 but unable to get there. This morning, Super Saturday it is. From the initial lead, 60 out of 70 trends, the BJP 37.
Who is this one lone congressman who is standing tall?
Don't they, Usko? We look for him in the election intelligence dashboard. So here's the point I was making, and this is interesting. There are 35 seats the BJP has never won in the last 3 elections.
Badly.
Out of
Badly.
those, in 14 seats at this moment, the BJP is leading. So they're not just leading on the seats which are relatively safe, even on the seats which the BJP, Rajdeep, has never won in 3 elections.
You see, if these numbers hold, the BJP should be in a position, if these numbers hold, to cross 40, maybe even cross 45. Much will depend. Remember, these are also smaller constituencies. Margins can become very tight as the day goes on. We'll have to look at vote share. I think vote share will give us, as the day goes on, a clearer indication. Is the BJP heading for a major victory, or are we in a tight fight? I think these are the 2 possibilities. You gave us a scenario map. Either the BJP wins comfortably today, or we have a seat-by-seat contest that goes down to the wire. Because remember, 23 plays 36 means you require 7 seats to change for the situation to change dramatically. Much will therefore depend on vote share and where the wins are coming from. From what you said at the moment, the BJP clearly is the party today that is making
halfway mark.
Also, importantly, BJP is leading in half a dozen of the SC reserved constituencies. That is the big story. You see, one of the stories has been in the past, the BJP has virtually given up 12 seats which are SC reserved in Delhi, and about 8 seats where the Muslims call the shot. 20 seats.
Where has BJP given up SC seats?
No, in the sense, in the last 20 years, they've not won. 1 minute.
Rajat,
I'm only saying in the last 15 years, the BJP has not won these seats.
See, this has been, an agenda which has been,
they've not won them.
But no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that they'll give up the Dalit seats.
When I say
Where is this coming in that the Dalits are neutrally, the vote base of either the Aam Aadmi Party or the Congress? That's not even the case.
I'm telling you of the last 15 years.
Forget Delhi, this has been a narrative which is going around for the entire nation. All media people that I'm talking about, they start off saying that Dalit vote means anti-BJP. That is not the case.
No, let me clarify. There are 12 seats which are reserved. In both 2015 and 2020, AAP swept them. BJP only won one of them.
AAP swept every seat, general seat, OBC seat, SC seat. So there is no narrative there.
1 minute. When the Congress was in power, Sheila Dikshit and the Congress swept most of those seats. My point is, in the last 25 years in Delhi, forget nation, in Delhi, the BJP has struggled to make a mark in state elections, not general elections, state elections in the Dalit reserve seats. That could be changing today, which is good news for the BJP.
And I don't think that BJP has at any point given up on Dalit votes. They have been steadfastly committed because they know that
But they've not won that vote in Delhi. That's all I'm saying.
They've not won any seat. There is no analysis to be done on that because they've been.
So that could be changing today. That could be changing today.
If it changes, Rajdeep, remember, it's not because of how spectacular a job the Delhi BJP has done.
Absolutely. It's a negative
the Delhi senior lead, the BJP top leadership is a bit embarrassed about their Delhi unit. It's not something that they're very... If you have different students in class and you are the principal, Siddharth, the Delhi BJP is not the student you're most proud of.
No, not at all. It's a quiz question. Who is what in Delhi BJP? I've always said that for the last so many years. But what I'm going to say, if BJP is doing this well in the election, and what I saw on the polling day was the passion among the BJP workers to deliver. And what has really worked is, Namo app dialogue which Narendra Modi had with the workers here and very passionately talked about giving him Delhi, and where he said, Aapka booth sabse majboot. So there were 2 points that record tod polling karaiye or apne booth par aap lead kijiye.
The Dalit
record tod polling. Just a data point. 9 seats in New Delhi. BJP leading in 8, AAP in 1. 8 seats in East Delhi, BJP leading in all 8. Yes, please.
The point that Rajat raised of the Dalit seats. The point is the Dalit population, Rajat, in Delhi merges into a class divide. And sadly, fortunately or unfortunately. So therefore, I would still hold my horses on this because I think whichever way the result goes, whether it's even pro-BJP or it's pro-Aam Aadmi Party, ultimately we will see a very stark class divide. Hear me out. We will see a very stark class divide.
No. I have been listening to this. We will see it when you get into a class war, even from Deshmukh ji for far too long. Do you think? Okay, tell me this, Preeti ji. Do you think that a pipeline or a nala doesn't doesn't disturb a poor class or a middle class.
1 second, you know, that's a rhetorical question.
See, water availability, the water tanker picture,
it's not
it has been in the Jhuggi Jhopdis, they did not have access to water.
Like I'm saying, we will see a stark class divide, and the Dalit population in Delhi is more the low-income group, fortunately, unfortunately, and could very well be still behind the
No, Rahul, we have a very patronizing attitude towards the poor. अरे उनको क्या है? उनको थोड़ी ना governance issue matter करता है. 1000 रुपए दो, गरीब का वोट.
I think that should be limited to a post-poll survey. Post-result survey.
But I still believe you give money to middle class or to poor, it's the same. You will attract votes. Similarly, governance issue for the poor or for the middle class.
Can I ask you for a favor, Rahul?
Yes.
Can you give us the breakup region-wise, because I think the story is coming from there.
If I get an opportunity, I was about to do that, because people are speaking on the basis of their own political biases. I think the numbers are speaking louder than anything else. And if the BJP is leading on 38 seats, 31 up from the last time, all kinds of voters are voting for them. You can't say the poor haven't voted for them. That may be someone's bias that's not rooted in numbers. Let's now go through the seat-by-seat breakup. Out of the 10 seats of Chandni Chowk, the Aam Aadmi Party is down on 7, is leading on 7, down 3 from the last time. The BJP on 3, up 3 from the last time. Let's now move to East Delhi. In East Delhi, and remember, just keep this in mind that so far, just 0.1% of the overall vote has been counted. So as people make massive declarations about whether the poor are voting for the BJP or not, keep in mind that 0.1% of the vote has been voted. Let the numbers speak, leave biases aside. 0.1% of the votes have been counted. The BJP currently in East Delhi leading on 8 seats, up 5 from the last time. The AAP on 0, down 5 from the last time. From here, let's now come to New Delhi. In New Delhi, out of 10 seats, we have trends for 9. The BJP leading on 8 of those seats. Aam Aadmi Party only on 1, down 8 seats from the last time. And most importantly, from the BJP's lens, this includes that massive politically significant seat of New Delhi, where former Chief Minister and AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal currently trails against Sahib Singh Verma's son, Delhi BJP candidate Parvesh Verma, who's currently leading. From there, let's now move to Northeast Delhi. We have trends for 8 out of 10 seats in Northeast Delhi. AAP leading on 5, BJP on 3. From there, let's now move to Northwest Delhi. In Northwest Delhi, out of 10 seats, AAP on 6, BJP on 3. From there, let's now come to South Delhi. In South Delhi, the BJP currently leading on 8, Aam Aadmi Party only on 2. And in West Delhi, out of the 9 seats that we have trends for, AAP on 5, BJP on 4. So the leads, Rajdeep, are quite concentrated. It's not as if it's spread all over. Different regions seem to be suggesting different kinds of trends.
I think the 2 areas where the BJP is taking their maximum heart is East Delhi at the moment. Remember, this is an area they expected to do well. This is an area where they have in the past done very well in Lok Sabha elections, not repeated their show in the Vidhan Sabha, but they did decently even in the MCD elections there. So they are looking to build on that in East Delhi. The real story also is coming from New Delhi. Think about it. There are 9 seats in New Delhi, and at the moment, the BJP is leading in 8 of them. So this is where the dramatic shift is taking place. You've got middle class areas, also lower income groups, both where BJP is doing well. They are doing well even in Purvanchali belts, and they are doing well in the middle class areas of New Delhi as well. So you've got the BJP in a way recovering lost ground from Vidhan Sabha, but doing well there where they did well in Lok Sabha. You see, one of the anomalies of Delhi has been both in 2014 and 19. The BJP did very well in Lok Sabha, got over 50% of the vote. If they use that as the base, they built on that base in this election. They've not got into the trap they got into 2015 and 2020.
But that's not happening in Chandni Chowk constituency.
That's an exception. The rule in general this time is the BJP is now recapturing its original middle class area.
Also remember,
but Chandni Chowk has 10 seats, on which Aam Aadmi Party leading on 8 seats, and Chandni Chowk is the area which has majority of the seats are Baniya Punjabi seats. So that means if the Baniya Punjabis are not voting for BJP in this election, last elections they voted for BJP and he led on all the segments. If they are not, and if they are losing 8 seats out of 10 in this election, I think that's, BJP has not been able to retain largely its Baniya Punjabi voter. And as I have always said, that we blame the Purvanchalis, the minorities, the Dalits, for defeat of BJP
Siddharth,
in
look at
Delhi,
the fine
but
print.
that's not true.
But look at the fine print in the Chandni Chowk seats where the BJP is actually leading are the Bania seats where the BJP is trailing. Allow me to complete. Where the BJP is trailing is the one where the Muslim-dominated seats are coming in.
No, but Chandni Chowk per se, the Chandni Chowk
I'm
assembly...
talking about Lok Sabha, Chandni Chowk and 10 seats under that, right?
Okay.
That's what I'm talking
So what's the score? 7? But you
7-3.
No, so there's something interesting on your screen right now. For the first time, we'll call out the power map of New Delhi in the way that it is in the 65 seats for which we have trends. Here you have the trends from the last assembly elections. Look at the purple wave. 62 for the AAP, all across except for very limited pockets here in the eastern corner where the BJP saffron bloomed. Look at 2025. There is so much saffron blooming at this moment. Nadda ji is delighted even in the animation screen image that we have on the screen. It is a very, very different picture for the BJP. And remember, right under their nose, under the noses of two of the shrewdest, smartest politicians modern India has seen, Amit Shah and Narendra Modi, to have Aam Aadmi Party beat them in this fashion, not just beat them, 67 and then 62. This is a day the BJP, Rajdeep, has waited a long time for.
If these numbers hold, I think the BJP will have much to celebrate about the kind of campaign they ran. They've run very targeted campaigns. They've targeted Purvanchali voters. They've targeted Jat and Gujjar voters. They've targeted middle class differently. Remember the budget announcement that was made on the first 4 days before the Delhi elections, which gave the middle class heart. The BJP has realized that in Delhi, one size doesn't fit all. You need very different strategies for different groups. And I think if they win, it will be a success of the BJP being able to target very, very different class groups.
Rajdeep,
the Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand,
that they have done.
You know, the Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, has won their 2 elections in a landslide on a mood for change, and Arvind Kejriwal is the central figure. Having chipped away at brand Kejriwal, the BJP realized an opportunity and has used the opportunity. So if these numbers hold, it shows that the BJP strategy of different strokes for different folks has won.
You know, we are in a startup era, and startups are always, you know, they beat the big incumbents because they're so agile. Where have you seen a big corporation being so agile? Here, a big party like BJP is so nimble, on its feet thinking, taking feedback, changing strategies. It is not easy, I'm telling you. You know, this is, even the Congress party hasn't learned how to be agile in changing scenarios dynamically. See, one could have started entering into the Delhi election with their backs against the wall, and this is why where BJP started, but they kept taking feedback, course correcting, ensuring that Kejriwal is never able to build the momentum through and through the election.
No, but the BJP also made mistakes. I know a lot of top BJP leaders and ministers are watching at this time, but the BJP made many mistakes. They kept going on the issue of corruption, and only later in the campaign, they figured it's not tracking in quite the same way. That's when they pivoted to civic issues. So they had the agility to pivot, but they also came in with their bias where they thought corruption is a big issue. It irritated them, so they tried to punch the BJP up on that.
Looking at the trends, you know, which are coming now, on many seats, Congress is on the second position. If that is happening, like against Kailash Gehlot, Devinder Sehrawat is on second position. In Badarpur, Avtar Bhadana's son, Arjun Bhadana, is on second position. So that means Congress performance is adding to the woes of Aam Aadmi Party in this election. If Congress is coming on the second position against Kailash Gehlot, so the contest there is with Devinder Sehrawat, who also earlier was in Aam Aadmi Party, and then he shifted to Aam Aadmi Party of the different era, you know, when all these ex-servicemen and lots of people were joining. So if Congress is coming second on, if Sandeep Dixit is on the second position, as for the data that you are showing. So if Congress party candidates are coming on second position,
but that could just be an anomaly in the very initial data.
Who knows?
No, if that is an initial data, that is an initial data.
Think about it. If this happens, if at the end of the day, in New Delhi, this prestige battle which is being fought, Arvind Kejriwal, the chief minister, in some way ends up third. If he does, and Sandeep Dixit ends up second, and Parvesh Verma wins, just think about what the message then goes out. You see, it means
losing is a strong enough message.
Irrespective of where you end up in your overall numbers, if you as the sort of face of your party are not able to win or in some way end up third, I think the message that goes down clearly is brand Kejriwal, which we just spoke about.
No arrogance, Kejriwal.
You call it
arrogance. You know,
so
look at
it
the
gets
posters.
severely diminished.
You know, Rajdeep ji, you have been in a habit of looking at holdings and all. Look at Aam Aadmi Party's holding. This man was so confident. He used to put his picture and then question mark. Because he believed that there is no person walking on earth who can match me on the same frame. That is the degree of arrogance that this man brought into the table.
You call it arrogance. Look, the fact is that very same strategy worked in 2015.
But you are a beaten man. Your moral capital has been eroded.
I think you made a good point. The BJP pivoted in this election and changed its strategy compared to 2015 and 20. The BJP did the same in Maharashtra. Just look at the way after its, just a minute, after its defeat in the Lok Sabha, it pivoted, decided we need to change strategy, we need to make the election much more hyper-local. In Delhi, what they've done a mix of a hyper-local strategy, doing the Nukkad Sabhas, going to the Jhuggi Jhopris, trying to break the Aam Aadmi Party's dominance there, and at the same time ensuring that their middle-class vote, look at the budget, as I say again, is kept galvanized and happy and is able to respond to the BJP effectively. The Aam Aadmi Party, I don't think, had any other issue this time apart from Kejriwal.
So this is even bigger a problem. Now you don't have any issue. Your main issue is Kejriwal, who himself, his entire moral capital is depleted. It is finished, eroded. The problem was that then you put yourself in the center. There is an Atishi who is doing a relatively far better job than you are doing. You completely sideline her, so much so that she is not even seen in the same frames. She wasn't even talking to the media that much. Only because...
Don't go overboard. Atishi and Arvind Kejriwal have a good working relationship.
Whatever...
benefit of doubt किसी को कुछ भी दे दो, but you know, you need to analyze why he kept himself above everything. I was speaking to certain spokespersons of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, let me
हमारे यहाँ खून नहीं चलता, हमारी नसों में केजरीवाल रहता है.
One by one. I think our viewers will benefit if we don't have cross-talk.
The fact is, you know, Rajat, it's all well and good to say this because the numbers right now don't support the Aam Aadmi Party. 2013, 2015, 2020. See, look at the number that the Aam Aadmi Party got. They got it on only one name, Arvind Kejriwal, right? So this time also, when Arvind Kejriwal stepped down, he stepped down. Everybody knew this was a de facto chief minister who was coming in. It has to be proven in a court.
Charge-sheeted hai, bhai.
But it has to be proven. There are so many people who are charge-sheeted.
That's a separate matter. There's a charge sheet in the eyes of the Delhi voter. There's a charge sheet in the eyes of the Delhi voter. The Delhi voter is voting on whether he believes that charge sheet or not. This election, like it or not, Kejriwal presented as a referendum. If he wins, it's a referendum in his favor. If he loses, as the numbers are suggesting at this moment, that's a referendum that went against him. The legal charge sheet will take its own time. The political charge sheet, it is judgment day on the political charge sheet. 42 leads, Rajdeep, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 35 up from the last time. It is Holi come early. They'll be celebrating Holi like they haven't for the last 3 decades in the national capital if the BJP wins.
And if I look at all the major leaders of the BJP, most of them are winning. Most of the sort of local heavyweights, if you want to call them that, are leading at the moment. You've got, for example, Maninder Singh Sirsa leading in Rajouri Garden. You've got Kailash Gehlot, who switched sides, leading from Bijwasan. You've got Harish Khurana, son of former Chief Minister Madan Lal Khurana, leading from Moti Nagar. You've got Rajkumar Anand leading from Patel Nagar. You've got Arvinder Singh Lovely leading from Gandhi Nagar. He was, of course, once the Congress president. Ramesh Biduri is leading over the chief minister. So you've got all your strong men and strong women leading at the moment. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party is struggling even with its strong candidates, except for Saurabh Bhardwaj at the moment. None of their big leaders are leading. Even Satyendra Jain is now trailing.
No, but there is a big message there, Rajdeep.
Gopal Rai is the other Aam Aadmi Party minister who's leading. So you've got 2 ministers, Babarpur and Greater Kailash, where the minister is leading. Somnath Bharti is trailing at the moment now from Malviya Nagar. So you've got 2 leaders who are leading, the rest are not. So it's not just about being behind the BJP, but even your faces of the last 5 years, Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, are all trailing at the moment. The voter is perhaps sending out a message in that sense to the Aam Aadmi Party that we have not, if these numbers hold, that we are simply unwilling now to carry on with what they see perhaps as this politics of endless confrontation, if these numbers hold.
See that?
About the leaders which you mentioned, there are several other leaders in BJP whom you have not mentioned, but they are otherwise a big activists in their party, like Ashish Sood in Janakpuri. He has been their Prabhari in Jammu and Kashmir and he is leading. Again, I come back to
Vijender Gupta leading yet again from Rohini.
Dushyant
AAP has
Gautam,
never won
about
that
whom
seat.
you mentioned, Dushyant Gautam. But again, on Dushyant Gautam seat, which is Karol Bagh reserved seat, it is the Congress which is on the second position. So what the point I'm trying to make is that, is this a real comeback for the Congress in Delhi politics? Because on several seats, they are on the second position.
Shabhi, ruk jao, thoda sa, give it some more time. Because as I said earlier, just about 0.2%. Of course,
How much of the vote has been counted, Rahul?
it changes on different seats, but basically it was 0.1% when I last checked. So I would be very, very careful about trying to draw conclusions. 0.9% now. So Delhi is counting fast. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Almost 1%
Like
of the vote has been counted. Almost
But
1%.
that's just 1%.
No, but 1% is pretty
Across
big.
Delhi,
As
gives
you
you
get
a fair
across,
Yeah, you can
no,
see an
1% is
idea.
also bigger than any.
Statistically, yeah.
Listen, just so that you understand, 1% seems much smaller than it actually is, but it's on a large sample. So it's actually bigger than any post-poll study or opinion poll, and therefore it starts giving you some trend. You don't need to wait till all the votes are counted. It starts giving you some trend, and the trend right now is that the Bharatiya Janata Party seems on its way to a historic mandate. The BJP is waiting for this day. Waiting for this day for 2.5 decades, Rajdeep, waiting to see themselves ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party. 26 for AAP, down 36, 36 up. So straight transfer for the BJP, pulling away from the AAP.
23 seats, 23 seats. 23,
Rajdeep, please.
23 seats where there is a Dalit factor at play. Some, of course, are the 12 SC reserve seats, but there are 11 others with a substantial Dalit population. Of these 23 at the moment, AAP is leading in 12, BJP in 10. All these 10 are gains. All these 10 are seats the BJP has not won since 2003 except one. That is huge. Remember, that is where the real change is taking place. These are seats where the BJP over the last 20 years has not won even once. They are leading in 10 of them. In fact, 11 now. 11 and 1 to the Congress. The Congress is leading in one of them, yes. So there is a small gain for the Congress. But by and large, the BJP is making a big comeback in even the poorer areas of Delhi as per this poll at the moment.
Rajdeep, the interesting point on those Dalit seats are that look at the candidate who is on number 2. Ambedkar Nagar seat, it is the Congress which is on number 2.
That's the one seat and they're leading in one.
No, I'm saying number 2.
In one they are number 2 and one they are leading at
No, they are on number 2 and several seats. They are in Karol Bagh, they are number 2. Behind Dushyant Gautam. In Ambedkar Nagar, they are number 2.
Okay.
Sairabad is number 2 in Bijwasan.
Let's get some political reactions. CR Keswan joins us from the BJP. Shama Mohammed is with us from the Congress, and Anmol Pawar is with us from the Aam Aadmi Party. CR Keswan, 43 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party at this time, up a whopping 35. Super Saturday in full play for the BJP.
Good morning, Rahul, Rajdeep, Preeti, and all your panelists and your audience. These are early trends, very welcome trends. And I think from the trends indicate two things. First, I think the people of Delhi have vanquished the virus of AAP after a decade of misrule. Second thing is, I think the people of Delhi have reiterated their faith and reimposed their trust in Modi ji's guarantee of Modi ji's guarantee as a vision of a vibrant, Viksit Delhi. I think the past decade has seen a very bizarre rule where, the people of Delhi witnessed a decade of deception, drama, deceit, and dishonesty. And I think they have had enough of it and they've put an end to this. And the BJP presented a very strong alternative. And the BJP has been doing very well in the past 3 Lok Sabha elections. We've won all the 7 seats. And we've been, our vote percentage has also been very good in the assembly elections since 2013. So I think today is a mandate for the BJP to govern. The people of, I'm sure that the results will hold. Looks like the people have blessed the BJP to govern after 26 years. And I think the people of Delhi don't want to be left out because there has been, amazing transformation in the growth story of India under the leadership of Modi ji. And I think I think one moment which stands out for me, Rahul, is when the Prime Minister, very emotional speech asked and apologized to the people. He did it for Bengal and also for Delhi, saying that he could not implement schemes like, the healthcare scheme for the senior citizens. And I think these would have touched a chord because, like the Prime Minister said, the AAP had been blocking, whether it's, pension schemes, healthcare schemes, they were blocking. And all that we heard and all that we saw was Sheesh Mahal liquor scam. It was a government riddled
Okay,
with.
CR Keswan, so excited. It's almost as if you are jumping out of the screen. These are initial trends, but yes, Delhi's political exile for the BJP could be coming to an end. Anmol Pawar joins us. He's not looking very happy. And I suppose the voters haven't given you any reason to be happy either. 25 leads for Aam Aadmi Party. It's not a complete capitulation. You're still in the game on these 25 seats. 37 down though from the last time. How the mighty seem to be falling this morning. Mr. Pawar, welcome.
Good morning, Rahulji. Rahulji, these early trends can be misleading as votes are counted in phases. So these number represents only a fraction of the overall picture, and final outcome will be very different from what the initial trends suggest. Aam Aadmi Party प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ चौथी बार सरकार बनाने जा रही है. That's the reality. The people of Delhi are saying in one voice, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल. और अगले 3 घंटे में चौथी बार फिर आएंगे केजरीवाल.
Anmol Pawar, whatever you say कि क्या होगा, एक बात तो साफ है कि 2025 is not 2015 and 2020 when you swept Delhi. Even your top leaders, including Mr. Kejriwal himself, are trailing at the moment. Is the Aam Aadmi Party accepting that there is much stronger anti-incumbency than you anticipated? That this is a strong, as of now, seemingly a negative vote against your party?
Rajdeep ji, there was no anti-incumbency, there was pro-incumbency. The Aam Aadmi Party showcased the Arvind Kejriwal model of governance,
live numbers which we have done in last 10 years. Please respond to the data, Mr. Pawar.
Education, healthcare,
Mr. Pawar, respond to the question basis the data you see on your screen.
Actually, I can't see the screen, but as per my report,
Okay, and
we are leading.
Mr. Pawar, right now the BJP stands at 44, the Aam Aadmi Party at 25. You might seem to suggest that there's a pro-incumbency way, but I'll give you one seat, and Anmol Pawar, you tell me if I'm wrong, which it is right now, the Aam Aadmi Party trails on Sangam Vihar. If the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing on Sangam Vihar, I would reckon, ask any Aam Aadmi Party leader if they pick out top 2 seats which they considered the safest. One is Sangam Vihar, the other Babarpur, then Deoli. If in Sangam Vihar you are trailing right now, that means there's severe cause for concern. And it's on the EC. I'm not even looking at the other numbers. The EC, this seat is on the EC website.
The late counts will bring an unexpected turn, and certainly the Aam Aadmi Party will lead in even the seats you have just mentioned.
Okay, Dil Rakhne ko Galib Khayal acha hai. Aam Aadmi Party clutching on to hope at this moment. Shama Mohammed joins us. Shama Mohammed, the Congress proving to be the giant killer. Not enough to kill and win, but kill enough to trip the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the role. So AAP is seeing in Delhi the Congress do what the AAP did to the Congress in Gujarat. You're just tripping them enough that they lose.
It's not about them losing or another person losing or winning. It's about us getting back our vote share, which belongs to us. And I think the people of Delhi have understood in the last 10 or 11 years what this particular party called AAP has been doing. I mean, I live in Delhi. Let me tell you one thing. Two weeks before the election, Rahul, in front of Gargi College, the garbage was cleaned on time. The garbage bin was there. There is a Kuda Bhavan there. They used to clean it up. Before that, nobody cleaned. Yesterday, I was walking past. Again, you see garbage. I mean, what sort of governance is this by AAP? The MCD functions when just 2 weeks before the elections. You have sewage, water everywhere. I mean, Delhi has become so dirty, so polluted. Traffic is horrible. It has become unlivable in Delhi. So I think whatever the result today is, people are replying back on what they are seeing.
It's very interesting, Shama Mohammed, that you're detailing all of this. This was the case 6 months ago as well. At that time, you fought in coalition with AAP. This time, you've decided to take on AAP. I just want to put the vote share numbers to show why the Congress is making a difference.
To that?
AAP, yeah, of course you can. But 42% AAP, 48% BJP, 9% Congress. So the Congress, and if the Congress touches, which means they are doubling their vote share compared to 2020. That is an important factor. But please respond. There are viewers who are listening to you, Shama Mohammed, saying AAP has not governed Delhi well. That was true 6 months ago. That time you were embracing Arvind Kejriwal.
Okay, so the other reason is why was AAP born? It was born with India against corruption. I remember very well, and Lokpal. What was the High Court report? A High Court of India, a High Court of Delhi said that there is a CAG report which says there is an involvement of AAP in the liquor scam. They asked AAP, the Delhi former Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, to table that report in the Assembly. Call a special session, table the report. Now, if you are innocent, as Mr. Kejriwal says, why did he not table that report? He refused to. And that showed us that he is corrupt. He is involved in the Delhi liquor scam. If a man who came out with Lokpal saying, we need Lokpal, we passed it in the parliament, the Lokpal bill. What has happened to Lokpal? What has happened to the corruption? Most of his ministers are behind bars.
You knew all of this, ma'am. I'm sorry to persist. You knew all of this 6 months ago. You see, the opportunity, it is the Congress seems to have suddenly decided we need to finish all the regional parties for us to grow. That's the reality. 6 months ago, you wanted to finish Narendra Modi.
No, but that's an absurd, Rajdeep. One second.
Can I just reply to that?
AAP wanted to finish the Congress in Goa, in Uttarakhand, in Himachal, in Gujarat. So why would the Congress not take care of its own interests?
1 minute.
Do unto others what they do unto you?
No, just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute. All I'm saying is this. 6 months ago, this reality was known. Yet you tied up with the AAP because you wanted to defeat Mr. Modi at all costs.
Yes.
Right? So you decided, I'm ready to break bread with AAP. 6 months later, you've decided, we have to first finish off AAP. Please understand, just before the Haryana elections, Rahul Gandhi told a CWC meeting, we must have a tie-up with AAP. This is just 4 months ago. Suddenly, Shama Mohammed and other congressmen are finding all the weaknesses that they can in AAP.
Today, Rajdeep, the story is not the Congress. Today, the story is this historic recovery of the BJP.
The story is behind the screen.
Sir, the Congress is partly the story. They have doubled their vote share.
No,
as a result of that, what could have been even a closer contest is one-sided. That's all I'm saying.
I'd like to bring in Shama Mohammed and ask her a question and flip it around, Shama. Because yes, you're saying you're getting your vote share back or a part of that vote share back. What if the Congress had fought alongside the Aam Aadmi Party and it was an open option till at least 2 months ago? If you had gone with the Aam Aadmi Party today, maybe possibly like in Haryana, Delhi right now seems to suggest if the Congress and AAP would have gone together, you could have won this election.
No, what seems to suggest that to you?
Because they're touching 10%.
No, it doesn't work like that. Where AAP had 62 seats, why would they give anything to the Congress? They would have given 2 or 3 seats. The Congress would have... That's the nature of electoral politics.
But Rahul, that is what even the Congress thought when they did not give any seats to the Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana.
And that's why
there were 5 seats. There were 5 seats that the Aam Aadmi Party practically took away from the Congress in Haryana. Similarly, with what Siddharth said, there are multiple...
There's a very big difference. The difference is in Haryana, they were in opposition.
But there are
for a government in power to concede seats is an absurd proposition.
But when you understand that it's not going to be a 20 or a 2015, there are 10 seats right now where the Congress is actually coming in number 2, leading in on 1. If the Congress had come in with the Aam Aadmi Party, there is a possibility the result could have been different.
But the Congress is doing the right thing to revive itself going forward. This is what they need to do. Take a look at these numbers on your screen right now. The Congress at this moment has 9.5% of the votes that's been counted. They were at 4.65% the last time. That's almost a doubling of the vote share. The Aam Aadmi Party, which was 54% in the last assembly elections, has now crashed to 42%. That's a fall of at least 13% from the last time. The BJP is at 48.3. This is significant because they were roughly at about 38.51% last time. So from 39, they've gone up 10%. It's less. They've lost just 5% of the votes they had in the Lok Sabha. And that is the significant number on the screen, Rajdeep, that they're losing just 5% of their Lok Sabha vote. Typically, they would lose 15% of their Lok Sabha vote. That's what's changed.
2 things have changed. The BJP has held on to a substantial amount of the vote it got in the 2024 Lok Sabha in Delhi.
Correct.
Number two, the Congress has taken a substantial chunk away of the Aam Aadmi Party vote. Both have happened. It's a double whammy. The AAP has been hit by the fact that the BJP voter has solidified. The same voter who voted for them in the Lok Sabha has by and large solidified. It's a decline by only 5% compared to 15% in previous elections. By and large, the same voter who voted for Modi ji as Prime Minister has chosen to vote for the BJP at the state level. Plus, the voter who voted for AAP in 2020, a section of it has drifted and joined the Congress party, about 5%. Add the two together, it's the perfect swing. So you've got the Aam Aadmi Party going down by about 10-11%. Because of the BJP retaining a large section of its votes, but also the Congress chipping away, especially, there are constituencies now where the Congress is coming second.
Exactly.
Those...
More than 20
constituencies where Congress comes second.
So
More than 20 constituencies.
Shows how badly the AAP has done.
So therefore,
shows how badly they've collapsed.
So people were looking for alternatives to AAP. In some areas and most areas, they've chosen the BJP. In a few areas, the Congress. This is a negative vote against AAP.
The AAP.
That's how you've got to see it. The BJP benefits because they're a bigger party from the negativism. The Congress, smaller, is also benefiting.
The question I was asking Shama Mohammed, go back to her. So Shama Mohammed, ultimately, what was the rally that Rahul Gandhi eventually, when he started off in Selampur, said that we could have fought together, which was the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. Now, if you could have fought together, you decided not to, and then subsequently come back and strongly attack the Aam Aadmi Party. Things could have been different, Shama.
I will answer to that. Just one thing, reply to Rajdeep. He said you were 6 months before together, not now. In the Meghalaya election, the BJP and NPP were together, all right? In 1 month, Mr. Amit Shah says, the government which they were together, that NPP is corrupt, do not vote for them. After the election, when they won 2 seats, again they joined back NPP. So please question the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also, Rajdeep Sardesai.
No, this is not a Meghalaya election, ma'am. Ma'am, this is not Meghalaya. We are talking about Delhi. No, you must answer this Delhi question. Why not be honest and say we want to finish the AAP? Why don't you be honest? Be honest and say we want to finish
up. That you sacrificed an election which you could have won jointly and there's nothing wrong in that because that's the nature of politics.
Let me answer to that. In Haryana, they had only 1.6% of vote. Why didn't the Aam Aadmi Party tell us, listen, we are not going to fight this election. We are going to stand back because we want you all to win this election. No, they wanted 5 seats for what? For 1.6% of vote? That's when.
But it's their right to fight an election, like it's your right to fight this election.
No, but this is a rhetorical exercise. I don't know why we're wasting time trying to forge an alliance between post facto alliance between AAP and the Congress. Let Shama respond, but this is more studio fantasy than reality. There's no point in this post facto analysis because the fact is the BJP is winning. But Shama, complete your point and then we'll move on.
But the problem is also you all are 3 hyper-excited anchors who's not allowing me to speak. So when you have an India alliance partner, not every time the Congress party needs to sacrifice. We need to sacrifice in UP, we need to sacrifice in Maharashtra. Everywhere it is the Congress party who's giving up our seats. So we thought AAP would just say, we're not going to fight this because we are in India alliance. We understood that Arvind Kejriwal is a megalomaniac. It's all about himself and his party. And a man who came up on Lokmal is living in Sheesh Mahal, has the liquor scam under him. He's not tabling the CAG report. But it's all about, he's corrupt. And we understood that these things, which we were not very clear that time, and that is the reason we do not want to fight. We will never fight with AAP.
Okay.
And we have understood with Arvind Kejriwal, it is me, myself, and I. And we cannot be in an alliance with somebody. And also, remember, they put out corrupt leaders. One of the photographs was Rahul Gandhi, somebody who supported them all the time. And we were very clear. And also, let's not forget one thing which still holds in my heart. He asked, who is Sonia Gandhi? Vidwa hai. And when he went to jail, he puts his wife in front. Why didn't he make Gopal Rai the chief minister? You know what? Because it's all about me, myself, and I. He went to jail. We did not have a chief minister. You live in Delhi. The 3 of you all live in Delhi. Whereas Hemant Soren went to prison and he put up a chief minister because he thought about the people of Jharkhand.
Anmol Pawar, what this decimation of the Aam Aadmi Party shows just how disconnected AAP and its acolytes were from the ground reality. You all were convinced that you were getting 50 plus seats. The fact of the matter is the ground has slipped spectacularly under your feet and you seem to be living in an ivory tower, or should I say Sheesh Mahal, where you couldn't wake up and smell the garbage around you.
Good question.
Rahul
Mr.
ji,
Pawar
based on our
respond.
ground reports, the Aam Aadmi Party is presently leading on 37 seats. And we are ahead in Rajendra Nagar, in Malviya Nagar, Shakur Basti, Jangpura and Babarpur. We are leading in 37 seats. And as far as,
Where are you getting these numbers, sir?
the Congress spokesperson is concerned, see, in the...
Where are you getting these numbers from, Mr. Dalit? Where are you getting these numbers
On
from?
the Election Commission website. Anmol, on the Election Commission website, I hope that you trust.
Preeti ji, our volunteers are at the polling station, at the counting centers. Wahan se hame data mil raha hai, and you'll get to see the same results in the next hour. And as far as the Congress spokesperson is concerned, see, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, they are two sides of the same coin. They are working in collusion. We have seen in the Delhi elections with all the agencies at their disposal, whether it was the ED, whether it was the Delhi Police, Election Commission, all were working against the Aam Aadmi Party.
Mr. Pawar, the fact, sir, just a minute, sir. The fact is, and I have to go by what I see in front of me, the fact is at the moment, Arvind Kejriwal trailing, Manish Sisodia trailing, Atishi trailing, Satyendra Jain trailing. These are all seats where you're trailing at the moment. Somnath Bharti is trailing in Malviya Nagar, a seat that he's dominated for the last 3 elections. Imran Hussain, Bali Maran, large constituency with a large Muslim vote, is trailing at the moment. Only Saurabh Bhardwaj and Gopal Rai out of your major leaders are leading at the moment. Now, surely there's a message in that when all your top leaders are trailing as of now.
Rajdeep ji, these are early trends, and I am with full responsibility, I am placing the data on record that we are leading on 37 seats. And this is, we have received this data just 5 minutes back.
Okay.
Okay.
आप देखते जाइए, ये trends भले ही कुछ भी कह रहे हो, eventually it's the Aam Aadmi Party that will form the government.
You see, they've come down now from 50 plus to 37, Rahul. And even in the constituencies where candidates were changed, Rakhi Birla, for example, changed her constituency. She is trailing at the moment in Madhipur. You had Manish Sisodia moved from Patparganj to Jangpura. He is trailing. It clearly is sending out a message. You see, the Aam Aadmi Party,
but you can't hide.
Sorry?
You can run from Patparganj, but you can't hide.
No, it also shows that, and the candidate leading is an interesting candidate. Tarvinder Singh Marwa was someone who would always find in and around larger than life.
Big Burly Sardar.
Yeah, you'd find him in and around Sheila Dikshit's house for 15 years, moved to the BJP,
50
and Mr. Marwa is, see, the BJP's touched 50. The gap now, Rahul, if anything, has widened. So unless Mr. Pawar is living in some alternate universe, the truth of the matter is, the BJP is heading, as of now, to a major win.
No, can I point out from the election intelligence dashboard that at this moment, there are 45 seats where the gap between the party that's leading and the party that's coming second is less than 500. In these, the BJP has 30, the AAP has 14. So the BJP can hope that out of the 19 that the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on, 14 leads for AAP are frail, slender leads, that they can pull some of these away. So BJP can hope that the tally can rise much further. Conversely, the Aam Aadmi Party can hope that they can pull some of these 30 seats where the BJP is leading by narrow margins and bring them into the AAP corner. But with about 3% of the vote counted, this battle is shifting towards the BJP. For all the fog of confusion which was witnessed in studios and outside about how this could be a massive victory for the Aam Aadmi Party, it is turning out to be anything but. This is turning out to be one of the most historic days for the BJP in the national capital, Rajdeep.
Absolutely. Remember, the BJP only won the 1993 election in Delhi. That's almost a generation ago. So, you know, you've not won in a state for 30 odd years. on your own, a majority on your own. Therefore, it is a historic day for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It also comes on the back of your stupendous victory in Maharashtra. It comes on the back of your surprising victory in Haryana. It means that all the momentum that you seemingly had lost in the 2024 Lok Sabha is been revived one by one. And it also shows, as we saw in that small interjection with, short interjection with Shama Mohammed, the opposition is in disarray. They are now targeting each other. Each of them are saying, you know, who didn't tie up with you in Haryana? Look at the state of the opposition.
No, they are
and
not
look at the BJP.
Yes. Something I wanted to add. You mentioned 1993 election.
Yes.
Similar election happening today. Congress is on second position on 24 seats. I just counted. So, and in 1993, it was Janata Dal, then Janata Dal, which, you know, turned the cart of Congress party at that point of time. And this time it is the Congress party which is turning cart of Aam Aadmi Party. 24 seats, they are on the second position. That means a lot.
It's a very significant
shift of votes.
It's not just a defeat for the Aam Aadmi Party.
If Congress is not winning any seats today, just one seat they are winning today, somebody to be blamed for it is the Congress central leadership, which did not participate in these elections wholeheartedly. It has stopped people like Ajay Makan going full blast against Aam Aadmi Party in this election. They tried to restrain them. Had they not restrained them in this election and having gone in the campaign full flood ahead, probably they would have had some seats on the board today. Coming second on 24, 25 seats is no mean achievement for Congress Party.
Who came second is only partially and marginally consequential. The big story is you got the BJP now with 50%, 50 seats out of 70. That's much more than the halfway mark. This is as good news, Rajat, as the BJP could have hoped to have this Saturday morning.
No, exactly. I mean, look, right from the day when Prime Minister Modi, the then Chief Minister, ascended to Delhi, you know, became this towering figure that Indian politics has seen. But there was this small gaping hole which always bothered the BJP from an upstart, you know, challenging and talking the same language that the BJP, you know, with a borrowed vocabulary, he was trying to dent the BJP in the stronghold of Delhi. But look at now, I mean, right from Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, UP, the entire belt is now saffron. It's all a clean, you won't see NCR now bungling down under pressure that, you know, Haryana, they are barricading or this is barricading or, you know, the water is coming being poisoned, water is going into UP being poisoned. All of this nonsense is going to go away from our lives. And therefore, let me again tell you, Kejri-wall, for Kejri-wall, the lesson is elections you can win and lose. Credibility you cannot lose. He lost his credibility in the process.
He's met his Jagan moment. I actually feel he's met his Jagan
Without
moment.
going to the jail, Jagan
Can I give you an example, Rahul, and you can give this constituency. You see, there are constituencies which are classic example of what is happening at the moment. Balli Maran. This is a constituency where at the moment the BJP's candidate Kamal Bagdi is leading with 4,211 votes. AAP's Imran Hussain, the sitting MLA, has 3,997. Congress's Harun Yusuf, former minister, three-time winner, has 786 votes. The margin at the moment of the BJP's victory, of the BJP lead is 213. He picks up 786. There will be at least a dozen such constituencies at the moment, you know, where the... No, just a minute. It's an important factor.
Of course.
The fact is that the Congress party is achieving what it set out to do. The Ajay Makans of the world convinced Rahul Gandhi, we cannot revive. For Congress, this election is not about survival, it is about revival. The only way we can revive is fight this election, fight hard, put up all our strong candidates, and at least a dozen of them. One of them is leading.
Let me give you another example. Nobody really thought this was, you know, because you've quoted a Muslim seat.
Yes.
Let me quote Adarsh Nagar. Aam Aadmi Party right now, okay, now it's gone up. Otherwise, the Congress had 350 votes and Aam Aadmi Party was trailing with 50 votes.
So let's take
my limited point is this. That imagine Muslim seats also. The Muslims are also looking for options. Remember what stand Arvind Kejriwal took during the Delhi riots of 2020.
What stand? He didn't take a stand.
That the number of Muslims thought that he did not choose to take a stand because he didn't want to lose the Hindu vote at the time. The truth of the matter is, in areas where Muslims are seeing options, even AIMIM, in Okla, for example, the candidate is picking up votes. The point which I'm making is I agree with Rajat. Credibility is being hit on both sides. There is the BJP which hit you with the credibility talking about Sheesh Mahal and claiming that you had not fulfilled your promises. So is the Congress.
Can I take
Arvind Kejriwal is being hit by a double whammy.
The VIP candidates of Delhi, and let's see who stands where. In Kalkaji against Atishi, Alka Lamba is trailing. Amanatullah Khan in Okhla on an AAP ticket trailing Arvind Kejriwal. And this really, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest story. Outside of the fact that the AAP is being bested, the man who thought he could take on Modi, the man who thought he was the future of Indian politics at this moment, Arvind Kejriwal trails against Parvesh Verma in that bellwether seat of New Delhi, a seat that saw the mighty Sheila Dikshit fall. Could Kejriwal fall here as well? 6,853 votes for Arvind Kejriwal.
But Rahul, the
You've got
winning margin,
Sandeep Dikshit, 3,687. Sandeep Dikshit, 3,687. Parvesh Verma at 8,290.
Rahul,
this is in New Delhi. Yes,
you know, as I said, the title of your program is Badla. Sandeep Dikshit for the last decade has been waiting for a moment where he can give Arvind Kejriwal a bloody nose. He believes Arvind Kejriwal is the one who undermined his mother Sheila Dikshit by targeting her.
Believes, yeah, it's true.
On the CWG scam. He's been waiting for his moment.
You know,
he hasn't got an opportunity in these last 10 years. He fought a Lok Sabha election, lost, then seemed to be on the margins of the Congress. Took up the challenge only because he wanted to teach Arvind Kejriwal a lesson.
Omar Abdullah has this tweet, aur lado aapas mein. You know, he's got this tweet out. Interesting. Khatam kar do ek dusre ko. He's referring obviously to AAP and BJP fighting, unless he's talking about the anchors of India Today having a go at each other, which is a different matter altogether. But, you know, he's talking about aur lado aapas mein, and that's Omar Abdullah talking about how Congress and AAP fighting has had an impact on the electoral results.
You know, Rahul, what Omar is saying is absolutely right. If you recall, just a few weeks ago, Omar Abdullah said, we've got to come together and decide, do we want this India alliance or not? One of the stories of this election, Rahul, if these results hold, is while the BJP gets all the momentum, the India alliance is over. You know, where is this India alliance? How can you have calling each other anti-national, useless on governance, corrupt, and next day come together? The voter sees through it.
And the BJP loves it. It suits the BJP.
This is what the BJP has been saying all the time, that you have come together only out of anti-Modiism. I think
trailing in Parpalganj, which is where Manish Sisodia came away from, Awadh Oja, the educationist, on an AAP ticket in Parpalganj trails. Farhad Suri in Jangpura trailing Gopal Rai in Babarpur on an Aam Aadmi Party ticket, one of the few AAP leaders who has reason to smile. Smiling also is Harish Khurana, Madan Lal Khurana son. So much for the BJP not being a party of dinners. You've got Parvesh Singh Verma, Harish Khurana fighting on a BJP ticket this time. Sons of former chief ministers, Harish Khurana. In 2020, the AAP won this seat. In Motinagar now, Harish Khurana leading. In Ballimaran, Imran Hussain on an AAP ticket is trailing. Kailash Gehlot in Bijwasan fighting this time on a BJP ticket is winning. Kapil Mishra in Kharawal Nagar on a BJP ticket is winning. Manjinder Singh Sirsa now on the BJP ticket in Rajouri Garden winning. You've got Manish Sisodia in Jangpura, another heavyweight of the Aam Aadmi Party. Just shows you the kind of day Aam Aadmi Party and its supporters are having. Manish Sisodia trailing
third position
in Jangpura on an AAP ticket. This is not good news because you've got Farhad Suri pulling away some of the Muslim votes. You've got Tarvinder Singh Marwa, former Congress leader, now fighting on a BJP ticket. He's winning as well. So Jangpura not looking good. From here, let's now go to the next sheet. Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer in, and he will be Rajat, the toast of the BJP. When he goes to the next BJP meeting, they'll be standing up and clapping for the man if he manages to beat Kejriwal. If by 12-1 these results hold, whether they make him chief minister or not, and for all you know, they may not make him chief minister, he will be a BJP superstar.
100%. He was given a task, a clear message that this is the only limited space that you will operate in, but he had a surgical approach to the whole thing. There were a lot of brickbats thrown in the run-up to the election. What is his NGO doing with those cash? But he knew, if you need to counter the Aam Aadmi Party, it has to be at least ensuring that the Jhuggi Jhopdi vote comes his way.
And what a turnaround it's been. In April, his ticket was cut. So, patta cut in politics. It also shows, which is why I say, never write anyone off, never make fun of anyone, never say this is the end of AAP or the end of Kejriwal. It typically isn't. Because even if that's what your opponent would like to see, politics and voters have a way of seeing you come back. The BJP had just 3 seats in 15, 8 seats in 2020. From there, 50 plus this time round. It is one of the most remarkable turnarounds. and that too besting an opponent who's irritated them for the past 10 or 12 years, and therefore the BJP, and mark your words, when those images come,
according to the EC website right now, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by 74.
I'd much rather look at our own data on our screen right now, tracked by many more people than the Election Commission's website.
Saying that don't focus on the opposition story. To my mind,
31.
it is actually the story that's building up. You've got to look at the story. Look at the 49 number. There are 31 seats
that I have counted,
where the margin of the BJP's lead is less than what the Congress candidate is getting. I've just, the Congress is celebrating. I just got a WhatsApp. Didn't we tell you we will finish off Arvind Kejriwal? The truth of the matter is, the Congress may well do so, but the BJP is going to hold all the laddus. I mean, imagine the nature of your victory of the Congress party. Ki humne Kejriwal ko khatam kar diya.
This is why I call.
But the victory is the BJP.
This is why I call India Alliance as a stillborn. This entire project was ab initio doomed to fail. And the reason is there are so many contradictions within. You cannot just staple all the opposition votes together. It doesn't even work like that. Politics doesn't work. You typically add all the Congress vote, add all the Aam Aadmi Party vote, and then say, in this hypothetical scenario, this alliance would have defeated the BJP. It might have as well, resulted in the same thing.
No, but they tried it. It's not as if when both came together, the result was different in the Lok Sabha elections. Exactly. They fought 4 and 3. The BJP still won. I think the fact is that voters, and this mandate shows, were just fed up of Kejriwal. That they had enough. They'd seen enough confrontation. They'd seen enough theatre. They said, boss, I want governance. I don't care who you're fighting with. Improve the quality of my roads. Improve the quality of my life. Improve the quality of my... That's what Kejriwal failed to deliver. And this verdict speaks to that.
So Arvind Kejriwal was not a political party. He was an experiment. And everybody bandwagoned on this experiment because, everybody, the middle class, typically, they were so disillusioned.
To add to what you said, Kejriwal was the Frankenstein which both the Congress and the BJP created to defeat each other, and he ended up bashing up both of them in that point of time.
He was so crafty in his message that he created this new plank where neither the BJP could step on nor the Congress could step on. It was his place to sort of rule.
He's already Rajat Sethi already referring to Kejriwal in the past tense. Just hold that political obituary.
The wheel in that sense is coming a full circle. Yes. In 2013, Arvind Kejriwal rises over the debris of the Congress. He, in a way, dismantles the Congress and creates the situation for the BJP then to emerge as a dominant party a year later in 2014. Now, just the reverse has happened. The Congress has had its moment where it can push Arvind Kejriwal to the margins, and the BJP is once again the winner. The only balle, both in 2014 and 2025 is the BJP. The BJP is having a great time. Aap lado apne aap.
No, but
you see, you're fighting with each other in 2013 and now in 2025.
But I fundamentally disagree with this premise that the BJP would have lost if AAP and Congress came together. Once this level of anti-incumbency builds up, but that's not the point. Why are you trying to bring them together when they don't want to come together themselves?
No, aisa nahi hai, Rahul. We, as you said, we have to go by data.
Of course.
I am going purely by data as of now. That data could change by
a lot of the Congress vote, Rajdeep, is the rejection of the AAP vote. Why are you thinking it will still come to the Congress?
Sir, all I am saying, you're absolutely right. There's an anti-incumbency against AAP. That's the big message. The other message clearly is you want to fight a mighty Modi-Shah machine. Mighty.
Of course.
The mightiest machine in the history of post-independence India. You fight against each other, your chances of defeating them go even further down.
The BJP state president is speaking at this time, Virendra Sachdev. Let's listen to what he has to say. What a day for Virendra Sachdev and his team in the Delhi BJP.
आप जनता के साथ विश्वासघात करेंगे, धोखा देंगे तो जनता वैसे ही परिणाम आपको देगी।
एक आखिरी प्रश्न, अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल हार जाते हैं तो क्या लगता है उनका फ्यूचर क्या होगा?
उनके भविष्य की तो वो चिंता करे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है वो अपने किसी राज्यसभा सांसद की सीट खाली करवाएंगे।
ये तो बड़ी बात कहते हुए दिल्ली बीजेपी अध्यक्ष वीरेंद्र सचदेव जो इस वक्त हनुमान मंदिर में
परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला 10 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे, और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए। इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है, और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को, सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है। देखो, ये कालका जी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो, मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूँ, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट दे के हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालका जी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ करा ही नहीं है। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। ना तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, ना कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की, 2 बार सांसद रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मोदी साहब के 11 साल का टेन्योर और गुजरात का 12 साल का टेन्योर देख लिए। सेवा सेवा, मोदी साहब ने सेवा की है। हम एक ऐसी विचारधारा के लोग हैं, सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री बनने के लिए राजनीति में नहीं है।
सर, बार बार आम आदमी पार्टी ये कहती है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का इस्तेमाल बीजेपी कर रही है, किस तरीके से आप?
देखो, ये तो केजरीवाल को पूछो आप। जब केजरीवाल 13-14 में बोला करते थे तो ईडी सीबीआई को तोता बताया करते थे, शीला जी भ्रष्ट है, जेल भेज दूंगा। कहाँ गए शीला जी के 300 पन्ने के? तो ये तो जब लोग खुद अपने आप को, जनता उनको नकारती है तो अपनी कमी को स्वीकार करते हुए स्वीकार करना चाहिए उनको कि जनता ने मैंडेट राहुल को नहीं दिया, जनता ने मैंडेट उसको नहीं दिया अखिलेश जी को यूपी के अंदर। 5 साल काम करो, मेहनत करो, तब आगे बढ़िए। ये जनता लोगों का रिपोर्ट तैयार करती है, ना इलेक्शन कमीशन करता है, ना पुलिस करती है। अगर ये स्थिति रहती तो इमरजेंसी लगाकर श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी ने 75 में लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने की कोशिश की, 77 में लोगों ने धूल चटा दी। तो ये तो लोकतंत्र का दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा राष्ट्र भारत है। यहाँ पर कोई अपनी कमियों को छुपाने के लिए एजेंसियों पर दोषारोपण करता रहे, वो अपनी गिरबान में झांके, तब उसको जानकारी रहनी चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, एक सिंगल
Ramesh Biduri, he fought this campaign with his back towards his wall. He had a couple of hit wickets. From there, he was feeling the pressure. He's a formidable lead. I went to his house in Tughlakabad. He doesn't stay in his what used to be his MP bungalow. Always stays in Tughlakabad. And no matter what the stereotype about him on television, on the ground, he had a formidable ground game.
And look at how the BJP played the Biduri card. You didn't give him the ticket for the Lok Sabha. He was angry. His supporters were miffed. They wanted him to get the ticket. He would have probably won the Lok Sabha election. Yet you did not reject him totally. You used him again. You see, the BJP is very clear. You see the difference between the opposition and the BJP, Rahul, and you're seeing BJP's clarity. The BJP has decided हमको दिल्ली जीतनी है. But साम दाम दंड भेद दिल्ली जीतनी है. Just a minute, ma'am. They've used whatever it takes to win this election. So Ramesh Biduri, useful, as you said, has a strong ground level connect. Put him up against Atishi. Let him go. He's the kind who is ready to take all, to go into the other side, all guns blazing. You've used him. On the other side, look at the disarray in the opposition. In desperation, AAP took 7 BJP candidates also on its side, changed the number of candidates. The Congress said we want to fight AAP, but Rahul Gandhi, how many rallies did he do in the end? If you really want to fight, you should address 40 rallies, but you address 4.
So but the Congress has achieved its mission. They wanted to trip the Aam Aadmi Party and set up a Congress versus BJP battle in the future. That limited objective is being met.
What you spoke of Ramesh Biduri, he's never lost a Lok Sabha and a Vidhan Sabha election. So that is why possibly the BJP has fielded him there. What is interesting
But they dropped him for Lok Sabha.
They dropped him for Lok Sabha, but he has never in his life lost a Vidhan Sabha or a Lok Sabha election. Number one. Number two, what's very interesting is if you look at the micro data, Atishi is actually only leading from Alka Lamba by virtue of 200 votes. So you can actually see how close this is. Alka Lamba was Alka Lamba didn't want to fight this election on her own. When I was interviewing her, she said, I didn't want to fight this election. I was practically coerced into this election.
When I spoke to a few people in Kalkaji, they were saying that Atishi was missing from the scene. It seems like her CM chair itself bogged her down so much and not to be seen in the same frame as Kejriwal.
What would give Kejriwal hope is that by 254 votes, Arvind Kejriwal has just taken the slenderest of leads. 254 after the second round, Arvind Kejriwal just slipping into the lead. You know, he'll say, if Kejriwal loses, there's a very big message there. If the AAP is losing, that seems quite clear. The question is, will Kejriwal lose his own seat too at this moment? And this will keep things excited. This Saturday afternoon, you will have to stay till a long time to know, because if it goes back and forth like this, a man who thought he would be the game changer in national politics at this moment on his own seat, forget his party, is leading by just 254 votes. Khud ki seat bacha le, party ko kya bachayega? That will be the question.
The story of this early morning is Arvind Kejriwal, the giant killer of 2013, the man who defied the Modi wave in 2015 and 2020, is facing the biggest political setback of his career. If these numbers hold, that message is amply clear, Rahul. Arvind Kejriwal is facing the biggest political setback of his career, and how he bounced back, if he can bounce back, is going to be a big question which is still unanswered. Also, I think, as you showed just now, Vijinder Gupta, someone who's won several elections from Rohini in the past, is trailing at the moment. A lot of these seats will change. So you could have the BJP crossing even 50 potentially, or wrestling somewhere in the 40s.
We can do that. Let's take a look at the margin calculator. It'll give you a quick sense of how seats are settled or unsettled. At this moment, out of the 70 seats, there are 23 seats which the parties are winning or losing with less than 500 votes. These can change with every round of counting. The BJP currently leads on 13 of those seats. Aam Aadmi Party leads on 9, which means off that tally, potentially the BJP can go from 46 to 54. The Aam Aadmi Party currently leads on 9. They could hope to take some of those 13 seats away from the BJP. If I look at seats where the margin is less than 1,000, there are 29 such seats. BJP leading on 16 of them, up on 12. I want to go across Radhika Khera from the BJP. She's joining us this moment. The BJP has been in political exile in the national capital for a very long time. That exile, it seems, is finally about to end.
Absolutely. And yesterday, day back, I was on your channel with Preeti ji, and I had predicted that Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be forming the government with at least 50 seats. We are reaching the 50 mark. 46 is already there. And trust me, even after 2 hours, the numbers are not going to change drastically. The only drastic change you're going to see is in the Aam Aadmi Party. There's a saying in Hindi, जहाँ पे इतनी कीचड़ फैल चुकी है ना, वहाँ पे कमल का खिलना निश्चित था. And that is what we are seeing. The people of Delhi are winning. This is not the win of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The people of Delhi are winning. They are getting freedom from bad water, dirty water, bad quality air. They are going to...
That we don't know, Radhika Khera. That depends on what you guys do. No, once again, let's not get carried away here. Whether we are getting freedom from pollution or from bad roads or potholes and everything else that you mentioned, or from the Yamuna being toxic, it depends on what you guys do. You've just got the mandate to govern. Now you need to deliver.
We've always delivered, which is why we've got historic mandates in Haryana or Maharashtra, and even a third-time victory for our government in the centre. And it's really good to see Rajdeep ji on air after a very long time today, Rajdeep, and I'm sure it's pretty heartbreaking to see the results today. But having said that,
no, heartbreaking for who? Rajdeep or Kejriwal? It's heartbreaking for Kejriwal, Radhika.
People of Delhi.
Madam,
Both.
My heart breaks.
Both.
My heart has been broken when I was in college by several women. But that is a long time ago. I don't even now remember those days. My heart is never broken.
As long as you remember the women.
When politicians lose and win, my heart isn't broken. I actually am an observer who enjoys seeing, you know, how political fortunes go up and down. But I just want to point out, just while you carry on with Radhika, just to tell our viewers, just as a bellwether, you know, constituency of how Delhi is changing. Karawal Nagar. Kapil Mishra switched from AAP to the BJP, lost last time. This time, is leading by a very substantial margin of 3,000.
But Karawal Nagar was won by the BJP.
Yeah, no, so my limited point is this. The margins are also increasing of the BJP. Where the BJP was winning by slower margin, they are winning by bigger margin this
Bisht
time.
had won Karawal Nagar with a sizable margin.
Yeah, but Kapil Mishra is leading by more than 3,000 votes already. So that, you know, the BJP is holding on to its seats. The AAP seats are the ones where the shift is taking place.
Radhika, quick question. Radhika, you're right. You were there on my show and you said you'll go beyond 50 and it could very well be possible. But Radhika, rue of fact a little bit. You were part of the Delhi Pradesh Committee, Congress. And the Congress is actually doing quite rather well. You could have been on the ticket this time around.
You know, if after 15 years of ruling Delhi, they could still not bank upon the legacy and they could not get better than this, Congress is decimated. Congress is not going to be getting any seats. You see, at the end of the day, the result for Congress is going to be zero because they have no cadre. And Rahul Gandhi has already accepted defeat because he has gone on talking about, he started talking about Maharashtra yesterday. He's not bothered. He's accepted defeat. This is why he's changed it. His direction and diversion has gone towards Maharashtra. And if you see Alka Lamba, the Mahila Congress president today morning, she was giving a bite to AN and your channel also showed it. She clearly said exit polls will be exact polls. Okay. So if exit polls are exact polls, that one seat is also going to be very difficult for them.
There are some very interesting insights that emerge from the vote share calculators, and I want to take our viewers through this. And it'll bring out a very important insight. You know, the Aam Aadmi Party has indeed fallen, but this is not a capitulation. So I think even the BJP would respect the fact that they won, but the AAP is still at 44.5% vote share. So the gap is just BJP at 48.3 at this moment, which is about 4% more than the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress at 6. So the Congress, given all that was being said about the Congress,
coming down now.
Short while ago, which is why I kept telling everyone sitting here, hold your horses in the Congress, because it's 1.5% more. It's not the doubling that we saw a little while earlier. And the BJP is at 48.3, AAP at 40. It's a commendable performance by the AAP. I mean, of course, they're going home, but they're not. It's not an embarrassment. You're coming down, you're still holding on 44.5% against the mighty BJP. It's not a bad performance. The Congress is at 6%, up about 1.5% from the last time. Let's take a look at the density calculator. This will give you a quick sense of how many seats are in contention. So basically at this moment, there are 27 seats where the BJP is 50% plus vote share. If you're 50% plus vote share on a seat, chance of losing the seat now is just because you're just racing ahead of your opponents, right? So there are 27 seats which seem pakka for BJP at this time. There are only 13 seats which seem pakka for Aam Aadmi Party at this time, and there's no pakka seat for the Congress. Let's now look at the seats which are in contention. This is important because it's where your vote share is between 25 and 40, where things could change, where you're in with a shot, your opponents are in with a shot, and as the rounds get counted, things could change. Here, the AAP has 24, BJP has 10. So broadly speaking, the BJP is sitting pretty on 27, AAP only on 13. It is these 37 seats where the vote shares are between 25 and 40. Those are the seats which are currently in the play. If you look at the historical vote share data, the Aam Aadmi Party, which went up to 54% vote share, is now come down 10%. So it's a 10% swing away from the Aam Aadmi Party, a massive swing. The BJP, which was a 39% vote share, has gone up to 48. So it's a 10% swing in favor of the BJP. The Congress was a no-show last time, just 4%. On an aggregate level, they're a relative no-show even this time, going up just 1.5%. So too much was being said about the Congress, Rajdeep, in terms of their impact. It's largely AAP voter going to the BJP. That is the macro picture.
You know, therefore, one of the constituencies to look at is Okhla. I don't know when last the BJP, if ever, won Okhla. The fact is, at the moment, Manish Chaudhary of the BJP is winning in a constituency with a large Muslim population. This is where Jamia Millia University is. It has been represented by Muslim MLAs since 1993. The BJP has never won Okhla. At the moment, Manish Chaudhary is leading by more than 2,000 votes over Amanatullah Khan. The story, therefore, is that the Muslim vote is also getting fractured. Not all the Muslims are voting for AAP.
That's happening in many seats,
And that's
Rajdeep.
happening in Mustafabad, that's happening in
In Wazirpur, Poonam Sharma is leading. Tughlakabad, Rohtas Kumar is leading. In Okla, Manish Chaudhary is leading. In Silampur, Anil Kumar Sharma is leading. In Mustafabad, Mohan Singh Bisht is leading. So at least 6 constituencies, largely Muslim dominated, where the BJP is leading at this
So
time.
that is one of the stories, that even in the Muslim dominated areas, the people are looking at options. This is where either the Congress, even in 1 or 2 AIMIM, put up candidates. But Okla, for the first time in history, you could have a situation where the BJP, Manish Chaudhary's wife is the local councillor, yes, but the truth of the matter is history could be created in Okla, where you will have a BJP representative, ex-congressman Manish Chaudhary, winning an election for the first time. That has never happened in the history of Okla.
Vote concentration is a very important metric to look at. What this tells you is, where is the party picking up the maximum amount of votes? And if you look here, it is in the outer extremities of Delhi that the color for the BJP, which is the concentration of vote, is the deepest and the darkest. As you come within to the center of Delhi, the BJP's concentration is lesser. It's in the Bahari areas, all across the city-state, where the saffron is of the deepest shade. In the same way, if I look at the Aam Aadmi, it will give you a broad sense of where they're losing ground. If you see the Aam Aadmi Party's concentration, it is in the core of Delhi that the Aam Aadmi Party's concentration of votes is the maximum, whereas on the outer areas of Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party seems to have lost much more vote share. And that, again, Rajdeep, very illustrative of where the BJP, they're coming in strong in the areas surrounding Uttar Pradesh, in the areas surrounding Haryana. Those are the areas that the BJP is strong in.
There and New Delhi. New Delhi and the outer areas is where the major switch has taken place. Yes, Preeti.
No, what I'm saying is, if you actually look at it, these 27 seats where AAP is leading at were actually the 27 seats which the AAP was very confident of. So they were hoping that they have these in the bag, but the ones where the seats that they thought were the fence-sitters, they were hoping that they'd be able to convert, if not, all of them, but at least 40% of them, for them to take them home. So these 27 seats, because I've gone to each of these seats and looked at, these have been what the AAP thought was, ye to hum haar hi nahi sakte.
No, so that leaves, Preeti, 43 seats
so
remaining. Out of 43, you
so
would hope to win 8.
Wherever they thought there was an issue that, this could go either ways, but we'll pull in some. They're not pulling in some. So, but these 27 are what the Aam Aadmi Party considered their safe seats.
Let's take a look at where the losses for the Aam Aadmi Party are coming from. The Aam Aadmi Party is down 4 assembly constituencies in the Lok Sabha seat of Chandni Chowk. They're down 4 seats in East Delhi. They're down 7 seats in New Delhi. Down only 1 seat in Northeast Delhi. Down 6 in Northwest Delhi. Down 4 in South Delhi. But the biggest setback for the Aam Aadmi Party is coming from West Delhi, where they're down 9 seats from the last time. Each of those Lok Sabha seats has 10 assembly seats. Losses for the Aam Aadmi Party across all, but the biggest quantum of loss coming from West Delhi and from New Delhi. If I flip this and look at the swing for the BJP, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, big leads from Chandni Chowk, East Delhi, New Delhi, Northeast Delhi. So there is no area of Delhi, Rajdeep, where the BJP hasn't made gains. So if anybody was suggesting that there is class warfare, that the poor haven't voted for the BJP, that the data is not backing the BJP winning in all parts of the state.
Absolutely. BJP is even leading in 9 seats which are Dalit dominated, as against 11 of the AAP. The point, Rahul, here also is very clear, the gender divide. A number of pollsters said women are overwhelmingly voting one way, men the other. And I kept saying that doesn't happen. You could have a 7-8% lead at times, but you're not going to have 15% more for women and 15% more for men. That's not happening. At the moment, interestingly, Rahul, and this is a seat which will keep us very engrossed all through this day, is New Delhi. As of now, Arvind Kejriwal is leading Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma by 700 votes, with Sandeep Dixit picking up 3,688. Now, I think a lot of the middle-class colony areas of New Delhi, remember the budget factor needs to be put in place. They came in large number.
Here it is, Rajdeep, on your screen right now. In that crucial state seat of New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal has 13,209 votes. Parvesh Verma is at 12,581 votes. Sandeep Dixit is at 3,688. It's a very, very tight fight. A fight with a lot at stake. Kejriwal scraping through There's one message. Kejriwal being vanquished in New Delhi is another message altogether.
If you break up the 56,000 that have voted, 25,000 come in from the slums, 30,000 are government jobs holders there. This is at least what the division is. And the Aam Aadmi Party hopes to pull in the Jhuggi Jhopdis and a portion of the government job votes. The Valmiki Basti is right here, which is crucial because this time the BJP thought that they had the Valmikis who were voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
One of the things about the BJP strategy that you've really got to look at and, say that's the way they fight elections is whoever is the chief ministerial candidate or the face of the other side, they don't give him or her an easy ride. They go for him so that they are boxed into their constituency. That's what happened to some extent with Kejriwal. Remember, Mamata Banerjee famously lost Nandigram to Suvendu Adhikari. So you go for the top leader,
Arvind Kejriwal
box them
would take that any day today. He'd like to lose New Delhi and win Delhi, but it's not working out.
In the past 30 minutes, what's happened is that the BJP Delhi, which seemed to have been touching 50, is now come down to 40.
We've got a tighter race. We've got a much tighter race now.
The gap is only 4%. The gap is not 6 to 8%. So I'm not saying there'll be a twist in the tail.
How much has the vote been
what is very clear is that there
we have a
seems
tighter
to be
race than what we
tighter
thought.
fight than was originally being imagined.
For the first time, AAP has touched 30. For the first time, AAP has touched 30. It makes it, just a minute, it makes it slightly tighter. I still believe the BJP, because of the margin calculator that you showed, Rahul, has the advantage. But what was seeming like a one-sided race about half an hour ago has slightly tightened. I still say advantage BJP because the BJP is winning across Delhi, but in some of the traditional AAP bastions, the AAP is recovering ground. Also, the Congress vote has begun to sharply decline. And as I keep saying, if the Congress remains at 5-6%, the advantage goes to AAP. If Congress goes to 8 to 10%, the BJP benefits from it. So we need to keep an eye on the Congress overall vote.
So it's 44% vote share for the AAP, 48% for the BJP. Congress just at 6%, just 1.5% more than the last time. And the power map of Delhi is now changing. If you see, earlier there was a lot more saffron than there is at this moment. It's 30 versus 39. So it's not as if the AAP is down and out at 15, 16, 30 is bad, you're losing, but it's not a decimation.
But your margin calculator, Rahul, is now the key. Every time, I think we should go to it every 10 minutes because it will tell us whether anything can change. I personally still think advantage BJP, but the margin calculator will give us a better picture because it will tell us which areas are voting. Now, AAP strategists are saying some of our key areas are slowly going to start picking in from the Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters. We will recover some lost ground. Can they recover enough? We don't know. But it's become a tighter race.
Omar Abdullah said, "Aur lado aapas mein." Let's get a word in from Supriya Srinath. She's joining us, heads up the social media cell of the Congress party. You saw the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister a short while ago, Supriya ji, saying that it's the fight in the opposition between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party which has given the BJP the edge. What are you telling people watching at this time and the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister about why he thinks the opposition is in disarray? Supriya Srinath.
Thanks very much for having me on the show. It's a good evening, a good morning to you and all your viewers and my fellow panelists here. Quite frankly, I do believe that people are entitled to their opinions, but I also believe in the same spade that the Congress is entitled to resting political bastions. I think the Congress is entitled to fight for where we believe our fertile political land exists. And I think the onus of making the AAP win doesn't rest on the Congress. It is with the AAP. The Congress has to fight a spirited campaign for itself. So all opinions welcome, but I think we fought a spirited campaign. I do believe that there's a larger message in this mandate. I'll take 30 seconds on just that. I think the larger message is that filibustering and fake promises and tall claims don't really work. And I do believe that Mr. Kejriwal's political arrogance, perhaps, the AAP is paying a price for it. For us, the political message is that we've got to rebuild our organization. Without a strong organization, a spirited campaign, raising the relevant issues, perhaps helps us ends up helping the other parties, not us entirely. So I think the message for us is we've got to go back and rebuild the cadre, especially in places like Delhi, where we've been in governance till just about 11 years back. So, as far as allies are concerned, I can turn around and then ask the question, why did the TMC or the Aam Aadmi Party go to Gujarat or a Goa or a Maharashtra or a Haryana or an Uttarakhand? And in Uttarakhand and Goa, the vote share difference and the seat difference between us and the BJP was exactly the number of votes that the Aam Aadmi Party polled. I mean, these are statements that will come in from everywhere.
No,
but
so
the
Supriya,
onus doesn't rest on us for somebody to win.
No, Supriya Shine, from what you're saying, No, so are you driven by what I call badla or are you driven by your own revival? There are two parts to this. Is it that you want to somehow or the other teach the Aam Aadmi Party a lesson for what they did to you in Goa, what they did to you in another state? Or is it the Congress seeking to revive itself? Let's be very clear. Please, let's be honest at the moment. Is it na banunga, na banne dunga? You see, someone once said about the Congress today, na khud banenge, na dusre ko banne denge.
Not at all. And I think if you know the Congress at all, if you know any of us, I don't think we do the kind of politics. Na banunga, na badle dunga, na khaunga, na khane dunga, sab adani ko khila dunga, kisi aur ki line thi. But as far as we are concerned, I think political revival is what was key. Our local leadership, our cadres thought we should contest elections on our own. We thought that the Aam Aadmi Party is responsible and answerable for a lot of the failures of Delhi. The kind of mountains of garbage or the sewers leaking or the broken roads or, the kind of mismanagement of health services. I think those were issues on which the Aam Aadmi Party had to be held accountable. I completely disagree that this was a vendetta politics against the Aam Aadmi Party by us. It was a politics of political survival for us in Delhi, and I think we did a good job of fighting the fight.
Zafar Islam.
We could have done better if our cadre was stronger.
Zafar Islam, the BJP now at 39. Earlier you were close to 50. 39 is not as pretty as 50. I mean, a win is a win is a win. But 39 place 30 is not as exciting for the BJP as 50 versus 16 or 17. Dil mein dhak dhak?
Well, Rahul, these are early trends. We are definitely going to get more than 50 seats. We are absolutely confident based on the feedback we have from the ground. These are early trends. Of course, seats will go up and come off, but eventually, at the end of the day, we expect that we will get at least 50 seats or 50 plus seats. But what is more important for us to observe that even though Congress and AAP were fighting with each other, but Congress has actually become irrelevant people were saying that's a triangular contest, but they're irrelevant. None of the seats where they are making any impact, and BJP is winning on its own, and AAP is whatever the vote they are getting on their own. So it is very important to note that even in Delhi, Congress has become irrelevant, and AAP, whatever tall promises he has made, actually he didn't fulfill, and something which has been acknowledged by the people of Delhi, and people of Delhi have reposed confidence in the Honorable Prime Minister, because the guarantee what he gives, he always fulfills those guarantees, and that is something which has lent confidence to the people.
But there is a difference. No matter what you say, one is to hit the AAP out of the park. The other is to scrape through. At this moment, if it's 31 versus 38, BJP is scraping through. You're getting the job done.
We will hit...
Sir, 38 kam bhi to ho sakta hai. Let me show you the margin calculator. One second, Zafar bhai. Let me show you, everyone watching, Supriya ji and Akshay Marathe as well, the margin calculator. At this time, there are 12 seats where the margin is less than 500 votes. If it's less than 500 votes, in one round of counting, it can change. AAP leads on 6 of those. BJP leads on 5. Congress only on 1. All these 12 seats are currently up in balance. They can change. Let's look at the seats where the margin is less than 1,000. There are 21 such seats. AAP leading on 13, the BJP on 8. So the BJP can hope that they can wrestle some of these 13 away from AAP. The Aam Aadmi Party can hope if they're able to pull a lot of these 8 away, they could still find a way of crossing the 35 number. Akshay Marathe, are you giving up hope, or do you still think you're in with a fighting chance?
No, Rahul, absolutely. We are not just in with a fighting chance. I'm confident that we are going to form the government. Of course, getting 55 seats as we had previously hoped may not be likely at this stage. But with 31 seats in the lead, we are only 4 seats away from a majority. And I think that would be miraculous for a party that has been hounded in the way that it has been hounded in the last 5 years. And just to give you an analogy, Rahulji, Rahul Kanwal, Rajdeep Sardesai and Preeti Chaudhary are the 3 stars of India today. If the 3 stars of India today are taken out of the channel, and yet the channel comes neck and neck with the next competitor. Would you not
well,
say
the
that's
channel may actually do better. I don't know if it will be neck and neck, but I'm quite sure the channel will actually do better, Akshay Marathis. I don't think that holds. But that being said, I see the point that you're making. Okay.
Akshay, you were on my show yesterday and you said you were getting over 55 seats. So suddenly to turn around and say neck and neck is also a great thing.
No, all I'm saying is that this was an election for the BJP to lose. The way that they fought the election, they pulled out all the stops to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party, and I don't mean to say these words lightly. Our top leadership was jailed, our government was completely hamstrung, the bureaucracy was taken away from us, and even after that, the BJP is not able to demolish the government of Aam Aadmi Party. I mean, kaise
But now Zafar Islam is smiling. When he came, he had a bit of a frown on his face. That's because the BJP had slipped to 38. Now it's gone up to 42. So this is turning out to be a very exciting match where the end result may be known, but how this tally swings, the pendulum swings, Zafar Islam, your heart in your mouth each time it comes down below 40.
No. We are, as I said earlier, Rahul, there was no frown on my forehead. But yes, I am watching your channel and I can see the number of seats you are showing. But we are confident. We are confident based on not because of the any agencies which has conducted the exit poll, but based on the feedback what we have from our Panna Pamukh and our ground level workers. And we are a cadre-based party, so we know that exactly what feedback we get from the cadre. Unlike Congress party, the cadre-less party, they are more intellectuals than cadre. That's why
but let me put that question then to Supriya Shrinet. Supriya Shrinet, this is an important fact. You had a few strong leaders in the Delhi Congress. If they'd been put on seats where you had the possibility of maximizing your seat share, that would have been one strategy. The Congress instead went with the strategy of getting its most prominent leaders, of the likes of, say, Sandeep Dikshit, of the likes of, say, Alka Lamba, up against the AAP bigwigs. So it seemed as if the priority for the Congress in this assembly election was defeating the Aam Aadmi Party rather than trying to get on the scoreboard, which is why at this moment you're not leading on any seats, even if you've done enough damage to trip the AAP.
No, actually, there's a very simple explanation for that. We are not oblivious to the fact that our cadres and our organization needs to be a lot stronger in Delhi, and which is why we chose to put our prominent faces against the prominent faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, so that at least the campaign lifted. If these faces weren't contesting these elections, the campaign would have been very damn squib. I mean, whether it's a Sandeep Dikshit or an Alka Lamba, we chose to field them because we thought it was going to be instrumental in lifting the campaign, and I think we were absolutely right. The campaign would have been a damn squib had we not fielded them. So we were not oblivious to the fact that our organization is not as strong and we had to resort to this. But no, our priority was not just to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, we had to hold them accountable. Of course, we had to ask them the questions of misgovernance. Our priority was very much to win an election like anybody else.
And ma'am, even as you said all that, the one seat that you were leading in, Badli, the Congress is now losing even in Badli. The also interesting is that Atishi has now taken the lead, as has Manish Sisodia. So a number of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were trailing earlier
Manish is still trailing.
Well, it's been going up and down. So 2 minutes ago, he was leading as per our numbers. But the seat that is fascinating me, Akshay Marathe, is Okhla. You had Amanatullah Khan. This is a seat with a large Muslim population. You're trailing Manish Chaudhary. Manish Chaudhary could well become the first BJP candidate to win here, first non-Muslim candidate to win Okhla. It's never happened. And that in itself could tell a story. He's leading now by more than 2,000 votes.
No, Rajiv ji, I think if you look at Indian politics, it is not uncommon for a Hindu candidate from the BJP to win in a Muslim majority seat, especially when the likes of...
Never happened in Okhla.
It has never happened in Okhla, but it has happened in Mustafabad before. It has happened in several seats of Uttar Pradesh. And it typically happens when you have a spoiler party like the AIMIM. And in this case, even the Congress, which is working in cahoots with the Bharatiya Janata Party to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. And that's probably what we are seeing right now. That the kind of
say it's a spoiler party is just being very dismissive. Akshay Marathe, the fact is it happens when the Muslim community loses faith in their principal patron. For the last two elections, the Muslims thought they were safe with AAP. They voted for AAP. Post what happened in the Northeast Delhi riots, post the last 5 years, they didn't feel that AAP provided safe harbor, which is why they picked some Congress candidates in some places and the AIMM in another place. Let Akshay Marathe respond, then we get a quick word from Suppression.
No, Rahul, I think if you look at the majority of Muslim-dominated seats in Delhi, it is not as if the Aam Aadmi Party is doing badly. It is only in Okhla and perhaps in Mustafabad where we may not have done as well. It's not as if the Muslim community, lock, stock and barrel, has rejected the party. We have cross section of support across all communities in Delhi, and we are very proud of that. But let me make one quick point. The way the Congress fought its campaign, they started with Silampur, they went after minority seats. That is the kind of cynical view of politics that the Congress has. If they wanted to win the election, they needed to go all across Delhi, but they wanted to weaken the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, let Supriya make her point. Akshay, we've heard you. Let Supriya make the point.
Can I? You know, it's very rich of the Aam Aadmi Party to sit here and say that the Congress was in cahoots. If there is one political spectrum that the Congress represents, that the BJP represents the exact opposite. By that same logic, should I turn around and say that you were in cahoots with the BJP in Gujarat, in Goa, in Haryana, in Uttarakhand? I think this is an illogical statement to make. The reality is that you were in governance for 11 years. You were the ones who were going to be put in the dock and asked those questions. You were the ones who were going to be questioned that when Delhi was ravaged with riots, why did you keep quiet? You went to Gujarat and you said, we are not going to speak about Bilkis Bano. You were the one who said, give me an hour and I'm going to clear up Shaheen Bagh. You expect to win these seats? Really? And you're going to blame the Congress party for your electoral losses? Please don't do that. The Congress chose to fight the election the way we did, whether it was fielding our prominent faces against your prominent leaders, because we had to lift the campaign. And quite frankly, every political party should assess and will assess its political fertile bastions and will try to rest them. I mean, you know, this crybaby attitude of the Aam Aadmi Party has to at some stage end. Because the Congress went, we are losing. Because they are in cahoots. What kind of a statement is this? Please do some internal introspection and come up with better arguments. Because then I can turn around and ask, what were you doing in Gujarat? What were you doing in Goa? What were you doing in Uttarakhand? What were you doing in Haryana? What the hell were you doing in Maharashtra? I mean, are these statements to be made on a day like today?
Supriya Shrinet, Akshay Marathe, the India Alliance has officially broken on India Today. The India Alliance has officially broken there. I can see the split deep between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, but I want to look at some of the leading candidates just for a moment. Arvind Kejriwal, as of now, is leading at the moment over Parvesh Verma, but the margin is less than 1,000 votes. You've got some of the other major candidates to look at. Manish Sisodia is now trailing from Jangpura against Tarvinder Singh Marwa, a three-time former Congress MLA, now with the BJP. The margin is about 1,300 votes. Congress's former Mayor Farhad Suri is picking up 743. Harish Khurana, the son of an old friend of mine, Madan Lal Khurana, is at the moment leading by 700 votes at the moment there in Moti Nagar. So he has to smile. He likes to smile a lot, and he is smiling at the moment. Kailash Gehlot, who switched over from the AAP to the BJP, former minister, close aide at one time of Arvind Kejriwal, is proving that he is a strongman of Bijwasan, shifted his seat, is leading there by more than 2,000 votes. So many of the heavyweights of the BJP are winning at the moment, while the heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party are, some of them, struggling at the moment. Atishi, the chief minister, is now trailing once again. It's going up and down there. It's a close race at the moment. Alka Lamba wiped out. She's just getting 493 votes at the moment. Atishi has 16,983. Ramesh Biduri at 18,531. So the margin is about 1,500 votes. And that really, in a way, reflects, Supriya Shrinet, before I come to you, Zafar Islam, the fact is that all these candidates you put up, the heavyweights, Sandeep Dixit, Alka Lamba, none of them are winning. You see, it's one thing to put up these heavyweights to galvanize your flock, but Alka Lamba is just getting less than 1,000 votes. What's the message? Ms. Shrinet.
No, I agree with you that none of them are winning. My heart goes out to both Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dixit. I agree with you that they're not winning. But I think them being in the political foray did help our narrative. Them being in the political foray did give a lot of talking points to, news channels and to the campaigns and to the narrative that we were setting. I will not dismiss this experiment because I think this experiment was important.
Okay.
If we had a very strong organization in Delhi, maybe the fielding of these candidates would have been in question. But not when we do not have a strong organization. You need to build up. You need to have talking points. You need to for them to be present on news waves like yours.
Okay, let me bring in Zafar Islam for a moment, because Zafar Islam, I mentioned Okhla more than once today because it could be history today. The first time a constituency with a large Muslim population is voting in possibly Manish Chaudhary, who's a Hindu. First time in 35 years, in over 30 years. One of the concerns is if there's a BJP government, will you see a greater divide Hindu-Muslim on the ground, or are you confident that some of those divides that we saw during the Delhi riots in 2020 will now be healed? Do you see the BJP forming a government and providing a healing touch to a large section of the population?
Let me tell you very candidly, Rajdeep, I had told Rahul yesterday that we are winning Mustafabad as well as Okhla. We will create history. But why? Because Manish's equation with the Muslim community is extremely good. And many of my friends who live in that part of the city have very candidly said that we will vote for Manish. And that is what matters, because he is being supported big time by Muslim community. And people are talking about AMIM. See the response. The people have not even given 500 votes or 600 votes to the AMIM candidate, because people know that a good candidate is always welcome, and that's why Manish Chaudhary will win from them. And the current margin is 2,200, but I'm sure that he will win at least with by 10,000 margin of 10,000. That is something which we have predicted.
Right.
We have.
Dr. Islam, I just want to bring in Akshay Marathe into this conversation.
But that's
Akshay Marathe, I would think. I'll come back to you, sir. Akshay Marathe, just one quick question. By the time polling closes, I think there will be an understanding, because we've been talking about the Muslim vote, we've been talking about Okhla, Mustafabad, Balli, Maran, name it, all the Muslim constituencies, that the Aam Aadmi Party will understand that you cannot be ideologically agnostic anymore. You cannot not talk about Muslims. You cannot continue to play, to the gallery, say that we continue to project your soft Hindutva card and say that we are still doing it for all communities. You will have to take a stand somewhere. The sheer fact, Akshay Marathe, that Jangpura, that Manish Sisodia could be trailing, and if you actually deep dive in, a lot of those votes are coming in from the Tablighi Jamaat Basti in Nizamuddin for the Congress. And it's over 700.
No, Preeti ji, allow me to make a couple points. Number one is that, of course, if Aam Aadmi Party loses, and it is a big if at this point, lots of things will have to be talked about in terms of what we could have done better, how the context of Delhi's governance completely changed, that tied our hands up a little bit. But be that as it may, I think it's let's look at this example, right? The women voters of Delhi overwhelmingly supported Aam Aadmi Party compared to the male voters of Delhi. Now, can we say that Aam Aadmi Party has abandoned the male population of Delhi? No. There are different reasons why people choose to vote for different parties, and I think every Muslim, every Christian, every Hindu, every Sikh in Delhi, they send their kids to the same government schools that Aam Aadmi Party works for. They get the same zero electricity bills that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for, same zero water bills that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for. Muslim women, Muslim young girl students take the same free bus rides that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for. So it is not as if the Aam Aadmi Party has had any ideological inconsistency when it comes to delivering on the services that the Delhi government is responsible for. When it comes to law and order, unfortunately, we don't have power over law and order in Delhi. And if we could have
we're looking at the New Delhi seat, Akshay. Right now, you have Arvind Kejriwal, who's leading from a very slim margin. But Akshay Marathe, it seems that the Aam Aadmi Party has written that seat off, because the booths that have opened up right now in New Delhi are the booths that were supposed to be voting for you. The booths from Kidwai Nagar, areas which are traditional BJP strongholds, even in 2020, have still not opened. So though Arvind Kejriwal is leading right now, you might take heart, but even the Aam Aadmi Party now understands that this is temporary, because your booths haven't quite given you that kind of affirmation that you would have hoped for on the New Delhi seat.
No, Preeti ji, I'm looking at my internal reports. I think approximately 4 rounds of counting has been completed.
True, but I'm talking about the next round of counting will come in from the BJP stronghold booths.
No, I don't think that's necessarily correct. There are other parts of New Delhi that have also not been counted yet. I can tell you some names. I think Sanjay Camp, BR Camp, or some areas where votes have not been counted yet. I mean, you know, we can keep arguing about these things. It's a matter of time. We will soon find out who will win and who will lose. I am very proud of the fact that we fought a very good campaign.
The reality that if Kejriwal after 4 rounds is leading by just 223 votes, Rajdeep, there's a very big message in that.
Absolutely. I mean, look at these numbers. With every, it's been a very close contest. You're the chief minister of the, you're the face of your party. You've been the chief minister for much of the last 10 years, and you're struggling to complete a hat trick. The moment that happens, the message goes down the line कि यार मामला फंसा हुआ है. Now, whether he's able to pull off a victory in the end or otherwise, we don't know at this stage. Clearly, as Preeti rightly pointed out, with the rounds that are expected to come now, he's under pressure. And I think once the message goes down that your leader...
I have spoken to some of my sources within the Aam Aadmi Party as well. They're writing off New Delhi seat. So because they don't think they'd be able to... If they haven't been able to consolidate their booths right now, and it's such a slim margin, they don't see it happening going forward.
Okay, by the way, very interesting. I'm just seeing the flash which is also coming in. BJP is leading at the moment in Milkipur, also in Uttar Pradesh. Remember there, Akhilesh Yadav has made serious allegations of voter suppression of the way but the BJP made it a prestige fight. There are questions again, of course, of way the campaigns are run. But the BJP is slowly clawing its way back, even in places where in 2024 Lok Sabha, they suffered a bit of a setback. Remember in Faizabad, yes.
Small opening that the opposition, small window that they had created.
Yes.
BJP is busy sealing that window completely, not leaving a small bit of
Manoj Tiwari is speaking at this moment. Let's see what he's saying.
मिलता दिख रहा है और ये टैली बहुत अच्छी हो. हम शुरू से अंत तक बल्लेबाजी करने में विश्वास करते हैं.
हमारे साथ भाजपा सांसद मनोज तिवारी जी हैं. मनोज जी, 27 साल बाद चुनावी नहर से भाजपा के खेतों में पानी आता हुआ दिख रहा है.
बहुत ही अच्छे साहित्यिक शब्दों का श्रवण हमारे कान में आ रहा है. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. दिल्ली की जनता आशीर्वाद दे रही है. ऐसा हम पहले से भी ग्राउंड पे घूमते हुए देख रहे थे, इसी आधार पे बात कर रहे थे. और अभी जो रुझान शुरुआती जो काउंटिंग शुरू हुई है उसमें भी बीजेपी क्लियर मैंडेट के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है. हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि यही टैली आखिर तक चलेगी.
वो कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो जनता को, आपके उठाए हुए मुद्दे जो जनता को सीधे टच करेंगे?
देखिए, जिस शहर को साफ पानी न मिले वो 1 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 2 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 3 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, चौथी बार तो नहीं हो सकती. तो दिल्ली की जनता उस भ्रम से निकल चुकी है. साफ पानी चाहिए उसको, साफ हवा चाहिए, साफ यमुना चाहिए, लोगों गरीबों को राशन कार्ड चाहिए और महिलाओं को समृद्धि सम्मान चाहिए. वो सब कुछ मोदी गारंटी जो दिया मोदी जी ने, उसके प्रति एक बहुत बड़ा विश्वास दिख रहा है.
जो शीश महल और यमुना की सफाई को लेकर आप लोगों ने अभियान छेड़ा था, उसका कितना?
नहीं, उससे तो ये पता चल गया ना दिल्ली को कि जो आम आदमी पार्टी और उसके मुखिया हैं वो लोग आम आदमी के समर्थक नहीं हैं. वो खास आदमी हैं. आम आदमी पार्टी को धोखा दिया, आम आदमी को धोखा दिया. इसलिए आज आम आदमी पार्टी लोगों की नज़र से भी और ईवीएम के आधार पे भी जा रही है.
बड़े बड़े चेहरे जो आम आदमी पार्टी के थे वो एकदम धूल चाटते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं या पीछे हैं?
मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि ऐसा ही होगा. हालांकि मैं भी 2 घंटा वेट करूंगा, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी ने जनता को धोखा दिया दिल्ली को, तो उसमें तो जो शीर्ष लोग थे वही थे सबसे ज़्यादा. नीचे के तो बहुत सारे विधायक बेचारे थे उनके, तो उनको सजा मिल रही है ऐसा दिख रहा है.
एक बड़ा हर्डल तो पार कर लिया. अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा. चूंकि चेहरा कोई आगे था नहीं, तो अब कितनी बड़ी चुनौती मानते हैं इसे आप?
हमारी पार्टी के पास ये कोई चुनौती नहीं होता है. बहुत आराम से मिल बैठ के हमारी पार्टी डिसाइड कर लेती है और बहुत अच्छा मुख्यमंत्री मिलेगा. ऐसा मिलेगा जो दिल्ली को 15-20 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सेवा के आधार पे जो शीला दीक्षित जी का रिकॉर्ड है उसको भी तोड़ेगी भाजपा. ऐसा मेरा विश्वास.
क्या सांसदों में से भी किसी को मौका मिल सकता है?
पार्टी डिसाइड करेगी. सब कुछ उनके हाथ में है, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
यानी अब तक देख रहे हैं नतीजे आ रहे हैं।
Manoj Tiwari, ladies and gentlemen, this election is settling in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Make no mistake about it, and I'll tell you why I say so. At this moment, there are 9 seats where the margin is less than 1,000 votes between the winner and the runner-up. Even if all the seats which are being won by others come towards the Aam Aadmi Party, the AAP only picks up 3 more. So at this moment, in the way that it seems, the AAP's tally at the most can go up to 30 seats. That's it, no more, because there are no more seats where the margin is less than 1,000. Whereas for the BJP, they are currently at 43. If the last few overs go in their favor, the BJP can get close to 49. That's the extent to which they can go. So the range really is the BJP potentially could end up close to 50. The Aam Aadmi Party, if everything that's up in the air goes in their favor, could get to 30. It seems game, set and match. We can see the excitement will be Kejri-wall jeeta ki hara, Atishi jeeti ki hari. The Aam Aadmi Party, the voters of Delhi have done a jhadu on up.
The fact is, Rahul, that 36 is the magic number. As of now, 95% chances are that the BJP will safely cross that mark. Unless something remarkable turnaround happens and AAP starts winning not just less than 1,000, but even the less than 2,000
I can see that. I'll show that. I can show that next. These are seats where the margin is less than 3,000 votes. So there are 35 such seats. 15 for the AAP, 20 for the BJP at this second. But these are tougher because Delhi's are relatively speaking, Delhi is a small state, and therefore, once margins start settling, it's very difficult. So it's seats where the margin is less than 1,000, where things can change. If we look at seats where
how many rounds done, Rahul?
No, how much? Different seats, different, but about 4 to 5.
But it settles down by 4 to 5 usually.
Oh, it's a big sample. It's a big sample.
Percentage is how much?
The only difference could be that in some of the counting centers, some of the polling booths were in, say, the Juggi clusters, and some of them are in Tony colonies. That could be the difference, where the Tony colony votes quite differently from the Juggi clusters.
No, that's the one problem in a Delhi election, and that's why Arvind Kejriwal will be really on sort of, gasping for breath at the moment, given that he's leading with 200, and some of the areas that will now come into play are BJP strongholds.
On an aggregate still, I mean, the Juggi voters and the urban class voters would have largely been randomized enough to reach to this sample. So I mean, that randomization you can pretty much sort of agree
no, but
to
I'm saying,
or hold
assume
on.
If everything goes now in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party,
yeah, exactly. So it
in where
barely
things
changes
stand,
anything.
Even if everything goes in their favor, they can get 3 more seats, so they can go up from 28 to 31. That's the extent to which this can go.
I think the best case scenario for AAP as of now is BJP 40, AAP 30. The worst case scenario for them is BJP 50, AAP 20. That's the 2 ranges you're looking at. 40 for BJP, 30 for AAP, or 50 for BJP, 20 for AAP. Either way, BJP as of now is well on its way to forming a government in Delhi for the first time since 1993. And that is a huge story in itself. After 3 decades to come back to power, as I said, BJP had a traditional sort of affection.
Their political exile was longer than Bhagwan Ram's exile.
That's right.
That was just 14 years. This is 27 years.
We could go back to Vijay Kumar Malhotra becoming the chief executive of the Metropolitan Council of Delhi way back in 1967. A number of which leaders would contest Lok Sabha elections from here. Whether it was Lal Krishna Advani, whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, at various stages, Delhi was seen to be a BJP city. And yet for 25 years, they've been in a vanvas of 25 years, 25 saal baad.
27 saal
take a moment.
27 saal baad. 27
take a moment to reflect on how sharp Delhi voters are. While there was a Modi wave, they didn't fall for it. They believed genuinely, they, sort of gave enough time to Kejriwal that this man is fit for Delhi. We need and we expect governance from him, not from the BJP. And even historically, he went out and defeated the incumbent Sheila Dikshit, who was, by any stretch of imagination, was a very good chief minister. And look now, relatively a weaker candidate, Parvesh Verma, is giving a restless day to Kejriwal.
No, but this is not about Parvesh
losing,
Verma.
Atishi also losing.
This is anti-Kejriwal. I've been saying from
that's
the
what I'm saying.
beginning
Delhi is
that
public.
this is a referendum on Kejriwal. You hate him or you love him. At this moment, more people hate him than love him.
Atishi is facing the brunt of Kejriwal.
Which is why AAP is where it is. And Kejriwal figured this out halfway, which is that suddenly he had a galaxy of leaders with him in his public interactions. For all these years, it was always just about the persona of Kejriwal. He kind of hedged it by having the likes of Atishi, Saurav Bhardwaj, Manish Sisodia next to him because he figured that there was anti-incumbency against him. In Kalkaji, Ramesh Biduri is currently in the lead against Chief Minister Atishi. She's leading by about 1,600 votes. GVL Narasimha Rao is a numbers man himself. Leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party now joins us. We've got Tom Vadakkan of the BJP also joining us. Mr. Vadakkan, I come to you first. 42 versus 28. Are you still hoping to get close to 50 or do you think anything more than 36 is good enough? It's a fantastic Holi, regardless of what the final tally might be.
Rahul, this is a mandate given by the people of Delhi. I thank them. Whatever the results be, there is this period of 10 years or more that we Delhiites have suffered. This is a mandate against what the Abda government has delivered to the people of Delhi. This is the guarantees of the Prime Minister that the people of Delhi have accepted. Modi ji has led this campaign from the front. This is basically a message down to the India Alliance, to the Congress party, which has again lost in the launch, and to the SP in Uttar Pradesh, that we have delivered and we will deliver. People of Delhi believe us, and there is a plan for Delhi, which will be unveiled shortly by the Prime Minister himself. And we believe that this is a referendum that has happened in Delhi. And we do hope and believe that we will be able to deliver whatever the expectations of Delhiites are.
And it does give the Prime Minister some extra wind beneath his sails. He goes to Paris next, he's going to DC, he'll be meeting Trump. Trump's won a big victory, not that it matters to Trump or in the international scheme of things, but the PM will be feeling pumped about it. Now that I'm sure about. He will be charged up.
He coined this brilliant political word, Apda. That stuck like absolutely like insane. It was like wildfire. That gave, you know, the necessary tools for BJP to go and full thrust. Look, see, Kejriwal also attempted doing that. He started saying BJP is Gali Galoch party and Gunda party, but none of that stuck. What stuck was Apada.
I think we saw the Prime Minister, the President's address also in Parliament. This was a recharged Modi. I mean, if you look at his speech, you know, he was clearly knowing where to hit his opponents where it hurts. You hit Rahul Gandhi and the Congress on dynasty. You hit Arvind Kejriwal on Sheesh Mahal. This is the Prime Minister almost back to where he was. Someone who now takes, you know, offense is the best form of defense.
But he did it in a mature fashion. It wasn't high decibel and high voltage in the way that it was in the past. He kept the stakes sober, unlike last time where they made it very personal. They fought the election, they fought hard, but they didn't take the whole load on their own head. The whole system was functioning.
He was visibly upset when, Kejriwal brought this Haryana poisoning the Yamuna river. He was, he was visibly angry from his body language.
Now you guys better fix. Let me put that question to, we want to ask Tom Vadakkan this. Now you better fix the Yamuna. Whoever it is who's Chief Minister of Delhi and Nayab Singh Saini really need to work together because you're out of excuses.
Air pollution, garbage collection.
Delhi, along the Yamuna, Tom Vadakkan, it's time now to deliver.
3 years. Amit Shah has said 3 years में जमुना का पानी में डुबकी लगाएंगे. 3 years.
Yes, Rahul.
That's the deadline.
No, they'll work on it.
Rahul, this is a promise. This is a promise to the people of Delhi that Yamuna will be taken care of. This poisoning of Yamuna has hurt the people of Delhi, hurt the people of Haryana. 2 states are angry. And I think this is the worst thing you can do in a campaign, to say any political party would poison or do genocide to another state. He has created a difference between two states and he claims that he is the son of Haryana. How can he say a thing like that? People of Delhi are shocked, so are the people of Haryana. This is not campaign. This is
So you're
what I
telling us,
call,
Mr. Vadakan, you're telling me in 3 years, we are about 2025, by 2028, the Yamuna will be fully clean, is it? Am I right?
Rajdeep, let me tell you what we have done to the Ganges. We are capable of doing it in Yamuna. And watch it out.
Ganges
This is
is
a
not cleaned
promise
up.
to the
Please
people of
don't
Delhi.
don't use Ma Ganga so easily. I travel through Ma Ganga areas. वो कोई clean नहीं हुई है. I am asking you a straight question. Yamuna will be clean by 2028. Am I clear?
Rahul, actually, he said river.
Am I clear?
Yes, you're loud and clear. You can tell the Congress party and the APDA that we will do it and we'll stand by it.
So you're inviting Supriya, he's inviting you, Supriya Shinde, to come along with him in 2028 for a dubki in Yamuna ji, saying tab tak saaf kar denge. Supriya is itching to come in, so let's give her a chance. Supriya.
Let's not get too carried away and ahead of ourselves. The 50 crore penalty that the Supreme Court had imposed was imposed both on the Delhi government led by the Aam Aadmi Party and the central government led by the BJP as far as the Yamuna is concerned. एक को माँ गंगा ने बुलाया था, एक को माँ यमुना ने बुलाया. गंगा का पानी भी आचमन के लायक नहीं है. But the reality is that the BJP can't walk away with a lot. The BJP has won, is perhaps going to form the next government. Congratulations to them. But the BJP was an MCD till about 2 years back, right? वो कूड़े के पहाड़ तो आपके भी जमाने में थे, अब उनको हटा दीजिएगा. That is what the people of Delhi want. The people of Delhi want sewers to be clean. The people of Delhi want roads, the broken roads. But I do want to just go back to the point that was being made, I think by Rahul, if I did not miss it. The Prime Minister's mature statement. What part of the Prime Minister's statement in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha sounded mature to you? I have a lot of asking to do there. He did not speak about the basic issues of the day. He did not speak about jobs. He did not speak about high prices. He did not speak about how our people are being handcuffed and being sent back. 140 crore people being humiliated. So I don't know what part of that was mature.
Well, let me try and explain what I said. In the Hyderabad municipal elections or in the last assembly elections.
Absolutely. And I want to say one thing.
Yes.
I want to say one thing, please. What started in 2011 with the whole Anna Andolan has today unraveled. Mr. Kejriwal's filibustering and fake promises and his attempts to just malign the Congress are today unraveling. And I think people of Delhi have seen through that.
But Supriya, does that mean that there is going to be now, from here on, no truck with the Aam Aadmi Party? You have a Gujarat election coming up. No truck at all. Is that now a policy decision that the Congress has made, that you will never ally with the Aam Aadmi Party?
Exactly the question that the Aam Aadmi Party should have been asked in Uttarakhand, in Goa, in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, in Haryana, and
you answer it for us right now.
Elections in.
Going
exactly
forward,
the question that should have been posed before them.
But
as far as we are concerned, as far as we are concerned, this mandate is for Delhi. We were contesting the election in Delhi. We were very, very clear that we had to ask questions and put the government and incumbent government of the day in the dock. There is no denying that.
There is a
so therefore, I just want to ask Akshay Marathe that, because, you know, Yamuna, I saw when I was away on sabbatical a video of mine playing of Arvind Kejriwal promising me on a show that Preeti and I did a few years ago कि हम Yamuna साफ करेंगे to 2025 तक. It didn't happen. Do you believe that particularly in your second term, many of the promises you made, because you spent all your time in firefighting, governance lost out? Are you willing to concede this today on the show, and you paid a heavy price for that, whether it's at MCD level or the Delhi government level?
No, Rajiv ji, I think all of us have lived in and loved Delhi. It's a city that is truly magical. And when we formed the government in 2015, we came in with a lot of promises. And in the first 5 years, for the most part, we were able to deliver on them because of the way that the constitutional structure of Delhi was sort of maintained. But by 2021, when the BJP realized that stopping Arvind Kejriwal using fair means of politics is not possible, they changed the GNCTD Act and changed the definition of the government to lieutenant governor. in 2023 when the Supreme Court verdict came in our favor and we got power over bureaucrats. They changed the definition of who has control over bureaucrats to the lieutenant governor. So in every way possible, the governance of Delhi was hampered by the central government only and only to stop Arvind Kejriwal. And I think it's a very tragic event in our history where the central government, whose job it should be to support all states, to encourage all states to do a better job, but to serve their political ends, they sought to destroy our national
Just stay with us, Akshay Marathe. We've got Manoj Tiwari joining us. पॉलिटिक्स की बात बाद में होगी. 27 साल का बीजेपी का राजनीतिक वनवास दिल्ली में खत्म हो रहा है. मनोज भाई,
कोई गाना हो जाए मनोज
क्या
भाई.
गाना गा के सुनाना चाहते हैं? मैं पॉलिटिक्स खूब पूछूंगा, लेकिन पहले बताइए आप क्या गुनगुना रहे हैं अपने दिल में?
नहीं, हम तो यही देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में. लेकिन देखो एक बात आपने राहुल जी कही ना कि 27 साल का वनवास.
एक सेकंड, इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है. राम जी का वनवास इससे छोटा था जितना लंबा आपका वनवास हो गया दिल्ली में. आपके दिल में जो गाना है वो जुबान पे लेके आई है पूरे अंदाज में, मनोज तिवारी के अंदाज में समा बनाइए.
नहीं, हम लोग तो पूरा गली गली में गाए हैं कि भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में, खुशियां चुनेंगे मिलके चलेंगे जीतेंगे जनमन, मिलके चलेंगे खिलके रहेंगे मोदी कमल तरंग, भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में. और ये लाइन सत्य हो रही है राहुल जी. भाजपा दिल में भी है और भाजपा दिल्ली में भी है. और मैं आपको कह रहा था, जैसे आपने कहा ना कि 27 साल का वनवास, तो 27 साल का वनवास दिल्ली की खुशियों का भी खत्म हो रहा है. दिल्ली की खुशियों पे भी ग्रहण लगा हुआ था 27 साल से. अब वो खत्म होगा और दिल्ली के बच्चों को, दिल्ली की महिलाओं को, बुजुर्गों को, दिल्ली की यमुना जी को, दिल्ली हवा पानी सबको एक अलग ताजगी मिलेगी. ऐसा समय आ रहा है.
ये मुझे बताइए, आपने यमुना का जिक्र किया. मैं बार बार ये हर व्यक्ति को पूछता हूं क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये हर सरकार जो आती है मनोज जी कहती है हम यमुना साफ करेंगे. क्या आप हमें वादा कर सकते हैं कि अगले 5 साल में यमुना पूरी तरह से साफ होगी? सरकार तो अब आपकी केंद्र में है और राज्य में. जब आपकी सरकार राज्य में नहीं थी, आप आम आदमी पार्टी का आरोप है आप उनको काम करने नहीं देते थे. अब तो आप वो भी ये नहीं कहे, अब आपके पास पूरी ताकत है, यमुना साफ होगी.
राजदीप भाई, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं आज कि 5 साल के अंदर हम लोग यमुना जी को स्वच्छ करके, और हम लोग वैसी यमुना देंगे जिसमें पूरे दिल्ली के लोग शाम सुबह यमुना जी जाने के लिए उत्साह से निकलेंगे. हम करके दिखाएंगे, ये हम आपको विश्वास दिलाते हैं.
मनोज जी, आपको पता है जितने भी ट्रैकर्स आए हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद अगर किसी सीएम फेस का नाम आया है वो आपका नाम है. किसको बनना चाहिए भाजपा का सीएम?
अब मैं तो चुनाव नहीं लड़ा हूं, तो
वो पहली बार नहीं हुआ है मनोज जी.
बाकी पार्टी का निर्णय होता है. हाँ, अच्छा, नहीं
हो तो सकता है मनोज जी.
है वो तो आप जी कोई बात नहीं. पार्टी अभी हम लोग शाम तक रिजल्ट के बाद पार्टी बैठेगी. पार्टी बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लेगी, बहुत अच्छा सीएम मिलेगा जो शीला जी के 3 बार टर्म के रिकॉर्ड को तोड़ के 4 बार तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली में सेवा के रूप में प्रस्थापित करेगा.
आपको क्या लगता है मनोज जी, किसको बनना चाहिए? अगर परवेश वर्मा हरा दें अरविंद केजरीवाल को तो नेचुरल सिलेक्शन के तहत लोग कहेंगे उनको बनना चाहिए, या आपने इतनी मेहनत की है, 10 साल से आप लगे हुए हैं दिल्ली पर?
मैंने कहा ना कि इसका एक प्रोसेस है जिसमें अभी शाम तक रिजल्ट होने के बाद हमारी पार्टी बड़ी अच्छे ढंग से फ्यूचर को देख करके चलती है, और आप इंतजार करें, बहुत सुंदर निर्णय होगा.
पर आप ये याद रखिएगा कि इस बार दिल्ली ने बहाने की गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी, क्योंकि पहले एमसीडी आपके पास थी, राज्य सरकार आप या कांग्रेस की थी, तो आप कहते थे काम नहीं होता था. अब केंद्र में भी आपकी सरकार है, राज्य में भी आपकी सरकार है. अब कोई एक्सक्यूज नहीं है। जो आपने राम राज्य की बात की, साफ पानी, साफ हवा, साफ सड़कें, अब भाई कर दीजिएगा आप, फिर चलेंगे आप और हम डुबकी लगाने यमुना जी में 5 साल बाद।
100%, 5 साल भी नहीं लगेगा राहुल जी, 3 साल बाद।
आप सोच के बोलिए, जो बोल रहे बाद में इसी का वीडियो बनेगा घुमा घुमा के। अगर गंगा जी यमुना जी साफ नहीं रही तो 3 साल बाद आपके यही वीडियो बनेगा।
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से हम 3 साल बाद आपके साथ यमुना जी में, जो यमुना जी आज किनारे खड़ी होने लायक नहीं है, उनको हम लोग डुबकी भी लगाएंगे और उस यमुना जी को पूरे देश का एक सुंदरतम स्थान बनाएंगे। दिल्ली को दुनिया की बेहतरीन राजधानी, राष्ट्रीय राजधानी बनाएंगे।
अच्छा ये बताइए, ये आम आदमी पार्टी का आरोप है कि आपने उनको काम करने नहीं दिया 5 साल। 5 साल आपका एक ही मिशन था, अरविंद केजरीवाल को खत्म करो। किस तरह से आप उसका जवाब देंगे आज?
राजदीप भाई, आप भी और राहुल जी आप भी, कलीपुरी जी भी एक बार हमारे साथ थी, राहुल जी साथ थे आपको हमने दिल्ली की दशा दिखाई थी। हम उसको बदल के रहेंगे, इन सिचुएशन जो रहे। और आपको बता दें, जिसको काम ही नहीं करना होता है ना राजदीप भाई, जिसका नियत ही नहीं, अरविंद केजरीवाल की नियत ही नहीं है काम करने की, वो सिर्फ उनका भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे रहने की नियत थी। हम काम करने में कभी नहीं रोके। हम तो उन्हीं के शासन रहते हुए द्वारका एक्सप्रेस बनाए, NH24 बनाए, प्रगति मैदान का टनल बनाए, अक्षरधाम से लेके देहरादून वाली हाईवे बनाए, मेट्रो लाए। हम कहाँ रोके? उनको चाहिए था तो अच्छे ढंग से उसका लाभ ले सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने अपना काम नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो काम करना जानते ही नहीं है, वो सिर्फ बेईमानी करना जानते।
स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स दे। मनोज तिवारी जी, आप म्यूजिक के अलावा क्रिकेट के बड़े शौकीन हैं, तो क्रिकेट के आज अब अगर आज IPL का दिन होता तो क्या कहेंगे? आपने कितने सिक्सर आज मार दिए? या आखिरी सिक्सर आपका तभी होगा जब कोई कहेगा मनोज तिवारी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए।
आप सब उनको फंसाने में लगे हुए हैं यार। इतनी मुश्किल से तो उनकी पार्टी जीती है, जब से आए तब से सब उनको फंसाने में लगे हुए हैं।
नहीं, देखिए 2020 में हम लोगों ने 8% वोट बढ़ाया, लेकिन हमारी सफलता नहीं हो सकी। इस बार हम अच्छे तरीके से सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। हमने वेलफेयर स्कीम भी दिया है, और कल CCL का दिन है। कल अरुण जेटली स्टेडियम में मनोज तिवारी और सलमान खान की टीम का सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का मैच है। राहुल जी, राजदीप जी आप जरूर आइए, पूरी दिल्ली आएगी। और कल हम अरुण जेटली स्टेडियम में हमारे सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का पहली बार वेन्यू हुआ है, और मैं भोजपुरी दबंग
नहीं, that's a no contest. Manoj Tiwari much better cricketer than Salman Khan. Rahul, Manoj Tiwari is a good cricketer.
I've played against him.
He has put up nets.
In the MPs versus देंगे, बैटिंग करने लगे, आउट ही नहीं हो रहे थे फिर।
उनके गार्डन में क्रिकेट के नेट्स है। He is a good batsman, अच्छा कवर ड्राइव मारता है।
बट यूनिवर्सिटी प्लेयर फॉर बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी।
हाँ, मुश्किल हो गया था इनको आउट
तिवारी ने
करना।
यूनिवर्सिटी खेला है।
जी राहुल जी इज ऑल्सो वेरी गुड क्रिकेटर। राहुल को मैंने देखा है।
नहीं, लेकिन
तो कल तो मैं आपको इनवाइट कर रहा हूँ। कल हमारा शाम को 6:30 बजे मैच है।
खेलने बुला रहे हैं या देखने बुला रहे हैं?
हाँ सर,
ये बताइए।
अरे थैंक यू सर, आपको याद है।
नहीं, राहुल जी की
कल तो देखने बुला रहे हैं,
उनकी परफॉर्मेंस से बेटर है।
मैं क्रिकेट नहीं, मैं टेनिस।
राहुल जी एंथुसियास्टिक बहुत है क्रिकेट के फील्ड पे, आप अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं। लेकिन आखिरी का सवाल मनोज जी ये बताइए जी नहीं, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों ने बहुत वादे किए हैं। आप लोगों ने कहा है महिलाओं को 2,500 रुपए मिलेंगे मार्च 8 तक। ये सब वादे जो हैं, क्या ये एक तरह से आप पर प्रेशर डालेंगे? जैसी आपकी अब सरकार आएगी, अब आप किसी और को ब्लेम नहीं कर पाएंगे दिल्ली में, ये आप मानते हैं कि नहीं?
हम कभी भी सरकार बनाने के बाद दूसरे को ब्लेम नहीं करते राजदीप भाई, आप तो ये तो देख रहे हैं। और हम 2,500 रुपया प्रति गरीब महिला को, जो हमारा महिला समृद्धि सम्मान है, हम बहुत जल्दी उसकी शुरुआत कर देंगे। और दिल्ली की महिलाओं को ये सुविधा दे करके रहेंगे। जो रिजल्ट अभी 42 सीटों पे हम आगे चल रहे हैं।
जो दूसरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी बीजेपी ने,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की टीम इसके
उसमें आपने बोला था कि दिल्ली के पास पैसे ही नहीं है देने के लिए, तो कहां से लेके आएगी अभी भाजपा ये पैसा? क्योंकि आप ही ने कहा था कि दिल्ली के पास कोई पैसा नहीं है कि ये दे पाए जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 1000 और 2100 का बाद में दावा किया है।
नहीं, शायद आप मेरे को मिसकोट हो जा रहा हूं मैंने ये कभी नहीं कहा कि दिल्ली के पास पैसे नहीं हैं। सरकार को देने की नीयत नहीं है। जब भी कोई ये कहता है कि हम प्रत्येक महिला को देंगे तो झूठ बोल रहा है। हमने स्पष्ट कहा है प्रत्येक गरीब महिला को देंगे दिल्ली के, और इन दोनों में बहुत अंतर है और हम वो करके दिखाएंगे। दिल्ली में पैसे की बिल्कुल कमी नहीं है। हम जब 14 में आए थे सांसद बनके तो दिल्ली का बजट 37,000 करोड़ था। आज दिल्ली का बजट 76,000 करोड़ है। इसलिए पैसे की कमी नहीं है, नियत की कमी थी जो अब नरेंद्र मोदी जी का डबल इंजन पूरा करके देगा।
अच्छा, जाने से पहले आपने दिल्ली में जो अपने आप को पॉलिटिक्स के सलमान खान समझते थे उनको तो ध्वस्त कर दिया, लेकिन जो गाना सुनाया आपने वो कैंपेन सॉन्ग था। मैं जानना चाह रहा था कि आपके दिल में जो सॉन्ग है, नॉट द कैंपेन सॉन्ग, जीत के बाद जीत के जश्न वाला जो गाना है, और दूसरा आपने इनवाइट किया मैच के लिए, आपने देखने के लिए इनवाइट किया या खेलने के लिए इनवाइट किया, वो भी जरा क्लैरिफाई कर दीजिए। और जाते जाते आपके दिल में जीत का गाना जो है वो सुनाइए।
राहुल जी, पहले तो कल जो सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का मैच है उसमें मैं आपको देखने के लिए बुला रहा हूं, क्योंकि आप क्रिकेट लवर भी हैं और इसमें तो सिर्फ एक्टर खेलते हैं। मगर बहुत जल्दी एक ऐसा टूर्नामेंट दिल्ली सरकार बनने के बाद हमें स्पोर्ट्स को बहुत बढ़ावा देने वाले हैं, तो बहुत जल्दी ऐसा भी टूर्नामेंट आप देखेंगे जहां राहुल कंवल अपनी कैटेगरी में प्लेयर बनेंगे और वैसा टूर्नामेंट दिल्ली में करके हम देंगे जो एक
आप यमुना क्लीन करने में फोकस कीजिए।
होगा, रियल सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग।
अच्छा चलिए, रियल सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग आप और हमारी दोनों की टीम लगाते हैं। मनोज तिवारी 11 वर्सेस राजदीप सरदेसाई 11, पत्रकार वर्सेस एमपीज। आप बाहर से प्लेयर मत लाइए, उतना ही। पिछली बार आपने बाहर से प्लेयर लाए थे हमको हराने के लिए, अपने प्लेयर रखिए। एमपीज वर्सेस जर्नलिस्ट।
ये मैच फिक्सिंग का आरोप लगा रहे हैं राजदीप, यहाँ पे भी मैच फिक्सिंग का आरोप।
No, last time the MPs went and brought, half a dozen players from outside to defeat us. But we will see how it goes. Manoj Tiwari.
Half a dozen players from outside.
Yeah, they had all these guys, some local guys who were much better than the average MP.
In the match, I remember with the MPs, I won't name that MP, there was a official, the umpire wanted some work done with the BCCI. And one of the MPs was a BCCI official. So no matter how often we got him out, usko out hi nahi deta tha. So when the charges level of the umpire being biased, I've experienced that at close quarters. But all that being said, let's come back to the action. Here it is. On your screen now, the margin calculator for Delhi. Can anything change? What can change is AAP can go from 28 at best to 31, because there are 9 seats where the margin is less than 1,000. So only 31 is the upper range that the AAP currently looks at. The BJP, on the other hand, which is at 42 at the moment, could at best go up to 48. So 50 seems a far cry at this moment, but they could go up to 45, potentially to 48 as well. Yashwant Deshmukh joins us now. And the interesting thing, as I bring out the vote share data here, Yashwant Deshmukh from Sea Voter, I want to tell our viewers, was spot on. He told us live over the last 48 hours that the vote share gap is 3%. This is when, I don't name any one particular pollster, but multiple pollsters said the vote share gap is 6 to 8%. Yashwant in his data said the gap is about 3%. 44.4 for AAP, 47.8 for the BJP, roughly 4% gap. Give or take, that's where it will settle between 3 and 4. So, given how complicated it is to capture this vote share, Yashwant Deshmukh, take a bow. Well done.
Thank you, Rahul. And I'm so glad that we are not into that seat scope anymore in that way, because you can very well see, as I've been watching you since morning, with the close margin seats of 500 and 1,000 votes. Honestly, the fact is that those votes, with each and every round of counting, one machine opens up, and there are more than 1,000 votes going here and there. So obviously, these things are important to gauge. What is more important to gauge is why exactly is this happening? And that is where, our trackers and our post poll has been focusing on, that Aam Aadmi Party lost the middle class. Or let's put it this way, BJP pulled in the middle class. It was already doing in a two-phase manner. Number one, that the onslaught of Aam Aadmi Party on the Sheesh Mahal and the liquor scam and everything, that had already taken down the sheen of Aam Aadmi Party as the anti-corruption crusader and everything. But the last hit on nail was the union budget. And
so how much credit, if Nirmala Sitharaman is watching, the union finance minister, how much credit would you give her for swinging the last-minute fence-sitter voters? Your poll, I remember, said 22% of the voters said they would decide on the day of polling. That's 1 in 5. And the percentage went up from 17 to 22. So to what extent would you give the budget put together by the PM and the finance minister the credit for that last-minute swing in fortune?
The precise lead that you are looking on the screen right now, that 4% is Kursi Nirmala Sitharaman. Nothing else. Because, you know, when we stopped, because of the ECI embargo, when we had to stop showing the tracker, Rahul, you remember, I mean, that was almost like 72 hours prior to that. In those 3 days post-budget, we had seen the sharpest of the turn as far as the middle class male voters were concerned. And in the post-poll numbers, when you see the income-wise categorization of how things had been standing, it was a huge, huge gap as far as the upper middle class and middle class voters were concerned.
Yashwant, since the morning, there's been a view in the studio that there is no class divide anymore. That's all bunkum. But I would think with what you seem to suggest now, that there is a bigger class divide this time around.
It's a huge class divide for a simple factor. You know, Preeti, if there was no class divide, Aam Aadmi Party would not be sitting pretty at 43% votes.
You're right.
These 43% votes are precisely coming from the bottom of the pyramid. From the Juggi Jhopdi, low-income group, the minorities, this is precisely where they are getting it from.
So the class divide has only widened, Yashwant. That's what you're saying. It's even more stark than it was in 2020.
It's more starker than the 2020 because in 2020, even the urban middle class went the Aam Aadmi Party's way. Their entire vote bank of
we spoke of where we agree with your data. I'll tell you where we disagree, Yashwant. You captured data to say that more than 15% of the women voted for AAP. That's the gap between AAP and BJP was more than 15%.
Yeah.
The fact is that if the BJP is leading in this fashion, do you still believe that to be the case, or do you think you oversampled the gap, that the gap that you came back with was bigger than the actual gap on the ground?
You remember that I said that if the turnout number is the same between male and female, that BJP would be having a lead of 3 to 4% votes. That is precisely what is happening. You see, without that bottom of the pyramid support, without the support of the female voters in Delhi, our vote share would have crashed below 40%. If you are
but I think more than
that's the wrong way of looking at it.
But I think more than gender. But Yashwant, more than gender, this is a class divide.
Exactly.
You know, the gender divide.
But Rajdeep,
if I'm a middle class woman.
But can I just frame the argument differently? Let's assume earlier you went to the Jhuggi clusters and 9 out of 10 said they voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, even if it is 7 or 8, it is still a stark class divide in favor of the AAP. But at the margins, your core vote share has fragmented, which is how you've come down from 54 to 44. You won't lose 10% vote share otherwise.
No. Rahul, that's the wrong way of looking at it in my view.
Okay, argue.
The fact of the matter is that the Aam Aadmi Party, there Yashwant is right, would have probably done even worse, but for the income divide that exists in Delhi. The lower income groups, by and large, comparison to the BJP, and I believe you must use the reference point to some extent, at least also as Lok Sabha, the 54%. The BJP has now got the lower middle class. You see, the middle class is not a monolith. Those who benefited, he says the budget made a difference. If I get 60,000 plus salary, I am now a beneficiary. Earlier it was 7 lakhs.
Middle class,
1 minute. No, 1 minute. I am now differentiating those who have toilet, who have a fridge in house, who have other consumer durables in house. all of them, to a large extent, have consolidated fully behind the BJP. Similarly, a substantial section of those who do not have those facilities, who are at the bottom of the pyramid, have still stayed with AAP. The gender divide has ensured also that the AAP hasn't done as badly as we thought. If the AAP is getting 28, it's because you will find, I believe, in post polls, a disproportionate number of women have voted for the AAP in comparison to the BJP.
So let's pause that to say that a lot of the people who switched back to the BJP are not your income tax beneficiaries. They're not the ones who had salaries of up to 12 lakhs and therefore have benefited.
Over 7 lakhs.
Correct. At the margins, the AAP vote has fragmented. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have slipped from 54 to 44.
But they've lost the middle class.
That's not the only vote you've lost.
That's the main vote.
That's the main vote.
That's a key part of the vote. But I'm saying, let's assume you lose a part of the Muslim vote, a little part of the Muslim vote. You lose a little part. You lose a little part of the. That's what I'm saying. You're chipping away.
See, this is what I'm
chipping away.
Rahul is saying is actually
If you look the other way around, from 54% votes in the Lok Sabha elections, now they are down to 49. That means that they have been able to save their middle class vote.
Sandeep Dixit is speaking at this moment. Congress candidate from New Delhi. Let's listen.
They've lost the middle.
Okay. We'll try and pull that out in just a moment from Rajat wants to make a point.
I see the starting point of the BJP. It was 40%, around 39-40%. They are almost at 48%. So they've added this 8% kitty. Now, look at the seats that the BJP is leading on. It is all on the outer. There too, there is substantial poorer sections of the society. Look at the central, which is a more urbanized seat where Aam Aadmi Party is still controlling some of the seats. I still believe that this is a Delhi-wide phenomena. Within the Delhi, I don't see that poor would have gone out in the same enthusiasm as they have been doing in the past. BJP's strategy was retain your core 40% and then chip away wherever you can.
Yes.
Even in poorer sections, there were certain jhuggi jhopris who were suffering really well, really badly.
One minute. I would agree with your logic if the AAP had really collapsed as much as some.
No, it's not like a zero.
It's not a binary. Rajdeep, when the margins are so tight, it's not a binary. You have to chip away at your vote share. You have to keep yours, consolidate your vote share, chip away at the opposition vote share.
All of that is fine. If you look at CSDS data, we can dispute what is the size of the middle class in Delhi. Some data suggests it's as big as 65 to 70%, right? That is the number which is given in some of the CSDS data. AAP has got 44% of the vote. I am willing to bet 4/5 of this vote has come from lower income groups. Outside this middle class category. Therefore, I'm saying the BJP's success in this election is as follows. They have made sure that the chunk of the middle class vote that was voting for Modi for Prime Minister and Kejri-wall for Chief Minister has said, no, I want Modi for Prime Minister, I want BJP for Chief Minister. And that is the vote that has made the difference in this election. It is not there. I disagree with Rajat that the BJP has dented the lower income group. Chipping away won't win you an election. You had to win this election by retaining that core. And the core it's the middle class versus the lower income. That is Delhi's
that class
election.
divide continues. That's exactly the point that I was making this morning. It will only get starker by the end of the day.
Women may have disproportionate, but let's be clear. There, I think Yashwant got it wrong. I don't believe that 15% women more have voted for AAP. A middle class woman has voted for BJP in a resident welfare association. It's not gender this time.
No, but the thing is, ultimately,
if the poor vote for Aam Aadmi Party and the women vote for Aam Aadmi Party, then the results would have been different. It is clearly these two big sections you cannot create that.
Ultimately, the reality is people will put their political bias ahead of that and they will draw whatever conclusion. You can draw any conclusion. The fact is, unless you take away from everywhere, you cannot win. The fact that they won requires a chipping away. And I disagree with Rajdeep that chipping away doesn't matter because as you chip on every brick, you lay the foundation which is the opposite of the foundation which was laid.
But it doesn't happen. 54% anyway. We won't dispute it.
To my point of view, first, BJP has been able to retain its majority of the votes which it got in the Lok Sabha elections. That has been the biggest success of BJP campaign, that they were able to retain their Lok Sabha figures, number one. And number two, you see this assurance by Prime Minister and others that we will not do away with the welfare schemes and all.
Fair enough.
Would have made the poorer voters indifferent.
Sir, look at
and they did not vote as passionately for Aam Aadmi Party as they would have voted last time.
I'll give you a certain microcosm of what Aam Aadmi Party movement was all about. Rakhi Birla, Mangolpuri seat. A quintessential example of a common person rising up the ranks and, becoming a minister. She's trailing. And she belongs to that community where, this is not a rich
there will be a few,
or an
there will
urban
be a few
constituency.
seats.
No, I can quote you Kondli, vis-a-vis. So I can quote you Kondli where
my point is,
Bonu is
all that
concerned.
BJP needed was that extra 8 to 9%.
But
they were able to chip away wherever they could.
But Raja,
there are certain strong
but
leaders
Raja,
who have done
Wherever
this
they
work.
didn't chip, the Congress did the work for them. Wherever they didn't chip,
5-6%,
the
yeah,
Congress
exactly.
did the work for them.
The
So it's
remaining
net
5% chipping.
was ultimately Jo Jeeta
That's
Wahi
also-
Sikandar.
Jo Jeeta Wahi
Everything
Sikandar.
else is
Pure analysis.
you can put
But
your bias over theory.
the Congress story is not as, is only 6% at the moment. So as 6,
No, but this is good news for the Congress.
So AAP cannot blame the Congress for this defeat. Let's be very clear.
100%.
You see, I thought when there was a stage in the morning where Congress was leading in 20, was leading in 1 and number 2 in 21, you could blame the Congress. Today, Aam Aadmi Party cannot blame the Congress
Let's
for
go
this
to
defeat.
Shelly Oberoi from the Aam Aadmi Party. Shelly, are you conceding defeat now? Anshul Avijit from the Congress also joins us. The Aam Aadmi Party was bombastic. 50 से एक कम नहीं, 55 भी आ सकती है. We may hit 60. From there, it seems you may not touch 30 at the end of the day.
It's a very important day today, and we have full faith that we will form government with full majority, and Delhi people had voted for the politics of honesty and work.
Getting this
and definitely this time the election was totally different.
A lot of votes have been counted, and there's no basis for that faith.
Good model of governance versus the corrupt system. Arvind Kejriwal versus the entire corrupt system, the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress, the all agencies all together, and the Arvind Kejriwal
votes have been counted.
And
The
it was only
possibility
the
of this
Arvind Kejriwal
now
and the Aam Aadmi Party,
being turned on its
even after
head.
despite challenges, they were tried to overcome.
Shelly ji,
And you're talking
21.6% of the
about
vote has
Congress.
been counted.
Congress has failed to open its
none of them are,
account
none of them are
even in the
listening to
last
anything. It's not like you're not listening to the voter of Delhi. You're definitely not listening to the anchor.
4 rounds are done. I think we need to have patience. 4 rounds are done.
Shelly
We
Oberoi,
need to
let
have
me ask you
patience,
one
and
question.
In the coming
Shelly Oberoi, can you hear me?
few hours, we'll get to know the clear
Shelly
results.
Oberoi, can you
and
hear me?
definitely-
Can you hear me?
You're not audible.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Shelly Oberoi, one of the main reasons why Aam Aadmi Party finds
Yes, you're
itself...
audible but not clear.
One of the main reasons, Shelly Oberoi, Aam Aadmi Party finds itself in a position that it does could very well be with the body that you headed. You were mayor of the city.
See, in last 10 years, Aam Aadmi Party has fulfilled all their promises, but the way Aam Aadmi Party has faced a lot of challenges in the last 1 year, 1.5 year, Aam Aadmi Party has performed well in comparison to how the things were going on. And definitely we have full faith on Delhi people. Just wait and watch situation.
How has the MCD performed? How has the MCD performed in the 2 years that the Aam Aadmi Party has been leading it? Many would suggest that it is the MCD and the lack of work done by the MCD that has done the Aam Aadmi Party in today.
No, in the last 15 years, MCD was ruled by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as a mayor, I have seen how the MCD situation was so worse at that time. In last 2 years, we have regularized more than 10,000 MCD employees, and also those employees who were struggling to get their salaries, and for 6 months they were not getting their salaries at that time. They used to protest outside the BJP headquarters, outside the mayor house, but now it's almost 1 year now. They are getting their salary very
Let's get
timely.
Anil Antony
And
from the winning
this
side.
time,
The BJP's Anil Antony joins us. Mr. Antony, the BJP has been out of power for so long. The big question, of course, is can they now live up to the hopes of the Delhi voter? For so long, Delhi's been deprived of development. Delhi voters have voted with high expectations, and the countdown will start from now.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me in the show. This is definitely a historic mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is after 27 long years that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be coming to governance in Delhi. One thing which we can assure, based on our track record and whatever we have been seeing in the last 10-11 years, is wherever there is a Bharatiya Janata Party government, we have always delivered. Something which we saw after the Lok Sabha elections, where it was only the second time in our country's history where our Prime Minister came back for the third time. After that, you saw state elections in Maharashtra, in Haryana, and now in Delhi. And all these places, the common trend is people are giving us historic mandates. All these states, it is our best ever mandates that the people are giving. And that is because people are now saying that they would like double engine governments. They know that for the next 5 years, just like the last 10 years on the national stage, it is going to be a very stable government that is led by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And in a situation like that, they would like the policies that we are creating from the national level be implemented
Anil, you
well
mentioned
in the
a word.
levels, and this is why they are
Anil, you
giving us
mentioned
these
a word,
historic
double
mandates.
engine. And that's a word that really, in a way, is now echoing once again. We saw it play out in Maharashtra. We saw it play out in Haryana. And therefore, are you saying that it is only when you have governments of the BJP at the center and the state will governments function efficiently? Is that the message you believe that you're trying to send out with this Delhi verdict?
See, in Delhi itself, something which we saw was Mr. Kejri-wall and the Aam Aadmi Party purposefully and trying to create scenarios where some of the policies were not given to the people. For example, the Ayushman Bharat health insurance scheme. Right now, it is the largest health insurance scheme in the world. 50 crore plus beneficiaries. Now, after the Lok Sabha elections, now we have given it free coverage to everybody over 70. But in some states like Delhi and West Bengal, the governments there, the state governments were trying to deny people the benefits that they deserve. And this is not something the people appreciate.
Anshul Avijit, the difference between the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign and the Congress, if the Congress was in power in a state like Delhi versus the BJP being out of power, chances are the Congress would have collapsed. The AAP is still 44.4% vote share, the BJP 47.6%. That, frankly, is the difference. Despite their back to the wall, despite their top leadership being in jail for a large part and out of action, they've still come back with 44.4%. Do you accept that? That the AAP's ability to fight, even if they lost in the end, the AAP's ability to fight and not give up is much more than the current day's Congress ability to fight?
Yeah, well, why don't you use that argument in Telangana, Rahul, where the ability of the Congress party to fight and come back to power was amply proven there. I mean, nobody gave a chance 1 year before the Telangana election. No, I don't buy that. There are contingent circumstances. Look, here all our top Delhi leadership fought the election. We ran a very aggressive, positive campaign. We hope to up our vote share as well. Yeah, the number of seats is very disappointing, I have to say. It's not all what you expect it to be. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party were caught in a tussle of allegations and counter-allegations. The AAP completely destroyed the civic structures in Delhi with all the safai and all that you see at the moment. So it was complete mismanagement of Delhi. Here, the BJP was stalling every kind of process and then, court cases and getting embroiled in that. So it was caught between that. We ran a very good campaign.
No, but if you ran a good campaign, you moved from 4.65% to 5.7%. 1% in 5 years, that's the end result of what you're calling, Anshul, a spirited campaign.
And let me just add to that of Rahul, you're saying spirited campaign. How do you run spirited campaigns unless you don't revive your organization? The same organization 6 months ago was asked to work with AAP to win a Lok Sabha election. Now you tell them you've got to fight the AAP. The AAP has misgoverned Delhi. I mean, the Congress seems to me C for confusion. You see, what is the clarity? You need C for clarity. What is the Congress's clarity going ahead? Okay, you've ensured that AAP has lost and you're hoping that you will now climb up and become the challenger. But how are you going to do it without an organization?
Our purpose was not to defeat AAP. The India Alliance, and I know I saw you very gleefully announce the obituary of the India Alliance. I mean, you could hardly contain yourself. I don't know why. The India Alliance is an ideological compact that is based on certain kind of values of social justice and of secularism, and of course, defeating the BJP. Now, sometimes this alliance works very well and complements each other and covers each other's weaknesses in places like Jharkhand, like where it did wonderfully well. I mean, and that is one story that is often neglected. You know, the revival of the Congress in many states where it has won the opposition, won the state despite massive opposition, and people writing it off is not what is quoted. Yes, I do agree.
Do you have any regrets at all of not fighting this election with AAP?
Why do you keep asking that question, Rajdeep?
Because
AAP wasn't interested in fighting with them.
No, 1 minute.
Where AAP was not interested in fighting with them.
Actually, that's incorrect. Incorrect.
AAP would have given 2, 3, 4 seats to the Congress. Why should the Congress have taken that?
Fighting with them.
I'm giving you the reason I'm asking this.
Let Rajdeep speak.
Congress people on record have said Rahul Gandhi was keen for an alliance with AAP in Haryana. That was September.
Correct.
We are now only in February. So 4 months ago, you were keen for an alliance with AAP in Haryana. You gave a green signal. It didn't happen. That's another matter. And you can ask the same question to AAP. You're right. Why didn't you tie up with Congress? But the Congress is the larger party. I want to ask them a very simple question. Are there any regrets? You're saying, Anshul Avjit, the India alliance is not dead. If the India alliance is not dead, are you telling me that you and AAP could fight together tomorrow? Or is that chapter over? That's what I want to know.
The India alliance is bigger than any particular election that we have fought. I mean, there are elections where we haven't fought with the India alliance. There have been statements that are often contradictory to each other. But this is a far bigger idea, the India alliance. Don't write it off like that and so gleefully. I'm simply amazed by that.
No, I'm not gleeful.
Look,
I like to smile. You see, everything, I get into the next.
Anshul, we just like elections. We love politics. We like elections. That's the glee. You know, it's not as if anybody particularly cares. So, gali sabse padni hai. So, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. They're all going to come and abuse us. That's different. It is just that elections are exciting. It's a big day in national politics. It's a massive day in Delhi politics. 27 years of being out of power. The BJP is coming back to power. That is the glee. Once they are in power, they will be held to the same standards of counts as the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress before that. So there is no glee in any of what you're seeing except for the glee which comes with an exciting election, Rajdeep.
No, absolutely. I am mystified that at one level every Congress leader says India alliance is alive, we are ideologically together, and then in the next breath goes and targets the AAP, which is also part of the India alliance, and vice versa, the AAP does the same thing.
No, but we have a situation where anchors are more keen on forging an alliance than the parties themselves.
No.
The India alliance, Congress and AAP are not interested in allying with each other. They are at each other's throats, daggers drawn. Anchors seem more interested in forging an alliance.
No, it's not a question of anchors seem more interested. I find it very intriguing almost at the way Indian politics moves. If you see what was happening 8 months ago and what you see happening today, all I'm saying is that dissonance reflects in the voting also. Voters also see through it. There are various factors that have led to the erosion of credibility of AAP and Arvind Kejriwal. One of those is the fact that, one day you want to do a transactional alliance with one party, next day you say Ekla Chalo Re. Ditto with the Congress. I mean, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress have to decide. Are you going to ally with regional parties or are you an Ekla Chalo Re party?
Okay, so we'll do this post facto hypothesis in a while. Let's focus at the battle that is still on. Let's take you through the VIP candidates and see whether that big fight in Delhi, how does that shape up? At this moment in New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, the formidable convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, the man who thought he could take on and vanquish Modi in Varanasi, he is currently trailing, but not with a very big margin. Parvesh Verma is ahead of Arvind Kejriwal in New Delhi. Sandeep Dixit's vote share, and that's the point that Rajdeep was making, Sandeep Dixit's vote share is more than the gap between Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. So the Congress didn't stand up on its own, but they just tripped the Aam Aadmi Party. So they did what you do in a school.
But having said that, it could mean Sandeep could also be getting some votes of people who didn't want Kejriwal but also didn't want BJP.
Sure. So that is in Delhi. That's the biggest story. Remember, he felled Sheila Dikshit, thought he could do the same to Modi. Is he being bested in his own bastion now? A lot for the man to think about. Arvind Kejriwal trailing currently in New Delhi.
The other big story that's playing out at the moment, if you look at region-wise, and that's really the story of Delhi, Northwest Delhi, West Delhi and Outer Delhi. These three regions are deciding Delhi's future. In all the other regions, it's very competitive. But Northwest, West is a sweep. If you look at the numbers for West Delhi, it's a complete sweep at the moment for the BJP in West Delhi.
Rajdeep, let's go through this. In Okhla now, Amanatullah Khan on an AAP ticket is currently leading. That's big relief for Okhla, for AAP and for Amanatullah Khan himself. He's currently leading in Okhla. In Kalkaji, the incumbent chief minister, Atishi trails against Ramesh Biduri. In Parpalganj, Avadoja brought in with so much fanfare, given this high prestige seat. He's currently trailing in Parpalganj. Harish Khurana, Madan Lal Khurana's son, former Chief Minister's son, in Motinagar, he's leading. Gopal Rai leads in Babarpur. Imran Hussain in Balimaran is currently leading. Kailash Gehlot, now on a BJP ticket in Bijwasan, is leading. Kapil Mishra in Kharawal Nagar is leading. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, currently leading in Rajouri Garden. Manish Sisodia trailing. So it's not just Kejriwal. Sisodia trails, Atishi trails. How the mighty Rajdeep have fallen.
All 5 leaders are trailing.
Yeah, the only one who's survived at the moment is Saurabh Bhardwaj and Gopal Rai.
Only because competition was not very good.
Yeah, and
GK, had there been a better candidate...
Let me be fair to Saurabh Bhardwaj. You can travel through GK where I live.
You had a good candidate.
He has a very good reputation.
GK, you had Shikha Roy, who has been...
He's seen as a... No, let me be fair to Saurabh Bhardwaj. A lot of the vote is coming from his personal equity that he has built
and he had a
in the area. But I want to ask you, Preeti, when I look at these numbers region-wise, is this what AAP feared? That outer Delhi, northwest Delhi and west Delhi, these are areas, some of them bordering neighboring states, there's a large Jat and Gujar population in some of those areas. That's where the biggest hit is being taken by AAP. Did AAP factor that in, that this is where that turnaround could take place?
Well, I'm glad that I can speak again, firstly. Secondly, yes, they were expecting the outer areas. The Aam Aadmi Party was expecting that they're going to lose heavily in the outer areas. I don't think they saw that kind of a rout in West Delhi. West Delhi, they swept last time around. So if you actually look at that...
What could have changed?
It's the middle class, Rajdeep. I really do think it's the middle class that has come and taken it away from the Aam Aadmi Party. They factored it in, but they didn't think it's going to come out so strongly. Because I do remember after the budget was announced, they went into a little bit of a recalibration. There are 3 surveys that the Aam Aadmi Party was doing. And I would reckon all of us...
We've got Anna Hazare speaking at this moment. The political protege is trailing. Anna Hazare speaking. Let's listen to him.
मैं पहले से बता रहा हूँ आचार को शुद्ध रखो विचार को शुद्ध रखो वो उनके दिमाग में नहीं रहा और उसके कारण आज वो इलेक्शन में हार गया कम वोटिंग है
तो क्या अन्ना भ्रष्टाचार जो उनके नेताओं के ऊपर जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे तो क्या वो भी इस नाकामी के पीछे जो उनको कम सीट मिली है वो भी वजह रही
भ्रष्टाचार उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल हो या उनके कई नेता हो उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे क्या ये वजह हो सकती है जो उनके कम सीट चुनकर आए हैं
राजनीति में आरोप प्रत्यारोप होते रहते हैं लेकिन जब आरोप होते हैं तो ये आरोप कैसे गलत है वो जनता को दिखाना जरूरी है कि ये मेरे ऊपर जो आरोप हुआ ये गलत है ये साबित करना पड़ता है जो साबित होगा तो कोई नहीं बिगाड़ सकता है वो सच हमेशा सच होता है झूठा हमेशा झूठ होता है तो सच के मार्ग से जाना चाहिए
कई बार ऐसा आरोप भी लगा है क्या अन्ना हजारे के वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जो है तो दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर अन्ना हजारे के ही वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर बैठे उन्हीं के साथ वो अनशन करते थे बार बार आप पे उंगलियां उठाई गई और अभी भी उठाई जाती है कैसे देखते हैं अन्ना इसे
ये बराबर नहीं है दिल्ली में पहली बार एक मीटिंग हुई थी और उस मीटिंग में इन्होंने पक्ष और पार्टी निकालने के लिए सोच किया था मीटिंग इसके लिए थी और जिनको पक्ष और पार्टी में जाना है वो मीटिंग के लिए आ जाओ मैंने देखा मैंने तय किया पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा किसी पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा और वो मीटिंग हो गई मैं पक्ष और पार्टी से दूर रह गया तब से आज तक दूर रहा फिर वो पक्ष पक्ष निकाले, पार्टी निकाला और पार्टी में चले। ये नया नया पार्टी था, लोगों ने विश्वास किया। आगे चलकर शराब के बाद शराब के दुकान निकालना, शराब के बिक्री के दुकान बढ़ाना, पैसा।
One of the many people who played a role in propping up Kejriwal but feel betrayed by the man. The list is long, Rajdeep. You know, very few people who would have betrayed or have as many people feel betrayed than Kejriwal. From Prashant Bhushan, Yogendra Yadav, Kiran Bedi, Shazia, Ashutosh, Ashish Khaitan.
Kumar Vishwas.
There's a very long list in a very short span.
There is, and therefore, you know, let's be honest, this is a startup whose many co-founders have left it. And that doesn't, you know, that clearly shows that something perhaps didn't quite go well with the original idea of this startup and where it stands today. You're right that Anna Hazare may well feel betrayed. And which leaves to the question of bounceability. I want to go right round. I mean, can Kejriwal bounce back from this? It's pretty clear now that he's probably going to lose in New Delhi. And it's pretty clear now that the BJP is winning Delhi. Let's go right down the thing. Quick comments. Can Kejriwal bounce back?
You see, first thing which Arvind Kejriwal would be thinking after today's defeat, how to keep his flock together. Because whatever 20, 25 odd MLAs is going to win, you know, they are not people who are ideologically aligned to him, because this party never had any
So you think
ideology.
your first challenge is to keep the party together?
The first challenge is to keep the party together in assembly and also save itself in power in MCD.
Preeti, what's Kejriwal's bounceability? Can he bounce back?
Well, in this election, no, he's lost this election.
In terms, what does he do now?
Well, number one, I think even before he starts looking at losing his MLAs in Delhi, he needs to look at Punjab immediately. I think that is priority number one for the Aam Aadmi Party, and I think they understand that.
With 91 MLAs, you're saying
yes,
the danger exists to his government?
Yeah, they feel that, and it's going to happen, and they thought it was the inevitable, and if they lost
What
Delhi...
would happen?
Multiple things could happen.
And Eknath Shinde
but possible.
figure?
There could have been a possibility, but they will, number one, Punjab. Number two, yes, in Delhi, because if at about 26, 27, Arvind Kejriwal will not be in the assembly. They'll need to figure out how to safeguard their own MLAs. Number three, I actually, contradictory to what Siddharth said, I think Arvind Kejriwal will let go of the MCD. I have a feeling, because that has been something, that there is a part of the Aam Aadmi Party, think tank, that, if this was an eventuality, if at all, then the MCD is only going to pull back the party further. So that is something, and you can't put anything beyond Arvind Kejriwal, because with him everything is possible and anything is possible. So is he going to bounce back from this? No. But eventually, will Arvind Kejriwal bounce back for a person I followed for so long? Yes.
Where does he start? You see, the problem he has, I mean, let's be fair to him. It's incredible in today's India to build a political startup so soon, win 2 states, become a national party. I don't think that's ever happened. A party which has been set up in the manner that it is. You could argue Telugu, there's some one state.
No, but it has been the fastest growing.
So my point is, where do you start the bounce back? Because, you need a base.
I have a feeling he's also going to start.
I
feel he's going to Punjab, and I think he's going to start setting up base in Gujarat.
No, but
I think he's going to go to Gujarat.
There's a very big difference. Let's keep that in mind, Rajdeep. In Gujarat, part of the reason the Aam Aadmi Party saw purchase was on the back of the springboard that Delhi provided. With that core motherboard now out of action, these ancillary units that you're seeking to bring, how much life will they have? Rajat wants to come in on this. That where does the generator draw its bijli from? Agar generator mein bijli nahi hai, then how do you kind of power and irrigate Gujarat?
They believe that the diesel from Punjab generator would supply fuel to all the other states. That's not going to happen.
No, he's going back to the drawing board.
Allow me to finish.
Supplier in Punjab. How dependable is the supplier in Punjab?
This is the problem. I think now if today Kejriwal goes and starts meddling in Punjab's affair, he's going to do further damage. He will have that itch now, because he loses his own MLA. Karenge kya ghar mein
but Bhagwant Mann feels remote controlled. He feels he's not given a fair share. He will now want to flex his muscles a bit more.
He's the top leader now. Kejriwal is no longer. He can be a convener. He can keep convening the Aam Aadmi Party. But he cannot be seen meddling. Again, second most important thing is, in a relationship, you should not take your partner for granted. Here, Kejriwal was in a healthy romantic relationship with Delhi. He kept flirting with all other states without doing necessary that he should have done for Delhi. He should, again, if at all, resurrection of Kejriwal will happen only when he goes back to his original promise. Original promise being that I have come here to change the politics. I will go into every gully, nukkad, Chauraha, fight for people's rights, do the tough battle. Don't try to find shortcut that going to Punjab, etc. Let me tell you one final thing. In Kharagpur, sir, you know, when I was studying at IIT Kharagpur, he used to be my senior and he used to come in and he used to sing these things with the dhol and dapli in his hand. Even in Kharagpur, still had a Hawaii chappal in his feet and he used to go around. And we, you know, we were young and we used to think like IITs will go out and work in corporates and all. Seeing this man, it was an alternate reality for us. Very hard to understand.
So you were inspired by Kejriwal in college?
So we were all Kharagpur, all of us helped him reach to a level where he is today.
So you're feeling betrayed like Anna Hazare.
A lot of people, lot of youngsters who want to enter into politics, everywhere the question mark has been put because of failure of Kejriwal model. Largely, he has scuttled the hopes of several young people who want to make a difference. People will think they are cut out of the same cloth. They will become the same.
Away from Kejriwal.
No, can I just say on Kejriwal, writing somebody's political obituary is the easiest thing to do. He is a street fighter.
I did not say obituary.
I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just generally saying that anybody who thinks that this is the end of the Kejriwal saga, it probably isn't. He'll find some way of resurrecting.
No, but that is his core character. He actually can hit the streets. He has been living in streets in Mangolpuri and all. He used to just walk without any cameras around him. That was the original Kejriwal.
That was the perception.
Yashwant Deshmukh can also come in. GVL Narasimha Rao
could be the case.
GVL Narasimha Rao, the BJP now at 46. It came down to 40. It seemed as if, well, you're winning, but not that big. But 24 versus 46, party time for the BJP in Delhi.
Yes, Rahul, I think after, you see, you have to see this election results or election trends in comparison to our performance in the past 10 years in Delhi Assembly polls. I think while we were winning Lok Sabha big time in 2014, 19 and 24, Assembly always proved to be a big challenge. But today, the victory after 25 years in Delhi certainly is a huge morale booster for the BJP. Whatever be the margin of victory, our victory is a big victory for us because we have increased our vote share nearly 20 percentage points compared to last elections, and that's a huge jump.
Yashwant Deshmukh was saying that there is a big class divide, that poor people haven't voted for you, that only the rich and the middle class have voted. The lowest of the lowest, the poor, have all gone for AAP. That's the argument that Yashwant makes. Do you buy that? That's what the AAP camp thinks as well. Do you buy that argument that there's a massive class divide, that women and the poor have not voted for the BJP?
Rahul, BJP has been subject to this analysis. We are an urban party, we are an upper caste party, we are only a male-dominant party, but we have over time proved all these hypotheses wrong. And Delhi also, even if some sections have voted less for us compared to other sections, we will ensure in power we will have maximum gains across all sections. BJP, you have seen Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, states we have retained after 10 years. And here you have Aam Aadmi Party, which succumbs to the BJP's onslaught after 2 terms. We have seen that happen with every other party. KCR in Telangana. BJP is the only party which has that stamina to not only remain in power, but win elections one after the other by fulfilling promises to the people. Aam Aadmi Party's loss in Delhi, let me give you one insight or one food for thought. You see, loss of Delhi, Rahul, loss of Delhi for Aam Aadmi Party is not such a big threat.
GVL, the fact is that...
Yeah, see, you were describing, you see, I've seen many politicians, I see a lot of crosstalk, if I may be allowed just 30 seconds. A lot of political leaders have really suffered in political defeats, but have bounced back. But for Kejriwal, it will not be possible, mark my words, because he's just not lost an election. He has lost his promise. He has lost his image. He has lost his entire foundations of his promise. He's
Just stay with us, GVL. Bhojpuri superstar Ravi Kishan, Member of Parliament, joins us. We had Manoj Tiwari sing a beautiful song for us. And I want to talk about politics, but I'm also wondering, ab kya gungun rahe ho, Kishan sahab? क्या गाना है आपकी जुबान पर, कौन से वो शब्द हैं आपके होठों पर जो आप दर्शकों को बताना चाहते हैं?
Nothing, Rahulji. I'm very happy that Purvanchalia, all the my people, my community, our community has voted for Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, believed in him. और फाइनली जितना कहा कि जिंदगी झंड बा आज इन लोगन के आपका, और अब उन लोगों के शीश महल वाला के कोनो बात के घमंड ना रही. तो दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से. वेरी वेरी हैप्पी विद द रिजल्ट. फाइनली कैपिटल रहेगा राहुल जी. एंड जो नर्क हमने 56 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में ट्रैवल किया, सारी झुग्गी झोपड़ियों में, हर क्लस्टर में, हर पूर्वांचलियों के पास आई वेंट. पार्टी ने जहां जहां भेजा और यही एक आवाज़ थी, जैसी उनकी ज़िंदगी थी बहुत बदतर थी, उससे आज आज़ादी मिलेगी. थैंक गॉड. जो रुझान बहुत अद्भुत आ रहे हैं, यही रुझान आगे और बने, विच आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग वी माइट टच 50. तो मुझे वो लग रहा है कि एक अच्छी जिंदगी की ओर ये कैपिटल जाएगा, ये राजधानी जाएगी. 27 साल बाद मोदी की गारंटी ने हमको वापस लिया.
Ravi Kishan ji, they backed the Aam Aadmi Party in the last couple of elections. Why do you think voters from the eastern parts of India, Northeast India, the eastern parts of North India switched this time to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Because they've been betrayed, they've been cheated, fraudster हुआ है उनके साथ. उनके बच्चों को you serving them booze, एक बोतल पर एक फ्री, वो ड्रंकर्ड बना गए. वो बेचारे काम करने, they've come मायके के हम कमाए जाता नहीं हम दिल्ली. And here you are giving them what service, what life you're giving? No water, pollution, no drinking water, no school. Everything was lies and lies. They've been cheated. 200 यूनिट बिजली पर बस में फ्री घुमा देंगे. तो लेडीज, दिस टू थिंग, they poor people because they're very innocent community and they got carried away. And finally जब हम लोग पहुंचे, उनको बताया कि कौन सी नर्क की जिंदगी में जी रहे हो, ये 200 यूनिट के चक्कर में और एक बस के. एटलीस्ट यू नो वेक अप गाइस, अदरवाइज ऑल योर लाइफ विल बी फिनिश्ड.
आप बार बार कह रहे हैं, आप झुग्गी झोपड़ी गए, लोगों से, पूर्वांचलियों से बात की. यू सेड this was you went where the party called you. We just want to understand, is it true that a lot of your MPs, MLAs from Bihar, from UP were given specific areas to target? और ये कब से हो रहा था? पिछले 1 महीने से, 3 महीने से, 3 हफ्तों से?
No, this is very long. See, Prime Minister Modi ji and Bhajpa Sangathan plans very, very early. Yesterday only you could see that Prime Minister met all the NDA Gathbandhan for Bihar, and Bhajpa 12 महीना काम करती. We worked 12 months. This been ये तो चल ही रहा था. 5 साल से we were planning कि दिल्ली का next election. I started last month and I went very crazy 15 days back and 5 सभाएं 6 सभाएं दिन में करता था. मैं रात तक आता था और मैं 250-300 kilometers I used to travel every day by road. When Delhi traffic and reaching there and reaching inside where no one can reach, वहां तक जाता था and talk to them, have conversation and then come back and then travel. ऐसे रोज करता था.
ये बहुत सीरियस हो रहा है रवि किशन जी. अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल अभी आपको देख रहे हैं तो अपने भोजपुरी अंदाज में कुछ बताइए कि क्या डायलॉग होगा. बहुत सीरियस हो रहा है.
राहुल जी, तकरार छिड़ल बा तो तकरार चली, यही चला. दिस ऑल वर्ड्स, यू नो, यू शुड टेक आउट ऑल दिस क्लिप्स ऑफ माय, आपके पास चैनल पे है, जब मैं ट्रैवल करता था. कौन तकरार छिड़ल बा तो तकरार चली, भरपूर जवानी में तलवार चली. केजरीवाल जी, ये महफिल का मजा हम तरीका से ले, कहीं यहाँ मर्जी महादेव के चली. So this is what is Shiva's blessing. What you can see is all Lord Shiva's blessing and Modi ji's guarantee.
You see, I think it's interesting how the BJP has the firepower. You see, when I have so many MPs, MLAs, all of whom can target specific areas. Bhupender Yadav was targeting areas with a large Yadav population. You've got those going into... You see, the BJP is a machine. That's the point. I think today is proving, and it's a machine.
The BJP has been a machine even before. Despite that, they couldn't win in Delhi.
No.
Look at कितने जोर से वो ठा के ला के हंस रहे. They haven't had an opportunity to laugh like this in Delhi in a long time. Machine तो 2015 में भी थी. Machine तो 2020 में भी थी.
Rahul works so hard in Delhi, so hard that they will at least make an example, a shining example of what BJP can do to the national capital.
Yeah, they करना पड़ेगा. Ravi Kishan ji, Rajat Reddy has an important point. This is an opportunity opportunity for the BJP to show what they can do to Delhi. If you can turn around Delhi in the next 5 years, then the voters will say thank you.
For the entire country.
आप लोगों ने MCD में किया was not a role model. MCD was terribly run, whether now or earlier. You didn't make much of a difference. अभी मौका दिया है वोटर ने आपको एक बार फिर से.
But now, after 27 years, and definitely Prime Minister Modi ji, par pura vishwas, everybody has, entire country, and he knows, they know, and unka bhi ghar yahi hai. Definitely, किस तरह 27 साल बाद बीजेपी आए, they are never going to. I am telling you on bang on कहता हूँ, बीजेपी अब ये मौका नहीं छोड़ेगी, पूरी ताकत झोंक के इस कैपिटल को कैपिटल कैसे होना चाहिए वो बताएगी देश को.
Okay, you know, it's interesting.
The core Purvanchal seat of Babarpur, Gopal Rai is leading by 25,000 votes.
But it was the safest seat.
He's a big seat. But can we say thank you?
Tell us 1 minute about Gopal Rai, Preeti, because...
Can we just say thank you to Ravi Kishan? Ravi Kishan ji, thank you very much. मुझे लग रहा है कि आपका शारीरिक वेट थोड़ा कम हो गया between the last time I saw you on a boat in Gorakhpur. आप बहुत ज्यादा कैंपेनिंग कर रहे हैं, आपका शारीरिक वजन बढ़ रहा है, शारीरिक वजन घट रहा है. अरे बहुत जोर से हंस रहे हैं भाई.
And even Milkipur, Milkipur, you should see Milkipur result.
Yeah, but Milkipur, sir, the allegation which is being made both in Milkipur and Delhi, Milkipur serious allegations of voter suppression have been made by the Samajwadi Party, and Akhilesh has been making this for a while. In Delhi also the allegation is that there was no level playing field. आप बराबर की लड़ाई नहीं कर रहे थे. बीजेपी के पास पूरी सरकारी यंत्रणा थी.
6 months back. 6 months back, the same चुनाव आयोग was on mountain, Himalaya पे था. आज वो मर गया. See, this is what, when you lose, when you win, Lok Sabha 42 seat, when you win in UP, that time this चुनाव आयोग and everything was perfectly all flowery, all beautiful, la type, and suddenly the minute you come to know, you're losing it, and then you start blaming. This is a very immature way of running politics, and kind of the legendary netas talking all this. I feel as an actor, as a new learning politician, I feel very sad. When you win, it's all beautiful, and when you're losing it, you start blaming straight away, you know. This is very sad. Look at this. Ayodhya में जब जीते थे, वो जो जीते थे अवधेश प्रसाद, उनको ट्रॉफी की तरह राहुल जी और अखिलेश यादव जी लेके पार्लियामेंट में ट्रॉफी की तरह घूमते थे. And today, look at the result. Okay. Thank you so much, Rahul ji.
बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much for joining us, regaling us with your laughter. And Rajdeep, this laugh, I mean, it's almost as if it's been suppressed for 2 decades, that laughter now coming out.
You know, Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar, but I just want to understand from you, Preeti, I see all the AAP leaders, even Saurabh Bhardwaj now is trailing in Greater Kailash. The only AAP senior leader at the moment leading is Gopal Rai from Babarpur. Satyendra Jain, Somnath Bharti, Atishi. Manish Sisodia is also leading now.
Yeah,
interestingly in Jangpura, but it's going up back and forth.
Yeah, it's back and forth.
Does Manish Sisodia now become possibly the leader of the opposition if he wins, or Gopal Rai? And we come back to the question, where does Arvind Kejriwal start? The next round of elections are Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Bengal and Kerala, none of which where the AAP has a big stake. Then you have Punjab 2 years from now. Does he start rebuilding from that Punjab election, or does he start rebuilding from Delhi?
Well, number one, you know, you spoke about Gopal Rai. Well, there are a couple of senior leaders who are leading right now. Jarnail Singh, I would think, and Gopal Rai are two big leaders that are leading. If, of course, Gopal Rai wins, you can see him as the leader in the assembly. And I think he's going to take the charge. But where does Arvind Kejriwal go from here, Rajdeep? I don't see him fighting an election anytime soon. I think Arvind Kejriwal has understood he's already gone back to the drawing board. And if there is somebody who can resurrect himself, I would think he's...
How does he do it? That's
I think he's going to...
Where does he do it?
I feel, number one, I think he's going to take a big call on MCD. He's going to make a big call on that, this way or that way. I think MCD is something which the party has understood, has only... You know, in hindsight, the Aam Aadmi Party would have hoped that they had lost the MCD election. So, number one, Will he go all in to try and resurrect the MCD and try and make it function better, or does he give it up? So that's the question number one that will go.
Yeah, but I want to understand from you, Preeti, that is a Delhi call. At the end of the day, Arvind Kejriwal saw himself as a national leader. Whether he was not, or how does he now resurrect himself as a national leader?
Well, I do see that there is, on the larger India alliance, which already started before the Delhi elections, you will see now a coterie emerging of the regional parties.
Right.
You will see an Arvind Kejriwal, you will see a Mamata Banerjee, you will see a Samaj together. Now, what will, now where this goes, one can very well imagine, because it does isolate the Congress somewhere, number one. Number two, I don't see him fighting any election in the near future. I feel he's going to go all in for Gujarat. And I feel...
All in for Gujarat?
He's going to try to go all in for Gujarat. Because in Delhi, of course, what do? For 5 years, you are where you are in Delhi. You will lose, if there's 25 on the board, you will lose at least 10 of these over the next few years, if not months. So you will lose a lot of these MLAs. How strong can you keep Delhi going? I don't think right now.
It's not his, how does he overcome the political setbacks? It's bigger question. I've been underlining this thing. How does he get his credibility back? Now, what does he do to win that? That's a much
He's
more
going to take to
serious
the streets
question.
again.
That's what I'm saying. So he cannot go to Gujarat.
I'll give you an
If he
example.
goes to Gujarat,
I'll give you an example. I will give you an example. If there was a chance that Aam Aadmi Party would have won this election, it was very clear within the Aam Aadmi Party that they were not going back to the proverbial Sheesh Mahal. So, that's an example of that. So there is already a certain amount of recalibration that is going in. There is already a certain amount of recalibration that has already gone in trying and putting your team and reassessing the people that you had in your team. And now try to create a second rank of leader.
Itself, it has been nominated by too many viruses. You have a Raghav Chadha who's going to go see Wimbledon.
Arvind Kejriwal.
That's not
Did you see Raghav Chadha in the election?
Arvind Kejriwal's biggest problem today.
Okay, one by one. Yes,
Arvind Kejriwal's biggest problem today, where he's going to find it very difficult to take a flight again, is lack of intellectual fuel. When Arvind Kejriwal started his career, there was such a good, intellectual stuff which was there with him. Today, this party totally lacks on intellectual caliber. Look at the people who have been given ticket, all, migrant people with all kind of, credentials for which Aam Aadmi Party never came into existence. So today, with all its intellectual caliber gone, I think it's going to be very, very challenging for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to rebuild
this also shows how deadly 10 years of anti-incumbency can be. Just the fact that you're in power, it all adds up. The same person doing the same job in the same function for a long time. And that also shows the significance of the 4th of June and Prime Minister Modi's hat-trick. He'd been in power for 10 years. Of course, his esteem took a bit of a hit, came down from 303 to 240, but 240 was still enough to stay in power. To come down from 62 to 25 just shows how Kejriwal has fallen. I want to show you now where the BJP's gains are coming from.
Before you go, all this Kejriwal bashing, and today is a good day perhaps to... No, it is. No, 1 minute.
It is. He will get his due share. He has to get his due share.
All I'm saying is, and I'm open to being challenged on this, it was not a level playing field. Over the last 3 years, ever since Kejriwal went into Gujarat, the BJP consciously decided we are going to destroy him. It's that when the Delhi lickers...
politics for charity.
1 minute, sir.
What do you mean by this? He was just power. He was not, he cannot play victim card. See,
I'm asking you a question.
He has consistently played the victim card.
Let me finish. I'm not even doubting that he has consistently played the victim part. I'm only stating facts. Almost his entire top leadership at some stage or the other has faced court charges in the last couple of years. The fact is, laws were changed. Ordinance was brought in Parliament to essentially mean that bureaucrats would respond only to the LG and not to him. Please understand, let's not, the BJP ensured even YSR Congress stayed with them for enough time to change to ensure that the ordinance was passed in Parliament. You create a situation where you reduce the chief minister to a virtual,
Did he not know what he's signing up for? Why did he contest?
That's a different... But Rajdeep, this argument can't cut both ways. See, on the same day...
You choose your battles, you stick with those battles and see to the conclusion.
On the same day, on the 23rd of November, when results came out, it was a level playing field in Jharkhand and not in Maharashtra.
I'm talking about Delhi.
The point I'm making is, last 2 times when they won, Was it a level playing field in 2015? Was it a level playing field in 2020? When the Congress was in power, was it a level playing? The incumbent always has an advantage. It's not right or wrong.
No.
That's a
Delhi
different
is
argument.
distinct. Delhi is distinct. Do not use these examples
In
to make.
Jharkhand,
Please tell me, has an ordinance?
Because if it
in which
was-
state,
No, 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 I'll
which
tell you
state has
why.
an ordinance?
Yeah,
Just a minute, ma'am.
ordinance.
In which state has an ordinance been brought to reduce the powers of the chief minister to ensure that he
but
responds to
Rajdeep,
an
when
NG?
Kejriwal had
Jammu
credibility
Kashmir.
on the streets of Delhi,
Jammu
he won
Kashmir.
despite that.
You and I still build a narrative.
When
In
Raj-
Jammu Kashmir, you tell me what better odds could have been there in favor of BJP. They still could not do that well.
You are talking
still have
about
an Umar
BJP
Abdullah.
winning a Muslim majority state at the moment. Come on,
See,
Rajat, you are being sensible
they were
about
this
this.
close to actually winning and creating a dent even in Kashmir. Go
Where
to
it
the
didn't
analysis
I'll give you an
there.
example.
My
One
point is
Bad
that
example
One
again.
you
second,
cannot
one second.
perpetually be
May
in
I-
that victimhood.
May I- one
Okay,
second,
you
Rajat,
could have done a better
Rajat,
job.
I'll give you an example why Jharkhand and what's the difference. Number one, if it was Jharkhand, Arvind Kejriwal and company would have already started rolling out the direct cash transfer. It happened in Jharkhand, right? It couldn't happen in Delhi.
So he
It couldn't
couldn't do
happen in
it.
Delhi
This
for
is what
multiple
Rajdeep has been
reasons.
clarifying for
Second
past
part.
1 week. He
Second
did not
part.
even attempt to doing it because he was so
it
full
would not have
of
happened.
hubris.
It would not have happened. Number two,
now
I do
you're
agree with
preempting
you.
it.
I do agree with you that the halo of morality that Arvind Kejriwal
That's
had,
gone.
that is gone. And I'll give you there are a number of reasons. I think he will have to really rethink who he stands for today because look at the candidates. Look at the kind of criminal cases they have. What he took a leaf out of BJP's playbook on winnability. Look at the number of tickets that he cut getting in the BJP candidates. It's never happened in the history of the Aam Aadmi Party.
On the flip side.
But he needs to understand he cannot be the BJP or the Congress. He was
On that
Arvind
game plan,
Kejriwal.
yes.
He needs to come back to what his core values are. And I don't put it away from
No,
him.
also
No,
he
but
has
on the
to
flip
right
side,
now,
on the flip
Rajdeep,
side.
explain to the Anti-Corruption Bureau who were the 16 MLAs who were getting calls.
On the flip
because
side,
you've leveled the charge
forget
that
that. On the flip side, just as I believe that there was no level playing field, I believe Arvind Kejriwal made one or two major mistakes. One of those mistakes, of course, and the BJP capitalized on it effectively in this campaign, was this so-called Sheesh Mahal, as they call it.
True.
That, to
The
my
moment
mind,
Kejriwal
that was
would
the
have stepped
moment.
into that jacuzzi,
That was the
one
moment.
small step of a man, a giant, complete disaster for Aam Aadmi Party.
That
He
was
should
the
not
moment.
have entered into that
You see,
jacuzzi
the
at all.
BJP was not able. You said, why did this happen in 2015 and 20? 2015 and 20, Arvind Kejriwal retained a certain moral aura as a politician with a difference.
No, so
That
if
is
your
what
moral
sustained
goes
it.
down, if your
the
moral
moment
authority goes down, don't blame level playing field.
No,
You
no,
won
they're
despite it not being a level playing
Sir,
field in
Rahul-
2015 and 2020 as well.
And then 2023,
Now 1 minute.
an ordinance
2015
was
and
brought in,
2020,
switching it.
I remember what were the talking points in the election. And it became a talking point in Punjab as well. The so-called Delhi model of governance with education and health, mohalla clinics and government schools. It was a time when Arvind Kejriwal could go to a public gathering and claim I am a politician with a different, ye sab neta alag hai, main alag neta hu. By 2023-24, on the back of the alleged Delhi liquor scam and the Sheesh Mahal controversy that breaks, Arvind Kejriwal then loses the moral halo. The BJP has benefited hugely from that. It's not ever one factor. I'm only pointing out two issues. One is the lack of a level playing field that the BJP has ruthlessly exploited. Number two, Arvind Kejriwal's own mistakes, which he is paying a heavy price for. That's how politics
No, but
works.
why a loser lost cannot consume more time than what the winner now intends to do. And the fact that Delhi has
This
an
election is
opportunity.
about the loser.
No,
This
but
was a referendum on
but
Kejriwal.
Rajdeep, that's looking at the rear view mirror. Look in front. There's a new Delhi that awaits.
Sure, sir,
The
but
BJP has an opportunity to fix the ills of the
you
last
and-
10 years.
do you and I agree?
Try and provide, if they can, a new model of governance to the capital.
Do you and I agree on a simple issue?
Which is?
That this election, and maybe everyone on this, was a referendum on Kejriwal.
Of course.
That
And he
whether,
failed.
right? And he's lost the
You know,
referendum.
one more
That's
thing.
why I'm spending time on him.
Rajdeep ji, one more
This
thing.
election is not about
One
the
more thing.
BJP. This
Kejriwal
election
said-
is about Mr. Kejriwal. It was a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal and his rule over the last 10 years. And the voters of Delhi for now have said, sorry, Mr. Kejriwal, we gave you
Kejriwal
10
said
years.
one more thing around. It's important. He said, I'm going back to the public for public's court. BJP has cornered me and, issued all these fake notices and fake charge sheets against me.
He's lost
I'm going to the people's court. Now, the people's court has said that what you did was an error on your part, error on your core character. So I think the verdict is now clear in no uncertain terms. He has lost all credibility, all moral character, all moral capital. If he needs to regain, he needs to go back into his Hawaii chappal and do Rajniti, which actually suits him. He can still resurrect.
But then this Hawaii chappal is not going to be a sellable item
will
now,
not
because
fall
that
for
Hawaii
it.
chappal has lost
People will-
credibility.
yeah,
Okay,
people will
let's
not
take a
follow
look
it.
at where the BJP's gains are coming from. This is in terms of seat share. the BJP's maximum gains have come from West Delhi, suggesting that in the Punjabi-dominated areas, the BJP has done far, far better than it did the last time round. The BJP's other big gains are coming from Northwest Delhi, 7 seats. I'll quickly translate this into votes, which can be more illustrative. The maximum vote share leads for the BJP have come from West Delhi, 10% more than the last election. In New Delhi, 10% more than the last election. In Chandni Chowk, 8% more than the last election. In South Delhi, only 5% more than the last election. So East Delhi and South Delhi is where the BJP hasn't gained as much. The biggest gains for the BJP have come from West Delhi and from New Delhi. Let's, on the other hand, look at the vote share gains and losses for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has lost 12%. This whole Punjabi kind of vote in West Delhi, largely Punjabi, 12% move away from the Aam Aadmi Party in West Delhi. 13% move in New Delhi away from the Aam Aadmi Party. 9% move away from the Aam Aadmi Party in Chandni Chowk. 6% away in, so it's East Delhi and South Delhi where the AAP has lost the least. The biggest shift away from the Aam Aadmi Party has happened in New Delhi, West Delhi, and in Chandni Chowk. I want to show you something which is incredibly interesting. Look at the power map. Now, this is important because this was the last assembly where the Aam Aadmi Party swept everywhere. Now, if you see, in New Delhi and in East Delhi, it hasn't done that badly. Elsewhere, it's saffron. So the BJP, where it has won, and I think, just take this map on the screen so our viewers can spend some time trying to see it. The AAP had hope because if you see the pockets where the AAP has done well, they've got concentrated pockets of support. Where the AAP has lost, Rajdeep, they've been hammered so badly that there is no sign of the BJP on the outer periphery of the capital. Where the AAP holds in the southern part and in New Delhi, it is still quite strong. So where it holds in contiguous areas. Where it has lost, it's been bested almost entirely.
Rahul, the AAP has declined across Delhi. In all the regions you said, it's a question of scale. The scale is highest in areas where you will find what I call not just middle class, but I like to call them aspirational middle class. The areas where you've seen large middle class colonies mushroom over the years. Now we can define the medium income of middle class in Delhi as 3 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 12 lakhs. We can go into that debate. But the truth of the matter is, the more urbanized areas of Delhi, have chosen to reject AAP more strongly than the slightly more semi-urban, semi-rural. The more urbanized areas have rejected him wholesale. The areas...
But कैसे आप map देख के बोलो ना? But map देख के तो बोलो. It's the outer periphery that's picked
all these areas
the
are
southern
becoming,
parts of Delhi.
All these are becoming also aspirational. Look at the affluence that is coming in. Look at the number of middle class families. We can go by CSDS numbers, 65 to 70% of Delhi is middle class. Arvind Kejriwal lost the Delhi middle class completely in this election. That is a fact. Now, you can say chipped away at income groups, of course that will happen. But the real loss for Arvind, the middle class hero, how did Arvind Kejriwal come to power, Rahul? Before 2015, he came to power as a middle class hero, anti-establishment. Later, he made, transformed himself into a pro-poor image. मैं आपको free power दूंगा, बाकी दूंगा. That part, a large part of it has stayed with him. Otherwise, you would not get even 24 seats. He would have been wiped out completely.
But 24 is very different from 30 plus. Earlier, they came to 30 plus. They've slipped and the BJP has gone up to 46. I'm
going by vote share out.
No, and also look at seats where the margin is less than 500. There are only 4 such seats. This election very quickly formalizing and stabilizing. The AAP at the most, if at all, can go from 24 now to 26. Rahul, the BJP at most can go up to 48.
Rahul, don't look at seats.
No, I know. I can look at votes as well.
Look at vote share. It's 44% to AAP, 49% to BJP. That's a 5% difference. At 44%, while it may be a big, it will translate into a number of seats, 44% is a substantial number of votes.
But also means that from last election...
इस बार 44 आए, 10% हट गया. Obviously, your base is so high. 10% उड़ गई आपकी vote share. Substantial तो होगा ही.
और लोकसभा चुनाव
You asked me where is the vote come. My limited point I will keep making is he has lost the middle class vote of Delhi overwhelmingly. everything else has been chipped away. But the real vote, the real damage to Arvind Kejriwal is someone who came to power as a middle class hero has lost the Indian middle.
Why do you think, Rajdeep ji? Why was he not listening to or reading the writing on the wall? It was so evident. He was making mistakes after mistakes. Everything that he, didn't want to stand for, he kept repeating those mistakes. He was in the political office.
In the last 12 months,
even in jail. Who could have been more shameless to be in jail and be a chief minister? He flouted every single thing that he was standing for.
Now you are pointing out to one of the big mistakes. He should have given up at the moment he went to jail. He could have given up.
You can go into all of that, Rajdeep, and we can discuss that in another mistakes. I'll just tell you, Rajat, exactly a week ago you were on my show, right? You yourself admit the turnaround happened in the last 1 week.
Fair enough.
You multiple times.
See, BJP wanted a positive narrative.
Just allow me to complete. Most psephologists have come and confirmed that the turnaround has happened in the last 1 week. So before that, everything was seemingly fine, right?
No, not at all. See, where is let me counter. You asked me a question, let me counter. So Aam Aadmi Party is starting with 62 seats. Okay? They had to climb down. They climbed down because of Sheesh Mahal and the halo completely eroding. Okay? They climbed down to a level where there was a stiff competition. And then BJP wanted something, some positive agenda to go to the people. They've not been in power. They don't have the leaders. They don't have the bench strength within Delhi
adding to what
itself. They had to do something.
That, last 7 days, 8 days, in last 7, 8 days, one, the budget was announced, 12 lakh rupees tax rebate, and two, Amit Shah going out and saying that unauthorized colonies will give you property rights. That means if that means the people. But again, reiterating it in an election rally, कि अगर आप हमें जिताएंगे तो आपको हम प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स देंगे.
And I feel Yamuna issue backfired.
नहीं जीतेंगे तो प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स नहीं मिलेंगे.
Am I right in saying when I list the mistakes, since we are looking at the mistakes that Kejriwal made, he was jailed in March last year. One view could have been, I'm resigning as chief minister till I prove myself in a court of law. That I don't want to wait for 6 months before I took that decision. Was that a mistake? We will have to look at that. Sheesh Mahal and the way the BJP played it up, saying, look at the lifestyle of Arvind Kejriwal, a mistake. Possibly at the end of the day, therefore, Arvind Kejriwal found, I repeat, I think this election has been a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal 5 years after 2020, where he was seen as an anti-corruption crusader. Today, Arvind Kejriwal is seen by many of those who supported him, yaar, unme aur unme kitna farak hai. And I think that is the vote that you are seeing reflecting in this election.
Can I be honest? I think the biggest drawback for Arvind Kejriwal, or the mistake or something that has pulled him down more than the corruption charges and the liquor scam allegations, are the moral corruption, is how people have seen.
The Sheesh Mahal.
The Sheesh Mahal, you can call it the toilet seat or the 10 lakh pardas
or the jacuzzi.
or the jacuzzi or whatever, whatever that you might make it. So that has also added, especially where the middle class is concerned. But there were a lot of factors. The 8th Pay Commission, Rajdeep, a lot of people came government employees, especially New Delhi constituency, who when I was speaking to them, a lot of them did say that the 8th Pay Commission is coming. Now, it will come either way. But you give the credit to the incumbent, which is the central government.
Let's take a look at how the different seats in Delhi have performed. So I'm just trying to explain what I'm about to show you, and then we'll show the data. Now, there are 12 reserved seats, Dalit reserved seats. But according to our data, there are 23 seats where the Dalits are in significant percentage on that seat, in a position to be able to influence the seat. On those 23 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party leads in only 12, down 10 from the last time. The BJP leads in 11, up 10 from the last time. So on Dalit-dominated seats, it is even Stevens, 11 versus 12, AAP versus BJP. This is Dalit-dominated seats. On the upper caste-dominated seats, there are 42 such seats. The BJP has a massive lead. 42 such seats, 30 for the BJP, 12 for the Aam Aadmi Party, a significant lead. AAP here is down 24 seats. These are the upper caste-dominated seats. This data is very illustrative because it actually gives you a sense of what happened. On the 16 Punjabi-dominated seats, and this will send shockwaves in Chandigarh and through Punjab as much as it is on the Punjabi-dominated seats, because remember, the Punjabi vote matters to AAP, not just in Delhi, they're in government in Punjab as well. On the seats dominated by the Punjabi community, 11 for the BJP, up 10 from the last time, AAP only at 5, down 10. This particular data sheet will be looked at extremely closely all through Maja Malwa, where the Aam Aadmi Party is on extremely slippery ground, losing that core Panthik vote which it had in the 2022 assembly elections there. Now from there, let me now come to the Muslim-dominated seats. In the 11 Muslim-dominated seats, the AAP leads on 7, the BJP leads on 4. Now, for the BJP in Gandhinagar, Kharawalnagar, Mustafabad and Simapur, they're leading on these seats, which is significant because these are supposed to be Muslim. So, this whole aspect of fragmentation of a part of the Muslim vote sees the AAP
BJP had won 2 of these seats last time, also 3 of these 4 seats last time.
Rajdeep, that's the point I've been trying to make for a while, that it's the chipping effect. You're not going to pull something away completely. You need to chip at your adversary vote share, consolidate your own, which is what the BJP has done. They didn't let them consolidate their vote share. Usko todo, apna jodo. That's how the BJP has built this vote share.
No. If, for example, in SC seats, out of the 12, I think 8 or 9 have been won by the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Aam Aadmi Party is holding out the reserve seats. You showed just now a graphic about upper caste.
Correct.
Just look at the big margin in the upper caste. 30 is playing, I think, 11. It's a virtual sweep for the BJP. Upper caste, OBCs, aspirational middle class is the one which has deserted Arvind Kejriwal en masse. The rest you can call chipping away. But you don't win this election by chipping away. You really win big when you consolidate your vote, which the other person had. Arvind Kejriwal won these 2 big victories with a genuine cross-caste grouping. He has now found that the middle class has deserted him.
Never had the upper caste vote in Delhi in any case, which is why the BJP started with 38. So you start with 38 and then you add whatever you can.
Fair enough.
And you chip on the AAP vote share. That's how you bring them down. And the rest of the damage. So what you're saying, upper caste is the upper caste. Most viewers of India today were never on AAP side.
No, my limited point is...
But Delhi also has an anomaly.
Here are the OBC data. 50 OBC dominated seats, BJP leading on 34 on them, Aam Aadmi Party on 16, AAP down 16. And remember, Rajdeep, here is a clear transfer. Look at how many AAP is down by. AAP is down by 29, BJP is up by 29. It shows all the hype that we were seeing in this studio and elsewhere about the role of the Congress. The Congress is a fringe player. Last time it's a fringe player this time. It's a direct transfer from AAP to BJP.
It is a direct transfer with one again caveat. Please appreciate, the BJP in Delhi swept the Lok Sabha elections 9 months ago with more than 50% of the vote. So the BJP is already, the only difference was in Delhi people would say, Kejriwal Delhi ke liye, Modi ji center ke liye. This time they have decided, humko Modi wahi chahiye. It's not that these are not BJP voters. These are BJP voters.
But Rajdeep, 46%, Delhi is one of those few city-states which has the maximum number of upper castes. So Delhi has 46% of upper castes. Where you talk about the middle class...
46%.
46%. One of the highest in the country, Delhi has. Now, the second part that we talk about, the proverbial middle class. Now, again, we'll say it's not a monolithic, but it's astounding. Delhi has 66% of Delhi is the middle class. Now, you can break it out into lower income groups or higher income groups, but 66% is the middle class. And a lot of that had voted for the Aam Aadmi Party in 2020. And we've got to understand it's moved away. So, yes, he's been able to keep hold. If you look at the 12 reserved seats, Aam Aadmi Party is still leading in 8 with this abysmal figure. 8 are coming in from the reserved seats. Correct me if I'm wrong,
Preeti. I was told 24%. These figures again vary. 24% of Delhi lives in Jhuggi-Jhopdi clusters.
Yes.
So we've got Anna Hazare joining us. Anna Hazare joins us live. Anna ji, namaste. Welcome. आपने इतना रोल प्ले किया अरविंद केजरीवाल के इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन कैंपेन में, मतलब आपका कैंपेन था, उन्होंने बाद में हाईजैक कर लिया, इट्स अ डिफरेंट मैटर, बट आपका शुरू में कैंपेन था. आज जब बीजेपी जीत रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी इस तरह से हार रहे हैं, आप इस नतीजे को अन्ना हजारे साहब कैसे देख रहे हैं? अन्ना जी.
हाँ
जी, दिल्ली के नतीजे को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
नतीजे को जब देखता हूँ, आज तक तो मैं केजरीवाल जब रायगंज में आता था, मेरे रूम में बैठा था, मैं जो बताता सुनता था, लेकिन आज जब उन्होंने शराब के बारे में सोचा, शराब की दुकान खोलने के बारे में सोचा तो दिल से उतर गया। इसके कारण मैं उससे दूर हो गया। जिस दिन वो पक्ष और पार्टी निकालने का मीटिंग बुलाया, मैं वो मीटिंग में गया दिल्ली में। ऐसे मैं दूर हो गया, आज तक दूर रहा, कभी बात नहीं किया।
आपको ये बताइए अन्ना जी, अगर आप आज अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई सलाह देते, अगर आज आप अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई सलाह देते तो क्या सलाह देंगे, क्या एडवाइस देंगे उनको?
शुरू में मैं सलाह देते रह गया, समझाया, सिखाया, लेकिन समझाने से परे चला गया, तब मैं साथ छोड़ दिया। आज फिर से कभी बात नहीं किया।
आपने इतने सालों में कभी बात नहीं की, पिछले 8-10 साल में कभी अरविंद से बात नहीं की?
अभी जिस दिन पक्ष और पार्टी निकाला तब से मैं बात नहीं किया।
तो अन्ना जी, आज जब अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली हारते हुए दिख रहे हैं तो आपकी इस पे क्या टिप्पणी है?
नहीं, अभी तो मैं बताने से परे गया, अभी कोई बता नहीं सकता।
रजत आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं। रजत, गो अहेड।
अन्ना जी नमस्ते। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि युवाओं को आपका क्या संदेश है, जो युवा आज भी राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं? क्या आपको लगता है कि युवाओं को अब राजनीति में नहीं आना चाहिए केजरीवाल का एक्सपेरिमेंट फेल होने के बाद?
हेलो, नहीं, युवा शक्ति हमारी राष्ट्र शक्ति है। ये युवा शक्ति जाग जाए तो कल का भविष्य, उज्जवल भविष्य दूर नहीं, समाज और देश का युवक ही इस देश को बनाएगा, इस पर मेरा विश्वास है। उसका कारण, मैं एक 17 साल का युवक था। मैंने जीवन में तय किया कि जब तक मैं जीऊंगा, मेरा गांव, मेरा समाज और मेरे देश की सेवा करूंगा, और जिस दिन मैं मरूंगा उस टाइम पर गांव, समाज और देश की सेवा करते करते मरूंगा। ये मैंने व्रत लिया, आज तक मैं वो व्रत का पालन करते आए हैं।
ओके,
फिर से मैं अंदर गया नहीं पक्ष और पार्टी का।
We'll leave it there. You know, many such broken dreams of working together as Kejriwal forged his own blazing political path that meets resistance today from the voters of Delhi. Anna Hazare Saab, for joining us. Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking out time. 24 versus 46. It seemed as if it was tied. 24 versus 46 is not tied. It's a very comprehensive defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party at the hands of a marching BJP.
It is a comprehensive victory for the BJP. Anything over 40, frankly, is a victory when you have only 70 seats on offer.
In 1993, they had 47 seats.
Yeah, so they're almost going back to where they were in 1993. But I think the real story still remains, to me, in this particular election, not the BJP but the Aam Aadmi Party. Because I maintain, Rahul, what are the changes that have taken place in Indian politics in the last decade? One of the changes was 10 years ago, or 11, since we had Anna, a party comes up, startup party, says India against corruption, metamorphoses into Aam Aadmi Party. And there were a lot of people, Rajat mentioned, a lot of young people, a lot of people who are disenchanted with both the Congress and what the BJP stood for, who thought maybe we have an alternative. I recall being in places.
BJP. He gave a localized solution to a localized problem.
I remember going to an IT park in Bangalore, and a lot of the young guys who had been IITians, were looking up to Arvind Kejriwal as someone who was going to be a game changer. You go to Chennai, there were people in Chennai talking about it. In Mumbai, Arvind Kejriwal was a big talking point 10 years ago. And he came out of the cold. He didn't come from Mr. Modi had the full backing of the Sangh Parivar. The Congress leadership has, decades of being in power. Kejriwal was the outsider. I think on reflection, he will realize that he made mistakes. and is paying a price for it today.
Betrayal of an idea.
Betrayal of an idea, well put. A betrayal of an
idea.
is an idea. Aam Aadmi Party was not just a party, it was an idea. And today maybe that idea of providing that third alternative has gone down. What lies ahead? Huge question mark. You see,
Virendra Sachdeva is being held on the shoulders by BJP workers, dancing and celebrating. It's going to be a wild Holi at the BJP headquarters.
And let's be clear, it's not as if, you see, when we talk about bounceability, it's easier for a Congress leader or a BJP leader to bounce back. They have a structure in place. For someone like Arvind Kejriwal, whose party is built around his own image, once his image takes a dent, it's not going to be so easy for Arvind Kejriwal to bounce back. So as we see the BJP celebrating their Virendra Sachdeva, you know, the BJP has had many state presidents over the years.
But he's the one who hit the ball to the park.
He's at the right place at the right time.
No, so he wanted
can take some credit.
a ticket for himself, gave his name on 3 seats, was sent out of the meeting. You can't be president and try and fight yourself. And let's listen to what he's saying. He's the one who did what Kiran Bedi, Harshvardhan, Vijay Goyal, Manoj Tiwari, all of them couldn't. Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. Okay, Salman Soos joins us. There's some dissent breaking out within the Congress, we can see. Udit Raj has tweeted, commenting on this defeat, saying that the local leadership was not in sync with the central leadership, that we could have taken this vote, Salman Soos, from this was originally a Congress vote, we could have taken it back. It seems to have gone to the BJP. Lots of murmurings of what could have been within the Congress already.
Oh, well, Rahul, the Congress party, it is inhabited by human beings. We all have feelings. We all are, obviously deeply upset. I mean, I'm very upset by what has happened here. This is the 3rd time that we have such a poor performance. And I guess we are all looking for answers. And I hope, that, of course, the party leadership will sit and actually look for answers in a very forthright manner so that we can we can now, in some ways, of course, the BJP deserves congratulations. Aam Aadmi Party has also done well, but I think Rajdeep may have a point about Aam Aadmi Party and what this might do to Mr. Kejriwal. But frankly, this may also be an opportunity for the Congress now to force the path ahead. The BJP did not win in Delhi for all these years, and now after all these years, they have won, and it is a very good victory. So no reason that the Congress cannot come back.
Okay.
But
Nalin Kohli joins us. Nalin Saab, itne din se TV se gayab, jeet gaye to aa gaye. That's a big complaint. You hardly make. You're all busy fighting all these fancy legal cases. Now that you won, welcome and congratulations.
Well, in fairness, Rahul, your comment is not incorrect because I've been doing TV only in the last few weeks. Not too much of it. I normally tend to give bites, but it's nice to be back on your show. You did call me once, and I'm thankful for you to remember me from time to time.
Okay, so tell us, what do you attribute this big BJP victory to?
I think plenty. There are 2 stories, Rahul and Rajdeep. I'd like to basically want you to reflect that Delhi is at a unique position. The voters of Delhi, the citizens of Delhi, see the seat of power at the central government. They see the global face of India. They see the parliament, which reflects the whole of India. They have a government that's supposed to meet its needs, which is what the Aam Aadmi Party was supposed to do. And they have a municipal government. So they see a model at 3 levels. Here we had a model which came up in 2013, India against corruption. Tall promises of an alternative politics. Tall promises that we will not take homes, we will not take cars, we will serve the people, we will not allow corruption to take place. What do we have? No home versus Sheesh Mahal. No corruption versus a liquor scam. Virtually the top leadership going to jail. Any development, always a model of excuse or confrontation. Blame somebody. When Punjab was not the Aam Aadmi Party, they blamed it for the pollution. When Punjab came to the Aam Aadmi Party, they blame Haryana. How long will the people of Delhi give them a rope? They gave it for 10 years. The Yamuna is worse. The air is worse. Infrastructure is crumbling. So is education and health not keeping pace.
So how much time does the BJP need for voters and citizens in Delhi to start seeing a difference? You're now in the saddle. How many weeks or months before Delhi can tell the difference?
I think what you need to know is that we always hit the ground running. When Prime Minister Modi came in 14, he said, I will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as the Pradhan Sevak and show you that we will not stop the effort to transform India and make it a developed nation by 2047. That's the model of the BJP states. Why should Delhi be an exception? Delhi deserves better.
Okay. Nalin Kohli talking about the BJP's big victory. We are seeing all the AAP big guns. You know, you made this a prestige battle. Kejri-wall ko harana hai, Sisodia ko harana hai, Atishi ko harana hai. On all those three, at this moment, it seems you've succeeded. Sisodia has lost Jangpura. Kejri-wall trailing on his own seat in New Delhi. Atishi has also been trailing for large parts.
So is Satyendra Jain. There are others also. Saurabh Bhardwaj, Somnath Bharti. I mean, the entire top leadership of Camp Kejriwal is facing the heat of an election, because elections is the time, like an examination for anyone who studies in school or college or postgraduate. They are expected to come and say, how did we perform? And you give us the final verdict. The voters are giving their verdict. They are tired of a model of bluster, are tired of a model of fake promises, tired of a model of blaming somebody else, or tired of a model of excuses. They were elected to work. That's all. They should have worked. They came on promises, let me say.
But they say, aapne karne nahi diya. That is his constant complaint, that the BJP didn't let me work, that this wasn't a level playing field.
You know, there's an old story, very old story, I grew up learning, of the camel and the tent. That the camel was feeling cold, so it gave an excuse. I put my head in, put my neck in, but the camel was never happy. And that's Mr. Kejriwal's model. He's always unhappy, always wants more, without even taking care of what he can do. Why there was no confrontation or problem when Sheila Dikshit was here, when the BJP was there and the Congress government was at the center? I mean, if you want to work, you will work. If you don't want to work, you will find an excuse or find someone to blame.
Was this in that sense, though, somewhere today was an election also about settling scores? I know you said elections are about exams and how you perform. Somewhere Kejriwal was a fly in the ointment. He got under the BJP skin time and again. Do you believe that you finally got him out of your system by doing what you've done today?
Rajdeep, you will have to permit me a few moments. Delhi is an interesting place. It is a union territory with a person who runs Delhi called a chief minister, but is not a chief minister like, say, Uttar Pradesh or Haryana or Punjab or any other state. Therefore, the person who's working in this municipal area of Delhi, because it's not a state and the size of other states, is required, has the whole global media looking at him as well as the national media. So that person occupies a predominant position in the national narrative, which is actually disproportionate to his punching size in reality. You can't compare him to, say, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or any of these states, even West Bengal. So he or she occupies that position. So therefore, the media likes to see him as a national alternative with 7 Lok Sabha seats, ignoring other states with 20 to 80 seats. They try to see him as the face against the Prime Minister who contests and needs to get 272 seats to be the Prime Minister of India. So I don't think Mr. Kejriwal was ever the person who was this national narrative. He failed miserably wherever he went, except Punjab. You pick up every election result, all Aam Aadmi Party candidates lost their deposit. And basically, with due respect, someone like you in the media paints him at the national level. So that painting does not change the reality. You can paint me as whatever you want. You can paint me
I think he benefited, just as some leaders on the periphery of the country lose out because of tyranny of distance, he benefited from what I call doorstep journalism. Most TV channels are in Noida. Mr. Kejriwal was in Delhi and therefore got disproportionate coverage. But go ahead, Preeti.
But it was also, the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Kohli, was also one of the fastest growing political outfits that one has seen in the recent past.
It's also the fastest growing political outfit.
No, but go ahead.
You know, it was. But I want to bring in Salman Soz into this conversation. Salman Soz, it does
Can we listen to Manish Sisodia? He's speaking at this moment, just lost in Jangpura.
हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा. जंगपुरा के लोगों ने, जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया. लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए. तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर काफी टफ फाइट रही है।
600 votes. Salman Soz, I want to come back to you. You know, what you were hoping to possibly engineer and cause a bigger dent in Delhi, you might actually get the benefit of that in Punjab, Salman Soz, because there will be immediate ramification in the state of Punjab, and the viable option there is not the BJP, it's you. You can stand to gain in Punjab of what's going on in Delhi today.
You know, looking at Aam Aadmi Party's difficulties in Delhi and then saying that we will gain in Punjab, that is one way to think about it. What I would prefer that our party do is actually to see how we can actually emerge from the difficulties of the past 10 years. And I think that is important for us. I think we made some headway during the Lok Sabha election. We need to do more of that, much more of that. We've had some big reverses in the past few months. And we need to really understand what's going on. And then I think things like Punjab and everything else, they will fall in place. But if we start just going willy-nilly to, okay, now these guys are suffering here, let's take them out in Punjab, I don't know if that's going to be sustainable for the long run for us. We need a long-term
Take a look at this. In Jangpura, Manish Sisodia at 30,724 votes. Tarvinder Singh Marwa, who used to be a Congress MLA, now fighting on a BJP ticket, formidable local candidate, has 31,593. Farhad Suri, from the Congress, former mayor of Delhi, had 6,551. So he's lost by the narrowest of margins. And Rajdeep, as I traveled with him in Jangpura, there was a fair amount of goodwill for what he'd done originally in his first term around the Delhi education model. This is a very, when you lose, but if you lose badly, you say, kya kare yaar, pit gaye. When you lose like this, you keep saying, oh, 600 vote, yahan pe, wahan pe. Virendra Sachdeva is speaking at this moment. Just 1 second. BJP President, let's listen to
पहली प्राथमिकता ये है कि हमने कहा, जैसा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी, कि पहली कैबिनेट में जितने घोटाले हुए उसके लिए एसआईटी का गठन होगा, आयुष्मान योजना लागू होगी, महिला समृद्धि सम्मान योजना जो है वो लागू होगी, और दिल्ली में हर घर नल से जल, दिल्ली की सड़कें, यमुना का प्रदूषण, ये वो विषय है जिस पे हमको काम करना है, 24/7 काम करना है, दिल्ली को विकसित राजधानी बनाना है।
आप कई सारे मुद्दों को, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दों पर सवाल उठाते रहे आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पे, क्या उनकी अब जांच होगी सरकार बनने के बाद?
कहा कि हर घोटाले की एसआईटी का गठन होगा, जांच होगी, दोषियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
इस मैंडेट को लेकर के उम्मीद थी बीजेपी को?
हमें अपने काम पर भरोसा था, हमें हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर भरोसा था, और हम जानते थे कि उनका नेतृत्व इस दिल्ली को विकास दे सकता है, और उनके नेतृत्व को दिल्ली की जनता ने सलाम किया।
जीत का श्रेय किसे देंगे?
एक ही जीत का श्रेय सिर्फ एक है, श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी। कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है, लेकिन हम सब कार्यकर्ता हैं, लेकिन हम कार्यकर्ताओं को चलाने का काम, हमको प्रेरणा देने का काम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री करते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री ने किया। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में, यहाँ पर वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जो कि मीडिया से बातचीत करते हुए।
BJP president in 3 decades, Rajdeep, to lead the BJP to power. This would hurt. 600 votes in Jangpura.
I just wanted to make a point, and I think Preeti had an interesting observation which she can make, but the point I want to make, this is the classic triangular contest in Delhi. You see, wherever there were a few, they wouldn't have made a difference given the fact that you have such a big victory. Had it been 37, placed 33, you could have said Congress has caused the defeat. But this is the kind of constituency where a Congress candidate picks up 6,500, you lose by 600. Manish Sisodia clearly has lost to a large extent because Farhad Suri fought a tough campaign. He's a former mayor. He's a visible player.
He fought a strategic campaign.
Tell us how.
Which is because, if you look at it, Farhad Suri made sure he campaigned in certain areas in Nizamuddin, which felt dissatisfied, disaffectionate, especially at the time of the COVID controversy on the Tablighi Jamaat, where the Aam Aadmi Party hadn't taken a stand when an FIR was registered. So there's about 30,000 votes there. And he constantly only, Farhad Suri refused to speak to the press, only campaigned in Nizamuddin, in that particular area, and he's been able to draw out...
So you think that his sole objective was to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party?
He wanted to be the spoiler.
He wanted to be the spoiler.
He's an old Sheila Dikshit, loyalist. And you'll see them, there are a lot of old Sheila Dikshit's loyalists who are coming in just to,
that's an interesting observation.
It's revenge.
When I sort of, the Congress people who are feeling elated today or vindicated are largely those who have worked in and around Sheila Dikshit. You may have heard, you know, just the other day, Pawan Kheda said that, you know, Kejriwal is anti-democratic. Now, I think the likes of Pawan Kheda, who works so closely with Sheila Dikshit, Sandeep Dikshit, her son, Farhad Suri, you've got a few others out there. Harun Yusuf. All of them went into this election knowing they would lose, but wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson.
But look at how the numbers have changed. BJP is more than double the Aam Aadmi Party. See, it's not just victory and defeat. Kejriwal winning under Modi's nose is always a massive irritant. Now they've beaten him, and how? All his big guns have lost, and AAP is half. See, that is a big message by itself. Yeah. AAP is half.
AAP is half, and what Mr. Modi, you know, all through this, his campaign is connect with the workers, is connect with the booth workers, has been कि आपको अपने बूथ पे बहुत मजबूत करना है, and the whole idea was कि जो लोकसभा elections में when we can get 54-55% vote, why can't we retain it in assembly elections? And they have been able to save that vote shifting away from the Lok Sabha elections to Vidhan Sabha elections to Aam Aadmi Party. So that way, BJP has absolutely consolidated itself.
So I want to make the same point that you're saying.
Earlier thing which you showed, the Punjabi and the Vaishyas, Punjabi and the Banya votes, who in the earlier elections went to
the finance minister and arguably the woman of the match.
Yes.
Nirmala Sitharaman is speaking. She'll also get a big cheer when she goes to the next BJP meeting. Let's listen to Nirmala Sitharaman speaking at this moment.
अपने बजट स्पीच में ट्रस्ट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 18 बार किया है, क्रेडिट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 26 टाइम्स और लोन 15 टाइम्स रिपीट किया है. तो आपसे ये सवाल है गवर्नर सर कि क्या हम
Pull out what Nirmala ji is saying in just a moment. Here's what I want to show you. AAP ran a weak race on 22 seats where their vote share was less than 40%. 22 seats, AAP ran a weak race. That's a lot for a party which started with 62 out of 70. Fighting a weak race on 22 is a big number. BJP ran a weak race only on 11 seats. 9 plus 2, less than 40% vote share, only 11. BJP fought on 59 seats, a hard fight where they have more than 40% of the vote share. BJP fought an exceptionally good race, 50% plus on 28. AAP fought a good race, good 50% plus only on 14. That shows you the difference. Your Kamzor Kadi suddenly, because remember, as the BJP kept saying during the campaign, आपका उधारी का वोट है. There's nothing of their own. थोड़ा BJP से लिया है, थोड़ा कांग्रेस से लिया है. It's time to take it back. Rajat wants to come in, Rajdeep also wants to come in. One at a time.
See, basically, the game plan of Kejriwal has always been that he, right before the Delhi Assembly elections, he used to never go out and contest.
Kejriwal has lost. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking this story now, right here on India Today television, the big political story of this moment.
Yes.
The man who once thought he could be the new Modi, the man who thought he could beat the Prime Minister in Varanasi, Arvind Kejriwal of the Aam Aadmi Party, its national convener. What a fall from political grace. Losing to Parvesh Verma. 24,743 votes for Parvesh Verma. There it is on your screen right now. Arvind Kejriwal with 21,561 votes. It's not a decimation, but it's a defeat. But for the AAP convener to lose, and remember, the gap is 3,113. I met Sandeep Dikshit in Kidwai Nagar in New Delhi. He denied that this is about revenge, but you speak to anyone around him, he wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson. तूने मेरी माँ को हराया, मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ.
Look, you can look at it that way that, here is Sandeep Dikshit who's got 3,113 votes. Arvind Kejriwal loses almost by an identical margin and blame it on Sandeep Dikshit. But it goes beyond that. It's not as if every vote that Sandeep Dikshit got was a vote that was voting against Arvind Kejriwal. Truth of the matter, Rahul, is that Arvind Kejriwal has suffered, like every AAP candidate has suffered, anti-incumbency. It has been across the board. You see, this is a classic old-style election where people have voted to vote out Arvind Kejriwal, not necessarily vote in the BJP. Get that very clear. This election...
No, so your biggest asset became your biggest liability. It's as simple as that.
Because the parties... when you saw an AAP poster, who did you see but Kejriwal?
Arvind Kejriwal.
How many other leaders have you ever seen on an AAP poster? It's only Kejriwal. It's like, say tomorrow if BJP was to lose Gujarat, when Mr. Modi was chief minister, it would lie on Mr. Modi. Modi was Gujarat, Gujarat was Modi. Today, for the last 10 years, for the Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi was Kejriwal, Kejriwal was Delhi. That's why even when he was in jail for several months, he did not even appoint someone else as chief minister because he was the face. That face itself has been humbled, his lieutenants have been humbled, and this is a classic anti-incumbency election where the voters have chosen very clearly, the people's court, as Arvind Kejriwal called it, have decided, Mr. Kejriwal, we don't want you in 2025. So I think, look at all these numbers put together. It is a vote against Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP is a beneficiary of the referendum that's gone against him. It's not as if the BJP has stalwart leaders in Delhi whom people were hankering for. They didn't even know who the face was. They just wanted Kejriwal out this time, and they have trusted to some extent in Mr. Modi's promises. They believe, I told you in 2014, two middle-class
Not
heroes
to some
emerged.
extent. Why are you underplaying this? Was 48 placed 22.
Sir,
they had faith, massive faith in Modi ji's promises and no faith in Kejriwal's promises.
Rahul, again you're looking at black. There are two reasons. The larger reason, according to me, is to defeat Arvind Kejriwal. This election was not about Narendra Modi. This was a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal. He has lost that. The fact that the BJP had Mr. Modi on their side is an added bonus. The real reason is not people went to vote कि मुझे मोदी जी चाहिए. They were मुझे केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं चाहिए इस बार. This is a negative vote. Negative vote.
Rajdeep, let's just come again. No, one second. Let's just make this point again. When you are at 48 versus 22, you have won votes from all communities. In fact, Rahul, it is not as if only the rich and the fancy India Today viewers have voted for you, and that's how you won. All kinds of people across all communities. Maybe in certain communities, more people still voted up. That's obviously true. But you have won votes across communities. Nobody's political bias or personal bias should supersede the data. The data speaks and it speaks clearly.
Sorry, Rahul, I would have thought the fact is a party has come down from 62 to 22.
Yes.
When you come down, the vote principally is against you. The other side...
So you lose everywhere.
Sir...
Rajdeep, what was being said earlier, women and poor have disproportionately voted. You can't win 48 seats if the poor haven't voted.
This is a classic anti-incumbency election. People have voted out the incumbent. The entire top brass of AAP has lost. Not just Kejriwal,
so all kinds of people have voted against you, including the poor. You can't say only the rich, fancy pants have voted for us and BJP won 48 seats.
That's a foolish statement, Rahul.
That's what I'm saying, but which was being said.
44% of the vote, where have that come from?
So obviously, that is correct. No, that is correct. So I'm saying...
So how can you say that?
But Rajdeep, that's the point I'm making, that vote has got chipped away. You've lost a part of your co-vote. It cannot happen.
But the
हमारा सारा vote हमारे पास है, फिर भी हम 22 सीट पे आ गए. That makes no sense. You've lost a part of your vote. You have to wake up and feel the coffee. If not wake up and feel all that's happening across. Rajat, yes.
मैं एक सुमन के शब्द हैं, कवि सुमन रहे हैं, बहुत जरूरी है. केजरीवाल हारना is a colossal loss.
Rajat getting poetic now. क्या बात है? I've never heard him.
No, this is
all the time he's been with us. We've never heard him
straight from the heart.
You see, Rajat Sethi is part of that group. All IITians who had invested a lot of hopes in Kejriwal. Some of them, like Rajat, also had a leaning towards Modi. He chose Modi over Kejriwal. Today is his day to exult.
Irshad.
So it says, आसमां इतनी बुलंदी पे जो इतराता है, आसमां इतनी बुलंदी पे तो जो इतराता है, भूल जाता है कि ज़मीं से ही नजर आता है. The problem of Kejriwal was that he started, thinking that he is that larger than life. And he forgot the gully nukkad from where he has risen. The problem with Kejriwal was that he started thinking that everything that he could stand for, he can just chuck it aside and go back and be a typical politician, enjoy all the glory that comes with politics, live lavishly, forget about your core promise. Janta to moorkh hai, freebie baat do. The biggest disservice that he has done to the entire country is introducing this virus of freebies. Who brought freebie culture in our country? It's him only. And it was never targeted. These freebies were pan-Delhi, pan-population, and he kept pushing this idea, and everybody, every other political party, Congress, BJP, had to join that bandwagon of giving freebies.
The defeat of Kejriwal, Rajdeep, is a big day in Indian politics. The fact that he had... And in some senses...
And while you...
this was linked to a startup, let's draw the startup analogy. I don't want to take any
I'll
one.
give you a startup example.
So, meko bolne do. I'm saying,
boliye.
let's not take any one company's name, but we've seen many Indian startups reach $10 billion, $16 billion valuations.
I was going to say exactly
only
that,
to be proven to be made of feet of clay,
the whole
and they
sector takes a
collapse.
hit.
It's in some ways the equivalent of the Indian political startup story, and we've seen that happen in business. It's happening now in politics. Right?
Look, in politics, it's far more difficult. When we compare, Kejriwal was India's only political unicorn of the 21st century. Let's be very clear. You have lots of unicorns.
You have lots of
valuation thi.
Exaggerated valuation.
No, with
not actually matching cash flows.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Zero profit.
You've had many such startups which have zoomed up, and dramatically so in terms of politics. Between he joins politics in 2012. By 2013, he's become chief minister. 2015, wins a big majority. He is a political unicorn. And I think the disappointment...
No, he may no longer be a unicorn.
The
unicorn requires 1 billion plus. You still hold on to Punjab, so I suppose you're unicorn to that extent.
I don't think he's...
But you had a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's crashed. That's quite crashed.
While my friend Rajat Sethi exults over Kejriwal's defeat, I think the troubling part is simply this. He represented for those who supported him over the years, not just a political party, but an idea that you could do politics differently. The troubling part of today will be all those who thought you could do politics differently
Not politics differently, could govern differently.
We've got Nimi Rastogi joining us from the AAP office. I've just received word from the AAP office. They've locked up the AAP office. They've apparently locked up the AAP office. They're restricting entry. Only party officials are allowed. Unknown media people are being sent outside. Known people are being kept inside. Unknown people are being sent outside. Nimi Rastogi, क्या हो रहा है? क्यों बंद कर दिया आपने आपका ऑफिस?
देखिए, while everybody is hyperventilating on this winning and losing game, let me remind you that the difference in percentage is only 3.5%, and you win some, you lose some, and in all humility we accept people's mandate. But let me remind you, it was Arvind Kejriwal who set the narrative, who set the higher standards in electoral politics, who called a spade, and who had the guts to say even the most unthinkable
very
things
rare
which people shy
piece of
away.
good news in the last round of counting in Khalkaji. Atishi at this moment is leading by 2,700 votes, which means unless all the votes which are still to be counted go against a chief minister, sitting incumbent chief minister, now on her way out, Atishi is likely to win. So they'll have somebody, you'll have somebody in the assembly on an AAP ticket who's a prominent leader. Atishi likely to win, though Kejriwal and Sisodia have both lost. Nimi Rastogi.
So we belong to the philosophy of Harivansh Rai Bachchan ki man ka ho to acha, man ka na ho to usse bhi zyada acha, because that strengthens our resolve. We are not going anywhere. We are a force to reckon with. We will continue fighting for the rights of people, for differentiating between what is right, what is wrong. We will not let corrupt politicians like BJP to have their way, to run all over the people of India. So we are here. We will check course correct.
But how will you
and
do
we
it?
will proceed from here.
Nimiji,
we
those
are
are
even
fine
more
words.
motivated to go ahead and serve
Nimiji,
people.
those are fine words. The truth of the matter is Delhi was your bastion, your fortress. When you want to expand, you first need to protect your fortress. Now your fortress has been breached. How do you expand or even contemplate the future? Do you accept that you have a very long marathon now to run? You are a startup, as we are calling it. You've met a huge bump. अब आप next level पे कैसे जाओगी?
पहली बात तो we are not a startup, we are a national party. Second thing, the victory margin is less than 1,000 or 2,000, which is nothing. And third thing is we have governments in 2 states, or had. And we have our Vidhan Sabha members, MLAs in 5 states. We have 1 in MCD. So there is nothing that is writing us off. Don't be in hurry to write an epitaph for us. Else you will be,
there's a lot of concern, very serious concern, Nimi Rastogi, about how many of these 22 MLAs will stay with AAP. We saw this in Gujarat. You had 6. Most of them, I think, 1 odd stayed, the others left. Are you concerned that some of these 22 could leave too?
See, you are speaking as if you're normalizing horse trading and you're kind of
I'm not. I'm
almost
raising a
anticipating
concern.
that BJP
Parvesh
will
Verma
throw
is speaking
money
at this time, the
MLAs
biggest
and
slayer
the
in
MLAs
Indian
will-
politics at this moment.
क्या वजह रहा है जो इतना प्रचंड बहुमत जो है बीजेपी को मिला है और साथ में नई दिल्ली की सीट पर भी आप कैंपेनिंग में थे, लोगों की क्या कंप्लेंट्स है?
देखिए, जब 11 साल झूठ से कोई सरकार चलाएगा, जब लोगों को फुसलाएगा, उनकी बातें नहीं सुनेगा, तब लोग उसको एक बार मौका और दे सकते हैं। दूसरी बार मौका देना, ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी, बस सही वक्त का इंतज़ार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है। बस
अब जीत के बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। पापा सबको जाके धन्यवाद देंगे, पूरा परिवार जाएगा और बस सबको अपनी सबको बधाइयाँ देंगे और सबको अपने विशेस के लिए थैंकफुल हों।
सेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे?
जी ज़रूर।
Almost like it takes a village. When someone fights a campaign, it requires everyone, friends के friends, beta, beti, सब आ जाओ, लग जाओ. It's like a barat. And when I'd gone to their house, it was interesting to see how everyone was chipping in. They all had as if they were all deep data strategists, looking at the data, but just trying to chip in. It's like contributing to a barat, contribute in any big, small way that you can. Kejri-wall has lost, and the one woman who's feeling that I told you so is Swati Maliwal. She joins us. Member of Parliament, once a core part of Team Kejri-wall, now out on the streets, showing everything that's wrong with the Kejri-wall model. Are you feeling happy? Are you feeling sad? Swati ji, do you say, I told you so?
I don't think I'm feeling any of the above, but yes, I think that if a person gets so arrogant that he stops listening to anyone, if a big person becomes so cruel that he ensures that a woman is beaten up in his own house and then throws her out and then assassinates her character and then protects the person who has actually beaten her up, promotes him again and again and again, I think then God does some justice.
आपने भी बड़ा लॉस किया, हर जगह आप जा रही है, वीडियो डाल रही है, बीजेपी वाले उसको वायरल कर रहे हैं. You kind of exposed the misgovernance everywhere. It was almost as if you were standing there showing the AAP model of governance in all its glory.
But I just showed the truth. It's not as if I created anything. सड़कें टूटी हुई पड़ी हैं, बुरा हाल हो रखा है. संगम विहार में चले जाइए, पानी एकदम आपको स्विमिंग करके सड़कों से निकलना पड़ रहा है. नालियां ओवरफ्लो कर रही हैं, सभी जगह की नालियां ओवरफ्लो कर रही हैं, बुरा हाल हो रखा है. कूड़ादान बन गई है दिल्ली. आप यू गो एनीवेयर, देयर आर जस्ट पाइल्स एंड heaps of garbage that is lying on the streets, on the roads. People are fed up. The water that is being delivered to houses, you see, even in Dwarka, even in colonies of Dwarka, I went to one of the houses in Dwarka and black water was coming from the taps. Yellow water looking like beer with a lot of froth that is coming from taps in Bhalswa, and this is not just 2 localities, this is across Delhi. So people are angry. What I did was I tried
Swati, but whatever you've rightly, in your right, exposed what you thought was best of the Aam Aadmi Party. You've defended your own self, very rightly so. The question that I ask you, Swati, then why continue on a Rajya Sabha ticket which comes on from the Aam Aadmi Party? Because when it comes down to Rajya Sabha, you'll still have to follow the whip of the Aam Aadmi Party, a party which hasn't performed, a leader who has been so cruel. The same leader gave you that ticket, promoted you as a Rajya Sabha MP. You should walk away from it then.
Why should I walk away from my party? Why will I walk away from my party? Do you understand who I am? For 18 years, I have given my blood and sweat to this party. And what have I done wrong? Just because I dared to challenge the system. I am sorry. If something wrong will happen, I will question again and again and again. If I'm beaten up, I will file a complaint. It is my duty. It is my right as a woman. What have they done? The moment I filed a complaint, they assassinated my character. Bibhav Kumar was given...
So you do feel...
security.
So Swati, you do feel you're a part of the party.
प्रीति जी, आप इतने सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछती नहीं है. मुझे प्लीज आप कंप्लीट
मैम उतने ही पूछे थे. आपका सवाल ही पूछा.
आप मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए. आपने मेरे बारे में नहीं पूछा उनसे. आप मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए. नाउ प्लीज गिव मी द टाइम टू कंप्लीट.
आपके बारे में भी पूछा था.
मैं एक बार मैम प्लीज अपनी बात रख लेती हूं.
जरूर.
मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि जब मेरी लीडरशिप, विभाव कुमार जिसने मुझे पीटा, उनके घर में पीटा, उसको Z+ सिक्योरिटी देंगे, उसको पंजाब में एडवाइजर टू चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे और उसके बाद उसको डीजीपी और चीफ सेक्रेटरी रिपोर्ट करेंगे. उसके लिए 7-7 गाड़ियों का काफिला चलेगा. और मेरे को जिस तरीके से ट्रीट करा गया, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लोग देख रहे हैं. लोगों का आप बार-बार पागल नहीं.
Swati Maliwal, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying.
I'm answering your question, Preeti ji. Have some patience. क्वेश्चन आप पूछ रही हैं कि मैंने क्यों नहीं छोड़ा. मैं क्यों छोड़ूं? मैंने अगर कुछ गलत करा होता मैं सबसे पहले छोड़ती. आप ये कह रही हैं कि आप एक्सपोज कर रही हैं. मैं क्यों नहीं एक्सपोज करूंगी? मैं संविधान की शपथ लेके एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनी हूं. मेरा ये काम.
I agree with you. I don't think you're understanding my question. I agree with you.
How does that, ma'am? Swati Maliwal, how does that change the fact you're claiming you're exposing the Aam Aadmi Party and you're within? You're almost saying that we want inner party democracy. I want to fight for my rights, remain in the Rajya Sabha. I believe that I am still part of the Aam Aadmi Party. But you tell me, after this defeat today, right, where does the Aam Aadmi Party, according to you, go from here? If you're going to sit there, attack everyone else, have you in a way also contributed today to the defeat of your own party? You are among those who has attacked the... It's one thing to take on Kejri-wall. You claim to be part of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party itself has lost today, and you have contributed to the loss of a party of which you are the Rajya Sabha MP.
If I'm not contributing to my party, why doesn't my party throw me out? They can also throw me out. They are not throwing me out because I'm contributing to the cause of the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is my party and it was built with a vision to change the system.
So what happens now? Not about you. What happens? Do you believe the Aam Aadmi Party can recover from what has happened today, being dismantled and decimated in Delhi? Do you see the Aam Aadmi Party recovering?
I think the leadership needs to sit down and think. I think we really need to think, and I think that we need to get all the contrary voices and sit down together. Why do I have to use Twitter in order to reach out to my leadership? What have I done? What is the wrong thing that I have done? If somebody beats you up or somebody beats up anybody else, that person is going to complain. I am a former Delhi Commission for Women chief. I am the member of parliament. If I don't complain, if I'm beaten up, what is wrong with that?
Of course, are you asking for a new leadership of AAP?
Of course, I'm going to work for Delhi.
Swati Maliwal, for the last 10 years,
I raised an issue about it. What is wrong with that?
Ma'am, for the last 10 years, the impression was Kejriwal is AAP, AAP is Kejriwal, right? Do you believe that has changed as a result of today? And do you therefore see a new AAP emerging, possibly with a new leadership at all?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it is very important. I think that even Arvind Kejriwal, I hope that he realizes what has happened. I hope that he realizes that you cannot always play the blame game. You can't always act like a rondu bacha and get away with the lack of work, with lack of governance. I hope that he takes notice of it, and I hope he calls voices like me, and I hope that there can be some discussion as to what should be the future of the party.
Just one question, Swati Maliwal. In Parliament now, in Rajya Sabha, will you be following the whip of your party because you really do feel aligned with it? Will you follow the whip of your party?
Of course, why will I not follow the whip of the party? I will have a discussion and I will decide and I will follow the whip of the party.
Since you've been such a core part of Team Kejriwal for so long before you fell out.
Why don't we question Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji for doing what he did? Have anyone
question, ma'am? You know, I don't think you watched.
Okay, so Swati Maliwal,
I don't think you watched enough interviews. The first interview that we did with Arvind Kejriwal, we had asked him about your case, ma'am.
Have you questioned Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji for giving Z+ security to Bibhav Kumar? Have you questioned him like this?
Ma'am, I don't think it's okay. One second. Swati Maliwal, because you're a member of parliament, let me tell you, I had this question is not for. Madam, allow me to speak. You've asked me a question. This question is not for Arvind Kejriwal. This question was for Bhagwant Mann. And yes, Swati Maliwal, Bhagwant Mann was asked this question in this interview that I had conducted.
I think the voters of Delhi have spoken very loudly and all questions have been answered in that, Swati ji.
True.
You tell me this, where do you think Arvind Kejriwal lost the plot? You've been such a core part of his key team. Then you fell apart. Where do you think this man who thought he could be the messiah, the Moses Indian politics was waiting for, where do you think he went wrong?
So I think it is absolute arrogance. You see, when we got Punjab government, after that, the amount of money, the amount of power that started flowing in, I think that caused a lot of arrogance. Otherwise, there is no justification for this. You see, during COVID, the entire Delhi was burning. The country was burning. Why does a man have to build, the chief minister of Delhi, why does he have to build a sheesh mahal during that period? आपकी कथनी और करनी में कुछ भी समानता नहीं है.
केजरीवाल कहते काम नहीं करने दिया मुझे. मैं तो करना चाहता था, ये बीजेपी वालों ने, एलजी ने करने नहीं दिया.
सर, आपने दिल्ली महिला आयोग का काम देखा? 9 साल में दिल्ली महिला आयोग में थी. सर, मैंने 9 साल के अंदर 1,75,000 केसेस की सुनवाई करी. हर दिन 4,000 कॉल्स हमारी 181 हेल्पलाइन पे आती थी.
Stay with me, Swati, just for a moment. Parvesh Verma is speaking at the moment. I want to listen in. Okay, that's Parvesh Verma. We'll try and get more from him in just a moment, but go out and complete your argument.
सर, 2,500 से ज्यादा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस करे. दिल्ली महिला आयोग का नाम आज पूरे देश में नहीं, विदेश में भी लोग जानते हैं. तो एलजी साहब तो हमारे साथ, मैं भी तो दिल्ली सरकार में थी, एलजी साहब वहां भी थे, केंद्र सरकार वहां भी थी, पुलिस हमारी भी बहुत बार नहीं सुनती थी, हमारी भी बहुत लड़ाई होती थी पुलिस से, लेकिन काम तो किया ना सर. तो काम ना करना ये मैं सही नहीं मानती, क्योंकि मैं ये मानती हूँ कि अगर आपकी इंटेंशन है तो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो. पुलिस तो हमारे अंडर कभी भी नहीं थी, बट स्टिल द दिल्ली कमीशन फॉर वुमेन, जब हम कोई नोटिस इशू करते थे, दिल्ली पुलिस को काम करना पड़ता था, बिकॉज वी वर वर्किंग विद सोल फोर्स. आई थिंक इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इफ यू आर एन एक्टिविस्ट, इफ यू वांट टू ब्रिंग अबाउट पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविज्म, इट इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट टू मेंटेन दैट. यू कैन नॉट गेट करप्ट, यू कैन नॉट नॉट लिसन टू अदर्स, यू कैन नॉट meeting people.
You're saying the turning point for you was the victory in Punjab. You believe the victory in Punjab led to the Aam Aadmi Party believing that it could walk on water. That's where you believe that the transformation took place. If you had one piece of final advice for Arvind Kejriwal today, Swati Maliwal, what would it be? What would you tell him if you met Arvind Kejriwal today?
सर, घमंड नहीं करना चाहिए, और घमंड और अहंकार तो रावण का भी चूर चूर हो गया था. मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी, घमंड मत करिए और किसी भी महिला को कभी कमजोर मत समझिए. आपको लगा था ना कि एक अकेली महिला क्या बिगाड़ लेगी, मेरा क्या कर लेगी, तो एक अकेली महिला नहीं होती. जब एक महिला पे वार होता है ना, तो पूरा देश साथ खड़ा होता है. मुझे लगता है शायद वही हुआ.
Do you think BJP will do a better job?
I just hope, I really hope, and I think it will be really shameful if they are not able to perform, because you see, the people of Delhi have voted again with a strong mandate. They want a strong government and they are hoping that ये जो misgovernance हुई है 10 साल में, इसको ठीक किया जाए. तो मैं तो यही आशा करूंगी कि जो भी सरकार बने, जो भी मुख्यमंत्री बने, प्लीज जनता के लिए काम कीजिए, जनता के बीच में जाइए, सड़कों को ठीक कराइए, नालियों को ठीक कराइए, एजुकेशन सिस्टम को ठीक कराइए, हॉस्पिटल्स में हर दिन रात में 2500 लोगों की
can we continue to hope that even now you will continue to be steadfast and keep exposing what's wrong in Delhi, because you did a commendable job in the last few days?
And why will I not? I really hope that you also continue to do some exposes on
Thank you, I appreciate it. But good luck with that.
Swati Maliwal, there's relief and vindication writ all over your, this has been, the nature of modern politics is such that it gets so personal. Your voice just demonstrates and exudes this great sense of relief, redemption in some ways, because it did frankly between
I'm not
AAP
so
and you get
dramatic
very
as Mr.
personal.
Arvind Kejriwal. I'm not feeling any of that.
नहीं ड्रामा तो आपने भी खूब किया जो अलग-अलग जगह जा रही है कोई ड्रामे में कमी नहीं थी. There was a lot of theatre there and a lot of like
मैं तो ये काम ये मेरा आपको ड्रामा लगा होगा सर मेरे को तो काम लगता है.
dramatics ड्रामा नहीं
दिल्ली महिला आयोग में मैंने यही काम करा है. रात भर में जब मैं दिल्ली महिला आयोग में थी, जब मैं दिल्ली सरकार में थी, तब भी सर रात भर निकलती थी, तब भी मैं स्ट्रीट लाइट्स ठीक करवाती थी, तब भी मैं टॉयलेट्स को एक्सपोज करती थी, दिल्ली पुलिस की फंक्शनिंग को एक्सपोज करती थी. तो सर मेरा तो हमेशा का स्टाइल ही है और ये स्टाइल काम करता है. ये स्टाइल मुझे
interestingly was the style that Kejriwal had as well.
MLAs को यही स्टाइल अपनाना चाहिए, वो जमीन पे उन्हें जाना चाहिए सर और उन्हें जनता के लिए काम करना चाहिए. एयर कंडीशनड ऑफिसेज में बैठ के अगर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करोगे तो सीटें जाएंगी.
यही तो एक टाइम पे केजरीवाल का भी स्टाइल होता था, the same style that you're talking about.
Sir, I hope I will maintain my style for the rest of my life and I'm very proud of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's interesting in a way. Swati Maliwal, speaking out today, and you will find possibly, she of course has been speaking out for a while, but I think over the next
Kumar Vishwas.
Over the next 6 to 12,
there are lots of these people.
Sure, but she's a member of parliament.
Yogender Yadav. It'll be interesting to see if Yogender Yadav joins
in the next 6 to 12 months. I think you will see many more voices speak out, with especially MLAs who perhaps are also looking at greener pastures. I think the Aam Aadmi Party is going to go through great amounts of churning. You'll have MLAs leaving, joining. There are MLAs in Gujarat.
Okay, let's now go across.
Okay, that's the big news. Atishi has won. So you've got the one silver lining on what has been a very, very cloudy day for the Aam Aadmi Party, that Atishi has won from Kalkaji. And look at the difference there. There, the Congress has been completely wiped out. Alka Lamba was there. Sandeep Dixit has got over 3,000 votes.
Ramesh Biduri loses his first Vidhan Sabha or a Lok Sabha election.
With that being said, let's go across now to the IT chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Came in for a lot of criticism during the last few months, saying BJP was silent on the IT cell, kuch kar nahi rahe hain aapke log. Well, on the ground, you had a good game, 47 versus 23. Amit Malviya, is it party time this Super Saturday already?
Well, of course, this is a great win, and the BJP has reclaimed the capital after 27 long years, and that makes it really special. But having said that, Rahul, I think it was important to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. The state that Delhi is in today is completely abysmal. If Lalu Prasad was the worst politician my generation had seen, Arvind Kejriwal is far, far worse. You have to just travel around Delhi to see how bad the city is, how terrible the roads are. There's a crumbling infrastructure, there's no healthcare, no education, but just a lot of talk about these things. Arvind Kejriwal had come to sort of personify a model which was all about advertisement, which was about high decibel communication and really no delivery on the ground. And finally, the people of Delhi have spoken, and have spoken unequivocally. And I think it's a new dawn for Delhi. Things will only get better from here. And the BJP, led by Prime Minister Modi at the center and now in the state, will ensure that India has the capital that it deserves. Capital for a Viksit Bharat of 2047.
Do you believe, though, that Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Malviya, was not just another political rival? He was also someone who got under your skin for a decade, and today, finally, with this defeat, you believe that you have managed to ensure perhaps that Arvind Kejriwal is pushed to the margins. Is that the significance, apart from what you mentioned about Delhi, that political rivals, Arvind Kejriwal was one person that you were going for right from the beginning?
Arvind Kejriwal, one of the assets of the deep state operating here in India, and one of the last projects of the urban Naxals. And I'm glad he is defeated. He's defeated in New Delhi. And he never got under our skin at all. Some people saw him as the future prime ministerial candidate, including you. But the fact is that today he's lost his own assembly constituency. And how? So before we make these sweeping statements, we have to realize that somebody who was heading a city state and had never won a Lok Sabha in New Delhi could have never been an irritant for us. But yes,
then why did you all invest so much time in taking him on over this last decade? I would see your IT cell, your IT cell had two targets, Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. You all didn't target any opposition chief minister as much as you targeted these two leaders.
Look, I think you probably do not look at all that we do quite closely, since you were probably busy doing other things. Every leader or every political party which is coming in the way of India's development, we are going to take them on. And Arvind Kejriwal was no exception. He didn't have our undivided attention as you would like to believe. And if you're putting him in the same league as Rahul Gandhi, it is for Rahul Gandhi and the Congress to answer. But the fact is that Arvind Kejriwal, like I said, was the chief minister of a city-state like Delhi. He was never somebody who we could have taken seriously beyond a point. But yes, it was important for us to win Delhi, and we put all our resources to do so.
So this,
Let's not
Mr.
forget,
Malviya, is a significant recovery for the BJP, given the fact that
Lok Sabha seats.
The city-state was the one, oasis which eluded you for the last 2.5 decades. This verdict comes with a lot of expectations. You've set expectations so high. Yamuna 3 saal mein theek kar denge, we'll clean out the roads, we'll clean out the garbage, and that's the burden of expectations voters of the capital will judge you against. Can you deliver at the same level at which you pitched this campaign?
चलिए, अच्छा है आप लोगों ने यमुना के बारे में पूछना तो शुरू किया. इससे पहले आप लोग जो अरविंद केजरीवाल का इंटरव्यू करते थे उसमें आप पूछते थे कि आप कुक्कड़ नहीं खाते, आप शराब नहीं पीते, तो आप पंजाब कैसे जीतेंगे. So from there, now when the results are just about coming in, you started asking us about यमुना कब साफ होगी. जल्दी दिखाई, अच्छा किया. हमने साबरमती को साफ किया, हम यमुना को भी साफ करेंगे. हमने गंगा को भी साफ किया, हम यमुना को भी साफ करेंगे. And this is not about setting high expectations. We are used to delivering on governance. Let's not forget that after being in power for 10 years, Prime Minister Modi has been re-elected for a third term. The BJP governments across the country have got several repeat mandates. That is because of the trust that people have built in us. They see us as a party that delivers on governance. We are the natural party of governance in India today. And it is very, very unlikely for a party to have come back this strongly in the state of Delhi after being out of power for the last 10 years and of course 15 years before that. So people of Delhi obviously realize that if there is any party that can deliver for Delhi, it is the BJP. And that is a huge endorsement for the kind of politics that Prime Minister Modi has brought in this country.
One of the arguments
Never
being made,
again
Mr. Malviya, was that
like
this
Arvind
election
Kejriwal
saw
will
a
ever become relevant in India's politics after this.
No, one of the arguments being made by pundits was that this election saw a massive class war, that the poor didn't vote for the BJP, that the middle class and the rich did, but that there was massive class warfare in terms of vote share, that the poor stayed away from the BJP. What's your data telling you? What's your interpretation?
I mean, who are these pundits? Till yesterday, all these pundits were saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Till the exit polls started coming in. The moment exit polls started coming in, these pundits flipped saying the BJP is in the lead. So they are not pundits, they are propagandists. The truth of the matter is that Delhi voted for the BJP every single time in the Lok Sabha, and we had vote share in excess of 50% every time. Therefore, the people of Delhi were not averse to voting for the BJP. There was no class divide. Everybody voted for the BJP. The rich, the poor, those living in jhuggi-jhopris, those living in high-rises and urban pockets. The fact is that Arvind Kejriwal made promises to them, and the people of Delhi, particularly the poor, believed that it could be an opportunity for them to maximize. A kind of phenomena that we also saw during the 2024 Lok Sabha election, when the Congress and the India Alliance parties went around saying that we will put X amount of money in your bank account on 1st July and misled the voters. So people have now seen
so what impact does the Delhi verdict have on Punjab?
Only talk, and Arvind Kejriwal hasn't delivered anywhere.
नहीं वो कहते आपने काम नहीं करने दिया. LG was a big bottleneck that you never let him work. He would have done a better job if the LG hadn't tripped him over.
अरविंद केजरीवाल की पार्टी तो पंजाब में भी है. पंजाब में तो एलजी नहीं है. पंजाब में 1000 रुपए जो महिलाओं को वादा किया था चुनाव के समय, क्यों नहीं दिया और किसने रोका? और दिल्ली में भी जब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कैबिनेट में 1000 रुपए का प्रपोजल पास करवाया तो एलजी ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया। एलजी ने नहीं रोका, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने नहीं दिया। इसलिए आप अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की लाइन को पैरेट करना बंद कर दीजिए। द मैन हैज लॉस्ट। You guys need to find another potential candidate to build up against the BJP because he is now in the dumps. तो एलजी ने किसी को नहीं रोका। आप काम ही नहीं करना चाहते हो। एलजी ने सड़क बनाने के लिए रोका।
Amit Malviya, are you writing today obviously every election sees winners and losers. You seem to have written the obituary of Arvind Kejriwal. I come back to it. Are you saying that Arvind Kejriwal is over? That as far as the BJP is concerned now, Arvind Kejriwal no longer poses anything remotely like a challenge to you anymore?
We don't write anyone's obituary because writing obituaries in political sphere is the job of journalists like you, not of practicing politicians like us. He might still be around. He still has a government in Punjab for at least another 2 years. So we are not in a hurry to write anybody's obituary, but clearly the phase of Arvind Kejriwal's kind of politics is over. Just like Lalu Prasad Yadav, after he was defeated, he never came back to power in Bihar. Similarly, Arvind Kejriwal will never be the same Arvind Kejriwal who rode to power in Delhi with very large mandates, because clearly people have seen through him. And I repeat again, the era of charlatans like Arvind Kejriwal is over. This kind of sham politics where you would do nothing, use media, spend huge amount of money on advertisement, do propaganda and ensure that you do not work is over. This is an era of accountable governance, of politics that is visible, of politicians who will come and give hisab of their work like the BJP does. The kind of transparent politics that Prime Minister Modi has ushered in, where we are looking at quantifiable outcomes, that is the way forward for politics. And clearly people like Arvind Kejriwal have no room in this kind of politics.
Mr. Malviya, what impact or implications do you think this will have in the state of Punjab?
Well, Punjab government still has about 2 years to go, but it will be a very tough ride for them during the next elections, and we will sort of build up to that. And clearly Punjab is showing a great deal of shift away from the Aam Aadmi Party already towards the BJP. It is quite evident from the recently concluded Lok Sabha election, where the BJP has done exceedingly well. If you look at the results very closely, the BJP's performance across several assembly constituencies has been quite outstanding, and we'll build on it from here. And like I said, just like Arvind Kejriwal did not deliver here in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is also not delivering. The law and order is in shambles. No promises have been met. The same model of excessive advertisement, funding the media, shutting them up with a lot of money is happening in Punjab, but nothing will be able to save them. You will see a change in Punjab the next time there's an assembly election, and AAP will clearly be on the fringes. Even
the Aam Aadmi Party says there was no level playing field in this election. We had one of their spokespersons come and say our leaders were jailed, the LG was non-cooperative, the bureaucrats were non-cooperative, ordinances were brought in Parliament reducing the powers effectively of the Chief Minister. The BJP spent a lot of money on this campaign. How do you respond? Was it a level playing field in your view in Delhi?
Did they make similar arguments when they won 62 seats and 68 seats? So why are they making this argument now? Did they not know what they have signed up for? Did they not know what the structure of Delhi's governance model is? That there is an LG, that there is central government, all of them have a say in the governance. And what is it that Arvind Kejriwal tried to do which the LG did not allow him to do? I just gave you an example. 1,000 rupees to women, LG approved it. Why did Arvind Kejriwal not implement it? Why was the liquor policy first introduced and then withdrawn when they were called out? Their leaders were in jail because the Congress party filed a complaint. The courts took cognizance, the agencies investigated, and eventually the Supreme Court gave them bail on technical grounds, not because they did not find them guilty. The matter is still being pursued. So what level playing field are you talking about?
Mr.
Are you
Malviya,
saying
their
that it is
grounds
kosher to be
stems from the
corrupt?
fact
You
that the
think
power
Kejriwal
equation
can ruin the
completely was
country,
tilted
ruin
after the
state,
ordinance
and
was
still
voted in
continue to be in office?
2023, overturning a Supreme Court order?
Madam, how did Sheila Dikshit deliver while Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was the Prime Minister? Sheila Dikshit was the Congress Chief Minister. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister of the NDA alliance. But there was no problem. Delhi had the most prosperous growth during that period. So the problem is with Arvind Kejriwal. The problem is with nobody else. And
we're making the point,
health?
Mr. Malviya,
Why did Arvind
that
Kejriwal
will now have a lot of time to train. Yes,
Rahul,
yes.
Rahul.
Go on, sir.
Rahul, let me just finish. You know, this whole boogie about LG ने हमें काम नहीं करने दिया. Health तो आपके पास था. Education आपके पास था. जब COVID में LNJP hospital में the mortuary was full. Arvind Kejriwal did not even go there. It was Home Minister Amit Shah who went to LNJP and inspected. He was the one who ensured that burials and last rites of people who had died was ensured. Kejriwal was nowhere to be seen. School क्यों नहीं बनाए? सड़कें क्यों नहीं बनाई? इसके लिए तो LG का अप्रूवल नहीं चाहिए.
Meanwhile, on the screen we have Parvesh Verma.
Basically, Arvind Kejriwal को कुछ काम करना नहीं है.
Parvesh Verma, Amit, is Parvesh Verma the man who could now be the next Chief Minister of Delhi? We are seeing pictures of him being, held aloft by supporters of the BJP. Do you see a generational change now in BJP in Delhi?
देखिए, हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन होगा ये हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी तय करेगी, है ना. तो ये टेलीविजन डिबेट का इशू नहीं है. बट द फैक्ट इज दैट ही हैज डिफीटेड अरविंद केजरीवाल. दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट एंड वी कांट लूज साइट ऑफ इट. लीव इट टू अस टू डिसाइड हु आवर चीफ मिनिस्टर विल बी. We'll let you know when we make that decision.
Some AAP analysts were making the point that Kejriwal will now train his guns on Gujarat, that he has more time for Gujarat. He's going to try and uproot the BJP from Gujarat. What kind of a threat do you see from Kejriwal, given that Gujarat is 2 years away? Kejriwal now has no real political responsibility in Delhi. He's no longer Chief Minister's party isn't in power, and therefore has bandwidth, as these analysts were suggesting, to go for Gujarat now.
Rahul, Arvind Kejriwal always had a lot of time in Delhi. Because in all these 10 years, he was a chief minister without a portfolio. कभी कुछ काम ही नहीं किया उसने. तो हमेशा ही टाइम था. अब हार गया है चुनाव तो और टाइम होगा. इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. और गुजरात तो पिछली बार भी गए थे, 5 सीट भी नहीं आई थी. तो ये सब बातें हैं और बातें करने के कोई पैसे नहीं लगते हैं और आप लोग उन बातों को आगे बढ़ाते रहते हैं. गुजरात जाए, पंजाब जाए, बंगाल जाए, जहां जाना है जाए. कौन रोक रहा है? पहले भी कोई नहीं रोक रहा था. पहले भी कुछ काम नहीं करते थे. कोई मंत्रालय नहीं था, कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं थी, कहीं सिग्नेचर नहीं करते थे. बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसअलाउ कर दिया तो रिजाइन हो गए. फिर बोले कि मुझे वोट दो, फिर मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा. तो लोगों ने ऐसा वोट दिया कि विधानसभा भी नहीं पहुंचेंगे, विधायक भी नहीं रहेंगे, मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत दूर की बात है.
So, over 3 terms of the Congress government and 3 terms of the AAP, one being a truncated term, you've been trying to beat your opposition in Delhi but could not succeed. This is the longest political exile for the BJP right under the nose of the central government. Why do you think the BJP succeeded this time in an endeavor where you failed in the last 6 elections?
Look, I think what you have to understand is that it was quite circumstantial. When Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal came on the back of a popular movement, right? He came in with the likes of Anna Hazare at a time when India was seeing absolutely abysmal governance. Corruption was at its peak. You had the Nirbhaya episode. He basically exploited the emotions of the people, the heightened emotions of the people at that point in time, in a campaign which was called India Against Corruption. He formed a political party out of it, and it was it was the emotions of the people that he sort of exploited to come to power in Delhi. He formed his own political party after saying that he will not do it for the longest time. And therefore, that particular moment was the inflection point where the BJP's return back to power was somehow thwarted. He then came in a very populist avatar. He made a lot of promises, so people in Delhi, particularly the poor, thought they should maximize it out. A lot of people, the urban middle class, also thought that it was a different kind of politics. Arvind Kejriwal has cheated all of them. And like I said, never again in this country, at least in my generation, will anybody trust somebody like Arvind Kejriwal who comes on very high promises and does not deliver. Give me a more traditional politician, who will deliver on what he promises, rather than a charlatan like him who will say things but do something completely different. I don't think India deserves this kind of politics. And to be fair, some of the more traditional politicians have done far better job of delivering their states or regions than Arvind Kejriwal has. He is perhaps the worst experience India has seen, and I'm glad that Delhi has dumped him, and dumped him how?
Okay. Amit Malviya has reason to celebrate. I maintain, Rahul, and I think we agreed on this.
No, but there are lots of these laddus in the BJP office. I hope you're sending some our way as well. Mr. Malviya, you can't eat all the laddus yourself and not give us any. We've been anchoring since early in the morning and are quite famished by now.
He's a diabetic.
He doesn't have to eat the laddus. He can send them to us.
Well, Rahul, the mood in your studio is pretty somber. I mean, I don't think people in your studio are up for laddus. And those of you in the studio who would celebrate the BJP win would get our laddus. But for some of the others,
हम तो किसी की भी win celebrate कर लेंगे.
I'm having orange juice and the color is saffron. I know exactly what the color of the day. The color is saffron. I'm having orange juice and I enjoy laddus. And I enjoy Mysore Pak. I enjoy all kinds of sweet. I hope Mr. Malviya sends me a box.
He's basically not sending us any. आपको नहीं खिलाना तो ऐसे
नहीं, वो आपको खिलाना चाहता है. वो कहता है अगर बक्सा राहुल को भेजूं, राजदीप भी 2 लड्डू खा लेगा. वही मुसीबत है. हम भी खा लेते हैं.
सबका साथ सबका विकास.
सबका साथ सबका विकास. सबके लड्डू. सबके लड्डू.
No, so no laddus coming. Understood.
Okay.
Mr. आप लोग थोड़ा इस दुख को पचाने की क्षमता बढ़ाइए अपनी. काफी टफ दिन है आप लोगों के लिए. I can see it. And Arvind Kejriwal losing your last hope, it must be quite a painful thing. तो थोड़ी हिम्मत दिखाइए. होता है ऐसा सब चीजें. हिम्मत मत हारिए. आप लोग 22-23 साल से लगे हुए हैं. कोशिश में लगे रहिए.
लगे रहो राजदीप भाई. That's what is the message from Amit bhai.
No laddus.
No laddus. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to share his sweets. But I've got some orange juice. But the point, I can see the BJP, let's be honest, Arvind, they may not agree to it on camera, but he was very different to other opposition rivals that they had. He got under their skin. He was David against Goliath when he took on Modi in Varanasi.
No, but he's not a dynast. He doesn't come from privilege. And therefore, he's tougher to counter. No, but this had to unravel on its own.
He was punching above his weight all the time.
BJP goes after all its rivals in the same way. Look at Mamata Banerjee. Made life really difficult for her.
The BJP cannot
something
deny
different. Something different.
It's much easier for
I haven't seen Rajat exult as much as he exulted today on Kejriwal's
defeat. So Haryana mein bhi kuch tha.
I've never seen him exult with this. There is something that Arvind Kejriwal perhaps...
No, but it's very simple. Rahul Gandhi is much easier for the BJP to punch. Dynast, born into privilege. He's trying to change that in what he's doing, but that's the charge, and to a large extent it's stuck over the last decade.
He comes with more baggage.
Kejriwal is tougher to punch. He's also born outside the manor. He is challenging them. So he's as much a challenger and as much an outsider. Before this whole going into Sheesh Mahal and Jacuzzi and the Golden Cupboard, he was as much the outsider.
But I'll give you a very interesting story, and I think Mr. Malviya made the point, or one of our guests made. You see, because Arvind Kejriwal was in Delhi, and most of the national media is located here, he was bound to get disproportionate importance. Look at where India Against Corruption took off. Delhi became the epicenter of politics. I remember once Manohar Parrikar, I met him at the airport. He was carrying his own bag. And I said, sir, you're carrying your own bag? He said, yes, I'm also an Aam Aadmi. The only difference is I'm in Goa. Your Aam Aadmi is in Delhi. You cover him, you won't cover me. So I think there was a lot of that bhadas, if I may use that word, within several of the BJP members and others. that Arvind Kejriwal gets disproportionate importance. I mean, the glee that I'm seeing both in Congress camp, the Congress camp is also gleeful. They think they've now got a window of opportunity to come back in Delhi.
No,
How
but
that
the
will happen,
Congress
we
is
don't know.
gleeful because he proved to be the Achilles heels in Gujarat. They arguably had a tougher time in Uttarakhand also as a consequence. So if you've hurt the Congress, why will the Congress not hurt you? Why?
Sure, but the same thing happened with BJP. You recall when he went to Gujarat. He went to Gujarat, Arvind Kejriwal, and said, I'm Krishna. I've come to finish off cunts. You see, Arvind Kejriwal using soft Hindu imagery at times.
That with the
He
Jai
was
Shri
someone
Ram.
he was punching above his weight constantly. And I think the BJP today feels almost relieved and the Congress feels gleeful. For Congress, it was about Badla. For the BJP, it is about...
There are some very significant comments made by Arvind Kejriwal, which are now going viral. I want to play them out and just show viewers some of the things the former Delhi Chief Minister said. So here it is, Arvind Kejriwal from late last year to 2023. Arvind Kejriwal, on your screen now. Go for it.
मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को अब ये साफ हो गया, 2014 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2015 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2020 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, फिर अभी एमसीडी का चुनाव हार गए। तो अब इनको ये तो पक्का हो गया भाई दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से जीत नहीं सकते, ये पक्का है। दिल्ली में ये कुछ भी कर लें, कुछ भी कर लें, दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से ये जीत नहीं सकते। और एक फर्जी शराब घोटाला बना के उन्होंने हमारे संजय सिंह जी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, सत्येंद्र जैन को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, विजय नायर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, अब ये मुझे गिरफ्तार करने जा रहे हैं। तो इनका मकसद ये है कि किसी भी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी के टॉप के नेतृत्व को गिरफ्तार करके आम आदमी पार्टी को और सरकार को तितर बितर कर दिया जाए। इस तरह से नरेंद्र मोदी जी दिल्ली के अंदर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं। उनको पता है चुनाव में नहीं हरा सकते, उनको पता है। मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं केजरीवाल को चाहे जेल में डाल दो, जेल से भी जीत जाएगी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार। मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को, आपको दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, इस जन्म में तो नहीं हरा सकते आप आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली में। दिल्ली के मालिक हम हैं, दिल्ली के मालिक ये लोग नहीं है। ये हमारे ऑर्डर को पास करेंगे, मानेंगे, हम दिल्ली चलाएंगे।
मोदी जी इस जन्म में नहीं हरा सकते।
परवेश वर्मा ने हरा दिया, मोदी की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी।
Parvesh Verma has bested him. You know, people should be careful. Anchors too about the extremity to which they go in terms of what they say, because this can be pulled out and be very, very dangerous. Rajdeep, that reeks of hubris. Modi ji is janam mein kya agle janam mein nahi hara sakte.
That is hubris.
Now you got Parvesh Verma, whose ticket was cut in the Lok Sabha elections. He's bested you.
You see, it is seen, it will certainly be seen as hubris today, particularly when we play it back. But for Arvind Kejriwal supporters, that was one of the reasons why he was also, so many people reached out to him. You see, for the last 10 years, a large number of people have been looking for who is that person who's going to take on Modi. And many of them who felt disenchanted and felt, can Rahul Gandhi really do it? Is he a dentist? Does he have it in him? Turned to Kejriwal. That's the reality.
Those people were not well-wishers of Kejriwal. They were actually enemies of... Because they catapulted him overnight to be this national champion. Look at the other people. I mean...
You're accepting the reality that there were people who projected Kejriwal thinking he could be the next challenger.
उसकी ज़मीन खिसक गई पैर के नीचे. उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि मेरी ज़मीन खिसक रही है.
You see, so I think
this is the problem.
I thought Swati Maliwal made that interesting point, Rahul, that after Punjab in particular, and Preeti, please weigh in on this, after Punjab in particular, Arvind Kejriwal decided, now this is my moment to become a national challenger. I remember him telling some of us, I am going to go into areas where the Congress is weak and become the challenger to the BJP. What was the next step? You went into Gujarat, which is really the lion's den. So I think somewhere that victory in Punjab convinced him, I'm now ready for the next league.
This was personal, not just for Kejriwal. This was personal for Amit Shah also. He's tweeted just now. We'll take our viewers through what he said. Amit Shah, Remember the way Kejriwal targeted him over law and order? You know, in that conversation I had with Amit Shah, it was very clear. He wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson because he was getting irked with the fact that Kejriwal kept targeting him, made it seem as if it was Kejriwal versus Amit Shah in the campaign. Didn't attack Modi as much as he attacked Amit Shah. So here it is. Home Minister Amit Shah commenting for the first time. I'll take you through what he says. Delhi ke dil mein Modi. दिल्ली की जनता ने झूठ, धोखे और भ्रष्टाचार के शीश महल को नेस्तनाबूद कर दिल्ली को आपदा मुक्त करने का काम किया है। दिल्ली ने वादा खिलाफी करने वालों को ऐसा सबक सिखाया है जो देश भर में जनता के साथ झूठे वादे करने वालों को मिसाल बनेगा। ये दिल्ली में विकास और विश्वास के लिए एक नए युग का आरंभ है। It got personal, Rajdeep, quite bitterly so. And the Home Minister said, "ठीक है, दिखाता हूँ, पहले अपनी सीट बचा, forget the state."
Preeti, you want to agree on the Gujarat point?
No, but no, I'll tell you why it's gotten personal. It's gotten personal because 2020 was an election where Amit Shah and it was versus Arvind Kejriwal. Amit Shah did 23 rallies, went across campaigning. It was seen as an Amit Shah versus Arvind Kejriwal election. So therefore, it has become personal between them. With what you speak, what we were talking of earlier, Rajdeep, not just Gujarat, Goa, Haryana, Uttarakhand. Yes. So, you know, you tried to spread further than what you could actually afford to.
Yeah,
and you realize that you shouldn't have done it. In hindsight, you know, should have Arvind Kejriwal gone to Gujarat at the time he did? No, and I'm sure that even the troubleshooters, and there are only few and far between where the Aam Aadmi Party comes into question, agree that maybe it was a bad idea. They should have gone to Haryana, maybe Goa, but, you know, Goa is a place where I think Arvind Kejriwal will still look at penetrating again.
But is Arvind Kejriwal someone, I mean, one of the challenges for all opposition leaders is to work with each other. When you're faced with the Modi-Shah juggernaut, can Arvind Kejriwal work with other leaders? Do you see him actually, you know, we blamed the Congress up to now. Let's now, one minute. Let's put one minute. Whatever it is, whether in Goa, for example, in Goa, if you recall, the South Goa seat in Lok Sabha was won with AAP and Congress coming together. I'm just asking you, do you see Arvind Kejriwal being able to work with any other leader?
Can I tell you something? Arvind Kejriwal over the years has become quite amiable to working, especially with the Congress. And I'll give you an example. I think you will come in on this. Who brokered the deal of fighting the Lok Sabha 7 seats together? Arvind Kejriwal kept trying to get in touch with Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi never really gave him the time of day. It was Sharad Pawar who actually had to come in and broker that deal and say, okay, let them fight 4, you fight 3. So there have been multiple times. Gujarat, Arvind Kejriwal wanted to fight with the Congress. He was denied. Haryana, they would have settled on 3 seats. He was denied. Even Delhi, till 2 months ago, the Aam Aadmi Party was open with an alliance with the Delhi Congress.
But the reason I'm asking you this is because if you've seen in the last few weeks, Akhilesh Yadav campaigned with Arvind Kejriwal.
Yes.
The Trinamool Congress put its weight behind Arvind Kejriwal. Sharad Pawar also said Arvind Kejriwal is the man to take on the BJP. Uddhav Thackeray also, in a sense, sent out a message that
Rajdeep,
I'm just asking, is that now possible at all?
After this defeat,
yes, what happens?
See, Mamata Banerjee could come out very strongly in the India alliance because she won Bengal, she won big, she won on her over his team. Now, if these figures were in somewhat way seem to identify that it's the Congress that had played the spoiler, then Arvind Kejriwal could have gone to the India alliance and said that, listen, it's the Congress which played into as the B team of the BJP. That hasn't quite happened. Arvind Kejriwal has lost this election on his own steam. So with what face will Arvind Kejriwal now go to the India alliance, the likes of his allies in the India alliance, which is the TMC Samajwadi Party, that, you know, now what? Because he will not have elbow room to continue being what his position was earlier.
So he's going to have to find some place to again.
And he was anyway alienated in the first place.
You know, Rajdeep, this is illustrative. Yes. It shows you how Kejriwal and AAP have suffered all-round defeat. You know, they've splintered everywhere. On the OBC seats, they're 29 down from the last time. Upper caste seats, they're 26 down from the last time. Why this is adding up to more than 17? Because some seats have more than 20% voters of different communities. On Gujar seats, they're 3 down from last time. Dalit seats, 10 down from last time. Muslim dominated, only 1 down. On Punjabi seats, 11 down. And this has ramifications for Punjab as well. That is as far as the stronghold seats are concerned. As far as the stronghold seats are concerned, the seats which AAP has won in 3 elections, they've lost now more than 50% of them. Seats which AAP won in every election for the last 3 elections. Seats which would typically be considered stronghold safe seats, AAP has lost more than half. Out of 26 such seats, AAP has won only 12. The BJP has won 14. So what was supposed to be the AAP's biggest strength became their biggest weakness, losing 12 of what was supposed to be stronghold seats, Rajdeep.
No, look, when you come down from 62, you're going to come down across the board. You know, you come down from 62 to 24, you've lost 38 seats. In a small state like Delhi, the losses have been all across. The losses have been disproportionately higher in certain areas. And I think the bottom line I maintain, Rahul, is that Arvind Kejriwal lost the middle class mind. You see, he was someone who had become the idea of Kejriwal, was very attractive to the middle class. That's gone. Recovering that is not going to be easy. India's middle class is notoriously fickle. You move from one leader to another. I remember VP Singh was once a middle class hero, Mr. Clean. The moment he started moving into decline, the middle class looked for other heroes. Now the middle class will look for new heroes.
There was no ideological base that way. I mean, it was not something that was weaved into Kejriwal's politics. He's
been ideologically agnostic right
this
from
is
the
the
start.
problem. So,
but, you know, I'll tell
where
you
do you start from? When every tinka of that jhadu is being blown away in the wind, how do you get those tinkas back? Because there is no glue left now.
And you are right, at a level, you know, it did splinter, because Rajdeep, at about 11 o'clock, those who've been watching, you know, from the Aam Aadmi Party, there are 3 seats one had to watch out for. One, and Sangam Vihar, Malviya Nagar and Greater Kailash. These 3 seats were their safest seats. So minute at 11 o'clock, they realized that there is something going down. The indication came that it's not favorable to the Aam Aadmi Party from what was happening in these 3 seats. They've lost all 3.
You know,
which is Sangam Vihar, Malviya Nagar, Greater Kailash.
You know, I've got a WhatsApp,
core voter base
WhatsApp from Kiran Bedi. Kiran Bedi also has a score to settle with Arvind Kejriwal.
She was the
Says India deserves to get a capital as once was, that it gets its exuberance, creativity and energy back. Most of all, the trust back with a sense of pride in being a Delhiite. Now citizens too need to rise to the occasion of playing their responsibility. So you've got all these people who over the years have felt marginalized in some form or the other.
The vindication is going to be at some other level, Rajdeep, because at one end you'll have Ajay Makan, who was projected in 2013. You will have Dr. Harshvardhan, who was projected in 2013. Then you go across to Kiran Bedi. You know, today I would think, and I don't know, maybe Rajat Sethi would come in. Rajat Sethi, there was so much talk at one point of time of Smriti Irani coming into Delhi. This could have been the ideal platform for Smriti Irani to actually make her political re-debut after what had happened in a meeting.
See, there's no point in getting into counterfactuals.
No, of course there's not. But I'm just, you know,
BJP always wanted this to remain a low affair, so that, you know, you reach out to people with your core messages. And the core messages are very simple for the BJP. Aapada hai ye. This is a disaster. That's all. I mean, they kept on reiterating this word so much so that it became a public lexicon. Everybody now doesn't call AAP. They're calling it Aapada now. See, this is where I'm saying that Kejriwal, where he lost even in the wits game, where he was so far doing good, towards the end, towards that last 1 month, when BJP's graph sort of started picking up, there was very little.
You know, and
I was telling you about body language also. You remember, in the last week or so, when I was coming on your shows and on Rahul's shows, I was saying that something is off about the body language of the Aam Aadmi Party spokespersons and even their leaders. That confidence that was there suddenly was vanishing. And it was showing because they were among the people, they were getting pushed back, they were feeling the heat. And that heat was getting expression
you know, Rajdeep, the catchphrases, and I know it's surfaced because the Aapada word that Rajat spoke of really did catch on. Like, if you remember in 2020, the 5 Saal Kejriwal. So, you know, these were phrases which rung loud, and this time around it was that.
You know, the word Sheesh Mahal today was instantly identified by people with Mr. Kejriwal. Just look around the map of who's won and who's lost. The truth of the matter is, if I look at the Aam Aadmi Party, the only 2 big winners for them at the moment are Atishi, who has won in Kalkaji, won by a very narrow margin in Kalkaji, just over 1,000 votes against Ramesh Biduri. And that was a tough candidate that she took on. So she's won there. And Gopal Rai in Babarpur, who's won by a big victory. So for Atishi, this is a big day. She's the Chief Minister of the state. She's one of the few people who's won. She could well, along with Gopal Rai, be the face of the Aam Aadmi Party. They will need to have a strong face in place. Gender also works in favor of Atishi. So Atishi could well be one of the faces that emerges out of the debris that we see of the Aam Aadmi Party here. On the other hand, the BJP has several candidates, Rahul, who could be potential chief ministers. I mean, you know, do they play, you know, what kind of card do they now play? One of those candidates who was could be a potential, is losing at the moment in Karol Bagh. Dushyant Gautam is trailing. If he wins, many
Okay,
saw
let's listen
him
to
as a
Parvesh.
potential
Speaking of
candidate.
BJP CM candidates, a man who's announced his own candidature with his big victory. Parvesh Verma speaking now. Listen in.
हो नहीं पाएगा, ये वाला गाना बंद करो। एक साल के बाद देखो आप ऐसे करेंगे तो मैं भी नहीं करता। कर लेते हैं। आप एक सेकंड मीडिया के अलावा कोई ऊपर नहीं आएगा, विकी दुबी नहीं आएगा, सबको नीचे कर दो। सब
चाहो तो आप अंदर बैठ के देखो 2-2 मिनट
सर बाहर की है अरे यही हो जाता है यार अरे बुला रहे
The fact that he's beaten Arvind Kejriwal, that also explains the frenzy around him. Although given the BJP's recent choices, you can't be quite certain that he will be Chief Minister. Although he has probably, Rajat, the strongest claim. Given that he's beaten Kejriwal in a battle which Kejriwal didn't think he was losing, which nobody in the AAP thought they were losing. They were thinking 50 plus, 55 plus, ho sakta hai 60 bhi aa jaye. From there to beat Kejriwal in his own den.
It is a huge personal victory for Parvesh. And I think, I mean, if you look at all the other leaders, somehow if Biduri loses, Dushyantji loses, then all these senior leaders losing, he becomes sort of a default choice in this setting because you don't have enough people left in that array of 47. No. But you know, you still, again, with BJP leadership, they have larger nationwide calculations in mind, what gender representation.
Gives him the stature. See,
certainly,
frankly,
no, it gives him the stature and he cannot be ignored anymore in Delhi politics.
Stature. If they make the choice for who the BJP cadre would want today,
it would be him.
It would be him.
No, there's another reason. Remember, in Haryana, you decided you chose an OBC. Yeah. In Rajasthan, there has been a silent, sullen anger among the Jats कि हमारे लिए जगह नहीं. Now, if in Delhi you have a Jat face in Parvesh Verma who is voluble and therefore will be out there, he's not someone who's going to sort of.
But he's not voluble like Ramesh Biduri.
No, not voluble like Ramesh Biduri, but he's not someone who's going to take a step back. So if you've got someone like that, an assertive Jat there,
he's a fighter.
As Chief Minister of Delhi, it is able to overcome one of the question marks over the BJP that they've suffered, which they, in 2024 Lok Sabha, it was certainly an issue. Whether it was in Haryana or Rajasthan, they lost a number of Jat-dominated seats.
That they do not also have a Punjabi face in the whole country, BJP. And on the Punjabi seats, you have one in stock.
Yeah, so that's the other option for them.
And you know, and there are prominent Punjabi candidates who have won. Like in Janakpuri, I was seeing this person called Ashish Sood, who was a Prabhari in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes.
He's leading by about 20,000 votes.
Yes.
Satish Upadhyay, another former leader of the
former BJP president.
BJP president. He has won his Malviya Nagar seat, defeating Somnath Bharti.
Yes, yes.
So
there are prominent faces.
Rajdeep, other than natural selection, because he's beaten Arvind Kejriwal, you know, the David who was now Goliath, coming to the fact that outer area, Parvesh Verma comes from outer Delhi, borders Haryana. This is that area where there was a certain amount of resentment because we kept talking about the Jat vote so much in Haryana. You appease that. In Rajasthan, everybody thought that the fulcrum of Jat politics from Haryana is now going to spin over to Rajasthan. At some level, you're giving messaging there as well. Western Uttar Pradesh, there's a certain amount of messaging that goes to Western UP as well.
So you're saying the Jat factor could well work in Parvesh Verma's
No, but you also need somebody with some stature and you need somebody who has some standing.
Stature का मतलब क्या है?
I'm saying felling Kejriwal gives him that stature instantaneously. Everything else, you know, you can find a Dalit, you can find a Jat.
And also,
you need somebody who the Delhi BJP voter says deserves to be Chief Minister.
You know, while we are
at this moment, he's the one who will have
and
the
it's
vote.
also generational. You're bringing in a much younger generation with him. You know, you're sort of suggesting sending out.
Rahul, not to forget, both the Satish Upadhyay and Ashish Sood are products of Vidyarthi Parishad. They have been pracharaks of RSS also at some point.
Okay, but then it counters
breaking news coming in. Breaking news coming in that the General Administration Department of the Government of Delhi has put out a notice. They have sealed the Delhi Secretariat. to address security concerns and the safety of records. They think the AAP could be up to no good in the last few hours. They're imagining or suggesting that AAP might try to delete records. So it is requested that no files, documents, computer hardware may be taken outside the Delhi Secretariat complex without permission from the General Administration Department. It is therefore directed that necessary directions may be issued to the concerned branch in charges under the department offices situated in the Delhi Secretariat to ensure safety of records, files, documents, electronic files under the section. This is a bit like Kejri-wall saying, "मेरे 15 MLO को ले रहे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं ये लोग delete कर देंगे, हरा देंगे, जला देंगे before leaving." None of which has happened. But
will there be vendetta?
I have a feeling things will get ugly. I actually have a feeling things will get ugly. I have a feeling.
How do you define ugly?
Who will make it ugly?
No,
will make it ugly.
think, no.
No, will an SIT? We just.
होना ही चाहिए SIT.
I think we heard Virendra Sachdev saying we will appoint an SIT to investigate into the previous
होना ही
government.
चाहिए. SIT होना चाहिए even on the allegations that were leveled yesterday. उसके ऊपर SIT, shoot and scoot. This strategy has been carrying him forward for all this while. This should not be the new normal of Indian politics. कुछ भी बोल दो 15 करोड़ 50 करोड़ मैं बोल दूं केजरीवाल ने 50 करोड़ दिए डिफेंड करो मुझे ये कोई लॉजिक हुआ?
I haven't seen the end of the Sheesh Mahal controversy just yet. I think it's going to play out. I have a feeling that the BJP or the government which comes in will go in for the kill. They're not going to let it rest with just Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party's defeat. I have a feeling papers will be pulled out. I think they're going to make an example of Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Big message in the Delhi vote for all of Punjab politics. The Panthik vote, the Punjabi vote, the Sikh vote which AAP had, which really laid also the foundations for what followed in Punjab, where they won a decisive victory that slipped from right underneath their feet.
Yes, but just to take what Preeti said forward, this sort of politics of vendetta, let's not also forget that the Enforcement Directorate, in an extremely unusual move, actually named AAP as a political party, as one of the...
No, but that suggestion was made by Sisodia's lawyer.
Yes,
he
exactly.
Said Sisodia's lawyer said if the benefit has gone to Aam Aadmi Party, why they not be made into this thing?
But my limited point that I'm saying, that's never happened that you name. So I believe...
No, but then in their defense, he said it.
Sir, but it was there. I'm only saying it is, you have never named a political party until then. ED had done it, had already planned on it before Mr. Sisodia's lawyer came in. My limited point is, I believe now that you will have a government that will go for Mr. Kejriwal.
They should go for AAP also.
They should go for
Kejriwal also.
Why should
they only ask for it. You ask that, okay, why should I?
Is that what you
the
want?
logic was, 100 करोड़ मैंने नहीं लिए जी, वो तो जी पार्टी के पास आए थे जी. अगर ये डिफरेंस है आपके पास, then you
to finish off Arvind Kejriwal or to build a better Delhi?
नहीं, I'm telling you, to nab every criminal who's been doing corruption. Follow the law of the land, now. What is there in the, trying to see vengeance or vendetta or anything? Follow the law of the land. It is in black and white.
The Delhi BJP has danced for other people's victories. Party's victory, but in other states. बहुत बार dance किया है. पहली बार अपने लिए dance कर रहे हैं. I've got this whole generation, all young kids, largely young, middle-aged kind of people. They wouldn't have danced on their own victory. They've danced for Modi ji at the center. They've danced for wins in Maharashtra, Haryana, elsewhere. They're dancing for themselves for the first time, guys. The big day for these guys.
No, I think the point you made earlier also, the fact that, you've got some prominent Sikh faces who won, is also an important moment for the BJP, given the fact that that is another vote, which certainly in the last few years, the BJP has struggled to hold on to, the Sikh vote. We saw that in Punjab. And we've seen it in general, the farmers' agitation, the feeling that...
It's the Punjabi vote versus Sikh.
Yeah, so, no, but there are Sikh faces who won.
Yeah, of course.
Manindra Singh Sirsa has won by a big margin.
But the Jitendra Shanti has also won, no? From who came in from the BJP to
Rajouri Garden was not seen to be an easy seat. They won by a big margin. So clearly at the moment, the message has gone down that they've won very strongly across West Delhi with a large Punjabi Sikh population.
West Delhi and Punjab are very closely related.
So therefore, you've got a situation that the BJP will have to take a call as to what kind of a government do you send out, what is the messaging you send out.
So let's ask that question to Sardar RP Singh about the impact of the Delhi verdict potentially on Punjab politics. Sat Sri Akal, RP ji, you must be celebrating big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. You've been waiting to dance in Delhi for a long time.
There was a crowd at my house another half an hour ago, and they have gone to the BJP Delhi office now. And with dhol and bhakar, everything there, with crackers also, although I told them not to burst it here, they should go to the party office and do it there itself. But coming to the issue, the Sikh votes, yes, there's a shift in the Sikh votes, and then also that Rajouri Garden, and even in Tilak Nagar, we have done quite well. I mean, although there was a woman candidate we had lost that seat, but we have done quite well in Tilak Nagar. Harinagar, another seat, which is a Sikh seat. And mark my word, this will have a great impact on the Punjab politics also, because
what is the impact on Punjab politics? What is your assessment of the impact on Punjab politics?
I'll commit to that. Because that message that BJP doesn't promote Sikhs or BJP doesn't push Sikhs will be washed out, because that's the message which these parties used to convey, that BJP is anti-Sikh or they don't promote Sikh. Although Prime Minister has done so much of work for Sikh community as such, which has not happened in the last 60, 70 years. For example, the Kartarpur corridor, the Sajjan Kumar going to jail, Jagdish Thakur on the hook now. So all these have worked in psychologically, but the barrier was that Sikh faces. And then you were talking about who can be Sikh face, who can be a CM? Probably a Sikh face can be a CM of Delhi also.
तुसी किसको बना रहे हो? सिरसा जी को बोल रहे हो कि उनको बना दे CM?
I'm saying probably. I never said that. I can't name anyone. I'm no one to decide on that. But I mean, since you're talking about
Siddharth Mishra has a question for you.
आरपी जी, आपने 3 नाम मुझे व्हाट्सएप किया था कि रमेश, प्रवेश और आशीष जीत रहे हैं. आपके दोस्त हैं विद्यार्थी परिषद के. रमेश हार कैसे गए?
चलिए, मतलब मेरे तो सतीश भी हमारे पुराने दोस्तों में से हैं. दिल्ली में एक बार ये कहा जाता है ये 4 लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि पूरे दिल्ली के सिस्टम्स को देखते हैं, परंतु रमेश का हारने का कारण इसलिए कि थोड़ा सा मार्जिन कम रह गया, थोड़ा सा कुछ वहां पर वोट इस प्रकार के हैं जो क्लस्टर्स में कुछ दिक्कत रही है. उसको मैं अभी एनालिसिस आ जाएगी, डिटेल आ जाएगी. परंतु आपने जो एक नाम दिया था वो भी पंजाबी वोट फेस हो सकते हैं. सिद्धार्थ, आशीष कैन बी अनदर गुड पंजाबी फेस आल्सो. आई एम जस्ट नेमिंग. I'm not going to decide on it.
You have fought an election in Delhi. इस बार अब लग रहा है लड़ लिया तो बेटर था राजेंद्र नगर से. पहले भी लड़ चुके हैं सर.
Preeti, good question. See, Preeti, there's a time to move on in the party also. Party called me, the party bosses called me and told me there's time to move on from Delhi and to some other work. Let party decide on it. I'll be very keen, not to contest election, but to manage Punjab affair. I was in charge of Punjab affair when party won 19 out of 23 seats. So I don't mind. Party gives me a challenge.
No, so will Bhagwant Man's government last its term or not? Aso.
There's $1 million question. Mr. Kejri-wall was already saying that we were poaching his MLAs 15 crore rupees each. So I'll appreciate that he should name all those people now, or all those will be repenting now that they should have made money at least 15 crore rupees each. They could have maintained that 15 crore rupees each. But fact is that nothing of this sort is there. But yes, there'll be Punjab government can be in trouble because Mr. Bajwa is on record saying that 32 MLAs, Bajwa, the Congress leader of the party there in the assembly, is on record saying that 32 MLAs are in touch with Mr. Bajwa. I don't know how much.
But they will need more than. They will need more than that to actually topple the government at the moment.
Rajiv, yes. It is the tumbling stone. Once start, then everything falls in place. I mean, you don't know how things will shape up. Because
no, so you're saying that the Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab could be toppled as a result of this election with the Congress leading the way. Am I correct?
I'm not saying Mr. Bajwa is on record saying that 32 MLAs are in
बड़ा बाजवा जी नु सुन रहे हो. So why is the BJP leader quoting a Congress leader? You seem very inspired by बाजवा जी. क्या हो रहा है? यही तो केजरीवाल बोल रहा है. सब मिले हुए हैं जी.
अच्छा, मिले हुए की बात करें. एक मिनट राहुल, मिले हुए की.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm coming back to you. Parvesh Verma is with my colleague Piyush. Let's listen to the man of the moment.
श्रेय किसको देंगे? देखिए, जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को.
चलो खुश रहो, बहुत अच्छा लगा.
जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को, सारी नई दिल्ली के मतदाताओं को. जीत का श्रेय है हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनकी ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया. जीत का श्रेय हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी को. जीत का श्रेय है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी को और तमाम उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को पार्टी के जिन्होंने जी जान से मेहनत करी है. तो सभी को बहुत बहुत हृदय से बधाई.
कितना टफ एक कैंपेन रहा. आपने कई सारी चीजें कही, कई सारे वादे किए. अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आप पर पर्सनल अटैक्स भी काफी किए कि पैसे बांट रहे, काफी चीजें हो रही हैं. क्या कहेंगे, कितना टफ रहा है कैंपेन?
मैं यही कहूंगा, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी।
आपने कहा था शीश महल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं जाएगा, तो क्या ऐसा होगा?
अभी मैंने कहा था और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए। पार्टी का विधायक दल, पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेंगे कि कौन हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा। तो जो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा मैं उन तक अपनी बात को पहुंचाऊंगा।
पहली कैबिनेट का क्या फैसला होगा?
पहली कैबिनेट का फैसला होगा कि एसआईटी की जांच होगी, सारे करप्शन की जांच होगी, एसआईटी का गठन होगा और महिलाओं को जो हमने 2500 रुपए का वायदा किया है उसको पूरा करेंगे।
एक आखिरी प्रश्न, क्या आपको लगा कि एक सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा रहा जिसने दिल्ली की जनता को टच किया और उन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ, आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ वोट किया?
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 11 साल में कोई काम ही नहीं किया, तो बहुत सारे मुद्दे थे, मगर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ आ गया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी केवल और केवल झूठ ही बोलते हैं।
क्या हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा। इस तरह की बातें करते हुए परवेश वर्मा, जायंट किलर जो है वो
Verma, the giant slayer, besting the mighty Kejriwal in his bastion of New Delhi, trying to sound chief ministerial, if I may say so. छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलके नई कहानी.
But you heard what he said, that the two decisions, SIT to be appointed, which will look into the corruption charges, which of course Rajat believes is the way forward. Good luck.
But they said it earlier also.
Yes, but you see what he's going to do, sometimes with leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, he will want, otherwise he'll be completely out of the news. He's going to use this then. The only hope that he still has is to somehow or the other claim that
ignoring him is the worst thing you can do to him.
Is that, you know, that this is a vendetta against me, but that's one part. Second, 2,500 to women. And I think once we get the gender breakup in a post poll, we'll know. All the pollsters who suggested that, you know, women were voting overwhelmingly for the Aam Aadmi Party, that's not happened.
Good. I'm glad you're changing some of the analysis.
No, 1 minute. I said very clearly the class divide in Delhi is still there.
You still think all the poor voted for AAP?
A substantial.
No, substantial, of course.
I am willing
you said that the vote didn't break.
I am willing
it was
to,
as consolidated as the last
I am willing
election.
to bet that Arvind Kejriwal's majority of the vote came from low-income classes.
No, of course. That's like saying the obvious.
No, it's not
the
saying
fact
the
that
obvious.
Splintered was being disputed earlier.
Splintered means what? 20% I get. I have won this election by consolidating the middle class.
20% of the poor people's vote splitting is a big split in your vote share.
It is, of course, but the bigger story of this election is the fact that the middle class deserted Arvind Kejriwal. I maintain that.
No, of course, there's no dispute about that. Gadkari ji is speaking at this time. Let's listen to Senior Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. We'll try and get some reactions from these big guns of the BJP as they speak and celebrate what will be a historic victory.
भाजपा की जीत,
let's listen to him.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो देश को विकास का मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस दिया है, जो सुशासन से भारत आज विकसित भारत बनने के लिए तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है, जो दिल्ली के लोगों ने गत 10 वर्षों में भ्रष्टाचार, अराजकता और विकास से वंचित रहने का दुख देखा है, उसके सामने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो देश को एक विश्वास दिया है और अच्छे कामों से देशवासियों की सेवा की है, उसके लिए दिल्ली के लोगों ने मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देने की जीत दी है। जैसे केंद्र में तीसरी बार, महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में तीसरी बार प्रचंड बहुमत मिली, अब दिल्ली के लोग विकास चाहते हैं, दिल्ली के लोग सुशासन चाहते हैं, डबल इंजन सरकार तो मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में उनके आशीर्वाद से जनता की सेवा करे, ऐसी सरकार के लिए ये दिल्ली का वोट एक अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। देश और दुनिया देख रही है कि मोदी जी के साथ पूरा देश खड़ा है, मोदी जी के अच्छा कामों के साथ जनहित और लोक कल्याण के काम समाज के हर वर्ग, चाहे गरीब हो, मिडिल क्लास हो, महिला हो, हर वर्ग को एक उज्जवल भविष्य देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ पूरा देश खड़ा है।
केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया सहित तमाम उनसे विधायक बहुत नजदीक है, वो सबकी हार हो गई है।
ये स्वाभाविक था कि जो कुकर्म किए, जो अराजकता, जो झूठे वादे, जो भ्रष्टाचार, चाहे वो केजरीवाल जी हो, मनीष सिसोदिया जी हो, आपके सभी नेताओं ने जो धोखा दिया था दिल्ली की जनता को, ये उसका जवाब दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने दिया।
All right, Piyush Goyal there. Of course, the BJP ecstatic, elated, Parvesh Verma coming in, and also suddenly, Rahul, for somebody who went out for Arvind Kejriwal very statesmanly when he was questioned, कि अब छोड़ दो जो पीछे हुआ, जाने दो.
That's why he's going to try and sound chief ministerial. He wants to make his case. He knows that there are people who... Okay, I want to go across to Pratap Singh Bajwa. He's joining us now. He's on the farms. There's lots of conversation about Bajwa being in touch with AAP MLAs in Punjab. So I thought, let's dial him in. Bajwa ji, Sat Shri Akal. What are you making of this Delhi verdict? Kejriwal bested. What does this mean for Punjab politics?
See, I think this is the best thing that has happened not only to Punjab, even to politics. See, in our ideological battle against the BJP, this man was one person who was creating a kind of a cloud in between. He was creating a confusion. I think so where he is going, it is a real, I think so, a good thing for Punjab, because people of Punjab were also taken in with their false promises and all those kind of things. And today, everything is in shambles. Finances are in shambles. Nobody's life is safe. Nobody's property is safe. People want to end to this government as they wanted presently what the Delhi people have done. So the people of Punjab are longing, Rahul, to give a kick on the backside.
No, your friend in the BJP, RP Singh, was saying that Bajwa is in touch with 30 AAP MLAs. What are you doing, Daso?
Chalo, they have been in touch with me for a long time because, see, when I was the Pradesh Congress president, 22 of my people only who were denied tickets by Amrinder Singh were given tickets by the AAP. They are presently MLAs in the Vidhan Sabha. So, you understand fully well, they understand this was just a one-way ticket to the moon. They are not coming in next time. So, obviously, they are opening their doors. Their doors are quite open.
No, so I want to press you further so that I have clarity. There are two things. One is that you will fight them in the next election, which is fine. That will happen in 27, that you'll fight them in the next election. The other is that because of what happened in Delhi, the Congress in Punjab feels that there could be a threat to the Bhagwant Mann government at this moment. What's your take, sir?
See, Rahul, both the things can work. See, one thing is for sure, Bhagwant is already in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs for long.
For what?
And I've been seeing, just see, there's already a battle between Punjab AAP and Delhi AAP. See, recently, just 2 or 3 days earlier, the AAP president, Aman Arora, said that it's not necessary in a state like Punjab that only a Sikh should be the chief minister. You understand?
Okay.
So I feel that Kejriwal had already had this kind of inclination coming that they won't be able to make it in Delhi. And they are already pitching for Kejriwal to land up in Punjab. Because one of our MLAs has recently committed suicide. He's died and that seat is vacant from Ludhiana, Gurpreet Singh Gogis. And I think so primarily Aman Arora was made to say this 2 or 3 days earlier to the Tribune paper.
So see, you're saying Kejriwal will fight from Ludhiana. Is that what you're insinuating?
Rahul ji, main kadi galat patang nahi udai. Every single person knows whatever I have said regarding Punjab has always come out true. It is, see, Rahul, I was the first person who put on, I said we would have no alliance with the AAP. We have been proven right in Punjab. And even at that time I had said we should not have any alliance with the AAP even in Delhi. Had we not aligned in the parliament polls, Congress would have done a much better performance this time.
No, so let me try and understand what you're saying a little more. You're saying that Bhagwant Mann is in touch with Home Minister Amit Shah for what? Like all chief ministers are in touch with the Home Minister. Are you saying something is brewing there, you think?
Not from that point of view. See, even the Ministry of Home Affairs knows that they want to get rid of Bhagwant. They were just waiting for a positive result in Delhi. So what I feel is now, because they have already got an active result over there, they will now like to bring in Kejriwal from Punjab. Primarily, that's why the AAP president, a person who has been handpicked by Kejriwal just 2 months early, Aman Arora, who's also minister there, is already, for the first time, And you know it well, this is primarily the only state. It's just like saying a Muslim should not be a Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. This is the only state that we have.
No, so what makes you think that there could be a threat to the Kejriwal-led AAP government in Punjab at this moment? Bhagwant Mann is Chief Minister. You are saying that there is a possibility of an imminent threat?
100% when he wants to plonk in there and he will ask Bhagwant to take place for him. So then that split is going to take place. And instead of we have to open our doors open for the AAP MLAs. Why should we allow most of them to run away to...
No, but you need 2/3. You need 50 plus.
See, that I do agree. We need 2/3. But obviously, we are keeping all our options open. I understand it fully well. And see, they are going to crumble like house of cards.
Why do you think they'll crumble like a house of cards? Why do you think they may crumble like a house of cards?
So they exactly know this is the first and the last time. Every single AAP MLA knows they have no future ahead. ये तो पहले भी पता था since see.
But sir, Congress लड़ नहीं पाती. Haryana में also you had a chance. Your party, not you, found a way of botching it up. I mean, what's the guarantee, even if there is anti-incumbency, that you will be the beneficiary?
Rahul, I can't answer on Haryana. At least on Punjab, I can say that we fought them. See, Bhagwant was saying, I'm going to win 13. And we won 7 and he won just 3. And from 92, we brought them down to 32. And from our 18 MLAs, we went up to 38. So we are fighting tooth and nail and we are sure 100%. We are going to pin them down in the next elections. But before elections, if something takes place, we should not be sitting as ducks over there. No? We should be prepared. A lot of MLAs are in touch, obviously.
किन्ने MLAs वाले को touch में जाए?
मैं जिन्हें को तानु इन्होंने RP सिंह ने दसे इन्हें क्या ही थे?
Why are you talking to RP Singh? की चल रहा है? वही तो केजरीवाल कहना है सब मिले हुए हैं जी.
I am not talking. See, you have quoted RP Singh. I even do not know from where this figure has come in. You only told me it is RP Singh who said that. So I have just endorsed what you have said.
Okay, I'll leave it.
I had no kind of a talk with RP Singh. Jo ne endorsed kita in touch, and they have been in touch with me for almost a year now.
1 or 2 MLAs?
Not 1 or 2, more than 30.
More than 30?
Yeah. They are willing to leave these people. They are willing to
but
leave.
They'll get disqualified. They'll get disqualified if they come to you.
Oh, bhai, we are not getting them over as such.
तो की करोगे फिर?
They are keeping the options open. See, even a lot of things are going to take place now.
Like what?
Just wait for a couple of days more. Do you think this present government at the center is going to sit idle over there after this victory in Delhi?
Why? What do you think will happen?
They will try their tricks in Punjab too. That's a dream project to get around to Punjab.
So you are saying that Bhagwant Mann could switch over to the BJP? You are saying Bhagwant Mann could switch over? That's the level of unhappiness?
He's almost there.
Oh, तुसी ऐसी ही लड़ाई करा रहे हो नादी. How do you know he's always there?
See, this statement is there since the last 1.5 years. Whenever this Maharashtra plane lands in Delhi, in Chandigarh, Lahore, the first passenger who will become Eknath Shinde would be Bhagwant Mann. I've been saying this consistently for the last 2 years. You can ask your reporters in Chandigarh. And this is going to come out true.
You think now is the moment that the BJP will strike?
Now is the moment. That is go between is Ravneet Bittu.
No, what is Bittu doing?
Bittu is the go between the Ministry of Home Affairs and Bhagwan. This is known to every single person. It may not be common knowledge in Delhi, but in Chandigarh, every single person knows. All operations of Bhagwant Mann with the Minister of Home Affairs are through Ravneet Singh Bittu. They already won.
आप लड़ाई करा रहे हो. चलो ठीक है. For the time being, Pratap Bajwa, I'll leave it there. You have made a dramatic declaration that in 48 hours, the games will begin in Punjab, that Bhagwant Mann could switch over, become the new Eknath Shinde.
No, don't misquote me. I never said 48 hours. I said very soon things are going to start brewing over there also.
And that Bhagwant Mann could become the new Eknath Shinde.
Oh, 100%. He's already there. He may not be having the numbers as yet. See what had happened.
Why is Bhagwant Mann upset with Kejriwal?
Yeah, obviously they are.
नहीं क्यों? Why?
Because see, because now his own old chief secretary, Pepul Kumar, they are running the show over there. All important all important positions over there, the chief secretary, home secretary, whatsoever, the postings are being done straight by Kejri-wall, not by Bhagwant. He just a duck over. बिल्कुल इसका सारा काम दाम बंद कर दिया है. हाँ.
Chalo, I leave it there. Pratap Bajwa, let's see whether you're the oracle who told the truth or whether this was just political fantasy. We'll find out soon.
This is going to come true. And you had promised me earlier that when Congress wins Punjab, I'll give you a call, and you forgot to call me then. And when this happens...
So election to 2 साल बाद है. जीते कहाँ हो तुसी?
I told... this we talked about the
Lok Sabha elections.
Parliament election.
Okay, done.
You remember?
ठीक है, done. So we will catch up soon then. Pratap Bajwa for joining us. Thank you very much. Parvesh Verma's daughters are speaking to us right now. Let's go across live.
राजधानी है, अगर लोगों को वहाँ पर साफ पानी, बिजली की दिक्कतें हों तो दिल को बहुत दुख पड़ता है और हम सभी को बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा था उनकी स्थिति को देखकर, क्योंकि हम उनकी सेवा नहीं कर पा रहे थे, लेकिन उन्होंने हमें आश्वासन दिया था और आज आशीर्वाद दिया है, समर्थन दिया है और हम 5 साल उनकी मेहनत करके उनकी सारी दिक्कतें दूर करें.
आप युवा हैं, कितनी बड़ी डबल इंजन की सरकार युवा के लिए हो सकती है दिल्ली में?
बहुत बड़ी. एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, जो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट है, इन सारे इश्यूज पे एक यूथ सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड होता है और उससे भी ज्यादा जो दिल्ली का यूथ है उनमें एक जोश हमेशा से रहा है एंड वो बहुत क्लियर कट रहे हैं. वो कोई भी बात दिल में छुपा के नहीं रखते हैं, वो उस पर पूरी तरीके से एक्ट करते हैं और उन्होंने इस बार भी एक्ट करा है. यूथ का सपोर्ट था, वुमेन का सपोर्ट था, इसीलिए पूर्ण बहुमत से बीजेपी की सरकार आई है.
थैंक यू. आपका नाम?
शिवेंद्र,
आप किस तरह से देखते हैं पापा की इतनी बड़ी जीत को?
बहुत हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट है, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज है. ये एक झूठ के अंत की जीत है, ये एक उस गवर्नमेंट की एंड है जिन्होंने सिर्फ झूठ बोला, जिन्होंने लोगों का कुछ भला नहीं करा, लोगों से प्रॉमिसेस बनाए, एक्सक्यूजेस भी बनाए और लोगों को बस झूठा आश्वासन दिया कि वो काम करेंगे पर कुछ डेवलपमेंट नहीं लाया.
जब अनाउंस हुआ कि नई दिल्ली से वो उम्मीदवार होंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ होंगे, क्या आपके दिमाग में था? किस तरह से लोगों के बीच में जाएंगे, किस तरह से लोगों को कहेंगे कि वो बीजेपी के लिए और प्रवेश जी के लिए वोट करें?
देखिए, स्टार्टिंग से हमें पता था कि पापा जीतेंगे, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस था, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल का तो सिर्फ नाम था पर काम कुछ भी नहीं था. वो झूठ बोलते रहे थे और पूरी नई दिल्ली उनसे तंग हो गई थी, उनसे थक गई थी. कुछ काम नहीं हुआ उनके 11 साल उनके गवर्नमेंट के अंडर, तो हमें बस पूरा पता था कि नई दिल्ली की जनता हमारे साथ होगी.
थैंक यू. आपका नाम? प्रिशा, आप इस जीत को किस तरह से देखते हैं? और एक सवाल जो मेरे को आप सबसे एक करके पूछना भी है कि जब कैंपेन हो रहा था तब उस वक्त कितना टफ आप लोगों के लिए भी था ये पूरा दौर?
जी, हमें पहले जब अनाउंस हुआ था लगा था कि बहुत मुश्किल सीट होगी, लेकिन जब हमने ग्राउंड पे गए, हमने लोगों से बातचीत करी, तब हमें पता चला कि केजरीवाल से सब तंग आ चुके हैं. वो दिल्ली की जनता का मजाक उड़ा रहे थे उन्हें इतना झूठ बोल के, और तब भी दिल्ली की जनता उन्हें ही वोट दे रही थी. तो वो एक तरफ से मजाक ही उड़ रहा था सबका, लेकिन इस बार दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई थी, वो हमारा साथ देने को तैयार थी. बस सही मौके का इंतजार था जो आ चुका है.
क्या आपको लगा कि सिर्फ एक मुद्दा ऐसा जो कि दिल्ली की जनता को ज्यादा हिट किया, एंड यू ऑल्सो फाउंड दिस ऑन ग्राउंड, आपको लगा कि ये इस मुद्दे पर दिल्ली की जनता वोट करेगी बीजेपी को?
आई थिंक लाडली बहना और महिलाओं का सम्मान देने जो पापा ने शुरू किया और जो मोदी सरकार ने पूरे देश में शुरू किया जहां जहां उनकी सरकार बनी है, वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा था. बिकॉज हमेशा विमेन डेवलपमेंट की हमेशा बात ही होती थी, लेकिन कभी कुछ काम नहीं होता था उसके टुवर्ड्स. और मुझे जो लिकर पॉलिसी केजरीवाल जी ने शुरू करी थी उससे सब तंग आ चुके थे. घर खत्म हो गए थे, माएं बहनें सब परेशान हो गई थी इस पॉलिसी से, और इसने हमें बहुत बेनिफिट दिया.
मैम, अब एक प्रश्न जो मैंने कहा था कि किस तरह से ये महीने आपके रहे, क्या घर आ पाते थे, समय मिल पाता था प्रवेश जी को?
नहीं, काफी लेट आते थे, पर कोई बात नहीं. उनका मकसद ही यही था कि मुझे ये सीट जीतनी है, अरविंद केजरीवाल से दिल्ली को मुक्त कराना है. तो हार्ड वर्क पेड.
आपने मिस किया पापा को इन दिनों में?
मिस तो बहुत करा, हम लोगों के विंटर वेकेशंस थे, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, काम पहले आता है, काम हमेशा पहले आया है. और नई दिल्ली क्या, पूरी दिल्ली हमारा परिवार है, तो हमारे साथ नहीं, अगर वो उनके साथ टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
आप क्या बोलते थे पापा को, किस तरह से उनको गुड लक विश किया करते जब वो जाते थे?
हर दिन रात को जब वो लेट आते थे तो उनके साथ बैठते थे, उनसे बात करते थे, पूछते थे उनका दिन कैसा गया, कि वो क्या क्या आइडियाज़ हैं उनके मन में। पर हमें पता था कि अगर अंदर से कि even if he's not spending time with us, he's doing it for the betterment of Delhi. He's doing it to serve the people of New Delhi, and that was all right with us.
तो तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से परिवार के चेहरे पर मुस्कान है, परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो बहुत खुश हैं, गौरवान्वित जो है वो महसूस कर रहे हैं कि
I want to go across to the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini joins us. I want to welcome Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, welcome. Saini साहब, केजरीवाल is gone. Will the Yamuna finally get cleaned? आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली वालों को साफ यमुना का पानी मिलेगा फाइनली?
राहुल जी, मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं दिल्ली की जनता का और आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उन नीतियों का जो केजरीवाल ने लगातार झूठ बोल करके उन योजनाओं से वंचित रखा दिल्ली के लोगों को। मेरे लिए खासकर ये गौरव की बात है कि अब दिल्ली के लोगों को मोदी जी की वो सारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिलेगा जिनसे केजरीवाल ने वहां पर दिल्ली में उनको वंचित रखा है। और जिस प्रकार का झूठ का नैरेटिव केजरीवाल ने सेट करने की कोशिश की है, दिल्ली के लोगों ने उसका जवाब दिया है। जो व्यक्ति जिस माटी के ऊपर, मैंने कहा भी था राहुल जी, जिस माटी के ऊपर इसने जन्म लिया उस माटी का नहीं हुआ तो दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? दिल्ली के लोग उसको नकारेंगे। और आज मुझे इस बात की ये है कि वो झूठ का जो इसने नैरेटिव सेट किया था उससे आज आपदा से दिल्ली के लोगों को मुक्ति मिली है और उन्होंने मोदी जी की नीतियों को स्वीकार करते हुए बड़े मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी 27 वर्षों के बाद दिल्ली के अंदर आई है।
गौरव,
और
लेकिन नायब सिंह सैनी जी, लेकिन अब एक बड़ी चुनौती होगी यमुना को साफ करना। अभी तक तो जो आरोप लगे कि यमुना में जहर मिला दिया और पॉइजन्ड है यमुना या पानी नहीं दे रहा हरियाणा, अब तो हरियाणा में भी आपकी सरकार है, दिल्ली में भी आपकी सरकार है, तो मतलब बीजेपी की, तो अब तो यमुना को साफ करना ही होगा।
हमने जो कहा है उसको 100% पूरा करेंगे। हम दिल्ली के लोगों को पहले भी स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाते थे और आगे दिल्ली को पानी को ट्रीट करके बिल्कुल स्वच्छ जल देने का काम वो करेंगे। आदरणीय मोदी है उस गारंटी के ऊपर दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास किया है और मोदी जी का जो एक विजन है कि हमने भारत को विकसित बनाना है, उस दिशा के अंदर दिल्ली भी आगे बढ़ रही है। और हम यमुना को स्वच्छ करते हुए दिल्ली को स्वच्छ जल देने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लोगों तक सब सुविधाएं पहुंचाएंगे।
आपके हिसाब से क्यों हारे केजरीवाल, क्यों हारी बीजेपी आज? व्हाट इज योर असेसमेंट? आप
नहीं, देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि ये झूठ बोलता था, हर बार एक लिमिट होती है झूठ की। अब दिल्ली के लोगों के झूठ का पानी सर से ऊपर से चला गया था और ये 5 वर्ष के लिए कोई व्यक्ति चुना जाता है, इसको 10 वर्ष का समय दिया। इसने मांगा कि मुझे 5 और दो, मैं सुधार करूंगा, नहीं कर पाया, भ्रष्टाचार में ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व हो गया और सुविधाएं ना देने के कारण आज इसकी ये पोल खुली है कि ये तो भ्रष्टाचारी था, ये ईमानदार नहीं था और ये तो यहाँ पर अपनी सुविधा के लिए आया था। दिल्ली के लोगों ने नकार दिया है। आदरणीय मोदी जी की गारंटी, आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों को दिल्ली के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और हरियाणा से हम मिलकर के दिल्ली के अंदर जो यमुना को स्वच्छ करने की बात है, हमारा पानी स्वच्छ जा रहा था, उसको और क्लीन करके दिल्ली के लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी।
अब आप ये बताइए, दिल्ली में आपकी सरकार है, हरियाणा में बीजेपी की सरकार है, राजस्थान में है, क्या अब इन सब का असर पंजाब में पड़ेगा? क्या अगला गेम पंजाब में खेला जाएगा?
देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि पंजाब के अंदर भी सेम पोजीशन है, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी दोनों एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों मिले हुए हैं और दोनों भ्रष्टाचार के माहिर हैं और दोनों झूठ बोलने के भी माहिर हैं और इस प्रकार का जाल बुनते हैं झूठ का कि सजा भाग दिखाते हैं। पंजाब के लोग भी अब समझ रहे हैं, पंजाब के लोगों के ऊपर गहरा असर दिल्ली का पड़ेगा और आने वाले समय के अंदर अभी जो चुनाव आ रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब के अंदर भी बहुत बड़े मार्जिन के साथ वो सरकार बनाएगी।
चलो, हरियाणा के सीएम साहब के तौर पे अब आपको दिल्ली के नए सीएम के साथ अच्छे से मेहनत करनी है, यमुना जी को साफ करना है, फिर आप और हम मिलके साथ में डुबकी लगाएंगे यमुना जी के साफ पानी में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद है और मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद के अंदर कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम डट करके काम करेंगे।
Nayab Singh Saini for joining us. Thank you very much. The Chief Minister of Haryana. It became personal, Gaurav, for him also. Kejriwal attacked him. Zehar mila rahe, toxin mila rahe. That's a very serious charge.
And it wasn't just a political sort of one-upmanship here. It was something where Prime Minister and lot of BJP people felt emotional about it. That this is going below the belt. This is not where the politics should descend.
सर माथे पर मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान, उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा। इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Arvind Kejriwal, Siddharth, what do you make of his first? He's accepting the defeat, saying we'll play the role of a constructive opposition.
They never played the role of a constructive government. What role they will play of a constructive opposition? They will be out, to the old ways, the way while they were in government, they always behaved like an opposition. Yeah. So now that they are in opposition, I think they will be lost for the ideas of what role to play actually.
No, but they may be better at opposition than being in government.
You see,
that's the nature of their agitational politics.
That activist politics, activism in politics was over, 10 years back. When in 2015, when he came to power, all his activist friends, all his activism had left. And as my friend Rajat was saying, the biggest discredit he has done to Indian politics, that nobody is going to trust a social activist now for doing any good.
The one AAP leader who's won, Chief Minister Atishi, outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, speaking at this moment to the media. Let's listen to him.
तमाम नेताओं ने देखा, मनीष सिसोदिया हूँ, चाहे अरविंद केजरीवाल, चाहे तमाम सौरभ भारद्वाज हों, जो बड़े चेहरे आम आदमी के थे, जिनकी उम्मीद थी, तमाम चीजें थी, वो लोग हार जाते हैं। किस तरह से इस सबको देखना है?
सबसे पहले तो मैं कालका जी विधानसभा की जनता का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जो उन्होंने मुझ पे भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं।
Through? Okay. Let's go across now to the man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है. जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का. ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है. ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है. और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है.
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया. उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले 1 महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में. तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है.
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा. मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफी जो है मेहनत करी. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी.
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है. मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ. तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी नहीं होता. तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा.
My colleague Gaurav has a question for you. Gaurav,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूंगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था. 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे. तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही कि हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे. दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा.
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ. अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी.
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे. आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा. अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है. शायद कट गया क्या?
नहीं,
यहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है. तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ. मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ. तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे.
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे. दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे. तो अगर किसी सरकार ने स्कैम किया है तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए. कौन कौन उसमें कल्प्रिट थे, कौन ऑफिसर थे, कौन पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो सभी को सजा मिलेगी.
शीश महल में रहेगा नया मुख्यमंत्री की नहीं?
मेरे से पूछेंगे तो नहीं रहना चाहिए.
अच्छा, ये बताएं सेलिब्रेट कैसे करते? परवेश वर्मा पॉलिटिक्स को लेके तो बहुत सीरियस लग रहे हैं, आप सेलिब्रेट कैसे करेंगे अपने यार दोस्तों के साथ, फैमिली के साथ? इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई, इतना गंभीर क्यों लग रहा है? ये भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा। इतनी बड़ी आपकी जीत हुई, आप इतना सीरियस लुक दे रहे हैं।
मैंने कहा राहुल भाई कि देखिए, ये जो होता है ना, जीत और सुख दुख, ये चलता रहता है जीवन में। मैंने कहा कि बहुत ज्यादा कोई वो होती है, खुशी होती है, तो ज्यादा खुशी होना भी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा दुख हो तो दुख होना भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे काम करना है मुझे, केवल इस बात की चिंता है। तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है, मैं जानता हूं, मगर ये जीत का श्रेय दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है, दिल्ली वासियों को जाता है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है।
क्या एमसीडी आपके लिए चुनौती रहेगी? क्योंकि इस समय जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे और बीजेपी एमसीडी में थी तो कहते थे सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, या फिर एलजी का सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, केंद्र का नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके साथ वो वाली प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं रहेंगी, लेकिन एमसीडी?
देखिए, वो प्रॉब्लम तो कभी इनके साथ भी नहीं थी। ये केवल उसको इशू बनाते थे, ये ऐसा नैरेटिव बनाते थे, क्योंकि काम नहीं करते थे, इसलिए ये नैरेटिव बनाते थे कि मुझे कोई काम नहीं करने देता। ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है। चाहे वो एलजी साहब हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, सभी चाहते दिल्ली में विकास हो, क्योंकि दोनों यहीं तो रहते हैं। तो दिल्ली में अच्छे काम होंगे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। दिल्ली को वर्ल्ड कैपिटल जैसे होती है वैसी कैपिटल बनाएंगे, ताकि दिल्ली वासियों को गर्व हो।
चलिए, अभी आपके पास बहुत काम है तो आपको ज्यादा रोकेंगे नहीं, तसल्ली से बैठेंगे। आपने कहा राम कथा सुनाएंगे तो सुनेंगे आपकी राम कथा।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
अभी आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। परवेश वर्मा, द मैन ऑफ द मोमेंट, द जायंट स्लेयर। एंड रिमेंबर, फ्रॉम द लेंस ऑफ द बीजेपी सपोर्टर, दिस मैन इज अ हीरो। आई मीन, टू बीट केजरीवाल is just the biggest thing that the BJP Karyakarta could have hoped for.
And he, as you rightly pointed out, a giant slayer, defeating somebody like an Arvind Kejriwal, easier said than done. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reacted. He said the BJP's victory is now guarantee for development. Through the campaign, Rahul, the Prime Minister had said, talked about Modi ki guarantee of development in Delhi, development that hadn't taken place for the past 10 years, as the BJP put it, of the Aam Aadmi Party rule. He's hailed the BJP's landslide victory. Perhaps not even the BJP expected 48 seats, Rahul.
Jan Shakti is paramount. Development wins, good governance triumphs. The first time we are hearing from Prime Minister Modi after this big victory. No matter who says what, make no mistake, having Kejriwal run Delhi under the noses of Messrs Modi and Shah irritated the BJP more than anything else. They've got rid of that irritation today, and less than half. AAP is 22, BJP is 48. It's not just a somehow crossing the finishing line, it's an emphatic victory. I bow to my dear sisters and brothers of Delhi for this resounding and historic mandate to the BJP. We are humbled and honored to receive these blessings. It is our guarantee that we will leave no stone unturned in developing Delhi, improving the overall quality of life, and ensuring that Delhi has a prime role to play in the building of a Viksit Bharat.
And, you know, Delhi being the capital, the Prime Minister will ensure through Delhi BJP that they're able to deliver, that Delhi does become a world-class capital. You travel across the world and you see how good those capitals are. The challenge is huge, and especially Yamuna often looks like a drain. Will they be able to do something about the Yamuna, Rahul? It has to be one of their top priorities, especially after the Mahakumbh.
The Delhi BJP Karyakartas are dancing. They've danced on other Bharats before this. You know, whether it's Haryana, whether it is Maharashtra, whether it was the general elections. This is the first time they're dancing for themselves. I mean, this whole generation, many of them would be in the late 20s, early 30s. They've never danced on their own victory.
Absolutely. First victory after 27 long years. We'd covered, Madan Lal Khurana and Sahib Singh Verma, and when Sushma Swaraj was brought in. And after that, 15 years of Congress, 10 years of the Aam Aadmi Party, and the BJP getting low numbers in the past 10 years, especially 3 and 8. Now suddenly 48. It's a spectacular turnaround for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And the question also is whether the AAP can hold on to these 22. Will they all stay with the AAP, as Kejriwal and the AAP would naturally hope, or could some of them break away, as was the case in Gujarat?
What's extremely interesting, Rahul, if you notice, Rahul Gandhi, after Maharashtra defeat, is questioning the electoral rolls. He's asking a lot of questions. Arvind Kejriwal, at least as of now, has said, I concede, we will be a constructive opposition.
No, but he's been questioning everything for the last several days.
For the past so many days, he has been. Now it remains to be seen what's his next course of action.
No, but there were some smart ideas, like this business of taking Form 17C from all your polling agents, uploading it the next day. So you give no one any scope for hanky-panky. You tell the voters, हमने सारे 17C upload कर दिए. Now you can tally what's on the AAP website with the EC website.
And yet he said that though they're not uploading those forms and they're not giving us those forms, that the Election Commission had to then put out a clarification.
The EC can't dance to their tunes and function as per their time. Yes. They put out the data, they did. I mean, they should do it sooner, no doubt. But they did put out the data.
It's very interesting, Rahul, as you know, you asking Pratap Singh Bajwa what happens next in Punjab. The big story very quickly will shift from Delhi to Punjab, because will Aam Aadmi Party be able to keep their flock together in Punjab?
But that depends on how Messrs. Modi and Shah see it. Do they want to precipitate a crisis, or do they want the AAP to stew in its own troubles for the next 2 years? The elections are in 27. If you let them play itself out, there would be enough anti-incumbency. What Bajwa was saying, can they turn Bhagwant Maan into a Shinde and get him to cross over?
What do you think?
No, it depends on how you see it. They can try and engineer that crisis, but is it to their long-term advantage? Is it better? There's no better vindication than winning a genuine election. You try this hanky-panky game. You can, of course, unsettle your opponents, and the BJP has done that. But is that the right thing to do? Probably not.
And will they then want to shift focus and concentrate on Bengal? That's one bastion that's become a huge prestige issue
and anti-incumbency building up there as well. So now you've got multiple terms of anti-incumbency. But Mamta, again, is a pugnacious street fighter.
Yes.
So that will be a very exciting contest too.
Bengal after this, Kerala that the BJP has never been able to do, they'll again focus on Bengal. But clearly, Delhi was that big litmus test. After 27 years, the BJP is back in power. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out of power. The BJP's next course of action, Rahul, will also be extremely interesting. What does the BJP do next, especially on cases like Sheesh Mahal? What will they do on cases like the Delhi liquor scam? Because these are cases which will have a ripple effect in Delhi and in Telangana.
No, but they'll go all guns blazing. They want to just go after Kejri-wall and not leave him. So if there's a case and they can prosecute the case, they're not going to let up on it. There's no sympathy and no love lost between the two.
What Amit Malviya told you in a conversation on India Today just a short while back is very, very significant if they have evidence to back it. He said Arvind Kejriwal was a deep state asset. Saying that on live television by the BJP's...
but in Sheesh Mahal and in this liquor scam, they allege so many things. I mean, they have to go out and prove it, right?
Correct. They have to prove this. If that is truly the case, on what kind of funding have people received in our country? Who are the people who've received that kind of funding and why? How have those funds been used? That becomes extremely significant.
Jai Panda ran the Delhi campaign for the BJP. He's taken the BJP to victory. It was an import from the Biju Janata Dal in Orissa. From there, his stock is risen, vice president, leading the BJP to victory for the first time in 27 years.
And he's worked extremely hard on Delhi. He's focused extensively on Delhi. So Jai Panda, BJP vice president...
they keep eating these laddus and I keep feeling hungry. They've been just like chomping away on all these laddus. And they got reason to as well. They won a big victory. And this, they're celebrating at Naddaji's residence. So you see Anil Baluni, the media wing head. You see Rohan Gupta, an import from the Congress party, now BJP leader, Jai Panda. It just also shows how they've pulled in different people from different parties. It's all this coming together rainbow coalition that's now taken the BJP to this historic victory.
What explains these numbers in your view? Because you've traveled across the length and breadth of Delhi, Rahul. What explains the 48 mark? You know, because some exit polls had predicted yes between 35 and 45, maybe 46. Many said that Arvind Kejriwal had his nose ahead and may scrape through with 36. That didn't happen.
But the BJP was quite confident. You know, the BJP, if you ask them, doesn't agree with this thing that we won after the union budget. They think this was already building up. Union budget के बाद आपको दिखने लगा, हमें पहले से ही पता था. That's their line on it. And the fact is, you can't turn around an election in the last 2 days. There were many people who were unhappy with Kejriwal, didn't have that trigger or the instinct to emphatically say they'll vote BJP. So Finance Minister Sitharaman provided that trigger, arguably, but it's not as if the election turned in the last couple of days. It never is the case. You ask Amit Shah, you ask Nadda ji, you ask any of the top BJP leadership, they'll say, "This is TV में बोलने के लिए होता है." That's not how elections actually. You have to work on the ground for long to build the mahal which ultimately culminates in a particular voting preference on polling day.
And the figures are there for all to see. Some of the Aam Aadmi Party's biggest leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, losing. Some of them losing in their strong
Satinder
seats.
Jain, Somnath Bharti. Apart from Gopal Rai and Atishi, the entire battery of AAP leadership has lost.
And it's surprising that Atishi was able to pull through as chief minister in a seat where Biduri has never lost.
In a narrow margin.
Not assembly.
Yeah. No, but she's also sitting chief minister. Yes. MP from MLA from Kalkaji, so she has some advantages, and she's barely scraped through. When the battle gets that tight, there's no way of knowing. A few hundred more votes here, a few hundred more votes there, it could have changed the verdict.
It indeed could have, and it did for Atishi. So she makes it to the Delhi Assembly. Delhi Assembly will perhaps see a very vocal Aam Aadmi Party, but minus Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP has all along said he took no responsibility. Even as chief minister, he didn't sign anything.
No, but the AAP hardly had any assembly sessions. There was very little legislative work in that sense. So therefore, having a strong opposition is important. You question and counter the government and you hold them to account. So it's a good balance. It's not 60, 65 where the BJP can do what they want. 23 is a fair number. 23 if they can hold on to that 23 and push the government of the day back.
What would you make of the Congress now that 80% of the votes polled have already been counted? The Congress remains at a big zero.
I'm sure most of our viewers would have seen that meme that is now viraling and how in different avatars. One of the Congress leaders at a petrol pump and the petrol pump attendant saying, "Zara zero check kar lo." It's been 3 elections. They've been 0 in 15, 20 and now again. Very, very embarrassing. I mean, this is a party, Gaurav. In 2009 in the Lok Sabha election, that 57% vote share. When they won, they had vote share in the mid-40s. From there now to just be at 6 is quite embarrassing.
Ruling for 15 long years when Sheila Dikshit was chief minister, her son sadly could poll just about 3,800 odd votes.
No, but he caused the defeat of Kejriwal.
Caused the
so
defeat.
those are 3,000 priceless votes from the BJP's left.
Absolutely, and he's in a way avenged all that was said about his mother by Arvind Kejriwal.
It became so personal. Kejriwal made it seem as if Sheila Dikshit was the biggest charlatan Indian politics had ever seen, which wasn't the case. Nope. I think 10 years of Kejriwal being in power, give viewers some perspective. But the thing is, our voters are so young that many of them didn't remember Sheila Dikshit and her term in office.
And the great work that had been done when Sheila Dikshit was chief minister for 15 long years in the national capital. Rahul and I are slipping into a quick break. Back
कि जनता का मजाक उड़ा रहे थे उन्हें इतना झूठ बोल के और तब भी दिल्ली की जनता उन्हें ही वोट दे रही थी तो वो एक तरफ से मजाक ही उड़ रहा था सबका लेकिन इस बार दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई थी वो हमारा साथ देने को तैयार थी बस सही मौके का इंतजार था जो आ चुका है
क्या आपको लगा कि सिर्फ एक मुद्दा ऐसा जो कि दिल्ली की जनता को ज्यादा हिट किया एंड यू ऑल्सो फाउंड दिस ऑन ग्राउंड आपको लगा कि ये इस मुद्दे पर दिल्ली की जनता वोट करेगी बीजेपी को
आई थिंक लाडली बहना और महिलाओं का सम्मान देने जो पापा ने शुरू किया और जो मोदी सरकार ने पूरे देश में शुरू किया जहां जहां उनकी सरकार बनी है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा था बिकॉज हमेशा विमेन डेवलपमेंट की हमेशा बात ही होती थी लेकिन कभी कुछ काम नहीं होता था उसके टुवर्ड्स और मुझे जो लिकर पॉलिसी केजरीवाल जी ने शुरू करी थी उससे सब तंग आ चुके थे घर खत्म हो गए थे माएँ बहनें सब परेशान हो गई थी इस पॉलिसी से और इसने हमें बहुत बेनिफिट दिया
मैम अब एक प्रश्न जो मैंने कहा था कि किस तरह से ये महीने आपके रहे क्या घर आ पाते थे समय मिल पाता था परवेश जी को
नहीं काफी लेट आते थे पर कोई बात नहीं उनका मकसद ही यही था कि मुझे ये सीट जीतनी है अरविंद केजरीवाल से दिल्ली को मुक्त कराना है तो हार्ड वर्क पेड
आपने मिस किया पापा को इन दिनों में
मिस तो बहुत करा हम लोगों के विंटर वेकेशंस थे लेकिन कोई बात नहीं काम पहले आता है काम हमेशा पहले आया है और नई दिल्ली क्या पूरी दिल्ली हमारा परिवार है तो हमारे साथ नहीं अगर वो उनके साथ टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं
आप क्या बोलते थे पापा को किस तरह से उनको गुड लक विश किया करते जब वो जाते थे
हर दिन रात को जब वो लेट आते थे तो उनके साथ बैठते थे उनसे बात करते थे पूछते थे उनका दिन कैसा गया कि वो क्या क्या आइडियाज हैं उनके मन में पर हमें पता था कि अगर अंदर से कि even if he's not spending time with us, he's doing it for the betterment of Delhi. He's doing it to serve the people of New Delhi, and that was all right with us.
तो तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से परिवार के चेहरे पर मुस्कान है परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो बहुत खुश हैं गौरवान्वित जो है वो महसूस कर रहे हैं कि
I want to go across to the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini joins us. I want to welcome Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, welcome. Saini साहब केजरीवाल is gone. Will the Yamuna finally get cleaned? आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली वालों को साफ यमुना का पानी मिलेगा फाइनली?
राहुल जी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं दिल्ली की जनता का और आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उन नीतियों का जो केजरीवाल ने लगातार झूठ बोल करके उन योजनाओं से वंचित रखा दिल्ली के लोगों को। मेरे लिए खासकर ये गौरव की बात है कि अब दिल्ली के लोगों को मोदी जी की वो सारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिलेगा जिनसे केजरीवाल ने वहां पर दिल्ली में उनको वंचित रखा है। और जिस प्रकार का झूठ का नैरेटिव केजरीवाल ने सेट करने की कोशिश की है, दिल्ली के लोगों ने उसका जवाब दिया है। जो व्यक्ति जिस माटी के ऊपर, मैंने कहा भी था राहुल जी, जिस माटी के ऊपर इसने जन्म लिया उस माटी का नहीं हुआ तो दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? दिल्ली के लोग उसको नकारेंगे। और आज मुझे इस बात की ये है कि वो झूठ का जो इसने नैरेटिव सेट किया था उससे आज आपदा से दिल्ली के लोगों को मुक्ति मिली है और उन्होंने मोदी जी की नीतियों को स्वीकार करते हुए बड़े मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी 27 वर्षों के बाद दिल्ली के अंदर आई है।
गौरव,
और
लेकिन नायब सिंह सैनी जी, लेकिन अब एक बड़ी चुनौती होगी यमुना को साफ करना। अभी तक तो जो आरोप लगे कि यमुना में जहर मिला दिया और पॉइजन्ड है यमुना या पानी नहीं दे रहा हरियाणा, अब तो हरियाणा में भी आपकी सरकार है, दिल्ली में भी आपकी सरकार है, तो मतलब बीजेपी की, तो अब तो यमुना को साफ करना ही होगा।
हमने जो कहा है उसको 100% पूरा करेंगे। हम दिल्ली के लोगों को पहले भी स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाते थे और आगे दिल्ली को पानी को ट्रीट करके बिल्कुल स्वच्छ जल देने का काम वो करेंगे। आदरणीय मोदी है, उस गारंटी के ऊपर दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास किया है। और मोदी जी का जो एक विजन है कि हमने भारत को विकसित बनाना है, उस दिशा के अंदर दिल्ली भी आगे बढ़ रही है। और हम यमुना को स्वच्छ करते हुए दिल्ली को स्वच्छ जल देने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लोगों तक सब सुविधाएं पहुंचाएंगे।
आपके हिसाब से क्यों हारे केजरीवाल, क्यों हारी बीजेपी आज? व्हाट इज योर असेसमेंट? आप
नहीं, देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि ये झूठ बोलता था। हर बार एक लिमिट होती है झूठ की। अब दिल्ली के लोगों के झूठ का पानी सर से ऊपर से चला गया था और ये 5 वर्ष के लिए कोई व्यक्ति चुना जाता है, इसको 10 वर्ष का समय दिया। इसने मांगा कि मुझे 5 और दो, मैं सुधार करूंगा, नहीं कर पाया। भ्रष्टाचार में ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व हो गया और सुविधाएं ना देने के कारण आज इसकी ये पोल खुली है कि ये तो भ्रष्टाचारी था, ये ईमानदार नहीं था और ये तो यहाँ पर अपनी सुविधा के लिए आया था। दिल्ली के लोगों ने नकार दिया है। आदरणीय मोदी जी की गारंटी, आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों को दिल्ली के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और हरियाणा से हम मिलकर के दिल्ली के अंदर जो यमुना को स्वच्छ करने की बात है, हमारा पानी स्वच्छ जाना था, उसको और क्लीन करके दिल्ली के लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी।
अब आप ये बताइए, दिल्ली में आपकी सरकार है, हरियाणा में बीजेपी की सरकार है, राजस्थान में है, क्या अब इन सब का असर पंजाब में पड़ेगा? क्या अगला गेम पंजाब में खेला जाएगा?
देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि पंजाब के अंदर भी सेम पोजीशन है। कांग्रेस और आम आदमी दोनों एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों मिले हुए हैं और दोनों भ्रष्टाचार के माहिर हैं और दोनों झूठ बोलने के भी माहिर हैं और इस प्रकार का जाल बुनते हैं झूठ का कि सजा बाग दिखाते हैं। पंजाब के लोग भी अब समझ रहे हैं। पंजाब के लोगों के ऊपर गहरा असर दिल्ली का पड़ेगा और आने वाले समय के अंदर अभी जो चुनाव आ रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब के अंदर भी बहुत बड़े मार्जिन के साथ वो सरकार बनाएगी।
चलो, हरियाणा के सीएम साहब के तौर पे अब आपको दिल्ली के नए सीएम के साथ अच्छे से मेहनत करनी है, यमुना जी को साफ करना है, फिर आप और हम मिलकर साथ में डुबकी लगाएंगे यमुना जी के साफ पानी में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद है और मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद के अंदर कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम डट करके काम करेंगे।
Nayab Singh Saini for joining us. Thank you very much. The Chief Minister of Haryana. It became personal, Gaurav, for him also. Kejriwal attacked him. Zehar mila rahe hain, toxin mila rahe hain. That's a very serious charge.
And it wasn't just a political sort of one-upmanship here. It was something where Prime Minister and lot of BJP people felt emotional about it. That this is going below the belt. This is not where the politics should descend.
सर माथे पर मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में,
स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Arvind Kejriwal, Siddharth, what do you make of his first? He's accepting the defeat, saying we'll play the role of a constructive opposition.
They never played the role of a constructive government. What role they will play of a constructive opposition? They will be out, to the old ways, the way while they were in government, they always behaved like an opposition. Yeah. So now that they are in opposition, I think they will be lost for the ideas of what role to play actually.
No, but they may be better at opposition than being in government.
You see,
that's the nature of their agitational politics.
That activist politics, activism in politics was over, 10 years back. When in 2015, when he came to power, all his activist friends, all his activism had left. And as my friend Rajat was saying, the biggest discredit he has done to Indian politics, that nobody is going to trust a social activist now for doing any good.
The one AAP leader who's won, Chief Minister Atishi, outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, speaking at this moment to the media. Let's listen to him.
तमाम नेताओं, हमने देखा मनीष सिसोदिया हो, चाहे अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, चाहे तमाम सौरभ भारद्वाज हो, जो बड़े चेहरे आम आदमी के थे, जिनकी उम्मीद थी, तमाम चीजें थी, वो लोग हार जाते हैं। किस तरह से इस सबको देखते हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं कालका जी विधानसभा की जनता का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जो उन्होंने मुझ पे भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं।
Through? Okay. Let's go across now to the man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma. The giant slayer now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है। जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का। ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है। ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है, और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है।
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया। उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले एक महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में। तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है।
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा। मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी जो है मेहनत करी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी।
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है। मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो अपना स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ, तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी नहीं होता। तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा।
माय कुलीग गौरव हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। गौरव,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूंगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था। 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे। तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रहेगी, हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे। दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा।
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ। अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी।
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे। आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा। अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है। शायद कट गया क्या?
नहीं, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है। तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ। मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ। तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे।
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे, दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे। तो अगर किसी
swept aside, and how in Delhi the BJP has won or is leading in 47 of the 70 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted to 23. But the bigwigs of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal, convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, they've all lost elections. Atishi managed to win. We get you all details. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines. Landslide victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi Dangal. BJP ends 27-year-long exile in Delhi. Top Aam Aadmi Party leaders lose. Congress fails to open its account again. Arvind Kejriwal loses his 3-time bastion in New Delhi by 4,089 votes. BJP's Parvesh Verma wins New Delhi, emerges as the giant slayer.
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की।
मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है।
बीजेपी वाले कहते हैं केजरीवाल फ्री कर रहा है।
The biggies defeated in Delhi Dangal. Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Satyendra Jain lose their seats. Only Chief Minister Atishi survives the saffron wave, wins Kalkaji. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the BJP's landslide victory in Delhi, says development and good governance won, claims Jan Shakti is supreme. BJP is set to celebrate blockbuster Delhi victory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the central BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. Delhi political quake leads to political tremors in the Aam Aadmi Party ruled Punjab. Punjab Congress claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are ready to jump ship, claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are in touch with the Congress. BJP wins the prestige battle against Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur by-poll. BJP's Chandraban Paswan defeats Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad. It's a big win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. After 27 long years, the BJP is back in power in Delhi, and how? Winning or leading as of now in 47 of the 70 seats. But one man is being talked about very extensively, and that is the giant slayer. That's right, Parvesh Verma in the New Delhi seat has defeated Delhi's former Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal by a margin of over 4,000 votes. How did he do this? Now, we spoke to him just a short while back, but now his daughters join us on this special broadcast. I have Sanidhi Verma joining me on this broadcast. Also with me is Prisha Verma on this broadcast, and both the girls worked extremely hard with their father for this election victory. And Sanidhi, let me begin by asking you, your first reaction to your father's victory. Were you scared before the election results were coming in, or were you confident?
I would say that we were all in the family very confident that my dad is going to win this election. I think that confidence did not come from a place of ignorance or a place of bliss. It came from talking to the people on the ground. It came from campaigning, talking to them about their problems, about the work that Arvind Kejriwal ji, as their Vidhayak, as their MLA, had not done. And the confidence came from the fact that we knew that our dad would be the right solution and the right contender against him.
You know, Prisha, your dad was always in the line of Aam Aadmi Party fire. People were saying, look, he's paying money to win elections. Openly, money is being paid. But the young generation is someone that both of you also reached out to in a big way, I'm told. Tell us about how all of you campaigned as a team for your father's victory.
I think it was a very, he knew from the start that he's going to lose the elections, so he tried every single possible way to put the people against Papa, which did not work. People were tired of his excuses, of his lies, of him making fun of them by giving them all fake promises and never completing any one of them. So it was a very easy way to convince them to support us, to help us in removing him from power. They wanted us to go away, sit home, and let them campaign for us. So I'd say the groundwork was very easy. Initially, we thought it would be tough, but it wasn't.
So what was the family strategy? Let me also bring Shivan into this conversation. Shivan is Parvesh Verma's son, so this was actually a team and the family working together. Shivan, was it tough, this entire campaign in New Delhi, something that was seen as Arvind Kejriwal's bastion? Nobody had defeated him in 3 elections. Okay, Shivan could not hear my question then. So, Shivan, Arvind Kejriwal had won 3 times in the New Delhi constituency, and many said it's virtually impossible to defeat him. What strategy did you as youngsters adopt to reach out to first-time voters?
I mean, firstly, I wanted to rephrase your sentence because the word is not impossible. Sure, everybody was saying that it's impossible. Everybody was saying that it's such a difficult election, that Arvind Kejriwal is bound to win again. But we knew that deep down when we were going on the ground, when we were going for door-to-door campaigning, we knew that everybody was tired of his excuses. We just appealed to voters by telling them all the promises that Arvind Kejriwal did not complete, that we would complete them. We did introduce a lot of new schemes that will come into play after, like right now, because Papa has won the elections. We appealed to them by bringing up the idea of cancelling the liquor policy, because that just ruined every single household. Because there during lockdown, when people were distributing oxygen masks, when people were distributing oxygen cylinders, Arvind Kejriwal was there and he was distributing alcohol bottles, which just deepened the wound for the families during the lockdown when they were already grieving the deaths of their loved ones. So I think that it wasn't really a very tough election. Sure, everybody was saying that it was, but deep down everybody was tired of this government and they just wanted a new person in power who would actually benefit them.
And Sanidhi, what would you want your dad's priorities or the BJP's priorities to be in these elections? Because many said that getting women to vote for the BJP would be very difficult. Women in large numbers were voting for the Aam Aadmi Party and especially Arvind Kejriwal in New Delhi seat.
I would honestly ask my dad to focus on education and employment. I feel as though the most essential of issues can boil down to the fact that has the person received a chance to educate themselves, a chance at sustaining themselves financially, and the fact that the Delhi government for the past 11 years under Arvind Kejriwal ji had not had the chance to sort of work on these issues. They say that they built schools, but if 80% of the schools that they built still have a vacant position for their principal, then what kind of schools have they built? A school is not built just from the building. A school is not built from pools, auditoriums. A school is built when the students are ready to study. I ask AAP's government why none of their ministers' kids had studied in these government schools that they said that they had built in these colleges. So I feel as though these are the priority issues that BJP and my dad is going to work on and is going to deliver in the next 5 years.
And Prisha, for you, what are priority areas where the BJP or your father especially should be focusing on, that you would want your father to focus on?
I think air pollution is one thing which is, I've been studying environmental science and even listening to all youth concerns. The main one that came out, that stood out, was air pollution. How Delhi, which is the capital of the nation, nobody wants to visit this place because of the air quality index. And how people are scared to even send their kids to schools every day. Schools are shutting down. If because of such an issue, schools, their education is coming at risk, that they have to sacrifice going to schools because of such reasons, then I think the government should definitely work towards it. And I think Papa's main focus, one of his main focuses should be on combating air pollution.
Okay. Shivan, there are those who say that the BJP may have come to power, but connecting with the youth does remain a challenge. But that is something that during the campaign, all of you worked on extensively with the BJP. A youth connect, a women connect.
Kejriwal did say that women are voting for him, but I did not see that happen. I think all they want is for their families to stay intact, their families to stay close-knit. And in during COVID, when their family members were dying, he was busy releasing the liquor policy, which was instead destroying their families. And I think the youth and women have given their support to us, have put their trust in us, and we will not let them down.
Okay. Sanidhi, what was the toughest part of this battle in the past 1.5 months when your dad came home and said, it's the New Delhi seat that I have to contest on? What was it that the family went through?
I would say that initially we were all quite doubtful. He had been talking about wanting to fight against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time by then, and we were all quite stressed. But when we started door-to-door campaigning, when we started connecting with people on the ground, the confidence slowly started to build up. The people, as my sister and my brother have already pointed out, were quite sick of the AAP government and of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji, and so it was quite obvious that the election results were going to be positive. None of us had expected a margin of 5,000, but we would like to thank the New Delhi constituents for their support, and we promise to deliver on everything that we've talked about for the past 2 months.
For joining me here on India Today, many thanks, and wish you all the best and celebrate. How are you celebrating tonight? Sanidhi and Priya, how are you celebrating tonight?
I think we're going to be celebrating with family, with friends. Right now we're celebrating with the people of New Delhi, and I think the celebrations are going to continue. We have a lot of people to thank for this moment, whether it be a party member, whether it be a family member, whether it be friends who've worked tirelessly, who've, sacrificed their work for the past 2 months. So I think we're going to be celebrating with all of them, and it's going to be a fun couple of weeks before we get back to work.
Okay, so enjoy your celebrations, and many thanks for joining me here on India Today. So the fact remains that Kejri-wall that everybody was talking about, that Kejri-wall has come crumbling and crashing down. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept aside by the Bharatiya Janata Party in these elections, and Arvind Kejriwal, he's just released a video. He's of course said that they accept the mandate and they will play the role of a constructive opposition. Listen in.
आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
So, while he talks about being a constructive opposition in Delhi, he also listed out the work that the Aam Aadmi Party did in the past 10 years for the people of Delhi. He thanked leaders and cadres and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party for putting up this spirited fight. They were hoping to return to power, even scraping through to get at least 36 to remain in power after 10 long years. Let's listen in.
हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
You heard Arvind Kejriwal's words, you've heard his tone. Now hear what Arvind Kejriwal had said in 2023 when he said the BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party in this life of Prime Minister Narendra Modi or in this Janam, that BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. You heard his tone. Now hear what Kumar Vishwas, once of the Aam Aadmi Party, describes as the arrogance of Arvind Kejriwal then. Listen in.
मैं उनको कहना चाहता कहता हूं केजरीवाल को चाहे जेल में डाल दो, जेल से भी जीत जाएगी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार। मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को। आपको दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, इस जन्म में तो नहीं हरा सकते आप आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली में। मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को अब ये साफ हो गया, 2014 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2015 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2020 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, फिर अभी एमसीडी का चुनाव हार गए। तो अब इनको ये तो पक्का हो गया भाई दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से जीत नहीं सकते, ये पक्का है। दिल्ली में ये कुछ भी कर लें, कुछ भी कर लें, दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से ये जीत नहीं सकते।
There's an old saying, pride goes before the fall. BJP, of course, has finally conquered the national capital. The BJP swept Delhi after 27 long years. It's been swept into power. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out. The BJP finally managed to breach what was seen as the Aam Aadmi Party fortress for the past 10 years, decimating Arvind Kejriwal, defeating him in the New Delhi seat. In fact, except Atishi, some of the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have lost elections, whether it's the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in Jangpura or even Saurabh Bharadwaj in Greater Kailash. The BJP won the middle-class dominated seats of West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi. Outer Delhi is one area where the BJP is won in a big way. The Aam Aadmi Party is now leading in 23 seats. The Congress nowhere in the picture. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet party workers at the BJP headquarters for a victory celebration that happens at 7 this evening. 2025 election results is a huge turnaround for the BJP that had won only 3 seats in 2015 elections and could increase it only to 8 seats in the 2020 elections.
जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को, सारी नई दिल्ली के मतदाताओं को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनकी ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया। जीत का श्रेय हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी को और तमाम उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को पार्टी के जिन्होंने जी जान से मेहनत करी है। तो सभी को बहुत बहुत हृदय से बधाई।
कितना टफ एक कैंपेन रहा, आपने कई सारी चीजें कही, कई सारे वादे किए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आप पर पर्सनल अटैक्स भी काफी किए कि पैसे बांट रहे, काफी चीजें हो रही हैं। क्या कहेंगे, कितना टफ रहा है कैंपेन?
मैं यही कहूंगा, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी।
आपने कहा था शीश महल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं जाएगा, तो क्या ऐसा होगा?
अभी मैंने कहा था और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए। पार्टी का विधायक दल, पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेंगे कि कौन हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा। तो जो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा मैं उन तक अपनी बात को पहुंचाऊंगा।
हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं।
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
There is a process. That process will start immediately. It will take a little time because finally it has to be approved at our highest body, which is the parliamentary board. And after that, whoever becomes the leader of the BJP in the assembly, in the Delhi assembly, will be a very good leader and will start implementing the Sankalp Patra immediately from day one.
Can we expect a name in the next 15 days at least?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be before that, earlier than that. Yes.
Earlier than that. So some name we'll get a clarity at least in a week's time or 10 days' time?
I don't want to speculate because, as I said, we're a party which believes in principles and processes. And although I'm a member of the team, as an individual, I should not be making any comments. It'll go through the process and the parliamentary board will decide.
मारवा साहब, आपके समर्थक बहुत देर से इंतजार कर रहे थे। बहुत बहुत बधाई और धुआंधार जीत।
ये इनकी जीत है, जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता, मैं भी एक कार्यकर्ता हूँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। जिस दिन मोदी जी ने स्टेटमेंट दे दी थी, रैली कर दी थी, उस दिन पूरी दिल्ली में एक संदेशा चला गया था मोदी जी का, और इसीलिए मैं बार बार कह रहा था हम 2/3 मेजॉरिटी से आएंगे। वो पूरा हुआ और केजरीवाल भी भारी मतों से हारा, सिसोदिया भी भारी मतों से हारा। अभी चेहरा था क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम रहा है 11 साल,
तो चेहरा करके
ठीक है। आपको लगता है मोदी जी आए उसका ज्यादा असर हुआ?
मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी भी आए, उसका बड़ा असर पड़ा लोगों में। जो अमित शाह जी कह के गए उसी दिन कह दिया था कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ।
जी अब तो मुस्कुरा दो।
नहीं मुस्कुरा देंगे।
अच्छा ये बताइए, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा देखिए यहाँ पे जय श्री राम के नारे हो रहे। अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद मनीष सिसोदिया ही सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है, तो आपको लगता है आपकी दावेदारी भी बड़ी हो जाती है जहाँ तक सीएम, उप मुख्यमंत्री और मंत्री बनने का सवाल है?
देखो, कार्यकर्ता की कोई डिमांड नहीं होती, पहली बात तो सुन लो। हम मोदी जी के, अमित शाह जी के, जेपी नड्डा जी के कार्यकर्ता है। हमारी कोई डिमांड नहीं। मैं तो यही शुक्रिया करता हूँ भाई अमित शाह जी का, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और जेपी नड्डा जी का, जिन्होंने मुझे इस काबिलियत समझा कि मुझे मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ उतारा, क्योंकि और भी बड़े चेहरे थे लेकिन उन्होंने विश्वास दिखाया।
गढ़ था आम आदमी पार्टी का जंग,
गढ़ था, लगातार गढ़ था। मेंबर पार्लियामेंट के भी इलेक्शन में हम 2400 से हार के निकले थे, आपको मालूम है।
लड्डू की बरसात होगी, लड्डू और गुजिया की,
लड्डू जलेबी की भी होगी।
मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा उपचुनाव का परिणाम झूठ एवं लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम का स्पष्ट संकेत कर रही है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सेवा, सुरक्षा, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी जो कार्य पिछले 11 वर्षों से निरंतर चल रहे हैं, उनकी विजय है। मैं दिल्ली में विजयी हुए सभी प्रत्याशियों को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी, रणनीतिकार के रूप में केंद्रीय गृह और सहकारिता मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी समेत केंद्रीय नेतृत्व को 2.5 दशक के बाद दिल्ली में कमल खिलाने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। दिल्ली में झूठ और लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम हुआ है। अब हमारा राष्ट्रीय राजधानी भी विकास, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का सही लाभ दिल्ली वासियों को प्रदान करने में सफल होगा। पिछले लगभग 2.5 दशक से और पिछले 11 वर्षों से तो जो स्थिति दिल्ली के अंदर पैदा कर दी गई थी, उसने दिल्ली को बहुत पीछे धकेल दिया, जनता को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से वंचित किया। वेलफेयर के नाम पर वास्तविक जो लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाएं थी, उनसे जनता को वंचित रख करके जिस प्रकार की लूट और झूठ की राजनीति को प्रश्रय दिया, उसका पर्दाफाश हुआ। अब हम कह सकते हैं मां यमुना के तट पर बसी हुई दिल्ली विकास का रसास्वादन करेगी और दिल्ली वासियों को उन सभी वेलफेयर स्कीम का लाभ प्राप्त हो पाएगा जिसमें बैरियर का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी। ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अयोध्या जनपद की मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा का उपचुनाव इस समाजवादी पार्टी के परिवारवाद और झूठ की राजनीति को पूर्ण विराम देते हुए डबल इंजन सरकार के सेवा, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के मॉडल को अंगीकार किया है। जनता जनार्दन ने बहुत स्पष्ट किया है कि भले ही अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी कितना भी झूठ का सहारा क्यों न ले ले, कितना बड़ा प्रोपेगेंडा क्यों ना कर ले, लेकिन जनता जनार्दन उन्हें सबक सिखाने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रही है। अयोध्या का ये परिणाम लगभग 61,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चंद्रभान पासवान की विजय इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है। मैं चंद्रभान पासवान के विजयी होने पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के सभी पदाधिकारियों को, अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जिस विश्वास के साथ उन्होंने डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर विश्वास जताया है, उनकी आशा और अपेक्षाओं पर ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार खरा उतरेगी और झूठ और लूट की राजनीति को हमेशा के लिए पूर्ण विराम देने के लिए दिल्ली और उत्तर प्रदेश के इन चुनावों ने जो परिणाम दिए हैं वह सचमुच अभिनंदनीय हैं और एक सुखद भविष्य की ओर हमें ले जाने के लिए एक नई प्रेरणा भी प्रदान कर रहे हैं। मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को इसके लिए हृदय से बधाई देता हूं।
सबसे पहले तो मैं दिल्ली की जनता का धन्यवाद करूंगा, अपने मोती नगर के परिवारजनों का धन्यवाद करूंगा, मेरे ऊपर जिन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया, मेरे पिताजी, हमारे मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद, अमित शाह जी का आशीर्वाद, नड्डा जी का आशीर्वाद, उनकी ब्लेसिंग, उनका जो सब स्नेह रहा, उनके लिए मैं उन सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जिस प्रकार से सब लोग दिल्ली के अंदर भी और मेरी मोती नगर विधानसभा के अंदर भी कार्यकर्ता भी लगे रहे, उनका भी दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये जीत जो है जनता की जीत है और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक जो जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है उसको हम निश्चित तौर के ऊपर अच्छी तरह निभाएंगे।
So Arvind Kejriwal had asked voters of Delhi before the elections, vote for me if you think I am kattar, imandar or absolutely honest, and he's been voted out of power. The people of Delhi have spoken. The government meanwhile has just issued a clarification. The government has said that rumors are being spread that the Delhi Secretariat has been sealed off. These reports are incorrect. These reports are mischievous. The Delhi Secretariat is functioning as normal. It's functioning in a normal manner as it was functioning earlier. It is being ensured and the sting is in the tail. Hear the government statement. It is being ensured that no official papers, no files, no records, no data, no laptop, no computers, no hard drives, etc. are being removed by anyone from any of the offices in the Delhi Secretariat, and safety and security of all official records is being ensured. The cooperation in this regard from all concerned is solicited. That's the statement that comes in from the government on reports that the Secretariat had been sealed after Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party lost elections, reduced to 22, leading or won in 22 of the 70 seats, as 87.4% of all polls voted have been counted so far. Lot of reactions that are coming in from across the national capital. We'll get to those reactions. We'll also tell you in greater detail the significance of BJP's victory in Ayodhya, in Milkipur. And you just heard Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath talk about it. He campaigned extensively even in Delhi. Much more on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिया.
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं.
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. BJP heads for landslide victory in Delhi, BJP to form government after 27 years. Arvind Kejriwal loses New Delhi seat, Manish Sisodia also loses Jangpura seat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to visit BJP headquarters in Delhi today at 7 p.m. to address workers.
Budget day viewership super smash, crushing claims, shattering competition, not just domination, total annihilation.
Just the massive, monstrous lead that India today enjoys over all competition.
Goodbye to fakers, fixers and fuzzies, forever unstoppable, unbreakable, untouchable. India's only #1 channel, India Today, the gold standard.
कि बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई.
भरोसा.
आम आदमी पार्टी
नड्डा जी
का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी. ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अयोध्या जनपद की मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा का उपचुनाव इस समाजवादी पार्टी के परिवारवाद और झूठ की राजनीति को पूर्ण विराम देते हुए डबल इंजन सरकार के सेवा, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के मॉडल को अंगीकार किया है. जनता जनार्दन ने बहुत स्पष्ट किया है कि भले ही अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी कितना भी झूठ का सहारा क्यों न ले ले, कितना बड़ा प्रोपेगेंडा क्यों ना कर ले, लेकिन जनता जनार्दन उन्हें सबक सिखाने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रही है. अयोध्या का ये परिणाम लगभग 61,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चंद्रभान पासवान की विजय इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है। मैं चंद्रभान पासवान के विजयी होने पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के सभी पदाधिकारियों को, अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जिस
all the latest information, inputs and analysis. And this is very, very interesting. Where does the victory come from? Where does the victory margin come from? So the BJP as of now at 48, leading in 48, that's up 40. The Aam Aadmi Party at 22, and that's down 40. So that spectacular shift of the Aam Aadmi Party vote has happened directly to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, when you look at the victory margin, because often a lot is talked about the victory margin. If the victory margin is less, the seats can go either side. But when you look at the victory margin, only 3 seats with less than 500. Of course, all 3 have gone to the BJP. Less than 1,000, just about 5 seats. One's gone to AAP, 4 to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Less than 3,000. I also want to get you those seats. 7 to the BJP, 2 to the Aam Aadmi Party. To a very large extent, it's a very decisive mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I also want to get you what many people say, that some castes were not voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But how does that pan out? When you look at the Dalits, the Aam Aadmi Party has won 10, which is down 12. The BJP has won 13, which is up 12. So that big Dalit outreach has worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. What about the Gujars, which was seen as a stronghold for the Bharatiya Janata Party? The outer area, the BJP has won 6, which is up 3 from last time. The Aam Aadmi Party has won 3, down. As far as the Congress Party is concerned, well, the Congress Party was at 0, remains at 0. But then they have damaged the Aam Aadmi Party in some seats. We'll talk about that also. But now when you talk about the upper caste votes, and there are 42 seats here, the BJP at 33, up 27. The Aam Aadmi Party 9, down 27. And very, very interesting matrix all over. When you take a look at, well, if you talk about the swing seats, let me also get you information on the swing seats in Delhi. But before I get you that, I want to get you the latest on what's been happening in the national capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out of power in Delhi, and how the BJP has breached the Aam Aadmi Party fortress of the national capital after 27 years. And it was a shocking defeat for Arvind Kejriwal personally in the New Delhi seat. But if you look at some of his top associates, from former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia to, of course, Atishi has won in Kalkaji, but several others who were seen as very strong. Satyendra Jain was seen as a very, very strong candidate. He's lost. Saurabh Bharadwaj has lost at Greater Kailash. Arvind Kejriwal conceded defeat. He lost to Parvesh Verma in New Delhi by a margin of about 4,000 votes. He said he accepts the mandate of the people of Delhi and will play the role of a constructive opposition. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, he too lost the Jangpura seat to BJP's Tarvinder Singh Marwa. Again, the BJP has made a big effort to reach out to the Punjabis, to the Sikhs, once seen as strong vote base during the times of Sahib Singh Verma, and before that Madan Lal Khurana. Incidentally, Madan Lal Khurana's son has also won, and Sahib Singh Verma's son has also won. Delhi's sitting Chief Minister, now outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, one of the survivors, she managed to scrape through at Kalkaji, defeating BJP's Ramesh Biduri. All the Aam Aadmi Party biggies, they had to bite dust in these elections, and not just Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. Saurabh Bharadwaj, for example, he lost Greater Kailash. Durgesh Pathak lost. Satyendra Jain lost. Somnath Bharti lost the Malviya Nagar seat. And these were considered strong bastions of the Aam Aadmi Party. Lots of reactions coming in. Listen in.
हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में, और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे। क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए, हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। ये जरूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा।
जंगपुरा विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार, मोहब्बत, सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के और ग्रेटर कैलाश में हमारे तमाम सपोर्टर्स, वॉलंटियर्स और डोनर्स जिन्होंने हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के इतनी लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी, उनका बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहूँगा और ये बताना चाहूँगा कि आप डरिएगा मत, आप हताश मत होइएगा। ये छोटी छोटी लड़ाइयाँ हम हारते हैं, बड़ी जंग जीती जाती है। स्मॉल बैटल्स आर लॉस्ट टू विन अ बिगर वॉर।
So that's quite a spirited thing for Saurabh Bharadwaj to say, that they may have lost a battle, but they're still there to fight that war. Very, very interesting what that war is or would be in the days and weeks ahead, and what the Bharatiya Janata Party's priorities would be: development of Delhi or prosecution when it comes to the Sheesh Mahal case or the Delhi liquors case, and several others that the BJP wants to pursue in the days and months ahead. We put that question to Parvesh Verma. He said everything will happen simultaneously: development and prosecution to bring back funds. All that and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ। गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
सबसे पहले तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को जीत मिली है, उन्हें बधाई।
As under Arvind Kejriwal ji had not had the chance to sort of work on these issues. They say that they built schools, but if 80% of the schools that they built still have a vacant position for their principal, then what kind of schools have they built? A school is not built just from the building. A school is not built from pools, auditoriums. A school is built when the students are ready to study. I ask AAP's government why none of their ministers' kids had studied in these government schools that they said that they had built in these colleges. So I feel as though these are the priority issues that BJP and my dad is going to work on and is going to deliver in the next 5 years.
And Prisha, for you, what are priority areas where the BJP or your father especially should be focusing on, that you would want your father to focus on?
I think air pollution is one thing which is, I've been studying environmental science, and even listening to all youth concerns, the main one that came out, that stood out, was air pollution. How Delhi, which is the capital of the nation, nobody wants to visit this place because of the air quality index, and how people are scared to even send their kids to schools every day. Schools are shutting down. If because of such an issue, schools, their education is coming at risk, that they have to sacrifice going to schools because of such reasons, then I think the government should definitely work towards it. And I think Papa's main focus, one of his main focuses, should be on combating air pollution.
Okay. Shivan, there are those who say that the BJP may have come to power, but connecting with the youth does remain a challenge. But that is something that during the campaign, all of you worked on extensively with the BJP. A youth connect, a women connect.
Kejriwal did say that women are voting for him, but I did not see that happen. I think all they want is for their families to stay intact, their families to stay close-knit. And in during COVID, when their family members were dying, he was busy releasing the liquor policy, which was instead destroying their families. And I think the youth and women have given their support to us, have put their trust in us, and we will not let them down.
Okay, Sanidhi, what was the toughest part of this battle in the past 1.5 months, when your dad came home and said, it's the New Delhi seat that I have to contest on? What was it that the family went through?
I would say that initially we were all quite doubtful. He had been talking about wanting to fight against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time by then, and we were all quite stressed. But when we started door-to-door campaigning, when we started connecting with people on the ground, the confidence slowly started to build up. The people, as my sister and my brother have already pointed out, were quite sick of the AAP government and of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji. And so it was quite obvious that the election results were going to be positive. None of us had expected a margin of 5,000, but we would like to thank the New Delhi constituents for their support, and we promise to deliver on everything that we've talked about for the past 2 months.
For joining me here on India Today, many thanks, and wish you all the best, and celebrate. How are you celebrating tonight? Sanidhi and Priya, how are you celebrating tonight?
I think we're going to be celebrating with family, with friends. Right now we're celebrating with the people of New Delhi, and I think the celebrations are going to continue. We have a lot of people to thank for this moment, whether it be a party member, whether it be a family member, whether it be friends who've worked tirelessly, who've sacrificed their work for the past 2 months. So I think we're going to be celebrating with all of them, and it's going to be a fun couple of weeks before we get back to work.
Okay, so enjoy your celebrations, and many thanks for joining me here on India Today. So the fact remains that Kejri-wall that everybody was talking about, that Kejri-wall has come crumbling and crashing down. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept aside by the Bharatiya Janata Party in these elections, and Arvind Kejriwal, he's just released a video. He's of course said that they accept the mandate and they will play the role of a constructive opposition. Listen in.
आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं, और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
So, while he talks about being a constructive opposition in Delhi, he also listed out the work that the Aam Aadmi Party did in the past 10 years for the people of Delhi. He thanked leaders and cadres and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party for putting up this spirited fight. They were hoping to return to power, even scraping through to get at least 36 to remain in power after 10 long years. Let's listen in.
हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
You heard Arvind Kejriwal's words, you've heard his tone. Now hear what Arvind Kejriwal had said in 2023 when he said the BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party in this life of Prime Minister Narendra Modi or in this Janam, that BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. You heard his tone. Now hear what Kumar Vishwas, once of the Aam Aadmi Party, describes as the arrogance of Arvind Kejriwal then. Listen in.
मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं केजरीवाल को चाहे जेल में डाल दो, जेल से भी जीत जाएगी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार। मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को। आपको दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, इस जन्म में तो नहीं हरा सकते आप आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली में। मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को अब ये साफ हो गया। 2014 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2015 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2020 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, फिर अभी एमसीडी का चुनाव हार गए। तो अब इनको ये तो पक्का हो गया भाई दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से जीत नहीं सकते, ये पक्का है। दिल्ली में ये कुछ भी कर लें, कुछ भी कर लें, दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से ये जीत नहीं सकते।
There's an old saying, pride goes before the fall. BJP, of course, has finally conquered the national capital. The BJP swept Delhi after 27 long years. It's been swept into power. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out. The BJP finally managed to breach what was seen as the Aam Aadmi Party fortress for the past 10 years, decimating Arvind Kejriwal, defeating him in the New Delhi seat. In fact, except Atishi, some of the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have lost elections, whether it's the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in Jangpura or even Saurabh Bharadwaj in Greater Kailash. The BJP won the middle-class dominated seats of West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi. Outer Delhi is one area where the BJP is won in a big way. The Aam Aadmi Party is now leading in 23 seats. The Congress nowhere in the picture. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet party workers at the BJP headquarters for a victory celebration that happens at 7 this evening. 2025 election results is a huge turnaround for the BJP that had won only 3 seats in 2015 elections and could increase it only to 8 seats in the 2020 elections.
जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को, सारी नई दिल्ली के मतदाताओं को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनकी ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया। जीत का श्रेय हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी को और तमाम उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को पार्टी के जिन्होंने जी जान से मेहनत करी है। तो सभी को बहुत बहुत हृदय से बधाई।
कितना टफ ये कैंपेन रहा, आपने कई सारी चीजें कही, कई सारे वादे किए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आप पर पर्सनल अटैक्स भी काफी किए कि पैसे बांट रहे, काफी चीजें हो रही है। क्या कहेंगे, कितना टफ रहा ये कैंपेन?
मैं यही कहूंगा, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी।
आपने कहा था शीश महल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं जाएगा, तो क्या ऐसा होगा?
अभी मैंने कहा था और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए। पार्टी का विधायक दल, पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेंगे कि कौन हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा। तो जो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा मैं उन तक अपनी बात को पहुंचाऊंगा।
हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं।
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
There is a process. That process will start immediately. It will take a little time because finally it has to be approved at our highest body, which is the parliamentary board. And after that, whoever becomes the leader of the BJP in the assembly, in the Delhi assembly, will be a very good leader and will start implementing the Sankalp Patra immediately from day one.
Can we expect a name in the next 15 days at least?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be before that, earlier than that.
Earlier than that. So some name we'll get a clarity at least in a week's time or 10 days' time?
I don't want to speculate because, as I said, we're a party which believes in principles and processes. And although I'm a member of the team, as an individual, I should not be making any comments. It'll go through the process and the parliamentary board will decide.
मारवा साहब, आपके समर्थक बहुत देर से इंतजार कर रहे थे। बहुत बहुत बधाई और धुआंधार जीत।
ये इनकी जीत है, जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता, मैं भी एक कार्यकर्ता हूँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। जिस दिन मोदी जी ने स्टेटमेंट दे दी थी, रैली कर दी थी, उस दिन पूरी दिल्ली में एक संदेशा चला गया था मोदी जी का, और इसीलिए मैं बार बार कह रहा था हम 2/3 मेजोरिटी से आएंगे। वो पूरा हुआ और केजरीवाल भी भारी मतों से हारा, सिसोदिया भी भारी मतों से हारा। अभी चेहरा था क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम रहा है 11 साल, तो चेहरा करके
ठीक है। आपको लगता है मोदी जी आए उसका ज्यादा असर हुआ?
मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी भी आए, उसका बड़ा असर पड़ा लोगों में। जो अमित शाह जी कह के गए उसी दिन कह दिया था कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ।
जी अब तो मुस्कुरा दो।
नहीं मुस्कुरा देंगे।
अच्छा ये बताइए, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा देखिए यहाँ पे जय श्री राम के नारे हो रहे। अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद मनीष सिसोदिया ही सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है, तो आपको लगता है आपकी दावेदारी भी बड़ी हो जाती है जहाँ तक सीएम, उप मुख्यमंत्री और मंत्री बनने का सवाल?
देखो, कार्यकर्ता की कोई डिमांड नहीं होती, पहली बात तो सुन लो। हम मोदी जी के, अमित शाह जी के, जेपी नड्डा जी के कार्यकर्ता है। हमारी कोई डिमांड नहीं। मैं तो यही शुक्रिया करता हूँ भाई अमित शाह जी का, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और जेपी नड्डा जी का, जिन्होंने मुझे इस काबिलियत समझा कि मुझे मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ उतारा, क्योंकि और भी बड़े चेहरे थे लेकिन उन्होंने विश्वास दिखाया।
गढ़ था आम आदमी पार्टी का जंग,
गढ़ था, लगातार गढ़ था। मेंबर पार्लियामेंट के भी इलेक्शन में हम 2400 से हार के निकले थे, आपको मालूम है।
लड्डू की बरसात होगी, लड्डू और गुजिया की,
लड्डू जलेबी की भी होगी।
मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा उपचुनाव का परिणाम झूठ एवं लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम का स्पष्ट संकेत कर रही है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सेवा, सुरक्षा, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी जो कार्य पिछले 11 वर्षों से निरंतर चल रहे हैं, उनकी विजय है। मैं दिल्ली में विजयी हुए सभी प्रत्याशियों को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी, रणनीतिकार के रूप में केंद्रीय गृह और सहकारिता मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी समेत केंद्रीय नेतृत्व को 2.5 दशक के बाद दिल्ली में कमल खिलाने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। दिल्ली में झूठ और लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम हुआ है। अब हमारा राष्ट्रीय राजधानी भी विकास, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का सही लाभ दिल्ली वासियों को प्रदान करने में सफल होगा। पिछले लगभग 2.5 दशक से और पिछले 11 वर्षों से तो जो स्थिति दिल्ली के अंदर पैदा कर दी गई थी, उसने दिल्ली को बहुत पीछे धकेल दिया, जनता को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से वंचित किया, वेलफेयर के नाम पर वास्तविक जो लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाएं थी उनसे जनता को वंचित रख करके जिस प्रकार की लूट और झूठ की राजनीति को प्रश्रय दिया, उसका पर्दाफाश हुआ। अब हम कह सकते हैं मां यमुना के तट पर बसी हुई दिल्ली विकास का रसास्वादन करेगी और दिल्ली वासियों को उन सभी वेलफेयर स्कीम का लाभ प्राप्त हो पाएगा जिसमें बैरियर का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी। ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अयोध्या जनपद की मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा का उपचुनाव इस समाजवादी पार्टी के परिवारवाद और झूठ की राजनीति को पूर्ण विराम देते हुए डबल इंजन सरकार के सेवा, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के मॉडल को अंगीकार किया है। जनता जनार्दन ने बहुत स्पष्ट किया है कि भले ही अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी कितना भी झूठ का सहारा क्यों न ले ले, कितना बड़ा प्रोपेगेंडा क्यों ना कर ले, लेकिन जनता जनार्दन उन्हें सबक सिखाने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रही है। अयोध्या का ये परिणाम लगभग 61,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चंद्रभान पासवान की विजय इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है। मैं चंद्रभान पासवान के विजयी होने पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के सभी पदाधिकारियों को, अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जिस विश्वास के साथ उन्होंने डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर विश्वास जताया है, उनकी आशा और अपेक्षाओं पर ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार खरा उतरेगी और झूठ और लूट की राजनीति को हमेशा के लिए पूर्ण विराम देने के लिए दिल्ली और उत्तर प्रदेश के इन चुनावों ने जो परिणाम दिए हैं और सचमुच अभिनंदनीय हैं और एक सुखद भविष्य की ओर हमें ले जाने के लिए एक नई प्रेरणा भी प्रदान कर रहे हैं। मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को इसके लिए हृदय से बधाई देता हूं।
सबसे पहले तो मैं दिल्ली की जनता का धन्यवाद करूंगा, अपने मोती नगर के परिवारजनों का धन्यवाद करूंगा, मेरे ऊपर जिन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया, मेरे पिताजी, हमारे मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद, अमित शाह जी का आशीर्वाद, नड्डा जी का आशीर्वाद, उनकी ब्लेसिंग, उनका जो स्नेह रहा, उनके लिए मैं उन सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जिस प्रकार से सब लोग दिल्ली के अंदर भी और मेरी मोती नगर विधानसभा के अंदर भी कार्यकर्ता भी लगे रहे, उनका भी दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये जीत जो है जनता की जीत है और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक जो जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है उसको हम निश्चित तौर के ऊपर अच्छी तरह निभाएंगे।
So Arvind Kejriwal had asked voters of Delhi before the elections, vote for me if you think I am Kattar, Imandar or absolutely honest, and he's been voted out of power. The people of Delhi have spoken. The government meanwhile has just issued a clarification. The government has said that rumors are being spread that the Delhi Secretariat has been sealed off. These reports are incorrect. These reports are mischievous. The Delhi Secretariat is functioning as normal. It's functioning in a normal manner as it was functioning earlier. It is being ensured, and the sting is in the tail. Hear the government statement. It is being ensured that no official papers, no files, no records, no data, no laptop, no computers, no hard drives, etc. are being removed by anyone from any of the offices in the Delhi Secretariat, and safety and security of all official records is being ensured. The cooperation in this regard from all concerned is solicited. That's the statement that comes in from the government on reports that the Secretariat had been sealed after Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party lost elections, reduced to 22, leading or won in 22 of the 70 seats, as 87.4% of all polls voted have been counted so far. Lot of reactions that are coming in from across the national capital. We'll get to those reactions. We'll also tell you in greater detail the significance of BJP's victory in Ayodhya, in Milkipur. And you just heard Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath talk about it. He campaigned extensively even in Delhi. Much, much more on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिए.
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं.
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. BJP heads for landslide victory in Delhi, BJP to form government after 27 years. Arvind Kejriwal loses New Delhi seat, Manish Sisodia also loses Jangpura seat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to visit BJP headquarters in Delhi today at 7 p.m. to address workers.
Budget Day viewership super smash, crushing claims, shattering competition, not just domination, total annihilation.
Just the massive, monstrous lead that India Today enjoys over all competition.
Goodbye to fakers, fixers and fuzzies, forever unstoppable, unbreakable, untouchable. India's only #1 channel, India Today, the gold standard.
कि बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई।
भरोसा, मोदी जी के बातों पे लोगों को भरोसा, एक ही मूल मंत्र था। लोगों का भरोसा उठ गया था और मोदी जी के बातों पर लोगों को भरोसा हुआ।
इन चुनावों में जिस तरीके से आपने देखा कि लगातार प्रचार हुआ, आम आदमी पार्टी ने अलग अलग तरीके के आरोप लगाए, आप लोगों ने भी उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार और शीश महल का आरोप लगाया, क्या उसकी वजह से जनता कन्विंस हुई जिस तरीके के रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं?
देखिए, जो भी हो, ये केवल नैरेटिव बनाने का काम करते थे। पहला मुख्यमंत्री होगा कि दिन में उनके टीम रोज 3 बार 4 बार मीडिया के सामने आता था सरकारी चीजों को लेकर के, और जमीन पर कुछ नहीं। न मोहल्ला क्लिनिक था, क्लिनिक अगर है तो डॉक्टर नहीं, डॉक्टर है तो दवा नहीं, स्कूल मॉडल बना नहीं, पानी लोगों को मिला नहीं, जो बेसिक चीज था वो मिला नहीं, तो मोदी जी पे भरोसा किया।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The BJP has swept Delhi. It's a spectacular victory for the BJP, and it comes after 27 long years. The areas where this victory comes from, some of the VVIP candidates on the India Today election intelligence dashboard, we get you all the latest information, inputs and analysis. And this is very, very interesting. Where does the victory come from? Where does the victory margin come from? So the BJP as of now at 48, leading in 48, that's up 40. The Aam Aadmi Party at 22, and that's down 40. So that spectacular shift of the Aam Aadmi Party vote has happened directly to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, when you look at the victory margin, because often a lot is talked about the victory margin, if the victory, the headlines at 4. Landslide victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi. Dangal. BJP ends 27-year-long exile in the national capital. Top Aam Aadmi Party netas lose. The Congress fails to open its account again. Arvind Kejriwal loses his three-time bastion New Delhi by a margin of 4,089 votes. BJP's Parvesh Verma wins the New Delhi seat, emerges as a giant slayer.
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की।
मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है।
Aam Aadmi Party biggest defeated in Delhi Dangal. Manish Sisodiya, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Satyendra Jain lose their seats. Only Delhi Chief Minister Atishi survives the saffron wave and wins Kalkaji. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the BJP landslide in Delhi, says development and good governance won and Jan Shakti is supreme. Set to celebrate BJP's blockbuster victory at BJP headquarters tonight. The Delhi political quake leads to tremors in the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. Punjab Congress claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are ready to jump ship, claims AAP MLAs are in touch with the Congress. BJP wins the prestige battle against the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur by-polls. BJP's Chandrabhan Paswan beats Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad in that crucial Ayodhya contest. But our top focus story on this special broadcast is BJP conquering this fort, the Delhi fort. The Red Fort is finally in BJP's control after 27 long years. So all the election battles that the BJP fought when Madan Lal Khurana was the chief minister, when Sahib Singh Verma was the chief minister, when Sushma Swaraj was briefly the chief minister, and then there was a 15-year-long drought when the Congress was in power with Sheila Dikshit, and then another 10-year-long drought for the BJP when Arvind Kejriwal of the Aam Aadmi Party was in power. And how? But this time, Delhi voted for change. And in this broadcast, in this special broadcast, we will show you how that vote for change has been almost all across Delhi, in every part of the national capital, and not restricted just to outer Delhi or some pockets of South Delhi, as was initially being said. And also the, the class divide, as some seem to want to put it. There's an overwhelming vote that has come for the BJP, winning 48 of the 70 seats. Over the course of the next 1 hour, we get you all those details. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal, as Chief Minister, or as former Chief Minister of Delhi and as the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, he said he conceded defeat. He said they'd worked hard. He said they will play the role of a constructive opposition. The BJP, of course, it won the middle-class dominated seats, whether it was in West Delhi, where the BJP has done exceptionally well, Punjabi-dominated seats, some of the Sikh seats, the BJP's Sikh candidates have also done extremely well, and that's something that the BJP is talking about extensively. They've done well in Central Delhi, they've done well in New Delhi, and not just New Delhi seat, but overall in the New Delhi area, which was again seen as a stronghold of the Aam Aadmi Party. Defeating Arvind Kejriwal in the New Delhi seat was seen as a tall order for Parvesh Verma initially. When we spoke to him in the run-up to these elections, he said it was a tough battle. He conceded it was a very tough battle that was given to him. But then he said when he had approached, when he was called by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he said, give me a contest which would be a tough seat to win so that I can prove my mettle, I can show you I can deliver. The Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted to 22 seats this time. The Congress nowhere in the picture even this time. Of course, to an extent, Sandeep Dikshit can say that he managed to get revenge. He was able to defeat the insult, the abuse that his mother, late Sheila Dikshit, was subjected to, because the votes that he polled played a critical role in Arvind Kejriwal losing the New Delhi seat. Right now, we'll show you images of what's happening at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Mega celebrations have been planned, and this was where the BJP gave it its all at every stage to win the 70 seats. All 70 seats were seen as independent battles. The BJP brought in their big guns. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, he was called to Delhi. He was called to campaign. He's seen as a popular icon of the Hindus and what many describe as the Hindutva vote. He campaigned extensively. Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigned. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they campaigned extensively, and their effort was to go after every single seat in Delhi. Let's get you lots of reactions that are coming in, including Arvind Kejriwal conceding defeat. Man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया. ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है. जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का. ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है. ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है. और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है.
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया. उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले एक महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में. तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है.
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा. मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी जो है मेहनत करी. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी.
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है. मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ. तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी नहीं होता. तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा.
My colleague Gaurav has a question for you. Gaurav, हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूँगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूँ तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था. 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे. तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रहेगी, हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे. दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा.
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ. अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी.
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे. आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा. अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है. शायद कट गया क्या? नहीं, यहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की, कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है. तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ. मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ. तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे।
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे। दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे। तो अगर किसी सरकार ने स्कैम किया है तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। कौन कौन उसमें कल्प्रिट थे, कौन ऑफिसर थे, कौन पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो सभी को सजा मिलेगी।
शीश महल में रहेगा नया मुख्यमंत्री कि नहीं?
मेरे से पूछेंगे तो नहीं रहना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ये बताएं सेलिब्रेट कैसे करते? परवेश वर्मा पॉलिटिक्स को लेके तो बहुत सीरियस लग रहे हैं। आप सेलिब्रेट कैसे करेंगे अपने यार दोस्तों के साथ, फैमिली के साथ? इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई, इतना गंभीर क्यों लग रहा है? ये भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा। इतनी बड़ी आपकी जीत हुई, आप इतना सीरियस लुक दे रहे हैं।
मैंने कहा राहुल भाई कि देखिए, ये जो होता है ना, जीत और सुख दुख, ये चलता रहता है जीवन में। मैंने कहा कि बहुत ज्यादा कोई वो होती है, खुशी होती है, तो ज्यादा खुशी होना भी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा दुख हो तो दुख होना भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे काम करना है। मुझे केवल इस बात की चिंता है। तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है, मैं जानता हूं, मगर ये जीत का श्रेय दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है, दिल्ली वासियों को जाता है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है।
क्या एमसीडी आपके लिए चुनौती रहेगी? क्योंकि इस समय जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे और बीजेपी एमसीडी में थी तो कहते थे सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, या फिर एलजी का सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, केंद्र का नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके साथ वो वाली प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं रहेंगी, लेकिन एमसीडी?
देखिए, वो प्रॉब्लम तो कभी इनके साथ भी नहीं थी। ये केवल उसको इशू बनाते थे, ये ऐसा नैरेटिव बनाते थे, क्योंकि काम नहीं करते थे, इसलिए ये नैरेटिव बनाते थे कि मुझे कोई काम नहीं करने देता। ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है। चाहे वो एलजी साहब हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, सभी चाहते दिल्ली में विकास हो, क्योंकि दोनों यहीं तो रहते हैं। तो दिल्ली में अच्छे काम होंगे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। दिल्ली को वर्ल्ड कैपिटल जैसे होती है वैसी कैपिटल बनाएंगे, ताकि दिल्ली वासियों को गर्व हो।
So you heard Parvesh Verma there in conversation with Rahul Kamal and I, where he said it will be a multi-pronged offensive to make Delhi a world-class capital. At the same time, they will also go after cases of corruption or alleged corruption. There are two cases where the BJP wants to concentrate on. One in what is now notoriously known as the Sheesh Mahal in Delhi, and then of course is the liquor scam investigation. So a twin-pronged offensive. But what's the bigger picture? What's that message that comes out of Delhi when you look at these seats? 22 to the Aam Aadmi Party, that's minus 40. 48 for the BJP, that's up 40 seats. But for the Congress, it remains a big zero. In 3 elections, one after the other, for a party that stayed in power for 15 years when Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, and where the Congress had a massive 57% vote share, scrambling just to get from 4.5 to 6% vote share. But let's, when you look at the tally, Aam Aadmi Party at 22, look at Delhi's map. And when you look at Delhi's map, it's almost across Delhi. North, south, east, west, outer. It's only pockets either in east or New Delhi area where the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to retain some of those seats. Aam Aadmi Party at 22, down 40. BJP at 48, up 48. This is when 92.6% votes have already been cast. Let's take a look at the flipboard. What did Delhi look like before elections of the 70 seats, and what it will look like now in the Delhi Assembly? This is how Delhi has voted saffron very decisively. If you look at the historical seats, this is how the BJP was able to increase its vote share. 2013, it had 32 seats, came down to just 3 in 2015, 8 in 2020, 48 in 2025. And look at Congress, 8 in 2013, 0, 0, and once again a 0 in 2025. The Aam Aadmi Party from 28, it just spectacularly shot up to 67 of 70 seats in 2015. almost repeated history with 62 of 70 in 2020. But 2025, Delhi voters said 10 years plus has been long enough. They're down now to 22. Sushant Mehra now joins me from the BJP headquarters. And Sushant, as many say, Ramji's exile was also only 14 years. As far as the BJP is concerned, their exile has been 27 years. So how are they celebrating their homecoming in Delhi?
हाँ पड़ोसी है मास्क लगा के भाई अरे इनके घर तो 10 बार गया हुआ हूँ यार 10 बार गया हुआ हूँ
Sushant, can you hear me? How is the BJP planning to celebrate its Ghar Wapsi in Delhi?
थैंक यू देखिए गौरव 27 साल बाद दिल्ली के अंदर बीजेपी की वापसी हुई है और जश्न की तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा कि किस तरीके से बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बीजेपी के जो तमाम वर्कर्स है वो यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। अब से थोड़ी देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री जब यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे उन सब का स्वागत यहाँ पर जो है वो तमाम कार्यकर्ता जो है यहाँ पर करेंगे। और उसके साथ साथ ढोल नगाड़ों की तस्वीरें भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर लगातार दिखाई देंगी कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सुबह से ही जब से ये रुझान आने शुरू हुए थे उसके बाद से ही बीजेपी के जो तमाम वर्कर्स थे उनमें एक अलग ही जोश जो है वो फिलहाल देखने को मिल रहा था। और अभी भी अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे बैंड बाजे के साथ पूरी तैयारी है और जब प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचेंगे उसके बीच तमाम ये तस्वीरें जो है वो फिलहाल नजर आएंगी। और इसके साथ साथ अगर बात की जाए तो बड़ी संख्या में अगर आप देखेंगे दूर दूर तक आपको बीजेपी वर्कर्स इस वक्त जो है वो नजर आएंगे। 27 साल का एक बड़ा लंबा वनवास बीजेपी ने अलग अलग स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी को घेरा हर मोर्चे पर, चाहे वो बिजली हो, पानी हो, यमुना हो। इसके साथ साथ शीश महल जैसे मुद्दों पर जमकर घेरा गया। उसके बाद ये तस्वीर जो है वो सामने आई। दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी के कई दिग्गज नेता सौरभ भारद्वाज हो, मनीष सिसोदिया, खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव जो है वो हार गए। और ऐसे में अब कहीं ना कहीं नई दिल्ली सीट पर कहीं जो प्रवेश वर्मा जीते हैं उस पर एक बड़ा दाव जो है वो देखना होगा कि आखिरकार दिल्ली में कौन मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी की तरफ से जो है वो आएगा। नई दिल्ली सीट जिसने कई मुख्यमंत्री दिए। अगर बात की जाए शीला दीक्षित, अरविंद केजरीवाल, तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से अब एक बार फिर से शुरू हो गई है। यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ताओं में हालांकि जोश जो है वो देखने को बन रहा है और धीरे धीरे करके यहाँ पर तमाम और भी कार्यकर्ता जैसे जैसे बढ़ेगा।
Piyush and Aishwarya, stay with me. So while the BJP celebrates and Piyush tells us that these celebrations will go on for the next 7 days, perhaps that's the kind of time the Bharatiya Janata Party would also be needing to talk to their party leaders and cadre, and perhaps even the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Sangh's role is extremely significant in ensuring that cadres come out to vote, that last mile, getting the booth workers to ensure that people come out to vote. That is what makes that crucial difference between getting to close to victory or getting 48 of the 70 seats. But what happens, one, to the Aam Aadmi Party, and more embarrassing, of course, now it's for the Congress Party. It's got 0 in this election. It got 0 in the 2020 elections. It got 0 in the 2015 elections. So 3 elections on a trot. The Congress hasn't been able to open its account after ruling Delhi for 15 long years. Huge embarrassment. Not just for the Gandhi family, also for the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. The Congress faced yet another electoral disaster in the national capital. Third wipeout. The India bloc is in disarray. Does the India bloc still stay? India bloc members are fighting with each other. For some reason, everyone's blaming the Congress party. The Samajwadi party is blaming the Congress party. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, he put out a tweet, he put out a message indicating that this infighting will only lead to disaster. Now, when you talk about Sandeep Dikshit, Congress party leader Sandeep Dikshit, for him, it was a prestige battle. Arvind Kejriwal, in 3 elections, had hit out extensively at then Delhi Chief Minister late Sheila Dikshit. He called her names, and for Sandeep Dikshit, he had to avenge that. He did. Arvind Kejriwal was defeated. The victory margin, about 4,000 votes, 3,000 plus polled by Sandeep Dikshit. In Kalkaji, Alka Lamba, she was defeated by Ramesh Bhiduri. Of course, Ramesh Bhiduri also lost to Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi, the outgoing Chief Minister of Delhi. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister, and I want you to listen to what he put out. He put out a jib on Omar Abdullah. He took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. Now sharing a meme, he said, "Ji bhar ke lado." And it just goes on to show what he said. Samapt kar do ek dusre ko. And this is, in a way, Omar Abdullah, he wasn't just trolling the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party, but then he was describing what many within the India bloc or the Indie alliance, as some call it, they're increasingly frustrated with this infighting. But then the Congress party has very clearly said, why not? The Congress party has to revive itself. It cannot keep losing ground, whether in Uttar Pradesh or in Bihar or in Delhi, to regional parties and never be able to revive itself.
लोगों में शायद भरोसा नहीं बना हो कि हम लोग सरकार दे पाएंगे, तो ठीक है, जो जनता का निर्णय है वो निर्णय है। हम लोग इतना कह सकते हैं कि हमने मुद्दे उठाए और जो मुद्दे हमने उठाए उस पर काफी हद तक चुनाव बना, बाकी जो जनता कहे उसको स्वीकार है।
दिल्ली के जो दोषी हैं, दिल्ली के जो गुनाहगार हैं, दिल्ली उन्हें माफ नहीं करेगी और ये होते हुए दिख रहा है। नहीं, हमारा मकसद है जिसने दिल्ली का नुकसान किया उसका नुकसान होना चाहिए। दिल्ली बदला ले रही है उनसे। दिल्ली के जो दोषी हैं, दिल्ली के जो गुनाहगार हैं, दिल्ली उन्हें माफ नहीं करेगी और ये होते हुए दिख रहा है। नहीं, हमारा मकसद है जिसने दिल्ली का नुकसान किया उसका नुकसान होना चाहिए। दिल्ली बदला ले रही है उनसे।
You are going to destroy the plan, Sanjay. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Quickly ask me, please, because people are waiting.
On Delhi election results, what do you want to say?
I think it was very obvious from all our meetings in Delhi and whichever people I was meeting that people wanted change. They were fed up of the way things were and they wanted change. I suppose they voted for change. My congratulations to all those who have won. And for the rest of us, it just means we have to work harder and we have to stay there, be on the ground and be responsive to the people's issues. Thank you.
So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, gracious, she says, yes, congratulations to those who won. As far as the Congress party is concerned, they need to work harder. The Congress party perhaps needs to get back to the drawing board and introspect. What is it that their strategy needs to be? Work to defeat BJP in the short term or revive itself in the long term? The Prime Minister, of course, has repeatedly spoken of Congress Mukt Bharat, but a strong opposition is always in national interest. A quick break, back with lots more. Keep watching India Today.
Decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिया।
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं।
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
Landslide victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi. Dangal. BJP ends 27-year-long exile in the national capital. Top Aam Aadmi Party netas lose. The Congress fails to open its account again. Arvind Kejriwal loses his three-time bastion New Delhi by a margin of 4,089 votes. BJP's Parvesh Verma wins the New Delhi seat, emerges as a giant slayer.
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की।
मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है।
Aam Aadmi Party biggest defeated in Delhi. Dangal. Manish Sisodiya, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Satyendra Jain lose their seats. Only Delhi Chief Minister Atishi survives the saffron wave and wins Kalkaji. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the BJP landslide in Delhi, says development and good governance won and Jan Shakti is supreme. Set to celebrate BJP's blockbuster victory at BJP headquarters tonight. The Delhi political quake leads to tremors in the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. Punjab Congress claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are ready to jump ship, claims AAP MLAs are in touch with the Congress. BJP wins the prestige battle against the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur by-polls. BJP's Chandrabhan Paswan beats Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad in that crucial Ayodhya contest. But our top focus story on this special broadcast is BJP conquering this fort, the Delhi fort. The Red Fort is finally in BJP's control after 27 long years. So all the election battles that the BJP fought when Madan Lal Khurana was the chief minister, when Sahib Singh Verma was the chief minister, when Sushma Swaraj was briefly the chief minister, and then there was a 15-year-long drought when the Congress was in power with Sheila Dikshit, and then another 10-year-long drought for the BJP when Arvind Kejriwal of the Aam Aadmi Party was in power. And how? But this time, Delhi voted for change. And in this broadcast, in this special broadcast, we will show you how that vote for change has been almost all across Delhi, in every part of the national capital, and not restricted just to outer Delhi or some pockets of South Delhi, as was initially being said. And also the, the class divide, as some seem to want to put it. There's an overwhelming vote that has come for the BJP, winning 48 of the 70 seats. Over the course of the next 1 hour, we get you all those details. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal, as Chief Minister, or as former Chief Minister of Delhi and as the convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, he said he conceded defeat. He said they'd worked hard. He said they will play the role of a constructive opposition. The BJP, of course, it won the middle-class dominated seats, whether it was in West Delhi, where the BJP has done exceptionally well, Punjabi-dominated seats, some of the Sikh seats, the BJP's Sikh candidates have also done extremely well, and that's something that the BJP is talking about extensively. They've done well in Central Delhi, they've done well in New Delhi, and not just New Delhi seat, but overall in the New Delhi area, which was again seen as a stronghold of the Aam Aadmi Party. Defeating Arvind Kejriwal in the New Delhi seat was seen as a tall order for Parvesh Verma initially. When we spoke to him in the run-up to these elections, he said it was a tough battle. He conceded it was a very tough battle that was given to him. But then he said when he had approached, when he was called by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he said, give me a contest which would be a tough seat to win so that I can prove my mettle, I can show you I can deliver. The Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted to 22 seats this time. The Congress nowhere in the picture even this time. Of course, to an extent, Sandeep Dikshit can say that he managed to get revenge. He was able to defeat the insult, the abuse that his mother, late Sheila Dikshit, was subjected to, because the votes that he polled played a critical role in Arvind Kejriwal losing the New Delhi seat. Right now, we'll show you images of what's happening at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Mega celebrations have been planned, and this was where the BJP gave it its all at every stage to win the 70 seats. All 70 seats were seen as independent battles. The BJP brought in their big guns. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, he was called to Delhi. He was called to campaign. He's seen as a popular icon of the Hindus and what many describe as the Hindutva vote. He campaigned extensively. Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigned. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they campaigned extensively, and their effort was to go after every single seat in Delhi. Let's get you lots of reactions that are coming in, including Arvind Kejriwal conceding defeat. Man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है. जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का. ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है. ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है. और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है.
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया. उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले एक महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में. तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है.
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा. मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी जो है मेहनत करी. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी.
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है. मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ. तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी नहीं होता. तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा.
My colleague Gaurav has a question for you. Gaurav,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूंगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था. 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे. तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही कि हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे. दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा.
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ. अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी.
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे. आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा. अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है. शायद कट गया क्या?
नहीं,
सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गांव की कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है. तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ. मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ. तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे.
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे. दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे. तो अगर किसी सरकार ने स्कैम किया है तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए. कौन कौन उसमें कल्प्रिट थे, कौन ऑफिसर थे, कौन पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो सभी को सजा मिलेगी.
शीश महल में रहेगा नया मुख्यमंत्री की नहीं?
मेरे से पूछेंगे तो नहीं रहना चाहिए.
अच्छा ये बताएं सेलिब्रेट कैसे करते हैं? परवेश वर्मा पॉलिटिक्स को लेके तो बहुत सीरियस लग रहे हैं, आप सेलिब्रेट कैसे करेंगे अपने यार दोस्तों के साथ, फैमिली के साथ? इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई, इतना गंभीर क्यों लग रहा है? ये भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा। इतनी बड़ी आपकी जीत हुई, आप इतना सीरियस लुक दे रहे हैं।
मैंने कहा राहुल भाई कि देखिए ये जो होता है ना जीत और सुख दुख ये चलता रहता है जीवन में। मैंने कहा कि बहुत ज्यादा कोई वो होती है, खुशी होती है तो ज्यादा खुशी होना भी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा दुख हो तो दुख होना भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे काम करना है मुझे, केवल इस बात की चिंता है। तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है मैं जानता हूं, मगर ये जीत का श्रेय दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है, दिल्ली वासियों को जाता है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है।
क्या एमसीडी आपके लिए चुनौती रहेगी? क्योंकि इस समय जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे और बीजेपी एमसीडी में थी तो कहते थे सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, या फिर एलजी का सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, केंद्र का नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके साथ वो वाली प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं रहेंगी, लेकिन एमसीडी?
देखिए वो प्रॉब्लम तो कभी इनके साथ भी नहीं थी, ये केवल उसको इशू बनाते थे, ये ऐसा नैरेटिव बनाते थे क्योंकि काम नहीं करते थे, इसलिए ये नैरेटिव बनाते थे कि मुझे कोई काम नहीं करने देता। ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है, चाहे वो एलजी साहब हो चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, सभी चाहते दिल्ली में विकास हो, क्योंकि दोनों यहीं तो रहते हैं। तो दिल्ली में अच्छे काम होंगे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। दिल्ली को वर्ल्ड कैपिटल जैसे होती है वैसी कैपिटल बनाएंगे ताकि दिल्ली वासियों को गर्व हो।
So you heard Parvesh Verma there in conversation with Rahul Kamal and I, where he said it will be a multi-pronged offensive to make Delhi a world-class capital. At the same time, they will also go after cases of corruption or alleged corruption. There are two cases where the BJP wants to concentrate on. One in what is now notoriously known as the Sheesh Mahal in Delhi, and then of course is the liquor scam investigation. So a twin-pronged offensive. But what's the bigger picture? What's that message that comes out of Delhi when you look at these seats? 22 to the Aam Aadmi Party, that's minus 40. 48 for the BJP, that's up 40 seats. But for the Congress, it remains a big zero. In 3 elections, one after the other, for a party that stayed in power for 15 years when Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, and where the Congress had a massive 57% vote share, scrambling just to get from 4.5 to 6% vote share. But let's, when you look at the tally, Aam Aadmi Party at 22, look at Delhi's map. And when you look at Delhi's map, it's almost across Delhi. North, south, east, west, outer. It's only pockets either in east or New Delhi area where the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to retain some of those seats. Aam Aadmi Party at 22, down 40. BJP at 48, up 48. This is when 92.6% votes have already been cast. Let's take a look at the flipboard. What did Delhi look like before elections of the 70 seats and what it will look like now in the Delhi Assembly? This is how Delhi has voted saffron very decisively. If you look at the historical seats, this is how the BJP was able to increase its vote share. 2013, it had 32 seats, came down to just 3 in 2015, 8 in 2020, 48 in 2025. And look at Congress, 8 in 2013, 0, 0, and once again a 0 in 2025. The Aam Aadmi Party from 28, it just spectacularly shot up to 67 of 70 seats in 2015. Almost repeated history with 62 of 70 in 2020. But 2025, Delhi voters said 10 years plus has been long enough. They're down now to 22. Sushant Mehra now joins me from the BJP headquarters. And Sushant, as many say, Ramji's exile was also only 14 years. As far as the BJP is concerned, their exile has been 27 years. So how are they celebrating their homecoming in Delhi?
हाँ पड़ोसी है मास्क लगा के भाई अरे इनके घर तो 10 बार गया हुआ हूँ यार 10 बार गया हुआ हूँ
Sushant, can you hear me? How is the BJP planning to celebrate its Ghar Wapsi in Delhi?
थैंक यू देखिए गौरव 27 साल बाद दिल्ली के अंदर बीजेपी की वापसी हुई है और जश्न की तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा कि किस तरीके से बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बीजेपी के जो तमाम वर्कर्स है वो यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। अब से थोड़ी देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री जब यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे उन सब का स्वागत यहाँ पर जो है वो तमाम कार्यकर्ता जो है यहाँ पर करेंगे। और उसके साथ साथ ढोल नगाड़ों की तस्वीरें भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर लगातार दिखाई देंगी कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सुबह से ही जब से ये रुझान आने शुरू हुए थे उसके बाद से ही बीजेपी के जो तमाम वर्कर्स थे उनमें एक अलग ही जोश जो है वो फिलहाल देखने को मिल रहा था। और अभी भी अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे बैंड बाजे के साथ पूरी तैयारी है और जब प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचेंगे उसके बीच तमाम ये तस्वीरें जो है वो फिलहाल नजर आएंगी। और इसके साथ साथ अगर बात की जाए तो बड़ी संख्या में अगर आप देखेंगे दूर दूर तक आपको बीजेपी वर्कर्स इस वक्त जो है वो नजर आएंगे। 27 साल का एक बड़ा लंबा वनवास बीजेपी ने अलग अलग स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी को घेरा हर मोर्चे पर, चाहे वो बिजली हो, पानी हो, यमुना हो। इसके साथ साथ शीश महल जैसे मुद्दों पर जमकर घेरा गया। उसके बाद ये तस्वीर जो है वो सामने आई। दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी के कई दिग्गज नेता सौरभ भारद्वाज हो, मनीष सिसोदिया, खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव जो है वो हार गए। दिल्ली में कौन मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी की तरफ से जो है वो आएगा, नई दिल्ली सीट जिसने कई मुख्यमंत्री दिए। अगर बात की जाए शीला दीक्षित, अरविंद केजरीवाल, तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से अब एक बार फिर से शुरू हो गई है। यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ताओं में अलग ही जोश जो है वो देखने को बन रहा है और धीरे धीरे करके यहाँ पर तमाम और भी कार्यकर्ता जैसे जैसे बढ़ेगा।
Piyush and Aishwarya, stay with me. So while the BJP celebrates and Piyush tells us that these celebrations will go on for the next 7 days, perhaps that's the kind of time the Bharatiya Janata Party would also be needing to talk to their party leaders and cadre, and perhaps even the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Sangh's role is extremely significant in ensuring that cadres come out to vote, that last mile, getting the booth workers to ensure that people come out to vote. That is what makes that crucial difference between getting to close to victory or getting 48 of the 70 seats. But what happens, one, to the Aam Aadmi Party, and more embarrassing, of course, now it's for the Congress Party. It's got 0 in this election. It got 0 in the 2020 elections. It got 0 in the 2015 elections. So 3 elections on a trot, the Congress hasn't been able to open its account after ruling Delhi for 15 long years. Huge embarrassment. Not just for the Gandhi family, also for the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. The Congress faced yet another electoral disaster in the national capital. Third wipeout. The India bloc is in disarray. Does the India bloc still stay? India bloc members are fighting with each other. For some reason, everyone's blaming the Congress party. The Samajwadi party is blaming the Congress party. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, he put out a tweet, he put out a message indicating that this infighting will only lead to disaster. Now, when you talk about Sandeep Dikshit, Congress party leader Sandeep Dikshit, for him, it was a prestige battle. Arvind Kejriwal, in 3 elections, had hit out extensively at then Delhi Chief Minister, late Sheila Dikshit. He called her names, and for Sandeep Dikshit, he had to avenge that. He did. Arvind Kejriwal was defeated. The victory margin, about 4,000 votes, 3,000 plus polled by Sandeep Dikshit. In Kalkaji, Alka Lamba, she was defeated by Ramesh Bhiduri. Of course, Ramesh Bhiduri also lost to Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi, the outgoing Chief Minister of Delhi. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister, and I want you to listen to what he put out. He put out a jib on Omar Abdullah. He took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. Now sharing a meme, he said, "Ji bhar ke lado." And it just goes on to show what he said. Samapt kar do ek dusre ko. And this is, in a way, Omar Abdullah, he wasn't just trolling the Congress Party and the Aam Aadmi Party, but then he was describing what many within the India bloc or the Indie alliance, as some call it, they're increasingly frustrated with this infighting. But then the Congress party has very clearly said, why not? The Congress party has to revive itself. It cannot keep losing ground, whether in Uttar Pradesh or in Bihar or in Delhi, to regional parties and never be able to revive itself.
लोगों में शायद भरोसा नहीं बना हो कि हम लोग सरकार दे पाएंगे, तो ठीक है, जो जनता का निर्णय है वो निर्णय है। हम लोग इतना कह सकते हैं कि हमने मुद्दे उठाए और जो मुद्दे हमने उठाए उस पर काफी हद तक चुनाव बना। बाकी जो जनता कहे उसको स्वीकार है।
दिल्ली के जो दोषी हैं, दिल्ली के जो गुनाहगार हैं, दिल्ली उन्हें माफ नहीं करेगी और ये होते हुए दिख रहा है। नहीं, हमारा मकसद है जिसने दिल्ली का नुकसान किया उसका नुकसान होना चाहिए। दिल्ली बदला ले रही है उनसे। दिल्ली के जो दोषी हैं, दिल्ली के जो गुनाहगार हैं, दिल्ली उन्हें माफ नहीं करेगी और ये होते हुए दिख रहा है। नहीं, हमारा मकसद है जिसने दिल्ली का नुकसान किया उसका नुकसान होना चाहिए। दिल्ली बदला ले रही है उनसे।
You are going to destroy the plan, Sunny. Oh my God! Quickly ask me, please, because people are waiting.
On the Delhi election results, what do you want to say?
I think it was very obvious from all our meetings in Delhi and whichever people I was meeting that people wanted change. They were fed up of the way things were and they wanted change. I suppose they voted for change. My congratulations to all those who have won. And for the rest of us, it just means we have to work harder and we have to stay there, be on the ground and be responsive to the people's issues. Thank you.
So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, gracious, she says yes, congratulations to those who won. As far as the Congress party is concerned, they need to work harder. The Congress party perhaps needs to get back to the drawing board and introspect. What is it that their strategy needs to be? Work to defeat BJP in the short term or revive itself in the long term? The Prime Minister, of course, has repeatedly spoken of Congress Mukt Bharat, but a strong opposition is always in national interest. A quick break, back with lots more. Keep watching India Today.
Decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिए।
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं।
They report to empower your choice.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. After 27 years, we are now seeing as to how the BJP is all set to form the government, and that is why we are seeing a lot of excitement in BJP workers. You can see how sea of people, sea of supporters of BJP have turned up here at BJP headquarters to celebrate this huge mandate which the people of Delhi have given to them. In few minutes from now, we will also see PM Narendra Modi to reach here. Before that, the top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, including BJP's National President JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, and other leaders of BJP to reach here. But before that, all preparations have been done. You can see as to how stage is set, and the workers are also very much excited. Let me try to also get the word from these workers who have come here to celebrate this huge victory. कहाँ से आए आप?
जनकपुरी विधानसभा से।
क्या कहेंगे, कितनी बड़ी जीत है ये बीजेपी की?
ये जीत बहुत बड़ी है क्योंकि 27 साल का हमारा वनवास खत्म हुआ है। केजरीवाल के कार्यक्रम में ऐसे थे कि वायु से लेके जल, सड़क, पानी, हर कुछ खराब था। आप विश्वास नहीं करोगे, 10 साल दिल्ली नर्क में थी, बट अब एक उम्मीद की किरण आई है। मोदी जी ने कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर यमुना जी मैया को पुराना स्तर वापसी लाएंगे, साफ स्वच्छ होएगी, डुबकी बनाएगी। हमारे लोग जो छठ मैया पूछते हैं वो करेंगे। यमुना जी का पानी डायरेक्ट हमारे घरों पे आता है, वो अच्छा आएगा, सड़कें साफ होंगी।
आप क्या कहेंगे, आप किस तरह से सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं इस विक्ट्री को?
ये सेलिब्रेशन तो आप ये लगाइए जैसे मेरे 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग हो गए हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात हर जगह गया हूँ। हर जगह हर बंदे की ये कंप्लेंट रहती थी कि हम विधानसभा भी जिताते थे, लोकसभा भी जिता देते हैं। आप लोकसभा में तो दबाकर कमल बटन दबाते हो, विधानसभा में आपको क्या हो जाता है? क्यों आप फ्री के चक्करों में पड़ जाते हो? मैंने कहा इस बार ही नहीं,
ये तो इस बार बीजेपी ने भी दिया, ऐसा नहीं है?
नहीं दिया है,
आगे तो पूरे
करेगी। बीजेपी झूठी राजनीति नहीं करती है। उन्होंने 2500 बोला है और स्पेसिफिकली बोला, ये नहीं बोला हर महिला को देंगे। उसका एक ड्राफ्ट आएगा, जो भी आएगा, जैसे भी आएगा, सबके सामने आएगा। पर हाँ, ये जरूर है 5 साल में जैसे मोदी जी ने साबरमती फ्रंट बनाया, आप 5 साल के अंदर देखेंगे कि हम उस तरफ अग्रसर होंगे। और अगले 5
प्रधानमंत्री से आप क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, किस तरह का आप उनसे
आपको प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच से पता लग जाएगा कि कल से पूरा का पूरा कैबिनेट यमुना को साफ करने में
Piyush, I'm going to come right back to you. Celebrations have broken out at the BJP headquarters, and understandably so. BJP has scripted history after 27 years. And one seat which everybody thought that the Aam Aadmi Party had in the bag was the seat of Greater Kailash, where Saurabh Bhardwaj, sitting cabinet minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, was on the ticket. Well, not quite. It's gone the BJP's way. And joining me right now, Aishwarya Paliwal with Shikha Roy, who defeated Saurabh Bhardwaj by a margin of 1,000 votes.
Well, Preeti, let me start by showing you the kind of support that Shikha Roy has got over here. So many people, all of them with the victory sign back here. These are the supporters of Shikha Roy. She's the woman who has now won with a margin of 1,000 votes. Saurabh Bhardwaj is the one who she has now defeated. We'll speak with her. But meanwhile, just showing you the kind of support that she's got. Jai Shri Ram chants. The visuals that you are seeing. The Shikha Roy, wave, one can very clearly see here. We'll also try and speak with Shikha Roy. She's the one who's been saying, not now, Preeti, but over the past 5 years, that what Saurabh Bhardwaj could not do is something that she will do. Shikha ji. शिखा जी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे सबसे आपको बहुत ज्यादा मिला सौरभ भारद्वाज
क्या कह रहे हैं
क्या रही सौरभ भारद्वाज
देखिए उन्होंने कोई इस तरह का काम नहीं किया था अपने इलाके में जो हमारी बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं कहीं उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट होती कोई डेवलपमेंट में होती कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एमएलए की जुरिस्डिक्शन में आने वाले काम नहीं करते थे कॉस्मेटिक काम करते थे यहाँ आई लव जीके लिखा दो यहाँ बेंचेस रखवा दो यहाँ झूले बनवा दो दैट्स ऑल तो पीपल वांटेड वर्क उनको काम चाहिए उनकी ऑलरेडी जो उनके पास फैसिलिटीज थी वो तक खत्म हो गई थी तो इसलिए लोगों ने खुद मन बनाया था कि अब हमें चेंज करना है
So what are the challenges ahead of you? Big things that you will do.
There are a lot of challenges as far as work is concerned because इतना बैकलॉग छोड़ के गए हैं इतने गड्ढे हैं कि सोचना पड़ेगा कहाँ से शुरू करें लेकिन मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व के गाइडेंस के अंदर हम लोग जल्द से जल्द विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे
विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे this is what you are hearing most of the candidates also speaking here and the jeet and the support is very very visible and clear satya pe satya ki jeet is what the people at the moment are saying and this place let me tell you the BJP headquarters Preeti is filled with supporters and with flags of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, understandably so, Aishwarya, because, what I'm going to do is, just for a moment, I'm going to reflect on our election intelligence dashboard and exactly what Aishwarya just said, that the kind of people that have come to the BJP headquarters this time is unprecedented because, viewers, this win for the Bharatiya Janata Party has been unprecedented. And why I say that, one just needs to take a look at what the history has been. Looking at the seats and the vote share, when they look at the historical chart of how the vote share, where it came down from 2008 to all the way to 2025, the BJP practically stuck at 39%. In 2008, they had a 36%, which came down and rose up again in 2020, but they just couldn't crack it. This time around, at 47%, just 3% ahead of Aam Aadmi Party, they have scripted a spectacular win. Just look at the vote share chart and how the Congress has completely decimated, just lifting up 2% from a paltry 4% of where it stood. So even though the vote share margin was just 3% between the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP, look how it's translated into seats, sweeping the national capital practically with 48 leads right now. We're going to cut across and get our viewers an understanding on what it really means for the BJP, a ghar wapsi of sorts after 27 full years.
Seven-year-long saffron drought ends in the national capital. The Bharatiya Janata Party conquers Delhi.
breaching the Aam Aadmi Party's fortress. Decimating former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, BJP leader Parvesh Verma emerged as a giant slayer.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 11 साल में कोई काम ही नहीं किया, तो बहुत सारे मुद्दे थे, मगर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ आ गया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी केवल और केवल झूठ ही बोलते हैं।
क्या हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा, और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
The BJP won middle-class dominated seats across West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi, Central Delhi and New Delhi.
आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी 27 साल का बनवास आपने कटवा दिया। केजरीवाल तो गए, केजरीवाल का पॉलिटिकल करियर भी खत्म है, केजरीवाल जेल में भी जाएंगे। जो पैसा कमाया तो इसको एंजॉय करना है, और उनके पास अब कुछ नहीं बचा सिवाय पैसे के, और पैसे को एंजॉय करेंगे।
The BJP's double-engine Sarkar is all set to roll into the national capital.
बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई?
भरोसा। मोदी जी के बातों पे लोगों को भरोसा, एक ही मूल मंत्र था। लोगों का भरोसा उठ गया था और मोदी जी के बातों पर लोगों को भरोसा हुआ।
जिस शहर को साफ पानी न मिले वो 1 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 2 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 3 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, चौथी बार तो नहीं हो सकती। तो दिल्ली की जनता उस भ्रम से निकल चुकी है। साफ पानी चाहिए उसको, साफ हवा चाहिए, साफ यमुना चाहिए।
The party celebrating the grand saffron sweep. Pledging to fulfill all its promises and give Delhiites clean Yamuna and clean air.
We are forming a government after 27 years in Delhi is because the people of Delhi have immense faith in Prime Minister Modi's guarantees. They know that the promises made in the BJP's Sankalp Patra, our manifesto, will be implemented because Modi ji has given it his backing and given his guarantee.
The BJP's decades-long exile has come to an end with a historic victory. With Aishwarya Paliwal and Piyush Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so the big takeaways of this mega verdict that Delhi has delivered: anti-incumbency clearly has swept the Aam Aadmi Party out of Delhi. It is a verdict, a referendum against Arvind Kejriwal. The middle class has spoken, and the middle class has spoken loudly. Women was one factor which was discussed possibly behind Arvind Kejriwal. It does seem that the woman vote has consolidated not behind Arvind Kejriwal, but behind the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sheesh Mahal, Liquorgate charges have damaged the morality halo of Arvind Kejriwal. Those visuals that you just saw were visuals of Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer who defeated Arvind Kejriwal entering Bangla Sahib Gurudwara. He's making the rounds of his constituency and the holy places there. The other big factor, Aam Aadmi Party's Poisoned Yamuna campaign backfired for the Aam Aadmi Party. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Amit Bhardwaj while I make my way to the election intelligence dashboard. Amit Bhardwaj, there were certain seats that the Aam Aadmi Party was so confident that they had in the bag. What possibly the party couldn't factor in the strong undercurrent of anti-incumbency.
Right, Preeti. You know, I had said while sharing these details with you as well that given any situation, Aam Aadmi Party could actually not go below 30 seats. And the reason behind that particular assessment was that Aam Aadmi Party believed that there are nearly 31 to 32 seats which are their safe seats, and they were fighting for the victory margin on these seats. And hence they thought, you know, anything can happen, but they cannot go below 30, as well as the majority mark is in their favor. But what happened is that if you decode only 3 constituencies, just look at the situation in Greater Kailas. Saurabh Bhardwaj, a local boy who was favorite in Chirag, Delhi, because he was someone who was extremely accessible and who used to get vote bank of the BJP in the Vidhan Sabha election, BJP supporters in the Vidhan Sabha election. What has happened this time around is that the trend that we saw, and which I had discussed with you as well, is that the upper economic strata people coming out in big numbers this time around and casting their vote on the issues of core civic body issues, as well as very loudly indicating that they are forced to come out of their homes and vote for the BJP. And so it has impacted Saurabh Bhardwaj's electoral fate as well. So these set of voters who used to vote for him now decided to vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sangam Vihar, the Dalits and the backward classes out there have voted against Aam Aadmi Party. Malviya Nagar, who can imagine Somnath Bharti will lose his electoral battle, because again he was seen as someone who easily convinces the BJP voters to cast vote for him when it comes to the Vidhan Sabha election. Same fate has happened. In fact, even in the strongest of seats where it was supposed to be a walkover for Aam Aadmi Party and a 50,000 plus margin, Buradi and Devli, it doesn't look convincing given the fact the kind of margin that Aam Aadmi Party is getting. So clearly it is indication of erosion of your core vote bank, core seats, number one. And, I would say again, Muslim seats, Arvind Kejriwal and his advisors
Amit, I'm going to come right back to you to give our viewers, just stay with me, Amit. I just want to take our viewers through the power map, and I think this explains everything, because the undercurrent of anti-incumbency, how it swept Aam Aadmi Party out of power, that in 2020 was what the map looked at 62 of 70 constituencies. The only reprieve that the BJP had then was the northeast seats right there. And incidentally, that is where the Aam Aadmi Party has actually held on a little bit on the center. Everywhere else, it's seemingly a washout. One quick question, Amit, before I let you go. What now for the Aam Aadmi Party? What is being contemplated? There's so much on the plate. People suggesting, will Arvind Kejriwal now immediately focus on Punjab? Enough going on there. Gujarat is something which the cadre now wants to focus full on. So at least they have 2 years to prepare. On the other hand, lots of questions now being raised whether he will take a constitutional route if there is some legal challenges that lie ahead. Will he, go through the Rajya Sabha route? So many options, so much circulation in terms of commentary. What are you picking up? Or do you think right now it's all white noise?
Preeti, first of all, they also need to think about the question as to why his advisors, recommended him not to campaign in the Muslim-dominated seats of the national capital, and what is the end game that they achieved out of it. And why I'm referring to it, because now the elections that are coming up, the organizational expansion that needs to be done, that will be a recurring theme for Arvind Kejriwal, whether to go back to his original politics or keep on playing the soft Hindutva politics that he has, branded himself as one of the key stakeholders in that politics as well. Because Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to focus, and you cannot keep on going with this soft Hindutva politics that Arvind Kejriwal was trying to play that image, build that image for the past year or two. Number one. Number two, Gujarat, again, it's a confusion for the Aam Aadmi Party in that particular state, because they have been trying to challenge the BJP on their core turf of Hindutva in Gujarat. But certainly the Gujarat organizational unit is completely, feeling boosted right now. They believe that this time around they'll be able to actually deal with the Congress party and might emerge as the major or the key opponent of the BJP and, replace the Congress party in Gujarat. So there is a lot of organizational work that Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal will have to focus upon, and he certainly needs to get rid of Delhi for the time being, for sure, because two important projects for AAP is certainly fixing the problems in Punjab government and then focusing in the organization of Gujarat. Back to you.
All right, so Gujarat, Punjab, but what about Delhi? There are only 22 MLAs. To hold on to them is going to be a huge hassle, and I would think Amit knows that very well. All right, I'm going to cut across to the BJP headquarters because that is where all the action is. You have JP Nadda there meeting the leaders of Delhi, the Delhi Pradesh unit, the advisors. Basuri Swaraj was on the advisory committee in terms of planning the campaign, and you can see JP Nadda who's come in and meeting the leaders there. It's a big, big moment. JP Nadda, Aishwarya Paliwal would be signing off as party president on a huge high.
Modi, 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 Modi.
Aishwarya, can you hear me?
Modi, 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 Modi,
JP Nadda has been very, very happy about. A few days left for the Bharatiya Janata Party to come out with a new name, a new president. From what we are understanding, in the next 10 days, the picture will be pretty clear. Who will become the next BJP president, as well as who will become the chief minister of the national capital. Those things will be clear. Just showing you the kind of enthusiasm that you can see here. All the people wearing the caps of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the victory sign, and also, you know, we will be speaking with some of these people and asking them what is it that they want. जय श्री राम के आप नारे लगा रहे हैं, अब दिल्ली में आपको क्या लगता है क्या होगा?
विकास होगा, डबल इंजन की सरकार होगा, 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 विकास होगा। आपदा से जो है पूरी आजादी मिल गई है, बिल्कुल आजादी। दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी और मोदी जी इस काम को संभालेंगे। दिल्ली में रिकॉर्ड तो विकास होगा और अगली बार भी।
Now the song also that you are hearing is Delhi mein Bhajpa sarkar chahiye, and that has got people dancing to the tunes. Delhi mein Bhajpa sarkar chahiye. This is the song that you can very clearly see. The BJP flag there flying high. All of them now waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to reach. JP Nadda, the party president, the outgoing party president rather, has already reached, and in about half an hour or so we'll see the Prime Minister also reaching.
All right, my colleague Aishwarya there joining us from the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya, today is going to be a big day where the BJP headquarters is concerned. You had JP Nadda there, and like, I was speaking with you that will be signing off on a high. Well, she's the woman of the moment. Nirmala Sitharaman, who many believe scripted that final push that got the BJP the kind of support it did, a unilateral, full-blooded support from the middle class where Delhi is concerned after announcing tax breaks just 4 or 5 days before Delhi went to vote. So in the plethora of the stars where the BJP is concerned, that scripted, put together, the win, and what a stunning win it has been for the BJP. Nirmala Sitharaman, one of those. Of course, JP Nadda, the party president. I want to bring in Aishwarya for more, because Aishwarya, this time, a lot of stress was given to the campaign of the BJP. It was constantly tweaked. It was constantly, stuff that wasn't working was put to rest. New ideas were introduced, constantly evolving. If there was the Sheesh Mahal at one level, the campaign committee understood that it wasn't just the Sheesh Mahal which was ticking. You needed to bring in, everyday issues like pani, sewage, garbage, all of that. And for the first time, Delhi has had a campaign committee where the BJP is concerned. Who were the members?
Well, Peter, this is something which we have discussed earlier also, and I told you that the Bharatiya Janata Party this time, even though they did make sure that there was a Yogi Adityanath who was out here campaigning, they did not let the polarization take place in the way we have seen at the other states taking place. Will it not happen in Bihar? Well, that's a big question, but they made sure that in the national capital they do not do that. They made sure that they ran a positive campaign. And the small nukkar sabhas that they did, that was something that definitely played a huge role. And now you are seeing the impact of that huge role. The BJP people dancing here, the cutouts of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the dance that you are seeing, all this is the culmination of these things. You can see people here, the victory sign, the smiles, and people also with good shells. All of them waiting for Prime Minister Modi to come. And the change in the strategy, Preeti, was very, very visible. The change in the strategy was to make sure that you do not give a face. If you don't give a face, that is the Prime Minister's face that you are fighting on. And apart from that, you make sure that you work on the ground. That was something that the Bharatiya Janata Party worked on over the past 6 months. This is all a culmination of the change in strategy that we are seeing. Make sure it's Prime Minister's face. Do not give out a name. All those things culminated in this big victory.
All right, Aishwarya, stay with me. I also have Piyush, who's been tracking the Delhi election very, very closely. Piyush, campaign committee, what Aishwarya spoke of, would you want to add to that? Certain members, Basuri Swaraj, one of the members of the campaign committee who constantly was managing the campaign, as well as Pradeep Bhandari, one of the spokespersons of the, campaign of the BJP, who was part of the campaign committee as well, constantly giving feedback. This was a new thing for the BJP that actually put the entire Bharatiya Janata Party narrative in place. Piyush, can you hear me? All right, there seemed to be an audio problem there, Piyush.
Now I can hear
you. Piyush, the question that I was asking Aishwarya, you want to comment on that? The key troubleshooters in the campaign committee, Basuri Swaraj, Pradeep Bhandari, who were brought in for the first time in a because first time a campaign committee was constituted for the BJP to try and put the narrative of the BJP. Who else was there in that committee?
Well, there were multiple leaders in that committee, Preeti, which also includes Pradeep Bhandari, Basuri Swaraj, Vijay Goyal was also there, and Yogendra Chandolia, Kamalji Sarawat, and they all were given the work of handling not only media but also setting a narrative. We also used to get various messages from all these leaders where they used to tell us about how to proceed, how to, take the BJP's view on a particular issue, be it about Sheesh Mahal or about...
Pradeep, 1 second. I'm just going to come back. I just want to take our viewers through. One man who's ecstatic today, beyond ecstatic, would be Amit Shah. This has probably been a proverbial dream for the Home Minister, because you had the likes of Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, winning right under the nose of the Bharatiya Janata Party, meeting leaders. Manoj Tiwari there has been a Delhi leader for a very, very long time. This was a personal pet project of the Home Minister that Arvind Kejriwal lose in the national capital, and today that dream has reached fruition, and you can see it on the face of Amit Shah. Even when he tweeted once Arvind Kejriwal was defeated and the Bharatiya Janata Party was well on its way to script history as well as a stunning victory in the national capital, he immediately tweeted thanking the Prime Minister and, of course, elucidating how the voters of the national capital have come together to give BJP the mandate. I have Aishwarya and Piyush back with me. Aishwarya, the Home Minister today with a smile at the BJP headquarters. You know, every win is sweet, but some wins are a little more sweeter than the others. Politically, Delhi might not have that much heft as a big, massive state like a Maharashtra or even a Haryana. It's not even a state, it's a city-state. But to win Delhi would be quite sweet for Amit Shah, because this has been one of the pet projects of the Home Minister.
Well, Preeti, let me tell you, Home Minister Amit Shah worked in a true, backroom boy this time around. You have seen that he was on the ground. He did rallies, but he was not the face of the campaign. The face of the campaign was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the other people, came before Home Minister. If we speak about the presence, but he truly was the backroom boy. He made sure that anyone who wants to come, anyone who wants to leave, the way in which your ticket distribution was being done, everything was being done in consultation with Home Minister Amit Shah. The party in charge, Jay Panda, also was someone who was at the forefront, and the change in the strategy was very, very visible. We've seen that happen in Haryana, in Maharashtra, and now once again we are seeing it happening in Delhi. So they have a formula in place now. There is a method to the madness. They are now saying that it's a collective leadership, which also what it does is that if you give out 3-4 names, that all those people are fighting amongst themselves. But just to cut that down, the idea is to make sure that it is Prime Minister Modi's face. On the back of that, the promises that are being made. So the guarantee was Modi ki guarantee. That is something that we saw all the top leaders coming out and saying that it's the Modi guarantee. Bharat Mata ki jai. Once again, Preeti, showing you the visuals from here, headquarters. Bharat Mata ki jai chants have now started, and on the stage, the person who everyone thought will not be able to do it, the BJP party president Virendra Sachdeva, on the stage there. And now the narebazi, the sloganeering has begun, and all of them are now waiting for Prime Minister.
You are right, Aishwarya, because the men, the women on your television screen at one end, you have JP Nadda, you have Home Minister Amit Shah in the middle, and you have Nirmala Sitharaman, along with the Delhi unit this time, brewed the perfect political storm that has blown the Aam Aadmi Party out of Delhi after 2 terms, and Arvind Kejriwal taking oath as 3 times as Chief Minister, thrice over. These are the people who've made it happen, and this win will be sweet, viewers. And these images on your television screen practically tell the story of the return of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Of course, the man that everyone is waiting for is the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, and he would be coming in just a short while. Expect a massive address by the Prime Minister, because this win is big. 27 years in the making that the BJP has now come back to power.
Preeti, after 27 years, we are now seeing as to how the BJP is all set to form the government, and that is why we are seeing a lot of excitement in BJP workers. You can see how sea of people, sea of supporters of BJP have turned up here at BJP headquarters to celebrate this huge mandate which the people of Delhi have given to them. In few minutes from now, we will also see PM Narendra Modi to reach here. Before that, the top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, including BJP's National President JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, and other leaders of BJP to reach here. But before that, all preparations have been done. You can see as to how stage is set, and the workers are also very much excited. Let me try to also get the word from these workers who have come here to celebrate this huge victory. कहाँ से आए आप?
जनकपुरी विधानसभा से।
क्या कहेंगे, कितनी बड़ी जीत है ये बीजेपी की?
ये जीत बहुत बड़ी है, क्योंकि 27 साल का हमारा वनवास खत्म हुआ है। केजरीवाल के कार्यक्रम में ऐसे थे कि वायु से लेके जल, सड़क, पानी, हर कुछ खराब था। आप विश्वास नहीं करोगे, 10 साल दिल्ली नर्क में थी, बट अब एक उम्मीद की किरण आई है। मोदी जी ने कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर यमुना जी मैया को पुराना स्तर वापसी लाएंगे, साफ स्वच्छ होएगी, डुबकी मनाएगी, हमारे लोग जो छठ मैया पूछते हैं वो करेंगे, यमुना जी का पानी डायरेक्ट हमारे घरों पे आता है, वो अच्छा आएगा, सड़कें साफ होंगी।
आप क्या कहेंगे, आप किस तरह से सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं इस विक्ट्री को?
ये सेलिब्रेशन तो आप ये लगाइए, जैसे मेरे 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग हो गए हैं, मैं महाराष्ट्र गुजरात हर जगह गया हूँ। हर जगह हर बंदे की ये कंप्लेंट रहती थी कि हम विधानसभा भी जिता देते हैं, लोकसभा भी जिता देते हैं। आप लोकसभा में तो दबाकर कमल बटन दबाते हो, विधानसभा में आपको क्या हो जाता है, क्यों आप फ्री के चक्करों में पड़ जाते हो? मैंने कहा इस बार ही नहीं,
ये तो इस बार बीजेपी ने भी दिया, ऐसा नहीं है?
नहीं दिया है,
आगे तो पूरे बीजेपी
करेगी। बीजेपी झूठी राजनीति नहीं करती है। उन्होंने 2500 बोला है, और स्पेसिफिकली बोला, ये नहीं बोला हर महिला को देंगे, उसका एक ड्राफ्ट आएगा, जो भी आएगा जैसे भी आएगा सबके सामने आएगा। पर हाँ, ये जरूर है 5 साल में जैसे मोदी जी ने साबरमती फ्रंट बनाया, आप 5 साल के अंदर देखेंगे कि हम उस तरफ अग्रसर होंगे। और अगले 5
प्रधानमंत्री से आप क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, किस तरह का आप उनसे
आपको प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच से पता लग जाएगा कि कल से पूरा का पूरा कैबिनेट यमुना को साफ करने में।
Piyush, I'm going to come right back to you. Celebrations have broken out at the BJP headquarters, and understandably so. BJP has scripted history after 27 years. And one seat which everybody thought that the Aam Aadmi Party had in the bag was the seat of Greater Kailash, where Saurabh Bhardwaj, sitting cabinet minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, was on the ticket. Well, not quite. It's gone the BJP's way. And joining me right now, Aishwarya Paliwal with Shikha Roy, who defeated Saurabh Bhardwaj by a margin of 1,000 votes.
Well, Preeti, let me start by showing you the kind of support that Shikha Rai has got over here. So many people, all of them with the victory sign back here. These are the supporters of Shikha Rai. She's the woman who has now won with a margin of 1,000 votes. Saurabh Bhardwaj is the one who she has now defeated. We'll speak with her. But meanwhile, just showing you the kind of support that she's got. Jai Shri Ram chants. The visuals that you are seeing. The Shikha Rai, wave, one can very clearly see here. We'll also try and speak with Shikha Rai. She's the one who's been saying, not now, Preeti, but over the past 5 years, that what Saurabh Bhardwaj could not do is something that she will do. Shikha ji.
महिलाओं ने बहुत समर्थन किया है हमें और
शिखा जी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे सबसे आपको बहुत ज्यादा मिला सौरभ भारद्वाज
क्या कह रहे हैं
क्या रही सौरभ भारद्वाज
देखिए उन्होंने कोई इस तरह का काम नहीं किया था अपने इलाके में जो हमारी बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं कहीं उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट होती कोई डेवलपमेंट में होती कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एमएलए की जुरिस्डिक्शन में आने वाले काम नहीं करते थे कॉस्मेटिक काम करते थे यहाँ आई लव जीके लिखा दो यहाँ बेंचेस रखवा दो यहाँ झूले बनवा दो दैट्स ऑल तो पीपल वांटेड वर्क उनको काम चाहिए उनकी ऑलरेडी जो उनके पास फैसिलिटीज थी वो तक खत्म हो गई थी तो इसलिए लोगों ने खुद मन बनाया था कि अब हमें चेंज करना है
So what are the challenges ahead of you? Big things that you will do.
There are lot of challenges as far as work is concerned because इतना बैकलॉग छोड़ के गए हैं इतने गड्ढे हैं कि सोचना पड़ेगा कहाँ से शुरू करें लेकिन मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व के गाइडेंस के अंदर हम लोग जल्द से जल्द विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे
विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे this is what you are hearing most of the candidates also speaking here and the jeet and the support is very very visible and clear satte pe satte ki jeet is what the people at the moment are saying and this place let me tell you the BJP headquarters Preeti is filled with supporters and with flags of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, understandably so, Aishwarya, because, what I'm going to do is, just for a moment, I'm going to reflect on our election intelligence dashboard and exactly what Aishwarya just said, that the kind of people that have come to the BJP headquarters this time is unprecedented because, viewers, this win for the Bharatiya Janata Party has been unprecedented. And why I say that, one just needs to take a look at what the history has been. Looking at the seats and the vote share, when they look at the historical chart of how the vote share, where it came down from 2008 to all the way to 2025, the BJP practically stuck at 39%. In 2008, they had a 36%, which came down and rose up again in 2020, but they just couldn't crack it. This time around, at 47%, just 3% ahead of Aam Aadmi Party, they have scripted a spectacular win. Just look at the vote share chart and how the Congress has completely decimated, just lifting up 2% from a paltry 4% of where it stood. So even though the vote share margin was just 3% between the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP, look how it's translated into seats, sweeping the national capital practically with 48 leads right now. We're going to cut across and get our viewers an understanding on what it really means for the BJP, a ghar wapsi of sorts after 20. All right, so these are the visuals that are coming in on your television screen, viewers. This is the team BJP, or part of the team BJP, that has scripted the ultimate history in Delhi, making a comeback after 27 years. The last time BJP was in power was in the year 1993, right on top. You have the Home Minister winning Delhi. Has always been something very, very close to the Home Minister, and he'd be ecstatic. Like I'd said earlier, all wins, all elections wins are sweet but some are a tad sweeter than the other. JP Nadda would be signing off as party president on a huge high. He's had 3 back-to-back victories, be it Haryana, Maharashtra, and now with Delhi. Nirmala Sitharaman, who gave the Bharatiya Janata Party that final push in Delhi, which lured the middle class that usually votes for the BJP in Lok Sabha but migrates for the Vidhan Sabha to the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, her tax break push made sure that middle class there didn't go anywhere. And then, of course, the C that you see at the BJP headquarters. That is the strength of the Bharatiya Janata Party in terms of the party cadre. They all came together to script what would go down in the annals of Delhi political history as a stunning, stunning comeback after 27 years. I want to connect right now to my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal as well as Piyush. Aishwarya, you know, that big question on everyone's mind is now, who will be the chief minister? At one level, you have someone like Parvesh Verma, many would suggest is natural selection. He's beaten, Arvind Kejriwal on his own turf. He's a Jat face. The BJP could use that Jat representation. There's also word that they could also be a deputy. In all, it seems it's a decision that the BJP wants to take in no hurry, a 10-day period time now for them to decide on who will be the CM of Delhi.
Well, at least 10 days, but not more than that. That's the kind of indication that we are getting, Preeti. The big question, the million-dollar question, obviously, is who will become the chief minister. But we have had spate of chief ministers, those who were the real Karyakartas, and this is what the BJP has been hinting at, that we collectively will win states and we will make sure that it becomes a people's party, a workers' party, and Karyakartas are made the chief ministers. Case in point, the state of Rajasthan, the state of Madhya Pradesh, no one was expecting Bhajan Lal to become the chief minister. No one was expecting Mohan Yadav to become the chief minister in Madhya Pradesh, but that is the reality today. Even in Orissa, people were not expecting the chief minister to be the man who was selected to be the chief minister. So we should be prepared for any kind of surprise coming in. But before that, the celebrations that are taking place, dancing women, men, all of them wearing the saffron color. It's a sea of saffron that you can see here at the BJP headquarters. All of them, waiting and waving. In fact, we'll also come to them and ask them, दो चीजें क्या चाहिए आपको?
पूरी दिल्ली को धन्यवाद, पूरी दिल्ली को थैंक यू। आपने एक अच्छी सरकार चुनी है और ये सरकार दिल्ली की सारी समस्याओं का हल करेगी। ये सरकार
साफ होगी, हवा साफ होगी, प्रदूषण कम
होगा, पक्का होगा। जिस तरीके से हमने 10th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी से 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनाई, 3rd बनाने की ओर है, वैसे ही टॉप 10 कैपिटल वर्ल्ड की हम दिल्ली को बनाएंगे, फिर टॉप 5 में लाएंगे और टॉप 1 भी बनाएंगे। ऐसा हमारा रोड मैप है।
जमुना साफ होगी और केजरीवाल जेल जाएंगे और हवा पूरी साफ होगी, और पूरा साफ होगी। विकास होगा, दिल्ली में विकास होगा।
देखिए, भ्रष्टाचार का अंत हुआ है और विकास का प्रारंभ हुआ है। तो यमुना की सफाई क्या पूरे दिल्ली का विकास होने वाला है, क्योंकि मोदी जी ने बोला है कि मुझे एक बार मौका दीजिए और दिल्ली की जनता
की गारंटी पर विश्वास है।
बिल्कुल, पूरा देश विश्वास कर रहा है, तो दिल्ली क्यों नहीं करेगी?
गारंटी मोदी की है।
गारंटी में सफल हुए हैं वो, इस बार भी होंगे।
मोदी की गारंटी, and just showing you this person who has now come and with a corn shell now, making sure that he waits for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The victory sign, the Prime Minister's face, Preeti. This is what is happening in the BJP headquarters, and these are the people who made sure that they are the ones who made sure that it is BJP who wins. Delhi mein Bhajpa sarkar chahiye. That's the song sung by Manoj Tiwari. That's the song which is played in the background. If you can hear the song, they're all now waiting for Prime Minister Modi, and the Modi ki guarantee, the Modi magic definitely has worked in the national capital.
Well, you're right there, because this time there was the Prime Minister who was on the ticket of the national capital, and boy, has he delivered. Any time right now, the Prime Minister would be coming in at the BJP headquarters, which is a sea of Karyakartas, and understandably, there was a sense of ecstasy, a wave of ecstasy of sorts, where the BJP Karyakartas are concerned. It's deliverance for them after a very, very long time, 27 years in the making. Any time now, the Prime Minister's cavalcade will be pulling in. What we can expect is one of the most political speeches in Delhi by the Prime Minister. One thing was very clear, that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister were not happy that you had an Aam Aadmi Party Sarkar right under their nose in the national capital. Well, no more. It's a double engine where BJP comes in, where national capital, Delhi, comes into question. With that, I'm going to head into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side. We are back to where all the action is today, and that is the BJP headquarters, viewers. Hold it a bit, because we're getting in visuals now. A man who is much celebrated in the echelons of the BJP Karyakartas especially. You can see them cheering him on because they are waiting for none else. If you see that window on the left-hand side bottom, Parvesh Verma, the man of the moment. Okay, no, that is Jay Panda along with Manoj Tiwari, but any minute now, we're going to get...
Preeti, after 27 years, we are now seeing as to how the BJP is all set to form the government, and that is why we are seeing a lot of excitement in BJP workers. You can see how sea of people, sea of supporters of BJP have turned up here at BJP headquarters to celebrate this huge mandate which the people of Delhi have given to them. In minutes from now, we will also see PM Narendra Modi to reach here. Before that, the top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, including BJP's National President JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, and other leaders of BJP to reach here. But before that, all preparations have been done. You can see as to how stage is set, and the workers are also very much excited. Let me try to also get the word from these workers who have come here to celebrate this huge victory. कहाँ से आए आप?
जनकपुरी विधानसभा से।
क्या कहेंगे, कितनी बड़ी जीत है ये बीजेपी की?
ये जीत बहुत बड़ी है, क्योंकि 27 साल का हमारा वनवास खत्म हुआ है। केजरीवाल के कार्यक्रम में ऐसे थे कि वायु से लेके जल, सड़क, पानी, हर कुछ खराब था। आप विश्वास नहीं करोगे, 10 साल दिल्ली नर्क में थी, बट अब एक उम्मीद की किरण आई है। मोदी जी ने कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर यमुना जी मैया को पुराना स्तर वापसी लाएंगे, साफ स्वच्छ होएगी, डुबकी मनाएगी, हमारे लोग जो छठ मैया पूछते हैं वो करेंगे, यमुना जी का पानी डायरेक्ट हमारे घरों पे आता है, वो अच्छा आएगा, सड़कें साफ होंगी।
आप क्या कहेंगे, आप किस तरह से सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं इस विक्ट्री को?
ये सेलिब्रेशन तो आप ये लगाइए, जैसे मेरे 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग हो गए हैं, मैं महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात हर जगह गया हूँ। हर जगह हर बंदे की ये कंप्लेंट रहती थी कि हम विधानसभा भी जिता देते हैं, लोकसभा भी जिता देते हैं। आप लोकसभा में तो दबाकर कमल बटन दबाते हो, विधानसभा में आपको क्या हो जाता है, क्यों आप फ्री के चक्करों में पड़ जाते हो? मैंने कहा इस बार ही नहीं,
तो इस बार बीजेपी ने भी दिया, ऐसा नहीं है?
नहीं दिया है,
आगे तो पूरे
करेगी। बीजेपी झूठी राजनीति नहीं करती है। उन्होंने 2500 बोला है, और स्पेसिफिकली बोला, ये नहीं बोला हर महिला को देंगे। उसका एक ड्राफ्ट आएगा, जो भी आएगा, जैसे भी आएगा, सबके सामने आएगा। पर हाँ, ये जरूर है, 5 साल में जैसे मोदी जी ने साबरमती फ्रंट बनाया, आप 5 साल के अंदर देखेंगे कि हम उस तरफ अग्रसर होंगे। और अगले 5
प्रधानमंत्री से आप क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, किस तरह का आप उनसे एड्रेस?
आपको प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच से पता लग जाएगा कि कल से पूरा का पूरा कैबिनेट यमुना को साफ करने में।
Piyush, I'm going to come right back to you. Celebrations have broken out at the BJP headquarters, and understandably so. BJP has scripted history after 27 years. And one seat which everybody thought that the Aam Aadmi Party...
We are understanding at the moment, you know, there could also be a little bit of a hint of the next big state election, the state of Bihar. So that is also something that, you know, we will be saying. Prime Minister Modi might touch upon it, and will also speak about the fact that if I am giving a guarantee, then it's a guarantee that it will be fulfilled. And we have seen in a big way, after 27 long years, it's the BJP that has made a comeback, and a sweeping comeback. And now the supporters, the Karyakartas, everyone waiting, the flags, the BJP flags. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, the chants, Preeti, very visible, very clearly we can see being sung by the...
All right, that's Majinder Singh Sirsa. He's won Rajouri Garden. You know, it's now a walk of all the MLAs who have made it happen for the BJP, but there is a certain revered silence that has taken over the BJP headquarters, and viewers, that's because in the wake of the Prime Minister's cavalcade pulling in. Because yes, you've had the campaign committee, the Delhi Pradesh committee.
Preeti, after 27 years, we are now seeing as to how the BJP is all set to form the government, and that is why we are seeing a lot of excitement in BJP workers. You can see how sea of people, sea of supporters of BJP have turned up here at BJP headquarters to celebrate this huge mandate which the people of Delhi have given to them. In minutes from now, we will also see PM Narendra Modi to reach here. Before that, the top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, including BJP's National President JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, and other leaders of BJP to reach here. But before that, all preparations have been done. You can see as to how stage is set, and the workers are also very much excited. Let me try to also get the word from these workers who have come here to celebrate this huge victory. कहाँ से आए आप?
जनकपुरी विधानसभा से।
क्या कहेंगे, कितनी बड़ी जीत है ये बीजेपी की?
ये जीत बहुत बड़ी है क्योंकि 27 साल का हमारा वनवास खत्म हुआ है। केजरीवाल के कार्यक्रम में ऐसे थे कि वायु से लेके जल, सड़क, पानी हर कुछ खराब था। आप विश्वास नहीं करोगे, 10 साल दिल्ली नर्क में थी, बट अब एक उम्मीद की किरण आई है। मोदी जी ने कहा है कि 3 साल के अंदर यमुना जी मैया को पुराना स्तर वापसी लाएंगे, साफ स्वच्छ होएगी, डुबकी बनाएगी, हमारे लोग जो छठ मैया पूछते हैं वो करेंगे, यमुना जी का पानी डायरेक्ट हमारे घरों पे आता है वो अच्छा आएगा, सड़कें साफ होंगी।
आप क्या कहेंगे, आप किस तरह से सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं इस विक्ट्री को?
ये सेलिब्रेशन तो आप ये लगाइए जैसे मेरे 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग हो गए हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात हर जगह गया हूँ। हर जगह हर बंदे की ये कंप्लेंट रहती थी कि हम विधानसभा भी जिता देते हैं, लोकसभा भी जिता देते हैं। आप लोकसभा में तो दबाकर कमल बटन दबाते हो, विधानसभा में आपको क्या हो जाता है, क्यों आप फ्री के चक्करों में पड़ जाते हो? मैंने कहा इस बार ही नहीं,
ये तो इस बार बीजेपी ने भी दिया, ऐसा नहीं है?
नहीं दिया है,
आगे तो पूरे
करेगी। बीजेपी झूठी राजनीति नहीं करती है। उन्होंने 2500 बोला है और स्पेसिफिकली बोला, ये नहीं बोला हर महिला को देंगे। उसका एक ड्राफ्ट आएगा, जो भी आएगा जैसे भी आएगा सबके सामने आएगा। पर हाँ, ये जरूर है 5 साल में जैसे मोदी जी ने साबरमती फ्रंट बनाया, आप 5 साल के अंदर देखेंगे कि हम उस तरफ अग्रसर होंगे। और अगले 5
प्रधानमंत्री से आप क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, किस तरह का आप उनसे एड्रेस?
आपको प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्पीच से पता लग जाएगा कि कल से पूरा का पूरा कैबिनेट यमुना को साफ करने में।
Piyush, I'm going to come right back to you. Celebrations have broken out at the BJP headquarters, and understandably so. BJP has scripted history after 27 years. And one seat which everybody thought that the Aam Aadmi Party had in the bag was the seat of Greater Kailash, where Saurabh Bhardwaj, sitting cabinet minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, was on the ticket. Well, not quite. It's gone the BJP's way. And joining me right now, Aishwarya Paliwal with Shikha Roy, who defeated Saurabh Bhardwaj by a margin of 1,000 votes.
Well, Preeti, let me start by showing you the kind of support that Shikha Roy has got over here. So many people, all of them with the victory sign back here. These are the supporters of Shikha Roy. She's the woman who has now won with a margin of 1,000 votes. Saurabh Bhardwaj is the one who she has now defeated. We'll speak with her. But meanwhile, just showing you the kind of support that she's got. Jai Shri Ram chants. The visuals that you are seeing. The Shikha Roy, wave, one can very clearly see here. We'll also try and speak with Shikha Roy. She's the one who's been saying, not now, Preeti, but over the past 5 years, that what Saurabh Bhardwaj could not do is something that she will do. Shikha ji,
महिलाओं ने बहुत समर्थन किया है हमें। और
शिखा जी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, सबसे आपको बहुत ज्यादा मिला सौरभ भारद्वाज
क्या कह रहे हैं?
दुनिया क्या रही सौरभ भारद्वाज?
देखिए, उन्होंने कोई इस तरह का काम नहीं किया था अपने इलाके में। जो हमारी बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं, कहीं उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट होती, कोई डेवलपमेंट में होती, कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। एमएलए की जुरिस्डिक्शन में आने वाले काम नहीं करते थे, कॉस्मेटिक काम करते थे। यहाँ आई लव जीके लिखा दो, यहाँ बेंचेस रखवा दो, यहाँ झूले बनवा दो, दैट्स ऑल। तो पीपल वांटेड वर्क, उनको काम चाहिए। उनकी ऑलरेडी जो उनके पास फैसिलिटीज थी वो तक खत्म हो गई थी, तो इसलिए लोगों ने खुद मन बनाया था कि अब हमें चेंज करना है।
So what are the challenges ahead of you? Big things that you will do.
There are lot of challenges as far as work is concerned, because इतना बैकलॉग छोड़ के गए हैं, इतने गड्ढे हैं कि सोचना पड़ेगा कहां से शुरू करें, लेकिन मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व के गाइडेंस के अंदर हम लोग जल्द से जल्द विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे।
विकास की गति पर दौड़ेंगे, you know, this is what you are hearing. Most of the candidates also speaking here, and the jeet and the support is very, very visible and clear. Satte pe satte ki jeet is what the people at the moment are saying. And this place, let me tell you, the BJP headquarters, Preeti, is filled with supporters and with flags of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, understandably so, Aishwarya, because, you know, what I'm going to do is, just for a moment, I'm going to reflect on our election intelligence dashboard and exactly what Aishwarya just said, that the kind of people that have come to the BJP headquarters this time is unprecedented, because, viewers, this win for the Bharatiya Janata Party has been unprecedented. And why I say that, one just needs to take a look at what the history has been. Looking at the seats and the vote share, when they look at the historical chart of how the vote share, where it came down from 2008 to all the way to 2025, the BJP practically stuck at 39%. In 2008, they had a 36%, which came down and rose up again in 2020, but they just couldn't crack it. This time around, at 47%, just 3% ahead of Aam Aadmi Party, they have scripted a spectacular win. Just look at the vote share chart and how the Congress has completely decimated, just lifting up 2% from a paltry 4% of where it stood. So even though the vote share margin was just 3% between the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP, look how it's translated into seats, sweeping the national capital practically with 48 leads right now. We're going to cut across and get our viewers an understanding on what it really means for the BJP, a ghar wapsi of sorts after 27 full years.
Seven-year-long saffron drought ends in the national capital. The Bharatiya Janata Party conquers Delhi, reaching the Aam Aadmi Party's fortress. Decimating former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, BJP leader Parvesh Verma emerge as a giant slayer.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 11 साल में कोई काम ही नहीं किया, तो बहुत सारे मुद्दे थे, मगर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ आ गया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी केवल और केवल झूठ ही बोलते हैं।
क्या हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा, और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
The BJP won middle-class dominated seats across West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi, Central Delhi and New Delhi.
आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी 27 साल का बनवास आपने कटवा दिया। केजरीवाल तो गए, केजरीवाल का पॉलिटिकल करियर भी खत्म है, केजरीवाल जेल में भी जाएंगे। जो पैसा कमाया तो इसको एंजॉय करना, और उनके पास सब कुछ नहीं बचा सिवाय पैसे के, और पैसे को एंजॉय करेंगे।
The BJP's double-engine sarkar is all set to roll into the national capital.
बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई?
भरोसा। मोदी जी के बातों पे लोगों को भरोसा, एक ही मूल मंत्र था। लोगों का भरोसा उठ गया था और मोदी जी के बातों पर लोगों को भरोसा हुआ।
जिस शहर को साफ पानी न मिले, वो 1 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 2 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 3 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, चौथी बार तो नहीं हो सकती। तो दिल्ली की जनता उस भ्रम से निकल चुकी है। साफ पानी चाहिए उसको, साफ हवा चाहिए, साफ यमुना चाहिए।
The party celebrating the grand saffron sweep. Pledging to fulfill all its promises and give Delhiites clean Yamuna and clean air.
We are forming a government after 27 years in Delhi is because the people of Delhi have immense faith in Prime Minister Modi's guarantees. They know that the promises made in the BJP's Sankalp Patra, our manifesto, will be implemented. because Modi ji has given it his backing and given his guarantee.
The BJP's decades-long exile has come to an end with a historic victory. With Aishwarya Paliwal and Piyush Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so the big takeaways of this mega verdict that Delhi has delivered: anti-incumbency clearly has swept the Aam Aadmi Party out of Delhi. It is a verdict, a referendum against Arvind Kejriwal. The middle class has spoken, and the middle class has spoken loudly. Women.
BJP's Ghar Wapasi in capital. Big Delhi dhamaka for BJP. Kejri-wall crumbles in Delhi. Stunning climax in our capital. BJP's 27-year exile ends. Top focus on India Today.
It's the big BJP after party at the party headquarters in the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi likely to arrive in the next 15 minutes as the BJP big guns get set to celebrate the end of 2.5 decades of political exile in Delhi. You can see their beaming faces, especially the man in the middle, Amit Shah. Kejriwal made it personal, accused the Home Minister of being responsible for the law and order situation deteriorating in the national capital. Amit Shah said, "Dekh lenge." Kejriwal will lose, and lose he did. Also, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the middle class, was not particularly thrilled in the initial part of the campaign. They were saying, "Mere liye kya kiya?" Nirmala Sitharaman provided the answer in her union budget on the first, turning the taste in the mouth of the middle class BJP voter, bringing them towards the BJP's fold. And then there is JP Nadda, the party president. This is his last election as the BJP president, and he will be going out in a blaze of glory as the BJP gets set to appoint a new president by the end of the month. JP Nadda would look back at a job well done. Yet another victory after Haryana and Maharashtra on his watch. Prime Minister Modi set to arrive in a short while from now. I'm Rahul Kamal, and this is our live coverage of Super Saturday. Here are the headlines I'm tracking. BJP sweeps the AAP away in Delhi, returns to power in the capital after a 27-year political exile. PM Modi calls it a victory of good governance and development. Arvind Kejriwal loses New Delhi and also the rest of the state. BJP's Parvez Verma emerges as the giant slayer. Kejriwal says he didn't enter politics for power.
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की।
6 AAP biggies bite the dust. Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Satinder Jain among the big losers. Atishi, the lone survivor in this saffron tsunami. Delhi quake, tremors in AAP ruled Punjab. Punjab Congress claims AAP MLAs ready to jump ship. Alleges Bhagwant Mann will pull off an Eknath Shinde. BJP wins prestige battle against the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur bypoll. BJP's Chandrabhan Paswan beats Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad. A saffron tsunami has swept away Arvind Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party from Delhi. The BJP is back in power in the capital after 27 long years.
Prime Minister Modi called this a victory of good governance and development in Delhi. The BJP has begun celebrating at the party headquarters. Prime Minister Modi expected to join the bash shortly. Take a look at BJP's Ghar Wapsi in the capital.
27-year-long saffron drought ends in the national capital. The Bharatiya Janata Party conquers Delhi, reaching the Aam Aadmi Party's fortress. Decimating former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, BJP leader Parvesh Verma emerge as a giant slayer.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 11 साल में कोई काम ही नहीं किया, तो बहुत सारे मुद्दे थे, मगर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ आ गया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी केवल और केवल झूठ ही बोलते हैं।
क्या हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा, और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
The BJP won middle-class dominated seats across West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi, Central Delhi and New Delhi.
आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी 27 साल का बनवास आपने कटवा दिया। केजरीवाल तो गए, केजरीवाल का पॉलिटिकल करियर भी खत्म है, केजरीवाल जेल में भी जाएंगे। जो पैसा कमाया तो इसको एंजॉय करना है, और उनके पास अब कुछ नहीं बचा सिवाय पैसे के, और पैसे को एंजॉय करेंगे।
The BJP's double-engine sarkar is all set to roll into the national capital.
बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई?
भरोसा। मोदी जी के बातों पे लोगों को भरोसा, एक ही मूल मंत्र था। लोगों का भरोसा उठ गया था और मोदी जी के बातों पर लोगों को भरोसा हुआ।
जिस शहर को साफ पानी न मिले वो 1 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 2 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 3 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, चौथी बार तो नहीं हो सकती। तो दिल्ली की जनता उस भ्रम से निकल चुकी है। साफ पानी चाहिए उसको, साफ हवा चाहिए, साफ यमुना चाहिए।
The party celebrating the grand saffron sweep. Pledging to fulfill all its promises and give Delhiites clean Yamuna and clean air.
We are forming a government after 27 years in Delhi is because the people of Delhi have immense faith in Prime Minister Modi's guarantees. They know that the promises made in the BJP's Sankalp Patra, our manifesto, will be implemented because Modi ji has given it his backing and given his guarantee.
The BJP's decades-long exile has come to an end with a historic victory. With Aishwarya Paliwal and Piyush Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Satinder Jain, Somnath Bharti all lost. Atishi is the last woman standing as AAP's Delhi bastion got demolished. Here's how AAP biggies bit the dust.
जनता का जो भी फैसला है उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं।
The Aam Aadmi Party's 10-year rule in the national capital comes to an end. The BJP stormed Team Kejriwal's bastion, securing a stunning win in the capital, ending a 27-year-long drought. The scale of defeat for Aam Aadmi Party was so big that most of its stalwarts, including Arvind Kejriwal, lost their seats.
जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
Kejriwal's close aide and former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia lost from the Jangpura seat. Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj lost his Greater Kailash seat. Durgesh Pathak and Satinder Jain were defeated from Rajendra Nagar and Shakur Basti, while Somnath Bharti faced defeat in Malviya Nagar.
जंगपुरा विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे।
जिस दिन मोदी जी ने स्टेटमेंट दे दी थी, रैली कर दी थी, उस दिन पूरी दिल्ली में एक संदेशा चला गया था मोदी जी का, और इसीलिए मैं बार बार कह रहा था हम 2/3 मेजॉरिटी से आएंगे।
सबने देखा था कि हमारा ग्राफ बहुत ऊपर था, हमारी अप्रूवल रेटिंग्स बहुत ऊपर थी। बीजेपी के कट्टर समर्थक भी कहते थे कि हम इस बार जो है चुनाव जीतेंगे। तो ये क्यों हुआ, उसके ऊपर जो है इस वक्त टिप्पणी करनी ठीक नहीं है।
Chief Minister Atishi barely survived the bloodbath, claiming Kalkaji against the BJP's Ramesh Bhiduri.
दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ।
Kejriwal's former mentor Anna Hazare says that Aam Aadmi Party leader was caught in a web of corruption and liquor.
मैं बार बार बताते गया, लेकिन उनके दिमाग में नहीं आया। ये चारित्र के बारे में बोलता है और दूसरे बारे में शराब की बात मैं पहले से बता रहे हैं। आचार को शुद्ध रखो, विचार को शुद्ध रखो, वो उनके दिमाग में नहीं रहा और उसके कारण आज
Kejriwal's former aide and Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Swati Maliwal blamed the defeat on Kejriwal's arrogance.
आज दिल्ली पूरी तरीके से एक कूड़ादान बन गई है। हालात इतने खराब हैं कि आप दिल्ली में कहीं पे भी चले जाइए, सड़कें खराब पड़ी हैं, टूटी पड़ी हैं, लोगों को पानी गंदा बदबूदार सड़ा हुआ मिल रहा है या फिर मिल ही नहीं रहा है। तो लोगों ने इन सब इश्यूज पे त्रस्त होकर आज ये हाल करके दिया है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी खुद अपनी सीट हार चुके हैं।
The Aam Aadmi Party banked on its freebies model for a hat trick. But anti-incumbency, corruption allegations and failure to consolidate the women and middle-class vote bank led to its wipeout. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Prime Minister expected to arrive in a few moments from now at the BJP headquarters. I want to go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's joining us from there, a festive mood. Everyone with a spring in their feet. I saw lots of senior BJP leaders trying to do a bit of a dance. They're clearly celebrating this big after party, Aishwarya.
Well, definitely, Rahul, there will be a big after party, something that everyone was hoping for was, and a few of them were in fact even expecting the 2/3 majority, Rahul, that we are now seeing. Let me just tell you, what the people here are feeling. The fingers are up there. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Those are the chants that you can see. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Vande Mataram chants. Now, Rahul, you can clearly see Jai Shri Ram chants taking place. क्या आपको लगता है यमुना की सफाई होगी अब?
बिल्कुल यमुना जी की सफाई होगी। जिस प्रकार हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि माननीय योगी जी की सरकार में उनका पूरा विधान परिषद के जितने भी सदस्य विधायक हैं वो गंगा में महाकुंभ स्नान कर रहे हैं, ठीक उसी प्रकार आपको यमुना की भी सफाई हो करके यह प्रतिक्रिया आपको देखने को मिलेगी। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी करके रहेंगे। आपने देखा जाना है देखने, शीश महल देखने जाना है।
दिल्ली की इस राजधानी को मॉडल राजधानी बनाएंगे हम।
काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर बना, राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर बना, ठीक उसी प्रकार से आपको मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी को, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हमारे यहाँ यमुना कॉरिडोर, गंगा रिवर, यमुना फ्रंट रिवर बनाना चाहिए।
So, Rahul, from Yamuna they want to go and see the Sheesh Mahal. This is what people are now expecting. But yes, the Modi ki guarantee definitely has worked. Bharat Mata ki Jai chants now taking place, Rahul, and we are expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be reaching here in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, we've got RP Singh joining us. Siddharth Mishra is with us. Nandita is with us. I want to go across to RP Singh first. Sardar RP Singh, everybody is going to Gurdwaras. Parvesh Verma was there, Sirsa ji was there. A big role of the Sikh and the Punjabi community in helping the BJP win in this dramatic fashion in Delhi.
Well, there is no doubt. I mean, people from all communities have voted for party, and even I was there yesterday at Darbar Sahib. I mean, here's the picture. I was there at Darbar Sahib yesterday. I went and prayed there to Shri Guru Ram Das ji and requested that we should win with a handsome margin, and God has blessed us, Guru has blessed us, and it will obviously, in the morning I also told you, it will have rippling effect in Punjab also. Mark my word, it will have rippling effect in Punjab also. Bajwa Sahib was there with you in the morning. He indicated few things. So let's see. I mean, and Delhi, whether it's Sikhs, whether it's even Muslims for that regard.
Are you of the view that Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister of Punjab, could be the next Eknath Shinde? Is that kind of what's brewing in Punjab? Because that's what Bajwa Sahib suggested.
No. Bajwa Sahib didn't suggest it. Bajwa Sahib said that 32 MLAs are talking to him. He's in talk with 32 MLAs, and then rest will come. I mean, and then that's what's happening in Punjab. Already there are a lot of murmurs in Punjab. You ask your Punjab correspondent to check whether there are murmurs in Punjab about how the government will function in coming days.
What do you think will happen? Clearly बताओ, ऐसे आप गोल-गोल बता के बता रहे हो. I can't understand what you're saying.
मैंने क्या गोल, अरे प्रताप सिंह बाजवा इतनी साफ भाषा में कह गए सुबह कि 32 MLA उनके संपर्क में, हमारे संपर्क में, उनके संपर्क में. They are in touch with Mr. Bajwa. So you should ask Mr. Bajwa. You probably have been told you have taken some live interview of Mr. Bajwa also today. Someone has taken a live interview from India today of Mr. Bajwa also, and he has indicated a lot of things.
Okay.
Because
Abhinandita Mathur is with us from the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP seems to be exulting. Delhi is gone. Before the elections, they think that the same may happen in Punjab. We've got Siddharth Mishra joining us as well. Of the hopefuls, the names that have been doing the round, Mr. Mishra, who do you think is most likely to be the next BJP CM in Delhi?
That's thing, something which is very, very difficult to answer, because all the past states that we have seen, that all the expected names, the incumbent chief ministers, the so-called faces of the party, the prominent names of the party, none of them had made it. But in these elections, I can see that many people who have been, experienced functionaries of the party, they have won the election, some have lost. Like Ramesh Vidhuri has lost the election by a very small margin, but he has lost. He cannot be in the reckoning. Dushyant Gautam has lost. So I can tell you two names which were in the race have been eliminated, Dushyant Gautam and Ramesh Vidhuri. But there are others who have won, and there are people who have won for third term, fourth term. But it's very, very difficult to say at this point of time. The natural choice everybody is saying is Pravesh Verma.
So we in fact, are amongst the very few networks that managed an exclusive with Parvesh Verma from here in the studio. So let's listen to the man who at this moment is the odds-on favourite. Remember, the BJP is perfectly capable of pulling out a Baljan Lal Sharma, so it cannot be denied that there can be a dark horse. But he's beaten the mighty Arvind Kejriwal in his bastion in New Delhi, and by popular choice amongst BJP Karyakartas in the capital, Parvesh Verma is the front-runner. Here he is, while we wait for Prime Minister Modi to reach the BJP headquarters, the front-runner in the race to be the BJP CM in Delhi, speaking to India Today. Man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, aapne to kamal kar diya.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया. ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है. जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का. ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है. ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है. और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है.
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया, उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले 1 महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में। तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है।
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा। मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी जो है मेहनत करी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी।
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है। मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो अपना स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ, तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी नहीं होता। तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा।
माय कुलीग गौरव हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। गौरव, हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का दिल्ली में, उनकी नीति। Okay, we're seeing live images here of the Prime Minister's convoy reaching the BJP headquarters. The lights in the car are on, the arc light very firmly on the Prime Minister, as it should be. This really was pitched by the BJP as a Modi versus Kejri-wall battle. And in that battle, Prime Minister Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party have come out on top, 48 versus 22. How the mighty have fallen. JP Nadda there, receiving the Prime Minister in his capacity as the BJP President, arguably for the last time after a big election victory. Soon the party will have a new president. And what a comeback this has been after the Lok Sabha elections. There were pundits who were writing the political obituary of the Prime Minister after the 4th of June, suggesting that his term and his innings was ending. Modi means business. They won in Haryana, then in Maharashtra, and now this remarkable comeback in Delhi. After 27 years, confetti, the Prime Minister being garlanded, a massive victory for the BJP and for the Prime Minister, under whose leadership the BJP ends up at 48 seats, reducing the Aam Aadmi Party to just 22. He'll be off first to Paris and then to Washington DC to meet with Emmanuel Macron, to meet with Donald Trump. And before that, this big celebration will put a spring in his feet, in that of the BJP Karyakartas, who are delighted. They've danced at the winning celebrations, the after parties being held for victories in other states and in the general elections. Whether it was a Maharashtra, whether it was a Haryana or the Lok Sabha elections, they haven't had an opportunity to dance for a victory of the Delhi BJP unit. That has been a long time coming. 27 years later, the BJP celebrating this big victory in the national capital. You can see delight and enthusiasm in the crowds that have gathered there. They've been building up since 2 p.m. The Prime Minister very naturally quite happy. And so are the BJP Karyakartas and workers. Kejriwal made it nasty, he made it personal. He took them on in a way that very few opposition parties do. And that's something that the BJP isn't quite used to, particularly not from the Congress. He put up a tough fight. 44% vote share for the Aam Aadmi Party shows their vote share cracked but did not crumble. The BJP was able to bolster its vote share by 10% from the 39% they had last time, almost 10% more than the last elections. Prime Minister Modi celebrating, waving out to the BJP workers and leaders who've gathered there for this big after party. Let's listen in to the ambience from the BJP headquarters in the national capital.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करना है। भारत माता की, मेरे साथ नारा लगाना है, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद।
नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद मोदी 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 जी को जय श्री राम। श्री मोदी जी को जय श्री राम। श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद। श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद। मोदी 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 मोदी। चलिए दोनों हाथ उठा के, जैसे पहले कहा था, पूरा हाथ उठाना है, मुट्ठी बांधनी है सबके। बहन जी हाथ उठाइए, मुट्ठी बांधिए, बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। दोस्तों, कुछ ही क्षणों में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे बीच होंगे। हमारे माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी आपको लेकर हमारे बीच में आ गए हैं। जोरदार करकल ध्वनि से आप सबने उनका अभिनंदन करना है। बदल दिया है दिल्ली दिल से, बदल दिया है दिल्ली दिल से, बदल दिया है दिल्ली दिल से। दिल्ली को खुशहाल करेंगे, दिल्ली को खुशहाल करेंगे।
To Yogendar Yadav, political analyst, politician, representing opposition causes, joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Yadav, welcome. You know, you've been a part of the Aam Aadmi Party. You study national politics very closely. Why do you think Arvind Kejriwal got defeated in New Delhi, and why did the Aam Aadmi Party lose the Delhi state election so badly?
Rahul, the actual defeat is much smaller than it looks. While on the figures of seats, we can see 20-48. But as you yourself mentioned a few minutes ago, in terms of percentage of vote, it's a small difference of less than 4 percentage points right now. But it's a very significant defeat because of the two previous sweeps that Aam Aadmi Party had. In the last two general elections, almost 15% of Delhi voters would shift their preference after the Lok Sabha election in favor of Aam Aadmi Party. This time that 15% got reduced to 7%. To my mind, there are 2 or 3 things that are happening. Number one, Delhi voter said, we've got free electricity, all right. Our education and health, some indicators have improved, definitely improved over the last government, all right. But that happened earlier. What have you done in the last 5 years, especially after you got the MCD as well? What are the structural improvements, infrastructural improvements that you have brought? And there was not enough good answer. Number two, while Aam Aadmi Party complained, rightly so, that the Lieutenant Governor was behaving like a BJP agent, would not let them rule, many voters in Delhi did not sympathize with that and said, all right, in which case, why don't we bring the BJP directly? Because mind you, that voter has already voted for BJP in the Lok Sabha election. And number three, allegations of corruption to do with liquor, which I believe is truly a serious scam. Allegations of corruption and allegations of, Sheesh Mahal and whatever. That took off the moral sheen that Aam Aadmi Party had.
Yogendar ji, just give me some time. The Prime Minister is about to start speaking at the BJP headquarters. We'll try and set up a window where we have a good 10-15 minutes to talk to you and try and make sense of the Delhi elections. I just want to thank you for the moment. We'll try and set this up just in a while from now. I want to go across to senior BJP leader Smriti Irani, who joins us at this broadcast. Had gone for a dip at the Holy Sangam, celebrating the BJP's return to power after 27 years. A big victory, Smriti ji, for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital, where this political exile has been going on for almost 3 decades now.
Well, I believe it's a stunning victory, especially sweet given the long wait. But I think what has been extremely astounding is that it's one man's political guarantee which overwhelmed the populace, so much so that those who are waiting for basic amenities in the national capital, they know that Narendra Modi will deliver on that promise. And that is why today's victory for any BJP Karyakarta in the country is doubly special. It's Modi ki guarantee versus an unholy alliance topped by Arvind Kejriwal.
You know, Kejriwal himself losing in New Delhi. You know, here's a man who once thought he could beat Prime Minister Modi in Varanasi, which is when he'd gone there. From there to losing on his own seat, that seems to be a big come down for a man who had lofty national ambitions, or probably still has those national ambitions.
I think there was less of a potential that Kejriwal had to challenge the Prime Minister on the national front, let alone, I think, not be swept away by the Modi tsunami in the national capital. More so, I believe that your channel itself has been witness to the promises made by Kejriwal when he chanced upon the Indian political scene, promised clean governance. However, he ended up becoming one of the poster childs of corruption in India. Most definitely, the citizens of Delhi did not take kindly to the liquor scam. Neither did they take kindly to the Sheesh Mahal, I think, scam that was undertaken under Kejriwal's leadership. Kejriwal's victim politics has now resulted in his own political demise from a seat that he touted he was possibly undefeatable on.
What impact do you think this big victory in Delhi for the BJP could have on the AAP's government in Punjab? A lot of talk about whether there's uncertainty and instability looming for the Bhagwant Mann government in Chandigarh.
Well, when you have somebody who is a destabilizing force within his own alliance, namely Kejriwal, what he would do to destabilize centers of power within his own organization is best left to the description of those who were a part of the Kejriwal group but then fell on the wayside and now today can only surmise on their journey with Kejriwal as to what happens when their own personal political ambitions overwhelm the so-called political purpose that they were ascribing themselves to a decade ago in Indian politics. I will only say this as far as the BJP Karyakartas go. Apart from this jubilant celebration that you see on your screen, next stop, Bihar.
Smriti ji, thank you for joining us. I know you're on the road. The BJP President JP Nadda has started speaking at the BJP headquarters. We'll dip in there. I hope you had a good dip. Let's now listen to JP Nadda.
मंच पर उपस्थित भारत के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह जी और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए पार्टी के दिल्ली प्रदेश के कार्यकर्ता बंधु, हमारी बहनें, नौजवान साथी और मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आज इस ऐतिहासिक घड़ी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय में जब हम हर्ष और उल्लास के साथ यहां इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हुए हैं, वहीं हमारे करोड़ों साथी जो टेलीविजन चैनल के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, आप सब की ओर से और तमाम करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता और मोदी जी को चाहने वाले हमारे साथी की तरफ से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आपके नेतृत्व में जिस तरीके से पार्टी ने एक पर एक जीत हासिल की है और आपके नेतृत्व ने जिस पर जनता ने बारंबार मोहर लगाया है, और आपने भी देश की सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है, ऐसी शख्सियत जो हमारे पार्टी के शीर्ष नेता हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का पुनः मैं उनका अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। मैं पार्टी की ओर से दिल्ली के जनता जनार्दन, जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया, उसके लिए भी मैं दिल्ली की जनता को बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं को, जिन्होंने दिन रात मेहनत की, घर घर गए, पार्टी के प्रति, प्रधानमंत्री जी के नीतियों के प्रति जो जनता में उत्साह था, उसको वोट में बदलने में आपने अथक प्रयास किया, मेहनत की, दिन रात आप लगे रहे। ऐसे हमारे जुझारू कार्यकर्ता भाई बहनों को भी मैं पार्टी की ओर से बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। यह चुनाव और इससे पहले का लोकसभा का चुनाव, दोनों ही चुनावों में दिल्ली की जनता ने एक स्पष्ट संदेश दिया। लोकसभा में आपने सातों की सातों सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विजयश्री दिलाई, और इस बार के विधानसभा में आपने 48 सीटों पर विजय दिलाई। यह स्पष्ट संदेश एक बात का देता है, ये नतीजे स्पष्ट संदेश देते हैं कि दिल्ली के दिल में मोदी बसता है। दिल्ली के दिल में, मित्रों, मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पिछले 10 सालों में भारत के राजनीतिक संस्कृति में परिवर्तन लाया, जातिवाद से, भ्रष्टाचार से धत्ता दिखाकर विकासवाद, डेवलपमेंट, गांव की, गरीब की, वंचित की, पीड़ित की सेवा, उनके जीवन स्तर में परिवर्तन आए, इस बात के लिए जिस तरीके से आपके नेतृत्व में देश में काम हुआ, उसको भी यह चुनाव के नतीजे मुहर लगाते हैं और उसको भी विकासवाद को मुहर लगाते हैं। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहूंगा कि एक समय में राजनीति होती थी कि लोगों को लोभ लुभावने भाषण दो, उनको लोभ लुभाने वाले वायदे करो और बाद में भूल जाओ। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने भारत की राजनीति में परिवर्तन लाया, रिपोर्ट कार्ड की राजनीति को जन्म दिया और जो कहा था वो किया, जो नहीं कहा था वो भी करके दिया। यह भी हमको देखने को मिला। और इसीलिए ये बात यह बात जन जन के जवान पर चढ़ गई और जन जन के जवान पर यह बात चढ़ी कि मोदी की गारंटी पूरी होने की गारंटी है। मित्रों, यह चुनाव का संदेश कट्टर बेईमान नेता और कट्टर बेईमान पार्टी को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देता है, यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना है। जिस तरीके से उन्होंने दिल्ली को एक प्रकार से कूड़ादान बना दिया था, जो पिछले चुनाव में कूड़ों के पहाड़ पर खड़े होकर के वायदा करते थे कि हम दिल्ली को साफ करेंगे, उन्होंने घर घर के आगे कूड़ों का ढेर लगा दिया था। जो लोग शुद्ध पानी की बात कहते थे, उन्होंने दिल्ली की जनता को गंदा पानी पीने के लिए मजबूर किया। जो लोग शिक्षा के नाम पर लोगों को छलते थे, उन्होंने दिल्ली के स्कूल में 2/3 बच्चों को साइंस की पढ़ाई से वंचित रखा। जो लोग अच्छी सड़कों की बात करते थे, उन्होंने गड्ढों पर चलने के लिए मजबूर किया। और यह चुनाव साफ संदेश देता है कि दिल्ली को ऐसी पार्टी की जरूरत नहीं है, और उनको घर बैठाने का काम किया तो दिल्ली की जनता ने किया, यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि आपदा आम आदमी पार्टी यह झूठ बोलने की फैक्ट्री है। यह झूठ बोलने का इंसाइक्लोपीडिया है। ये आपदा झूठ की संपदा है और भ्रष्टाचार के नए नए तरीके निकालने वाली फैक्ट्री की है, तो वो आम आदमी पार्टी आपदा पार्टी है। लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता ने इस बार करारा जवाब देकर के यह स्पष्ट कर दिया कि यह ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली को फिर से आगे बढ़ाने के काम को बढ़ा रही है। मित्रों, ये जो कट्टर ईमानदार बोलते थे, वो कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी ऐसे निकले जिसमें मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, मंत्री, विधायक ये जेल की हवा खा करके आए। और उनका हारना इस बात को स्पष्ट करता है कि दिल्ली की जनता ने उनके जेल में जाने पर मोहर लगाई। इस बात को भी हमको समझना चाहिए। यह चुनाव के नतीजों में जिस तरीके से महिलाओं ने, युवाओं ने, बुजुर्गों ने, व्यवसायियों ने, सबने जिस तरीके से साथ दिया है, मैं पार्टी की ओर से उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। मैं यहां यह भी आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि एक तो आपदा पार्टी के बारे में मैंने चर्चा की, लेकिन एक ऐसी पार्टी भी है जो अपने स्कोर में कंसिस्टेंट है। जब चुनाव आएगा तो नतीजा चाहे 2014 का लोकसभा हो, चाहे 2015 की विधानसभा हो, चाहे 2019 की लोकसभा हो, चाहे 2020 की विधानसभा हो, चाहे 2024 की लोकसभा हो, और चाहे 2025 की विधानसभा हो, कांग्रेस का 0 का 0। मित्रों, यह स्पष्ट बताता है कि जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि आपदा नहीं सहेंगे और बदल के रहेंगे, दिल्ली की जनता ने आपदा को सहने से इनकार किया और दिल्ली बदल करके रख दी। इसके लिए मैं विशेष करके आपको बधाई। मैं आपके और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के बीच में ज्यादा समय न रहता हुआ एक बात का वायदा आपको जरूर करता हूं कि जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने जो विश्वास जनता का मिला है प्रधानमंत्री जी को, जो वायदे हम लोगों ने किए हैं, जो पार्टी ने वायदे किए हैं, हमने वायदे मध्य प्रदेश में भी पूरे किए, राजस्थान में भी पूरे किए, छत्तीसगढ़ में भी पूरे किए, उड़ीसा में भी पूरे किए। अब दिल्ली की बारी है, दिल्ली में भी पूरा करके दिखाएंगे और दिल्ली को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। एक बार पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार और अभिनंदन, और आप सब लोग जो पूरी ताकत से दिल्ली की जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है, उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत, जय दिल्ली। अब मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं हम सबके नेता, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, कि वो आए और हम सब कार्यकर्ता का उत्साह बढ़ाएं। मोदी 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 मोदी। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की। आज दिल्ली में, दिल्ली के लोगों में एक उत्साह भी है, एक सुकून भी है। उत्साह विजय का है और सुकून दिल्ली को आपदा से मुक्त कराने का है। साथियों, मैंने हर दिल्ली वासी के नाम एक पत्र भेजा और आप सबने हर परिवार में मेरा एक पत्र पहुंचाया था, और मैंने दिल्ली से प्रार्थना की थी कि 21वीं सदी में भाजपा को सेवा का अवसर दीजिए, दिल्ली को विकसित भारत की विकसित राजधानी बनाने के लिए भाजपा को मौका दीजिए। मैं दिल्ली के हर परिवारजन को मोदी की गारंटी पर भरोसा करने के लिए दिल्ली वासियों को सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं। मैं दिल्ली वासियों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, दिल्ली ने दिल खोलकर हमें प्यार दिया। और मैं दिल्ली वासियों को फिर से एक बार विश्वास दिलाता हूं, आपके इस प्यार को सवा गुना करके विकास के रूप में हम लौटाएंगे। दिल्ली के लोगों का ये प्यार, ये विश्वास हम सभी पर एक कर्ज है। इसे अब दिल्ली की डबल इंजन सरकार, दिल्ली का डबल तेजी से विकास करके चुकाएगी। साथियों, आज की ये ऐतिहासिक विजय है। ये सामान्य विजय नहीं है। दिल्ली के लोगों ने आपदा को बाहर कर दिया। एक दशक की आपदा से दिल्ली मुक्त हुई। साथियों, दिल्ली का जनादेश स्पष्ट है। आज दिल्ली में विकास, विजन और विश्वास की जीत हुई है। आज आडंबर, अराजकता, अहंकार और दिल्ली पर छाई आपदा की हार हुई। इस नतीजे में भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की दिन रात की मेहनत, उनका परिश्रम विजय को चार चांद लगा देता। और आप सभी कार्यकर्ता इस विजय के हकदार हैं। मैं भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ताओं भी आप सबको ये विजय की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज दिल्ली की जनता ने साफ कर दिया है कि दिल्ली की असली मालिक सिर्फ और सिर्फ दिल्ली की जनता है। जिनको दिल्ली का मालिक होने का घमंड था, उनका सच से सामना हो भी गया। दिल्ली के जनादेश से ये भी स्पष्ट है कि राजनीति में शॉर्टकट के लिए, झूठ और फरेब के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है। जनता ने शॉर्टकट वाली राजनीति का शॉर्ट सर्किट कर दिया। साथियों, दिल्ली के लोगों ने लोकसभा के चुनाव में मुझे कभी भी निराश नहीं की। 2014, 2019, 2024 तीनों चुनाव में दिल्ली के लोगों ने बीजेपी को 7 की 7 सीटों पर भव्य विजयी बनाया। आप नीचे रहिए, औरों को परेशानी हो रही। आपका उत्साह मेरे सर आंखों पर, आपकी फोटो भी निकल चुकी है। वीडियो में आ चुका है। अब आप प्यार से बैठिए। साथियों, 3 बार लोकसभा में 100% विजय दिलाने के बाद, लेकिन मैं देख रहा था देश भर के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं के और दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं के मन में भी एक टीस थी, एक कसक थी। ये टीस दिल्ली की पूरी तरह से सेवा न कर पाने की थी, लेकिन आज दिल्ली ने हमारा वो आग्रह भी मान लिया। दिल्ली की युवा पीढ़ी 21वीं सदी में पैदा हुए साथी अब पहली बार दिल्ली में भाजपा का सुशासन देखेंगे। आज के नतीजे दिखाते हैं कि भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार के लिए देश में कितना भरोसा है। लोकसभा चुनाव के उसकी जीत के बाद हमने पहले हरियाणा में अभूतपूर्व रिकॉर्ड बनाया, फिर महाराष्ट्र में नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया, अब दिल्ली में नया इतिहास रच गया है। साथियों, आज के नतीजों का एक और पक्ष भी है कि हमारा दिल्ली सिर्फ एक शहर नहीं है, ये दिल्ली मिनी हिंदुस्तान है। ये लघु भारत है। दिल्ली एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के विचार को जीती है, जी जान से जीती है। दिल्ली में दक्षिण भारत के लोग भी हैं, दिल्ली में पश्चिम भारत के लोग भी हैं, दिल्ली में पूर्वी भारत के लोग भी हैं। एक तरह से दिल्ली विविधताओं से भरे भारत का लघु रूप है। और आज इसी विविधता वाली दिल्ली ने भाजपा को प्रचंड जनादेश का आशीर्वाद दिया। दिल्ली का ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं, कोई ऐसा वर्ग नहीं जहां कमल न खिला हो। हर भाषा बोलने वालों ने, हर राज्य के लोगों ने दिल्ली में भाजपा के कमल निशान पर वोट दिया। और साथियों, इस चुनाव में मैं जहां भी गया, मैं गर्व से कहता था, मैं तो पूर्वांचल से सांसद हूं। ये पूर्वांचल से मेरा अपनेपन का रिश्ता पूर्वांचल के लोगों ने इस रिश्ते को प्यार की, विश्वास की नई ऊर्जा दे दी, नई ताकत दे दी। इसलिए मैं पूर्वांचल के लोगों का, पूर्वांचल के एक सांसद के नाते विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। जब हर एक का साथ मिलता है तो हर दिल्ली वासियों को मेरी गारंटी है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, पूरी दिल्ली का विकास। साथियों, दिल्ली के इस विजय उत्सव के साथ साथ आज अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर में भी भाजपा को शानदार जीत मिली है। हर वर्ग ने भारी संख्या में भाजपा के लिए मतदान किया है, अभूतपूर्व विजय दिया है। साथियों, आज देश तुष्टीकरण नहीं बल्कि भाजपा के संतुष्टीकरण की पॉलिसी को चुन रहा है। साथियों, दिल्ली में धरना प्रदर्शन की राजनीति, टकराव और प्रशासनिक अनिश्चितता ने दिल्ली के लोगों का बहुत नुकसान किया। आज दिल्ली के विकास के सामने से एक बड़ी रुकावट आप सब दिल्ली वासियों ने दूर कर दी है। सोचिए कैसी राजनीति रही होगी, कैसी सोच होगी इन लोगों की। इन लोगों ने मेट्रो का काम आगे बढ़ाने से रोका, इन आपदा वालों ने झुग्गी वालों को घर देने से रोका, इन आपदा वालों ने आयुष्मान भारत योजना का लाभ भी दिल्ली के लोगों को मिलने नहीं दिया। अब दिल्ली के लोगों ने साफ संदेश दिया है, गवर्नेंस। और साथियों, दिल्ली ने देखा है पहले का जमाना, गवर्नेंस ये नौटंकी का मंच नहीं है। गवर्नेंस ये प्रचार का मंच नहीं है। गवर्नेंस ये प्रपंच का मंच नहीं है। अब जनता ने स्थिर और डबल इंजन की सरकार को चुना। हम पूरी गंभीरता से धरातल पर रहकर काम करेंगे। हम दिल्ली के लोगों की सेवा में दिन रात एक कर देने वाले लोग। साथियों, पूरा देश जानता है कि जहां एनडीए है वहां सुशासन है, विकास है, विश्वास है। एनडीए का हर कैंडिडेट, हर जनप्रतिनिधि लोगों के हित में काम करता है। देश में एनडीए को जहां भी जनादेश मिला है, हमने उस राज्य को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाया है। और इसलिए भाजपा को लगातार जीत मिल रही है। लोग हमारी सरकारों को दूसरी बार, तीसरी बार चुन रहे हैं। उत्तराखंड, हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश, एमपी में, गुजरात, गोवा, महाराष्ट्र, बिहार में, असम, अरुणाचल, मणिपुर में, हर राज्य में हमें दोबारा सत्ता मिली है। साथियों, यहां दिल्ली के बगल में यूपी है। एक जमाने में उत्तर प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था कितनी बड़ी चुनौती थी और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज नारी शक्ति के लिए होता था। यूपी में दिमागी बुखार का कहर बरसता था, लेकिन हमने इसका अंत करने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध होकर काम किया। आप याद करिए, महाराष्ट्र में हर साल सूखे के कारण हमारे अन्नदाताओं पर कितना बड़ा संकट आता था, लेकिन हमारी सरकार आने के बाद हमने जल युक्त शिविर जैसे अभियान चलाकर किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया। हरियाणा में किसी को बिना खर्ची, बिना पर्ची के सरकारी नौकरी नहीं मिलती थी, लेकिन आज बीजेपी ने वहां सुशासन का नया मॉडल स्थापित कर रही है। पूर्वोत्तर में हमारी सरकारों ने वहां के लोगों को विकास की नई धारा से जोड़ा है। एक जमाना था जब गुजरात में पानी का इतना बड़ा संकट था, खेती किसानी मुश्किल थी, लेकिन आज वही गुजरात एग्रीकल्चर पावर हाउस बनकर उभरा है। आप याद करिए, नीतीश जी के पहले बिहार किस हालत में था। बिहार में नीतीश जी को अवसर मिला, बदलाव भी तभी आया जब एनडीए की सरकार आई। ऐसे ही आंध्र प्रदेश में चंद्रबाबू नायडू गारू ने अपना ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड साबित किया है। ये सारे उदाहरण बताते हैं कि एनडीए यानी विकास की गारंटी। एनडीए यानी सुशासन की गारंटी। साथियों, सुशासन का लाभ गरीब को भी होता है और मिडिल क्लास को भी होता है। इस बार दिल्ली में गरीब, झुग्गी में रहने वाले मेरे भाई बहन, हमारे मिडिल क्लास ने भाजपा को जबरदस्त समर्थन दिया है। चाहे कोई भी प्रोफेशन हो, हर वर्ग के बहुत सारे प्रोफेशनल्स हमारी पार्टी में काम कर रहे हैं। और इसका सबसे बड़ा कारण यह है कि हमारी पार्टी ने हमेशा मिडिल क्लास को अपनी प्राथमिकता पर रखा है। यही दिल्ली में हमने सबसे पहले मेट्रो का काम शुरू किया। हमने अन्य शहरों में एयरपोर्ट, मेट्रो और अर्बन डेवलपमेंट के प्रोजेक्ट पर काम किया। हमारी योजनाओं में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिडिल क्लास को मिलता है। स्टार्टअप इंडिया जैसे अभियानों के कारण छोटे शहरों के लोग अपने सपनों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत और जन औषधि केंद्रों के कारण देश के करोड़ों लोगों को अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं मिल रही है। साथियों, देश की नारी शक्ति का आशीर्वाद हमारा सबसे बड़ा रक्षा कवच है। और आज एक बार फिर नारी शक्ति ने दिल्ली में मुझे अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है। चाहे उड़ीसा हो, महाराष्ट्र हो या हरियाणा हो, हमने हर राज्य में नारी शक्ति से किए हर वादे को पूरा किया है। आज इन राज्यों में करोड़ों माताओं बहनों को हमारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिल रहा है। मैं दिल्ली की मातृशक्ति से भी कहता हूं, चुनाव में उनसे किया वादा जरूर पूरा किया जाएगा। ये मोदी की गारंटी और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, टूटती सड़कें, कूड़े के ढेर, सीवर ओवरफ्लो और प्रदूषित हवा, दिल्ली की जनता इन सब समस्याओं से त्रस्त रही है। अब यहां बनने वाली भाजपा सरकार दिल्ली को विकास की ऊर्जा के साथ एक आधुनिक शहर बनाएगी। साथियों, पहली बार दिल्ली एनसीआर के हर प्रदेश में बीजेपी का शासन आया है। आजादी के बाद ये पहली बार हुआ है। राजस्थान में, यूपी में, हरियाणा में, ऐसे पड़ोस के हर राज्य में भाजपा की सरकारें हैं। ये बहुत ही सुखद संयोग है। जरा इनको नींद आ रही है, तबीयत खराब है, जरा डॉक्टर देख लीजिए। इस कार्यकर्ता को पानी पिला दीजिए, शायद तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, इनको जरा संभालिए। हाँ, नहीं, वो थोड़े अनईजी लग रहे हैं। हाँ, पानी पिलाइए, थोड़े अनईजी लग रहे हैं। साथियों, इन सभी क्षेत्रों में आजादी के बाद पहली बार एक साथ भाजपा की सरकारें हैं। इस एक संयोग से दिल्ली और पूरे एनसीआर में तरक्की के अनगिनत रास्ते खुलने जा रहे हैं। हमारी कोशिश होगी कि आने वाले समय में इस पूरे क्षेत्र में मोबिलिटी और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर ढेर सारा काम हो और इस क्षेत्र के नौजवानों को भी तरक्की के नए नए अवसर मिले। साथियों, हम देख रहे हैं आज देश तेजी से शहरीकरण की ओर बढ़ रहा है। पहले के समय की सरकारों ने शहरीकरण को बोझ माना, इसे चुनौती समझा। उन लोगों ने शहरों को सिर्फ पर्सनल वेल्थ कमाने का जरिया बना दिया। लेकिन मेरा मानना है अर्बनाइजेशन एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है। अर्बनाइजेशन गरीबों को, वंचितों को सशक्त करने का भी एक माध्यम है। दिल्ली भारत का गेटवे है और इसलिए इसे देश का सर्वश्रेष्ठ अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिलना ही चाहिए। दिल्ली के लोगों ने हाउसिंग सेक्टर में हमारा काम देखा है। लोगों ने सड़कों के लिए हमारी परफॉर्मेंस देखी है। अब हम दिल्ली वालों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने में पूरी शक्ति से जुट जाएंगे। साथियों, दिल्ली का जनादेश विकास के साथ ही विरासत की समृद्धि के लिए भी है। गंगे च यमुने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती कावेरी नर्मदे सिंधु, ये भारत का सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक उद्घोष है। मां यमुना हमारी आस्था का केंद्र है। तभी तो कहते हैं नमो नमस्ते यमुने सदा त्वम भवस्व में मंगल कारणम च। हम लोग हमारा सदा मंगल करने वाली यमुना देवी को नमस्कार करते हैं। लेकिन उसी यमुना जी की इन लोगों ने कैसी दुर्दशा कर दी। दिल्ली का तो अस्तित्व ही मां यमुना जी की गोद में पनपा है। दिल्ली के लोग यमुना जी की इस पीड़ा को देखकर कितना आहत होते रहे हैं, लेकिन दिल्ली की आपदा ने इस आस्था का अपमान किया। दिल्ली की आपदा ने लोगों की भावनाओं को, उनकी आस्था को पैरों तले कुचल दिया। अपनी नाकामी के लिए हरियाणा के लोगों पर इतना बड़ा आरोप लगा दिया। साथियों, मैंने चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान संकल्प लिया है कि यमुना जी को हम दिल्ली शहर की पहचान बनाएंगे। मैं जानता हूं ये काम कठिन है। मैं ये भी जानता हूं ये काम बहुत लंबे समय का है। गंगा जी का देखिए, राजीव गांधी के जमाने से वो काम चल रहा है। समय कितना ही क्यों न जाए, शक्ति कितनी ही क्यों न लगे, लेकिन अगर संकल्प मजबूत है तो यमुना जी के आशीर्वाद रहने वाले हैं। हम मां यमुना जी की सेवा के लिए हर प्रयास करेंगे, पूरे सेवा भाव से काम करेंगे। साथियों, ये आपदा वाले ये कहकर राजनीति में आए थे कि हम राजनीति बदल डालेंगे, लेकिन ये कट्टर बेईमान निकले। मैं आज वरिष्ठ महानुभाव श्रीमान अन्ना हजारे जी का बयान सुन रहा था। अन्ना हजारे जी काफी समय से इन आपदा वालों के कुकर्मों की पीड़ा झेल रहे थे। आज उन्हें भी उस पीड़ा से मुक्ति मिली होगी। साथियों, जिस पार्टी का जन्म ही भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध हुए आंदोलन से हुआ हो, वही भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हो गई। ये देश की ऐसी पार्टी बनी जिसके मुख्यमंत्री, मंत्री भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में जेल गए, जो खुद को ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट देते थे और दूसरों को बेईमानी का मेडल देते घूमते फिरते थे, वो खुद भ्रष्टाचारी निकले। ये दिल्ली के भरोसे के साथ बहुत बड़ा धोखा था। शराब घोटाले ने दिल्ली को बदनाम किया। स्कूल और अस्पताल में हुए घोटालों ने गरीब से गरीब को परेशान किया और ऊपर से अहंकार इतना कि जब दुनिया कोरोना से निपट रही थी तो ये आपदा वाले शीश महल बना रहे थे। इन आपदा वालों ने अपने हर घोटाले को छिपाने के लिए रोज नई नई साजिशें रची, लेकिन अब दिल्ली का जनादेश आ चुका है। मैं गारंटी दे रहा हूं, पहले विधानसभा सत्र में ही सीएजी की रिपोर्ट सदन में रखी जाएगी। भ्रष्टाचार के हर तार की जांच होगी और जिसने भी लूटा है उसको लौटाना पड़ेगा। ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, आज जनता ने फिर एक बार कांग्रेस को कड़ा संदेश दिया है। दिल्ली के चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने 0 की डबल हैट्रिक लगाई है। देश की राजधानी में देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी का लगातार दिल्ली में 6 बार से खाता नहीं खुल रहा है और ये लोग खुद को पराजय का गोल्ड मेडल देते फिर रहे हैं। सच्चाई ये है कि कांग्रेस पर देश बिल्कुल भरोसा करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। पिछली बार मैंने कहा था कि कांग्रेस एक परजीवी पार्टी बन चुकी है। ये खुद तो डूबती है, अपने साथियों को भी डुबोती है। साथियों, कांग्रेस एक के बाद एक अपने सहयोगियों को खत्म कर रही है और इनका तरीका भी बड़ा मजेदार है। आज की कांग्रेस अपने सहयोगों की जो भाषा है, जो उनके एजेंडा है, उसी को चुराने में लगी हुई है। उनके मुद्दे चुराती है, फिर उनके वोट बैंक में सेंध मारती है। यूपी में कांग्रेस उस वोट बैंक को छीनने की कोशिश कर रही है जिस पर समाजवादी पार्टी और बीएसपी अपना हक मानती थी। मुलायम सिंह जी इसको बराबर समझ गए थे। इसी तरह तमिलनाडु में कांग्रेस आज डीएमके की भाषा डबल जोर से बोलती है। उनको डीएमके के वोटर को लुभाना करके खुद की हैसियत बनानी है। बिहार में भी ये कांग्रेस ही है जो जातिवाद का जहर फैलाकर अपनी सहयोगी आरजेडी का जो पेटेंट है उसी जमीन को खाने में जुट गई है। ठीक ऐसा ही हाल जम्मू कश्मीर, बंगाल में भी कांग्रेस ने अपने सहयोगियों का किया है। अब आज दिल्ली में भी साफ हो गया कि जो भी कांग्रेस का हाथ एक बार थामता है उसका बंटाधार होना तय हो जाता है। और जो राजनीति का अध्ययन करते हैं उनके लिए मैं आज एक काम छोड़ देता हूं। देखिए, इन्होंने 2014 के बाद 5 साल तक ये कोशिश की, हिंदू बनने की कोशिश की। मंदिरों में जाना, मालाएं पहनना, पूजा करना, भांति भांति की कोशिश की। उनको लगा कि ये करेंगे तो बीजेपी की वोट बैंक में हम सेंध मार करके कुछ ले आएंगे, लेकिन उनकी दाल गली नहीं। तो आपने देखा होगा पिछले कुछ वर्षों से उन्होंने वो रास्ता बंद कर दिया। उन्होंने माना कि ये भाजपा का क्षेत्र है, उसमें पैर नहीं डाल सकते। अब जाए तो जाए कहा, तो ये राज्यों की जो अलग अलग पार्टियां अलग अलग अपने मुद्दों पर जो अपनी जान चला रही हैं, अब उनकी नजरें उन पर है। और इसलिए, और वो भी समझ गए होंगे, बोलते नहीं होंगे, समझ गए होंगे कि ये उनको ही खा रहे हैं। साथियों, इंडी गठबंधन के दल अब कांग्रेस का ये कैरेक्टर समझने लगे हैं। इंडी वालों को ये एहसास हो रहा है कि जिस वोट बैंक को उन्होंने कांग्रेस से छीना है, अब कांग्रेस उसे वापस पाने में जुटी है। इसलिए दिल्ली में हमने देखा इंडी के ही दलों ने एकजुट होकर कांग्रेस को हैसियत बताने की कोशिश की, अपने वोट बैंक को रोकने की कोशिश की। ये मीडिया वालों को पता नहीं, समय नहीं मिला। अब तो समय ही समय है उनके पास। इंडी गठबंधन पूरा दिल्ली में कांग्रेस के खिलाफ मैदान पे उतरा था, और फिर भी क्या हाल हुआ देखिए, दोनों तरफ। साथियों, वो कांग्रेस को रोकने में तो सफल रहे, लेकिन आपदा को बचाने में कामयाब नहीं हो पाए। साथियों, कांग्रेस का हाथ थामने वाले इसलिए भी बर्बाद हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आज कांग्रेस वो कांग्रेस नहीं है जो आजादी के आंदोलन के समय थी, जो आजादी के बाद कुछ दशकों तक थी। आज वो कांग्रेस नहीं है। आज कांग्रेस देश हित की नहीं, अर्बन नक्सलियों की राजनीति कर रही है। कांग्रेस के नेता जब कहते हैं वो भारत से लड़ रहे हैं, इंडियन स्टेट से लड़ रहे हैं, ये नक्सलियों की भाषा है। ये समाज में, देश में अराजकता लाने की भाषा है। और यहां दिल्ली में तो आपदा भी उसी अर्बन नक्सली सोच को ही आगे बढ़ा रही थी। कांग्रेस की अर्बन नक्सली सोच राष्ट्र की उपलब्धियों पर अटैक करती है। ये पूरी दुनिया में अपनी ही सोच का आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक निजाम लाना चाहती है। जब ये कांग्रेस में अर्बन नक्सलियों का डीएनए घुस गया है, तब ये कांग्रेस हर कदम पर बर्बाद हो रही है। साथियों, आज दिल्ली से मैं देश के नौजवानों से भी अपना एक आग्रह दोहराना चाहता हूं। मैंने 1 लाख नौजवानों को राजनीति में आगे आने के लिए कहा है। ये मैं इसलिए कहता हूं कि देश को सही मायने में एक गंभीर पॉलिटिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की जरूरत है। विकसित भारत को नई प्राण शक्ति की जरूरत है। 21वीं सदी की राजनीति को नए आइडिया, नई ऊर्जा की जरूरत है, नए चिंतन की जरूरत है। ये मैं इसलिए भी कह रहा हूं क्योंकि अगर अच्छे नौजवान बेटे बेटियां राजनीति में नहीं आएंगे तो ऐसे लोग राजनीति पर कब्जा कर लेंगे जो राजनीति में नहीं आने चाहिए। साथियों, सफलता असफलता अपनी जगह पर है, लेकिन देश को धूर्तता और मूर्खता की राजनीति नहीं चाहिए। एक तरफ धूर्तता है तो दूसरी तरफ मूर्खता है। देश का तेजस्वी युवा अगर राजनीति में नहीं आएगा तो देश धूर्तता और मूर्खता की राजनीति में फंस जाएगा। विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए हमें राजनीति में नयापन लाना है, हर स्तर पर इनोवेशन लाना है। साथियों, हमारी ये विजय नई जिम्मेदारी लेकर आई है। भाजपा रिफॉर्म और परफॉर्म की गारंटी देती है और जब इसमें हर दिल्ली वासी जुड़ जाएगा तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन और तेज गति से आएगा। हमें दिल्ली के विकास के लिए मिलकर काम करना है। हम कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलेंगे। हम मिलकर दिल्ली को विकसित भारत की विकसित राजधानी बनाएंगे। साथियों, मैंने हमेशा जिस मंत्र को जिया है और जिस मंत्र को हमेशा मैं मेरे लिए भी पुनः स्मरण करता रहता हूं, मेरे सभी साथियों के लिए भी पुनः स्मरण करता रहता हूं, और वो है हमें हमेशा जब जब विजय मिले अपनी नम्रता को कभी छोड़ना नहीं है, अपने विवेक को कभी छोड़ना नहीं है, समाज सेवा के हमारे भाव को कभी छोड़ना नहीं है। हम सत्ता सुख के लिए नहीं, हम सेवा भाव से आए हुए लोग हैं। हम हमारी शक्ति समय सत्ता सुख में नहीं बर्बाद करेंगे, हम इस अवसर को सेवा के लिए ही खपा देंगे। और इसलिए साथियों, इस संकल्प के साथ हम आगे बढ़े। दिल्ली और पूरे एनसीआर के विकास के जो सपने हमने सजे हैं, उसको हम परिपूर्ण करके रहे। मैं एक बार फिर सभी देशवासियों का भी निरंतर हम पर आशीर्वाद बनाए रखने के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं दिल्ली वासियों का फिर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और आप सभी साथियों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बोलिए यमुना माता की, यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की।
Preeti, after 27 years, we are now seeing as to how the BJP is all set to form the government, and that is why we are seeing a lot of excitement in BJP workers. You can see how sea of people, sea of supporters of BJP have turned up here at BJP headquarters to celebrate this huge mandate which the people of Delhi have given to them. In few minutes from now, we will also
see the pot shots, the barbs, they were flying. He's all set. Remember, he flies off to Paris and then to DC early next week. And with this big victory, giving extra winds right below his sails, it would be a prime minister who knows he's back. He always was. He never went anywhere. But come June the 4th, 2024, his political esteem had taken a bit of a hit. Neither he nor anybody in the BJP knew what lay ahead. They fought with their backs to the wall after the Lok Sabha elections, while the Congress and the opposition rejoiced as if they had won. The BJP went on a political hunt like a wounded, hungry tiger. From there, they've scalped Haryana, then Maharashtra, and now Delhi. Big states, crucial states also. A state like Delhi where there's a lot of political prestige at stake. No wonder they're dancing in the aisles at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. They've danced at other Bharats in the past 27 years. Whether it was the Lok Sabha elections or victories in the state assemblies, the BJP Delhi Karyakartas have not had a chance to dance after their own victory. 2.5 decades of political history being rewritten. No wonder the BJP big guns are celebrating at this big after party at the national capital. That's Prime Minister Modi there, Shehzad Poonawalla, all of them doing the Bhangra. It's interesting to see how nothing, no matter which part of the country you come from, whether you're an industrialist or a politician, it's the Bhangra that most often tends to unite Indians in dance and in celebrations. Adish Upadhyay, former BJP state president, just won a big election himself. He's saying a namaste to the Prime Minister. There's also other leaders from the BJP. That's Manjinder Singh Sirsa, came from the Akali Dal, one big in Rajouri Garden, prominent face of the BJP. The PM there stopping to talk extra to him. Remember, the Punjabi community having a big role in this victory. The Purvanchali community having a big role in this victory, and that's something which is very, very clear. And the PM, in fact, said, I am MP from Eastern India, and that's something I'm proud of. That's Sushma Swaraj's daughter, South Delhi MP Basuri Swaraj, dancing there as well. Well, they're all excited. I mean, usually there are celebrations. I haven't seen BJP leaders dance quite this way. It's interesting to see how the celebrations seem extra zestful. They've been waiting in political wilderness right under their noses while the BJP Ashwamedh chariot romped through the rest of the country. Delhi was always the one fortress they couldn't storm. That's changed now. Changed, and how? 48 versus 22, a dramatic reversal of fortunes in the national capital. The Prime Minister there, along with the Home Minister and the BJP President, meeting, greeting other state leaders, national leaders. They're all happy and exultant in this victory. Sanju Verma joins us now. Sanju ji, this is a big victory for the BJP and we can see an extra spring in the step of the Prime Minister and everyone dancing much more. I mean, usually they celebrate. This time they're dancing much more than they usually do. Welcome and congratulations. Sanju? Okay, I don't think she can hear us just yet. Give us a moment as I try and patch that connection. We are seeing these live images from the BJP headquarters. I'm going to slip into a very quick break right now. We go back. He's all set. Remember, he flies off to Paris and then to DC early next week. And with this big victory, giving extra wins right below his sails, it would be a Prime Minister who knows he's back. He always was. He never went anywhere. But come June the 4th, 2024, his political esteem had taken a bit of it. Neither he nor anybody in the BJP knew what lay ahead. They fought with their backs to the wall after the Lok Sabha elections, while the Congress and the opposition rejoiced as if they had won. The BJP went on a political hunt like a wounded, hungry tiger. From there, they've scalped Haryana, then Maharashtra, and now Delhi. Big states, crucial states also. A state like Delhi where there's a lot of political prestige at stake. No wonder they're dancing in the aisles at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. They've danced at other Bharats in the past 27 years. Whether it was the Lok Sabha elections or victories in the state assemblies, the BJP Delhi Karyakartas have not had a chance to dance after their own victory. 2.5 decades of political history being rewritten. No wonder the BJP big guns are celebrating at this big after party at the national capital. That's Prime Minister Modi there, Shehzad Poonawalla, all of them doing the bhangra. It's interesting to see how nothing, no matter which part of the country you come from, whether you're an industrialist or a politician, it's the bhangra that most often tends to unite Indians in dance and in celebrations. Adish Upadhyay, former BJP state president, just won a big election himself. He's saying a namaste to the Prime Minister. There's also other leaders from the BJP. That's Manjinder Singh Sirsa, came from the Akali Dal, won big in Rajouri Garden, prominent face of the BJP. The PM there stopping to talk extra to him. Remember, the Punjabi community having a big role in this victory, the Purvanchali community having a big role in this victory, and that's something which is very, very clear. And the PM, in fact, said, I am MP from Eastern India, and that's something I'm proud of. That's Sushma Swaraj's daughter, South Delhi MP Basuri Swaraj, dancing there as well. Well, they're all excited. I mean, usually there are celebrations. I haven't seen BJP leaders dance quite this way. It's interesting to see how the celebrations seem extra zestful. They've been waiting in political wilderness right under their noses while the BJP Ashwamedh chariot romped through the rest of the country. Delhi was always the one fortress they couldn't storm. That's changed now. Changed, and how? 48 versus 22, a dramatic reversal of fortunes in the national capital. The Prime Minister there, along with the Home Minister and the BJP President, meeting, greeting other state leaders, national leaders. They're all happy and exultant in this victory. Sanju Verma joins us now. Sanju ji, this is a big victory for the BJP and we can see an extra spring in the step of the Prime Minister and everyone dancing much more. I mean, usually they celebrate. This time they're dancing much more than they usually do. Welcome and congratulations. Sanju? He's all set. Remember, he flies off to Paris and then to DC early next week. And with this big victory, giving extra wins right below his sails, it would be a Prime Minister who knows he's back. He always was. He never went anywhere. But come June the 4th, 2024, his political esteem had taken a bit of it. Neither he nor anybody in the BJP knew what lay ahead. They fought with their backs to the wall after the Lok Sabha elections, while the Congress and the opposition rejoiced as if they had won, the BJP went on a political hunt like a wounded, hungry tiger. From there, they've scalped Haryana, then Maharashtra, and now Delhi. Big states, crucial states also. A state like Delhi where there's a lot of political prestige at stake. No wonder they're dancing in the aisles at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. They've danced at other Bharats in the past 27 years. Whether it was the Lok Sabha elections or victories in the state assemblies, the BJP Delhi Karyakartas have not had a chance to dance after their own victory. 2.5 decades of political history being rewritten. No wonder the BJP big guns are celebrating at this big after party at the national capital. That's Prime Minister Modi there, Shehzad Poonawalla, all of them doing the bhangra. It's interesting to see how nothing, no matter which part of the country you come from, whether you're an industrialist or a politician, it's the bhangra that most often tends to unite Indians in dance and in celebrations. Adish Upadhyay, former BJP state president, just won a big election himself. He's saying a namaste to the Prime Minister. There's also other leaders from the BJP. That's Manjinder Singh Sirsa, came from the Akali Dal, one big in Rajouri Garden, prominent face of the BJP. The PM there stopping to talk extra to him. Remember, the Punjabi community having a big role in this victory, the Purvanchali community having a big role in this victory, and that's something which is very, very clear. And the PM, in fact, said, I am MP from Eastern India, and that's something I'm proud of. That's Sushma Swaraj's daughter, South Delhi MP Basuri Swaraj, dancing there as well. Well, they're all excited. I mean, usually there's celebrations. I haven't seen BJP leaders dance quite this way. It's interesting to see how the celebrations seem extra zestful. They've been waiting in political wilderness right under their noses while the BJP Ashwamedh chariot romped through the rest of the country. Delhi was always the one fortress they couldn't storm. That's changed now. Changed, and how? 48 versus 22, a dramatic reversal of fortunes in the national capital. The Prime Minister there, along with the Home Minister and the BJP President, meeting, greeting other state leaders, national leaders. They're all happy and exultant in this victory. Sanju Verma joins us now. Sanju ji, this is a big victory for the BJP, and we can see an extra spring in the step of the Prime Minister and everyone dancing much more. I mean, usually they celebrate. This time they're dancing much more than they usually do. Welcome and congratulations. Sanju? He is all set. Remember, he flies off to Paris and then to DC early next week, and with this big victory, giving extra winds right below his sails, it would be a Prime Minister who knows he's back. He always was. He never went anywhere. But come June the 4th, 2024, his political esteem had taken a bit of a hit. Neither he nor anybody in the BJP knew what lay ahead. They fought with their backs to the wall after the Lok Sabha elections, while the Congress and the opposition rejoiced as if they had won. The BJP went on a political hunt like a wounded, hungry tiger. From there, they've scalped Haryana, then Maharashtra, and now Delhi. Big states, crucial states also. A state like Delhi where there's a lot of political prestige at stake. No wonder they're dancing in the aisles at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. They've danced at other Bharats in the past 27 years. Whether it was the Lok Sabha elections or victories in the state assemblies, the BJP Delhi Karyakartas have not had a chance to dance after their own victory. 2.5 decades of political history being rewritten. No wonder the BJP big guns are celebrating at this big after party at the national capital. That's Prime Minister Modi there, Shehzad Poonawalla, all of them doing the bhangra. It's interesting to see how nothing, no matter which part of the country you come from, whether you're an industrialist or a politician, it's the Bhangra that most often tends to unite Indians in dance and in celebrations. Adish Upadhyay, former BJP state president, just won a big election himself. He's saying a namaste to the Prime Minister. There's also other leaders from the BJP. That's Manjinder Singh Sirsa, came from the Akali Dal, one big in Rajouri Garden, prominent face of the BJP. The PM there stopping to talk extra to him. Remember, the Punjabi community having a big role in this victory, the Purvanchali community having a big role in this victory, and that's something which is very, very clear. And the PM, in fact, said, I am MP from Eastern India, and that's something I'm proud of. That's Sushma Swaraj's daughter, South Delhi MP Masuri Swaraj, dancing there as well. Well, they're all excited. I mean, usually there's celebrations. I haven't seen BJP leaders dance quite this way. It's interesting to see how the celebrations seem extra zestful. They've been waiting in political wilderness right under their noses while the BJP Ashwamedh chariot romped through the rest of the country. Delhi was always the one fortress they couldn't storm. That's changed now. Changed, and how? 48 versus 22, a dramatic reversal of fortunes in the national capital. The Prime Minister there, along with the home...
मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी, इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को.
Jhadu loses its jadoo. Voters bounce the AAP biggies. Saffron sweep in the capital. AAP biggies bite the dust. Faceless BJP vanquishes Kejri-wall. Top focus on India today.
हम दिल्ली के मालिक हैं, इस जन्म में क्या अगले जन्म में नहीं हरा सकते. The voters of Delhi answering the hubris of Arvind Kejriwal, down from 62 seats to 22, a loss of 40 seats in one assembly election. A big defeat and a big victory for the BJP. The Prime Minister and the BJP top leadership celebrating at the BJP headquarters. We'll get you all the action and, more importantly, look at what this means for Indian politics going forward. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Prime Minister hails BJP win in Delhi, slams AAP's Malik mindset, says Delhi free of Aapda's corruption, vows politics of development and reform in the capital. Arvind Kejriwal loses Delhi and his constituency of New Delhi. BJP's Parvesh Verma emerges as giant slayer. Kejriwal says he didn't enter politics for power.
क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए, हम राजनीति को एक जरिया मानते हैं जिसके जरिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके जरिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके.
6 AAP biggies bite the dust. Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Satinder Jain among the big losers. Atishi, the lone survivor of the saffron wave. Delhi quaked, but tremors felt in AAP-ruled Punjab. Punjab Congress chief claims AAP MLA is ready to jump ship, alleges Bhagwant Mann will pull off an Eknath Shinde. BJP wins prestige battle against Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur by poll. BJP's Chandrabhan Paswan beats SP's Ajit Prasad. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke a short while ago at the BJP headquarters, seeming more pumped up than he has been in a long while. He heads out to Paris and then to DC. Early next week, here is Prime Minister Modi speaking to the BJP Karyakartas and to the voters at large after the BJP's resounding victory in the national capital.
आज दिल्ली की जनता ने साफ कर दिया है कि दिल्ली की असली मालिक सिर्फ और सिर्फ दिल्ली की जनता है। जिनको दिल्ली का मालिक होने का घमंड था, उनका सत्य से सामना हो भी गया। दिल्ली के जनादेश से ये भी स्पष्ट है कि राजनीति में शॉर्टकट के लिए, झूठ और फरेब के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है। जनता ने शॉर्टकट वाली राजनीति का शॉर्ट सर्किट कर दिया। यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की, यमुना मैया की। आज दिल्ली में, दिल्ली के लोगों में एक उत्साह भी है, एक सुकून भी है। उत्साह विजय का है और सुकून दिल्ली को आपदा से मुक्त कराने का है। दिल्ली के लोगों का ये प्यार, ये विश्वास हम सभी पर एक कर्ज है। इसे अब दिल्ली की डबल इंजन सरकार, दिल्ली का डबल तेजी से विकास करके चुकाएगी। साथियों, आज की ये ऐतिहासिक विजय है। ये सामान्य विजय नहीं है। दिल्ली के लोगों ने आपदा को बाहर कर दिया। एक दशक की आपदा से दिल्ली मुक्त हुई। साथियों, टूटती सड़कें, कूड़े के ढेर, सीवर ओवरफ्लो और प्रदूषित हवा, दिल्ली की जनता इन सब समस्याओं से त्रस्त रही है। अब यहां बनने वाली भाजपा सरकार दिल्ली को विकास की ऊर्जा के साथ एक आधुनिक शहर बनाएगी। साथियों, पहली बार दिल्ली एनसीआर के हर प्रदेश में बीजेपी का शासन आया है। आजादी के बाद ये पहली बार हुआ है। राजस्थान में, यूपी में, हरियाणा में, ऐसे पड़ोस के हर राज्य में भाजपा की सरकारें हैं।
The Prime Minister exulting at the fact that all the states neighboring Delhi now have BJP governments, and this has happened for the first time, which is true, but it also means that those will increase the expectations of voters in these areas to see a development model kick into action at the earliest possible. Sanju Verma joins us at this time. In our studios is Rajat Sethi from the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Dr. Sunny Singh Ahluwalia and Siddharth Mishra has been our political analyst joining us through the day. Sanju Verma, you must be delighted. You know, you've been attacking the Arvind Kejriwal-led AAP for a long time through this campaign. 48-22, exactly what you had in mind. Perfect Super Saturday.
Rahul, do you remember I was on a debate with you barely 3 days back, and I told you can put a gun to my head if we don't win. And if you win, then very humbly we accept your good wishes and congratulations. So yes, as the Prime Minister has said, there's no room for hubris, there's no room for arrogance, there's no room for lies, deceit, deception, and the Janta, Janta Janardhan ka jo Ashirwad BJP ko mila hai, I think we accept that with folded hands. But I would just like to say one thing. Everybody out there said, oh, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on the ticket. This is not a fight between Virender Sachdeva or a Kejriwal or Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma versus a Kejriwal. This is directly a fight between the Modi model versus the Kejriwal model. And lo and behold, we've now realized that the Kejriwal model is a big zero. It's a sham. It's a hoax. And the shenanigans of the Aam Aadmi Party have been laid to rest today. My favorite quote on victory is, winning is not everything. Winning is the only thing. Famous quote by Henry Russell. And for anybody out there who says politics is not about winning, politics is about grace. Yes, it is about magnanimity. It is about being generous. It is about showcasing a modicum of grace. But above all, it is about winnability. If you are not fighting to win, then why exactly are you in the race to start with? And, let's not forget one thing, that I have been doing a zillion debates on this, entire Delhi election in the run-up to the polls on the 5th of February. And barring you and ikka-dukka journalists, nobody ever questioned Kejriwal. I would be coming on debates and people would say, but Sanju Verma, Kejriwal is saying कि आपने voters delete कर दिए हैं. अरे but Sanju Verma, Kejriwal कह रहे हैं आपने voters की addition कर दी है. अरे Kejriwal कह रहे हैं आप लोगों ने 15-15 करोड़ दिए हैं. भाई, who is Kejriwal? Finally, he is somebody who's out on bail. Why are people putting him on a pedestal and trying to legitimize every reckless and baseless allegation of his?
So, that's one part of the argument. That's from the campaign. That part is answered. Rajat Sethi, the crucial part is what will BJP do in Delhi now? Because, speaking to one very senior official in the BJP, and he said, we've got 3 years. If we can demonstrate in the next 3 years, arguably well before 2029, that there is a different BJP, there's a different Delhi under the BJP, then we're in business. Otherwise, people will say, they're kind of the same. We've got a big opportunity. We have to hit the ground running.
I think today, first of all, Kejriwal should morally resign from the MCD also. Allow a uniform government right from the municipal corporation level to the state level.
That's wishful thinking. Why should
No, I mean, see, right now he is law and allow, just for the sake of Delhi, if you want to, sort of let the BJP rule it properly, allow a uniform government and see if the BJP is able to do or not.
Why is he supposed to make the BJP's job easier? That's not his job.
No, वैसे भी टूटेगा ना. There is no anti-defection happening in the MCD. But I'm telling you, from a Delhi's point of view, it might sound immoral to you. I personally feel it's absolutely not immoral. You should ensure there is uniformity of government. BJP should take these 2-3 years to sort of set an example how a corporation in such an important cosmopolitan is to be governed. For a fairly long time, big cosmopolitans were out of power for BJP. Mumbai was not in their hand, Calcutta wasn't, Hyderabad wasn't, Bangalore wasn't, Chennai wasn't, and including this, Delhi was also not with them. So BJP have been really, waiting desperately that these cosmopolitans can become those engines of our growth, engines to even demonstrate what India is all about to the world. I think now the BJP has gotten this opportunity, and I personally don't think that there should be the same blame game. Arey MCD ne kachra saaf nahi kiya, it doesn't fall under the state government. For that sake, for Delhi's sake, let Kejriwal take a rest, take a step back, allow uniform government all through and through. And let's at least see governance
joins us from the BJP headquarters. An important meeting is going on. The celebrations were delirious. Wild celebrations. They usually stand, they clap very loudly. This time a lot of BJP leaders were dancing like there was no tomorrow.
Well, Rahul, there were, the moves that we saw. The reason was because after 27 years, and everyone, the exit polls obviously were saying that it's the BJP which is sweeping, but in a lot of talks, people said that the BJP is not, is not the party that will come to power. Arvind Kejriwal still has done a lot with regards to all that he stands for. So that's the reason why we are now seeing, because people within also, though even they knew that this is the number, they really wanted to see it on the paper, and that's the reason why we saw those kind of moves being made. And not just that, we also heard, Rahul, how the Prime Minister also spoke about the next big elections. The state of Bihar is also something that he spoke about. So now you can see that full gear is something that the BJP is in, and after the celebrations, the crucial meetings are now taking place, and from what we understand, Rahul, in the next 10 days, maximum 10 days, we will get the name of who will become the next Chief Minister of here, and we'll also
but given the body language that we are seeing, Rajat Sethi, from the family of Parvesh Verma, क्या काम करना है, बड़े काम करने हैं अभी तो दिल्ली में, etc. Some of those comments seem to suggest he's got some indication that his security is being beefed up. There are barricades outside his house. This could be a bit premature, but he clearly seems to have some indication that he's in line to be CM. बहुत ज़्यादा माहौल बन गया उनके इर्द गिर्द.
नहीं, let me not jinx it. See, he's ticking all the check boxes that can be there for for qualifying to be the top post, for the top post. He's young, energetic, has that fighting spirit, because remember the opposition, Aam Aadmi Party in opposition is going to continue to be an irritant. You want somebody who can speak their language, do the street fight. He can do all of that. Along with that, the caste equations, the larger message that the BJP can send through, everything fits. But let us not jinx it, and he too should sort of shy away and lie low, so that till the final stamp of approval is not there from the BJP's top leadership.
Don't celebrate a seat you don't have yet. Just hold your horses.
Yes.
Let it happen. There could be a Bhajan Lal Sharma waiting somewhere. So I want to show you this excerpt from an interview I did with Parvesh Verma a little while earlier. Parvesh Verma currently leading the sweepstakes to be the next Chief Minister. Around him, leaders, karyakartas, are already feeling a chief ministerial vibe around him. But that can often be misleading. Let's take a look at what he had to say when we spoke to him a short while ago. Man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma. The giant slayer now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया. ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है. जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का. ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है. ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है. और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है.
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया. उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले 1 महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में. तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है.
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा. मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी, और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी मेहनत करी. और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी.
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है. मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ. तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी नहीं होता. तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा.
My colleague Gaurav has a question for you. Gaurav,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे, और उनके बाद में मैं कहूँगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था। 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे। तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रहेगी, हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे। दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा।
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ। अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी।
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे। आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा। अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है। शायद कट गया क्या? नहीं, सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है। तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ। मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ। तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे।
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे। दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे। तो अगर किसी सरकार ने स्कैम किया है तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। कौन कौन उसमें कल्प्रिट थे, कौन ऑफिसर थे, कौन पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो सभी को सजा मिलेगी।
शीश महल में रहेगा नया मुख्यमंत्री कि नहीं?
मेरे से पूछेंगे तो नहीं रहना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ये बताएं सेलिब्रेट कैसे करते? परवेश वर्मा पॉलिटिक्स को लेके तो बहुत सीरियस लग रहे हैं। आप सेलिब्रेट कैसे करेंगे अपने यार दोस्तों के साथ, फैमिली के साथ? इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई, इतना गंभीर क्यों लग रही है? ये भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा। इतनी बड़ी आपकी जीत हुई, आप इतना सीरियस लुक दे रहे हैं।
मैंने कहा राहुल भाई कि देखिए, ये जो होता है ना जीत और सुख दुख, ये चलता रहता है जीवन में। मैंने कहा कि बहुत ज्यादा कोई वो होती है, खुशी होती है, तो ज्यादा खुशी होना भी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा दुख हो तो दुख होना भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे काम करना है। मुझे केवल इस बात की चिंता है। तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है, मैं जानता हूं, मगर ये जीत का श्रेय दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है, दिल्ली वासियों को जाता है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है।
क्या एमसीडी आपके लिए चुनौती रहेगी? क्योंकि इस समय जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे और बीजेपी एमसीडी में थी तो कहते थे सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, या फिर एलजी का सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, केंद्र का नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके साथ वो वाली प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं रहेंगी, लेकिन एमसीडी?
देखिए, वो प्रॉब्लम तो कभी इनके साथ भी नहीं थी। ये केवल उसको इशू बनाते थे, ये ऐसा नैरेटिव बनाते थे, क्योंकि काम नहीं करते थे, इसलिए ये नैरेटिव बनाते थे कि मुझे कोई काम नहीं करने देता। ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है। चाहे वो एलजी साहब हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, सभी चाहते दिल्ली में विकास हो, क्योंकि दोनों यहीं तो रहते हैं। तो दिल्ली में अच्छे काम होंगे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। दिल्ली को वर्ल्ड कैपिटल जैसे होती है वैसी कैपिटल बनाएंगे, ताकि दिल्ली वासियों को गर्व हो।
You know, his father was chief minister between 96 and 98, and then before the elections was replaced by Sushma Swaraj. Siddharth Mishra used to be a very active journalist at the time. He's joining us. We don't know who will be chief minister. There's a lot of buzz and interest in who gets to be chief minister next. What kind of a chief minister was his father? And from the distance where you observe things, what similarities and dissimilarities do you see between father and son?
You see, unfortunately, when his father was chief minister, it was a very divided party which was there in Delhi. And there was a lot of resentment to the fact that, by a section of the party that he was made to replace Mr. Madan Lal Khurana as chief minister. In fact, it is said that Mr. Khurana had cried that why should he be made chief minister. Then there was a lot of resentment on, when he was replaced by what you call Sushma Swaraj as chief minister. Incidentally, the times have changed, and the children of all the three stalwarts of that time are today prominent leaders of Delhi BJP.
True.
Harish Rana has won from Moti Nagar, Pravesh has won from New Delhi, and Balsri Swaraj has become a member of parliament from New Delhi. And the BJP today is a much more united party, and the BJP local leadership in the BJP cannot afford to, really go against or challenge the choice of the central leadership. So whoever becomes the chief minister in Delhi, whoever gets a chance to come and rule in Delhi, shall have the support of the central leadership, which will be very, very difficult to be, to have create any kind of dissidence against that person. So in the event of Mr. Pravesh Verma being chosen as Chief Minister of Delhi at this point of time, he will have a much better pitch to play on than his father ever had. His father had a very, very treacherous pitch to bat on. There was a Congress government at the center, and there were a lot of dissidents in the party, in the state. So his father had a difficult time, and there were a lot of turmoil in the party. There were issues of, the BJP had, the state government had just come to power. At that point, has just been created in Delhi, and the transfer of powers were still to take place at that time. A lot of powers were being delegated by the central government to the state government. There was so much of, there was, the teething
Some
problem.
things in Delhi never change. Since 1955, when Delhi was first, Delhi from 52 to 55 was a state. Then there were rifts between the then Chief Minister and the Chief Commissioner. There was no LG at that time, and therefore they dissolved the assembly. There was a State Reorganization Commission which was set up, which said that there are too many unique problems with the dual power structure in the capital, which is why Delhi wasn't a state assembly. So these problems have been going back for 70 years. It's not new. People have seen this.
One point which I wanted to add was, his father, when he became Chief Minister, he was given the same cabinet which Mr. Khurana had. He even did not have a choice in selecting his minister.